Chapter 91 Reward Exchange. Current available simulation points, 139. Please select from the following rewards to redeem. Reward 1, 1 skill point redemption price, 10 simulation points. Reward 2, precisely match and simulate the orc you specify, redemption price, 100 points and a certain amount of magic spores. Reward 3, 1 chance to comprehend the psyker field, redemption price, 100 simulation points. The next reward option will unlock when your single simulation score exceeds 1000 points. Psyker field. Do I have a psyker field? Linio was a bit confused. Since his transmigration, he had never seen a so-called psyker field. That's not right. Linio suddenly remembered the black veil that protected him from warp entities. Could it be that the thin black veil was his psyker field? It was very likely. With the thought, Linio selected Comprehend Psyker Field and clicked Redeem. Redemption successful. Remaining simulation points, 39. Comprehension of Psyker Field is about to begin, please remain still. Linio stood at attention, his body rigid. The surrounding air grew quiet, and the room was so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Shas hasha. A faint rustling sound, like silk rubbing, echoed in his ears, somewhat resembling the white noise of waves washing over a beach. The light and shadows blurred slightly, and Linio keenly caught a few transparent wrinkles. Following the texture of these wrinkles, he could vaguely see a nearly completely transparent veil surrounding him. As his attention became more focused, the veil transformed from transparent to black, becoming a material similar to black silk, slowly drifting like a curtain blowing in the wind. Is this my psyker field? Linio narrowed his eyes, matching the black veil surrounding him with the image in his memory. This veil looked very thin, as if it would tear with a simple rip of the hand, yet it had helped him block the Church of Amalgamation's warp entities. Additionally, don't forget that it's common knowledge for transmigrators to be discovered by the Chaos Gods after arriving in the Warhammer world. The Chaos Gods could easily find the unique soul of a transmigrator and then search their soul for memories of the transmigration. Numerous secrets, known only to the Chaos Gods, would lead to a certain death for the transmigrator. However, he had been relatively stable since his transmigration. The occasional warp malice he encountered was not directed at him. He was largely dragged into confronting the Chaos God's power because of his involvement with the Church of Amalgamation. All signs indicated that the reason he was still alive and hadn't died immediately upon transmigrating was likely due to the help of this thin black veil. Oh, I get it. Linio sighed meaningfully. This black veil can shield me from the Chaos God's prying. Whether the attack is on the mental or consciousness level, it can protect me. What I need to do is protect myself on the physical level and avoid contact with things that carry chaos corruption. This realization spontaneously arose in Linio's mind, prompting him to try controlling the veil with his thoughts. A small piece of black veil separated from the psyker field and hovered in his hand. Comprehension of psyker field successful. You have obtained 1 universal Shinic material from the psyker field. Universal Shinic material is a key item for casting Orc Cunnin. Rewards redeemable with simulation points have been updated. The content of Reward 3 has changed, and the new redemption information is as follows. Reward 3, Universal Shinic material storage limit +1, redemption price, 100 simulation points. System prompt, when redeeming this reward, you will immediately receive 1 universal Shinic material. You can check the status of your psyker field by using appraisal technique on yourself. Appraisal technique can be used on oneself? If the system hadn't reminded me, I really wouldn't have realized I could use it that way. Linio released the black veil in his hand, letting it dissipate on its own, then aimed appraisal technique at his body. Name, Psyker Field. Description. A unique psychic energy that isolates you from the warp, but does not prevent you from traversing the warp. You can think of it as a miniature webway tailored for you. When the Psyker Field exists, you gain the following passive effects. 1 immunity to any hostile actions on the consciousness level. 2 greatly reduced negative effects on the mental level. 3 enemies cannot discover your soul projection from the warp. Ingesting substances with warp components is equivalent to inviting trouble and will weaken the passive effects of the Psyker Field, please minimize such operations. You can extract Universal Shinic material from the Psyker Field for Orc Cunnin. Universal Shinic material reserve, 9/10 units, automatic recovery in progress. 1 unit of Universal Shinic material is automatically recovered every 24 hours. Recovery stops when the reserve reaches its limit. I think I understand a bit. My Psyker Field can produce Universal Shinic material. And this material is essential for casting Orc Cunnin. So what's the difference between my Psyker Field and an Orc's Psyker Field? Could this be the I reckon power? Linio froze for a moment, then realized something that greatly confused him. When he used appraisal technique on himself, why was the result a Psyker Field? He was a living person, wasn't he? Shouldn't a character panel pop up, listing his strength, agility, stamina, health bar, and other data? Why was there no character panel, but a Psyker Field panel instead? Was he a psychic creature called a Psyker Field? Then would his descendants be humans, or little Psyker Fields? Linio was shocked by his series of deductions. Despite his shock, he didn't slack off. After his emotions calmed down, he thought of 2 things he had to try. The first thing. During his previous simulation, he ate 1 magic spore, and the system matched him with an ordinary orc boy. So, what would happen if he ate more magic spores at once? He had to try. The second thing. His stock of magic spores was limited. After the first simulation, he still had 12 left. He needed to quickly find a way to cultivate magic spores, lest he run out of supplies. Besides these two things, there were also some other matters to confirm. For example, what was the time flow during the simulation, and what changes would occur to his body left behind in the room? Another example, could he use the system to collect spores on the orc planet during the simulation? These two matters were also very important and needed to be clarified as soon as possible. With these thoughts, Lienyo walked towards the door, asking Leia to tear off the seal so he could come out. Leia opened the door and asked with concern. How did the experiment go? Very smoothly. Did you hear anything just now? Leia shook her head. No. It was very quiet in the room after you went in. Alright, I need to go out for a bit now, I'll be back soon, and then you can continue to guard the door for me. These clothes are no longer needed, please help me tidy them up. Lienyo gave a few instructions, tossed the hazmat suit and respirator aside, and ran towards the factory gate. Leia picked up the hazmat suit he had casually discarded, folded it neatly, and put it into a separate storage locker along with the respirator. A moment later, Lienyo returned to the factory pushing a cart. The cart basket was piled with raw materials needed for cultivating mushrooms, and some equipment capable of precisely collecting environmental parameters. Lienyo placed the equipment in the room, aiming it at the center of the room. Consuming raw materials, replenishing the fungus warehouse, locking the door, Lienyo sat back down on the floor in the center of the room and began the simulation again. This time, he had pre-adjusted the monitoring equipment, wanting to see if he would cause any strange energy fluctuations during the simulation, and also to record the simulation time. Before swallowing the magic spores, Lienyo pondered for a moment, deciding to eat 5 spores at once to see if it would trigger a qualitative change. Gulp. The spores went down. Lienyo lay flat on the ground, once again soaring through the vast star sea, returning to that starry sky filled with green planets. You have consumed 5 magical orc spores. Matching an orc equivalent to the consumed amount for you. Match successful. YAAOX simulation, initiating. In the few seconds that the system text refreshed, Lienyo scanned around, forcibly memorizing the size, distance, and layout of each planet. His gaze met a gigantic space junkyard, and Lienyo's heart tightened, confirming that he was in Ulaner. That pile of space junk was roughly spherical, its scale comparable to a planet, and it was precisely the orc's signature strategic weapon, the battle moon. At this time, only Ulaner could build such a massive space fortress. Whoosh. Lienyo was launched by the system. He was pleasantly surprised to find that his destination seemed to be the orc planet he had just seen. Passing through the polluted atmosphere, the wreckage of derelict ships on the ground came into view, and battles raged fiercely around the wreckage. Lienyo confirmed he hadn't mistaken it. This was the same planet as before. He even saw the Blackfoot clan banner stuck at the very top of a certain derelict ship wreckage. However, his landing spot this time was not the battlefield around the derelict ships. Under the system's control, he made an aerial turn, passed over the chaotic battleground with its earth-shaking roars, flew over a large dense forest, and finally plunged into the orc shanty towns spread across the mountains. Darkness fell. Snoring sounds echoed in his ears. Lienyo opened his eyes and saw the roof of a shanty built from old metal sheets and wood. His right arm was intact, while his left arm was a crudely styled mechanical arm with a large pincer. Touching himself again, his muscle mass was significantly smaller than that of his previous body. Not far away, a dirty cauldron bubbled, simmering some gooey substance. There was a simple shelf on the shanty wall, displaying things like severed limbs and a bundle of bones tied with dried intestines. A squig lay by the bed, snoring loudly, hugging a large bone covered in drool. His gaze swept to the shanty's barred door, and a sign caught Lienyo's attention. The words on the sign were written in orc language, but Lienyo instantly understood their meaning. This is Mad Dr. Sack's territory, open for business, troublemakers get lost. The sign facing the room read open for business. So, the side of the sign facing outside should read closed for business. Very good, very nice. Eating 5 magic spores at once really made a difference. A Mad Doctor's status was much higher than an orc boy's. If starting with 5 spores was already this good, what would happen if he ate 10 at once? Lienyo prepared to roll out of bed, but instead, he fell to the ground with a thud. He looked down at his legs, finding them empty, with no trace of thighs, calves, or feet. The squig was startled awake by the thud, grunted, shook its head twice, and retrieved 2 mechanical legs from nearby. Lienyo understood now. 5 magic spores could indeed get him a Mad Doctor start. But just like creating a character in a game, allocating too many attribute points to one stat inevitably leads to a reduction in the initial value of another stat. The Mad Doctor had high status but no left arm and no legs, relying solely on mechanical prosthetics for movement and work. This was the starting point that 5 magic spores could grant. As expected, cheap things aren't good. However, it was still better than a combat start, at least he wouldn't die shortly after the simulation began. The Mad Doctor's shop wasn't open, so he had ample time this time to adapt to his surroundings, gather clues, and verify his hypotheses. There are 2 more chapters to be updated, expected around 7 p.m. Chapter 92, half of it is good enough. At the same time Lienyo was adapting to orc life. Upper Nest, 1st District. Ozges was in his study, tallying the points and spoils from the recent cleanup operation. The evening breeze swept through the corner of the room, and a figure emerged as the curtains swayed. She stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the window frame, her body curves fully exposed under the artificial moonlight. Ozges looked up, then continued his tallying work. Rose, did you get what I asked for? Rose by the window pitifully scrunched her pink nose, her voice sickeningly sweet. Brother Ozges, for you, I almost got caught by the Inquisitor. Enough of that. Put the item down, take the money on the table, and leave. I have a lot to do and no time to bother with you. Ozges's attitude was cold. Rose's expression stiffened. She shot him a glance, unzipped something, took out an item, placed it on the table by the window, and clutched the heavy money bag in her hand. Another gust of evening wind blew, the curtains danced in the breeze, and when they fell, Rose was gone. The psyker field reading on the wall dropped to 0, indicating that Rose, who used Chinook power to achieve invisibility, had gone far away. Ozges's previous indifference vanished. He stood up hastily, closed the window, drew the curtains, and with trembling hands, picked up the item on the table. It was a dark green metallic object covered in cuneiform script. Its material resembled steel but felt somewhat soft to the touch, and it was heavy in his hand. Its surface was seamless, with no indentations, cracks, or keyholes. Without knowing the correct way to open it, no one could access it. While violent cracking could force it open, it would also activate the internal self-destruct device, reducing the contents to dust. Ozges had an unknown secret. Not long ago, he injected Ghost Potion and successfully awakened a Chinook ability. Whenever he was at a loss regarding a problem, this Chinook ability would transmit the answer to him. Just like now. Apparite, Arca Hereditaria Acarisi. Ozges chanted the secret words the Chinook ability told him in a low tone. The metallic object in his hand emitted a series of crisp clicking sounds. 2 seconds later, the top cover of the metallic object automatically popped open, and a grey light flowed out. Ozges gently lifted the top cover, and a strange life form sealed within a transparent glass sphere came into view. The appearance of this object somewhat resembled a virus magnified to the size of a fingernail. It had a round, spherical body covered in protrusions, and on top of these protrusions were slender rods with tentacles at their ends, adhering to the inner wall of the glass sphere. The Chinook ability told Ozges that this thing was an ancient pathogenic strain. It could cause a widespread plague that would be very difficult to eradicate. Corpses and death, these were precisely what Ozges wanted. Especially corpses. The local bottom nest had been cleaned out, and a large quantity of ghost mushrooms had fallen into the nest capital's hands. In the foreseeable future, Epimetheus was bound to achieve glory with ghost mushrooms. However, don't forget that ghost mushrooms feed on people. Living people are best, but dead people will also do. Life sacrifices would invite the Empire Justice Department's extermination. But corpses were different. Ozges had calculated that the daily death toll in this nest capital could only ensure a monthly output of less than 10,000 bottles of ghost potion. This was not enough, far from enough. He wanted to expand production, and expand production again, to ensure that all families supporting him could thrive by relying on ghost potion. Deliberately causing a mass death of the nest capital's population would undoubtedly be digging his own grave. A plague in a neighboring star system would be perfect. Once there were heavy casualties there, his friends he'd made through planetary diplomacy would help him transport the corpses, continuously, inexhaustibly. If this matter succeeded, it would be an achievement in the present and a profit for 1,000 years. He would surely become Taiduo's intimate companion by virtue of the ghost mushroom output created from corpses, indirectly seizing the governorship. The premise was: don't let anyone discover that the disaster in the neighboring star system was his doing. Ozges activated his Chinook ability, entering a state of contemplation, listening to the guidance from his Chinook power. After a while, he entered the pharmaceutical lab, quickly mixed a potion, and encapsulated the pathogenic strain in a bluish-purple liquid. This potion could temporarily seal the pathogenic strain's parasitic ability, preventing it from infecting living organisms in the near future, yet without completely losing its activity. Ozges tucked the potion into his embrace, called his guards, and took a private car to the orbital elevator, ascending all the way to the orbital shipyard. The shipyard was busy 24 hours a day, with cargo ships, warships, and shuttles constantly stopping there. In a corner of the shipyard, a cargo ship controlled by the local coin guild was docked. Ozges boarded the cargo ship and walked along the winding passage to the VIP room on the upper deck. Nominally, he was there to discuss interstellar orders with H.A. Kasi Business, the son of the chief merchant representative. In reality, H.A. Kasi was his close friend, accomplice, and deeply bound stakeholder. The two of them jointly planned the entire plague disaster. How is it? Is the potion ready? Kasi asked in a hushed voice, his expression subtly excited. It's ready. Have you selected the person to execute the plan? Ozges took out the bluish-purple potion sealed in a glass bottle. Kasi tucked the potion into his pocket, called Ozges, and walked towards the secret door of the VIP room. The chosen person is foolproof. That guy is the leader of the Shishui gang in the scrapyard zone, very smooth, and very eager to live. As soon as I proposed hiring him as a commercial spy on an alien planet, he immediately agreed and accepted the commercial spy modification surgery on the spot. Ozges nodded slightly and asked in a deep voice. The target location for the plan hasn't changed recently, has it? No change, everything is normal there, as chaotic as ever, filled with cold trade merchants dealing in alien specimens, illegal fleets, subspecies, and an astonishing number of various aliens. These scoundrels, unprotected by the Empire, only waste the Empire's resources by living. Your potion can perfectly solve the Empire's problems. Kasi opened the secret door and entered with Ozges, then, in front of him, poured the potion into the unconscious commercial spy. The cargo ship was about to set sail, traveling through the warp to its destination. Calculated by real-world time, the cargo ship would dock in a maximum of 4 Terra days. By then, the potion's sealing effect on the pathogenic strain would automatically lift, and the commercial spy would be infected by the pathogenic strain, thus spreading the plague without his own awareness. This was like yeast fermenting in a wine vat. Given time, it would surely yield results. Ozges and Hakasi returned to the VIP room, poured 2 glasses of fine wine, one for each. To our future ghost potion trade. Hakasi was overjoyed, a clear curve on his lips, as if he saw the enormous profits from ghost potion being sold throughout the empire. Ozges also smiled broadly. To the glory and prosperity of Epimedius. Promise me, Hakasi, always remind yourself that what we are doing is not just for our own benefit, but also for the bright future of the entire Epimedius nobility. I promise you, Ozges, we are righteous. Our profits come from outlaws, not from the residents of imperial worlds. May our friendship last forever, my future governor. Hakasi held his wine glass, 1 foot forward, 1 foot back, bowing in salute. Ozges was very pleased, his eyes slightly narrowed as he clinked glasses with the other party. Crimson wine swayed in the glasses, creating ripples as the glasses clinked. The two tilted their heads back, drinking the blood-red wine in one gulp, completely satisfied. After drinking their fill, they walked off the ship with a slight tipsiness, watching the cargo ship set sail. Ozges invited Hakasi to return to the first district in his private car. Halfway there, the evening breeze blew, dispelling Hakasi's tipsiness. He rubbed his chin and asked. Ozges, what is your potion made of? Are you sure the plague it creates won't remain on corpses? If the corpses carry a large number of pathogenic strains, then I'll have to prepare a specialized disinfection team to deal with them. That's a considerable expense. Don't worry, Hakasi. Ozges smiled confidently. That bottle of potion is very special. The pathogenic strain it releases will only infect living hosts. Once the host dies, the strain will also die. There will be no pathogenic strain on dead bodies, so you don't need to set up a special disinfection team. Just wait to receive the corpses. I trust you, my future governor. Hakasi burped and quietly asked. Have you named this potion? Ozges recalled the infection symptoms the Shinnik ability told him. As far as I know, people infected with the plague have no other external symptoms besides back pain. They will eventually die because their spinal cord is completely devoured by the bacteria. So, we can simply call this potion Spinal Cord Devourer. Hakasi burst out laughing. Spinal Cord Devourer? That name is really straightforward enough. If your naming ability was half as good as your planning ability, it would be great. I reckon my universal Shinnik material limit should be half of Mad Doctor's. On an unknown orc planet, inside a hovel in an orc settlement. Lin Yue looked at the appraisal results, his teeth itching with envy. Name, Mad Dr. Sax Psyker Field. Universal Shinnik Material Reserve, 46/50 units. Automatically restores 1 unit of Universal Shinnik Material every 24 hours. Restoration stops when the reserve reaches its limit. Universal Shinnik Material, I reckon power, orc tech witchcraft spell casting consumables, call them whatever you want, these terms all refer to something derived from an individual's Psyker Field. After Lin Yue confirmed that his Psyker Field was somewhat similar to an orc's Psyker Field, he had some guesses about the origin of Mushroom Farm. It was most likely the work of the Old Ones. At the end of the war in heaven, what was the last straw that broke the Old Ones' back? It was the enslavers. Enslavers are a warp life form. They enslaved the Old Ones' servants, rapidly eroding the Old Ones' vital forces from within their own faction, ultimately leading to the Old Ones' defeat. His situation was similar. Ingesting something with warp components was equivalent to allowing warp power to enter his body, disintegrating him from within. Had his Psyker Field not blocked the Church of Amalgamation's warp entity, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After understanding all this, Lin Yue broke out in a cold sweat and decided from then on not to let anything with warp components enter his body, lest his life be forfeit. Back to the main matter at hand. Could he use Mad Doctor's body to collect ordinary orc spores? The answer was, yes, but not entirely. Orcs have a very special life form, they are fungi, plants, and animals. In the earliest stage of orc spores, they are defined as reproductive spores, and their life form is fungal. Orc spores at this stage can be placed in the fungus warehouse. Lin Yue had already stored several hundred in the warehouse as backup. When an orc spore grows into mycelium, it can no longer be placed in the fungus warehouse. Because at this point, the orc spore transforms into a peculiar creature that is half fungus, half plant. As time passes, squigs, Gretchen, or juvenile orc boys are nurtured within the fruiting body, and the orc spore transforms into a combined fungal, plant, and animal form. It can scavenge like a fungus, photosynthesize like a plant, and also has flesh and blood components. In summary, orc spores that haven't landed can be placed in the fungus warehouse. Once they land and remain for approximately 1 minute, they cannot be stored in the fungus warehouse. This was the result of Lin Yue's repeated experiments. By extension, ugly but cute squigs, mischievous Gretchen, and weak orc boys also cannot be stored in the fungus warehouse. I reckon this ain't bad either. In the future, if I don't like someone, I'll just plant mushrooms on their territory. Lin Yue chuckled to himself, subconsciously referring to himself as I reckon. He concentrated, rummaging through the memories in his mind. Sax's past was placed deep within his mind by the system. Concentrating on recalling it would make it appear. In orc clans, Mad Doctors hold a very high status. Sax's living environment had nothing to do with the term high status. In fact, the place he was currently in was not the territory of a certain clan, but a neutral area located precisely between the major clans. Sak's original clan had been annihilated. He lost all his belongings and 3 of his limbs during his escape, fleeing to the neutral zone to survive. The balance in this neutral area was very fragile. If the surrounding orc clans weren't perfectly matched in strength, it would never have existed. In the foreseeable future, this place would definitely become the central battleground for various clans, and everything Mad Dr. Sak currently had would turn to dust, and he himself would be completely defeated. Quite miserable. But what does that have to do with me, Lino? If Sak dies, I'll just possess another orc. The key is, I need to recoup the cost of 5 magic spores. Previously, spending 1 magic spore yielded 139 simulation points. This time, I should at least get 700 simulation points to make it worthwhile. 700 simulation points correspond to scoring 700 points in the simulation. Killing 1 orc boy earns 2 points, shooting a boy is 3 points, getting praised by an orc clan leader gives a one-time bonus of 100 points. By that calculation, how many orcs would I have to kill to earn 700 points? Lino clicked on the fungus warehouse and saw that the killing heart mildew stock was plentiful. How about using the toxins in the fungus warehouse for a big score? As Lino was thinking this, a large hand encased in metal armor knocked on the door, making a loud thud. Chapter 93, The Power of My Thoughts. Sak. The boss wants you for a surgery. Clang clang clang. If you don't come out, I'm taking your squig to barbecue. Coming, don't rush me. Lino roared outside, then looked down at the squig by his feet. This was the Mad Doctor's body's instinctive reaction, just follow it, don't reckon why. The squig was as fat as a pig, looking adorably clumsy, and many orcs were eyeing it. Upon receiving its master's signal, it zipped under the bed, hiding in a secret passage beneath the shack. Lino, following the Mad Doctor's habits, disarmed the traps on the barred door and pulled it open. A dark shadow was cast in from the muddy ground outside the house. The owner of the shadow was nearly 2 meters tall and 2 meters wide at the shoulders, wearing tin-can-like armor made of iron, a living steel beast. Orcs around, hearing the commotion, poked their heads out of their shacks, observing the tall orc with fear. Compared to this armored orc, the orcs in the neutral zone were scrawny, their heads not even as thick as his arms. Lino's gaze moved up from the armored orc's feet, finally resting on his iron-clad face, and relevant memories automatically surfaced in his mind. First, it needs to be clear that terms like shoot boy, boar boy, and tech boss were coined by the Imperium of Man. Within orc society, there were many troop types cobbled together by various clans themselves, which had never appeared in wars against the Imperium of Man. Take the orc in front of him, for example, he was called a hard man in this place, meaning a hard and strong fellow, which was concise and easy to understand. From a human perspective, Lino felt he could be called a gun shield boy, a heavy infantry unit clad in heavy armor, fighting with shotguns and riot shields, and also the personal bodyguard of the Steelcoin clan's boss. Zalger, doesn't your Steelcoin clan have its own Mad Doctor? Lino asked, craning his neck. Zalger extended his large hand, grabbing Lino and placing him on his own shoulder. Don't ask me, I don't know. The boss told me to call you, so I came. Zalger walked very fast, stepping on any Gretchen that got in his way, and slapping away any orc boy blocking his path. Outside the settlement, a wasteland-style Harley-like motorcycle was parked under a tree, an iron chain securing the motorcycle to the tree trunk like tethering a horse. Several orcs were gathered around the motorcycle, tugging at ropes, but Zalger picked them up, crushed their heads, and tossed them aside. Lino was strapped to the back seat of the motorcycle. With a booming roar, the motorcycle started with violent tremors, spewing black smoke as it sped towards the Steelcoin clan. I say, Zalger. At least let me bring my toolbox. Lino shouted into the howling wind. Zalger, as if an afterthought, tapped his steel helmet. Damn it, Mao Ji must have whacked my head when I wasn't looking. I forgot about it. Never mind. The clan has a set no one uses, you can use that. Lino shouted. Is your clan's Mad Doctor dead? Zalger shrieked, Wadaik. How did you know? I didn't tell you anything. Lino's mouth twitched slightly, speechless. Orc intelligence was comparable to the Imperium of Man's technological level, both fluctuating wildly. Dust billowed, engines roared, and the two rode into the Steelcoin clan's territory. The architectural style here was just like the clan's name, featuring a steel jungle, covered in tin. Wherever metal could be used as a material, wood was absolutely avoided. Even the passing Gretchen wore iron underpants, showing the Steelcoin clan's love for metal creations. Their boss, Ironbeard Along, was even more unique, a fervent enthusiast of steel prosthetics. Every time he achieved a major victory, Along would have the clan's Mad Doctor remove a small part of his body and replace it with a steel creation. This was his reward to himself. Previous surgeries had always been successful, but today, an accident occurred. As of now, the only part of Along's body not replaced with metal was his skull. He won a battle today and decided to replace his left skull with metal as a reward. While replacing Along's left half of his skull, the clan's Mad Doctor accidentally drove a huge screw into Along's head. In pain, Along punched his Mad Doctor to death. Then, he was screwed. The Mad Doctor was dead, but the screw was still in his head. Thanks to Gork and Mork's blessings, the screw was perfectly lodged in a blood vessel, filling the entire wound, which was why Along didn't die from massive intracranial hemorrhage. Now, all that was needed was to remove the screw, place the metal left half of the skull, and the surgery would be a complete success. With an orc's physical constitution, there was no need to consider sterile environments or anything, surgeries were super simple. Right? Damn it, simple my foot. When Lin Yo saw the situation, he was utterly bewildered. The original owner of this body at most helped with amputations and reattachments, he had never performed such high difficulty work as craniotomy. It was like only learning to screw in school, but being asked to build a rocket by hand after joining the company. It was utterly ridiculous, beyond belief. Hurry up, Sack. I reckon you can do it. Zalger pushed Lin Yo into the house, picking up the toolbox from the ground and shoving it into his arms. Clan boss A Long lay flat on a hard bed, his head fixed to the bedboard by an iron cage, while his limbs, transformed into mechanical prosthetics, and his steel torso could still move freely. Hearing that a mad doctor had arrived, this guy made an extremely exaggerated gesture. He propped himself up with his arms on the ground, actually standing up with the iron bed on his back, and waved to the mad doctor at the door. Sack. Wahahaha, I knew you'd come to help me, I wasn't wrong about you. Don't worry, Gork and Mork bear witness, as long as you pull this off for me, from now on you'll be our mad doctor, I'll have someone build you a big house especially. A Long was somewhat agitated, his intracranial blood pressure surged, and a line of blood oozed from his left brain, staining the screw in his head red. The screw was about the size of Lin Yo's current arm. Lin Yo strongly suspected the previous mad doctor had deliberately inserted it, aiming to test his crazy ideas. Alright, since I'm here, I'll make the best of it. First, let's see if it works. If not, I'll just force feed A Long a bunch of killing heart mildew, guarantee he dies thoroughly. Killing an orc boy gives 2 points, so how many points would killing a clan boss give? Giving 200 points wouldn't be too much, right? Lin Yo took a deep breath, embraced the toolbox, and approached, telling A Long to lie still. Squinting closely, the orc clan boss's vitality was truly formidable. A Long's head was over 30 centimeters in diameter, and the blood vessel pierced by the screw was as thick as a baby's wrist. The part extending into the blood vessel was about 6 centimeters, yet it hadn't pierced through the vessel. The tip of the screw was still about 2 centimeters from the other side of the blood vessel. The threads on the screw fit perfectly against the blood vessel wall. Theoretically, the screw could be twisted out along the direction of the threads. But the problem was, this would cause a terrifying hemorrhage, enough to kill A Long in a short time. What to do? Lin Yo began to reckon. System text refreshed as he reckoned. Searching Mad Doctor's genetic knowledge base for Mad Doctor witchcraft that can solve the problem. Search complete. Search results, 15 items. After removing Mad Doctor witchcraft that cannot take effect due to insufficient universal genetic material, 1 search result remains. Details as follows. Name, low blood pressure vascular repair surgery. Learning cost, 5 skill points. Description : Use universal genetic material, combined with blood pressure lowering drugs, e.g., killing heart mildew, to significantly slow down the recipient's blood flow. Use any object to plug the wound to prevent blood loss, and simultaneously activate fungi ability, healing spell to accelerate wound self-healing. The waterfall-like system text cascaded down, stunning Lin Yo. At this moment, I reckon power materialized, becoming a tangible surgical instruction manual. With just a thought click on the interface, consuming some skill points, the Mad Doctor witchcraft recorded in the genetic fragments could be acquired. This was perhaps the true purpose of possession. By possessing orcs of specific functions, triggering reckoning related to that function, one could learn orc technology witchcraft for a fee in the process of solving problems. From this, it was clear that the character Mad Dr. Sack was quite useful and shouldn't be allowed to die easily. Lin Yo looked at the system interface, he had 3 skill points. He still had 39 simulation points which could be exchanged for 3 skill points. Adding them up made 6, just 1 more than the learning cost. Without hesitation, Lin Yo operated on the interface, decisively exchanging the only available Mad Doctor witchcraft. The next second, obscure and difficult to understand knowledge appeared out of thin air in his mind, fiercely squeezing every brain cell, causing Lin Yo's body to tremble slightly. In these short few seconds, he completely mastered all the tricks to casting the witchcraft. What are you doing? A Long turned his head, glaring at the dawdling Mad Doctor, meeting a pair of deep eyes full of wisdom. At this moment, A Long felt an inexplicable palpitation, reminding him of the night years ago when he battled a mountain wolf dog. At that time, he was still a weakling, only able to pick up leftover trash in the clan every day. One night, he was famished, but there was not a single scrap of food left in the clan. In desperation, A Long could only go hunting in the wild. How ridiculous, a scrawny fool like a bamboo pole, actually hoping to hunt wild beasts alone. The orc boys guarding the gate burst into laughter, looking at A Long with contempt. But A Long eventually did it. He used a sharpened steel pipe to kill a wolf dog that was also skin and bones from hunger. In the dying beast's pupils, A Long caught a glimpse of his own face and eyes. At that time, his eyes were ruthless, fierce, filled with the belief in victory and boundless courage. Now, A Long saw the same look in the Mad Doctor's eyes. At this moment, the Mad Doctor's gaze seemed to possess a magic that reached deep into the soul, making A Long's heart tremble uncontrollably. Ha! I reckon you can definitely do it. A Long laughed heartily, patting his bedboard. Come on, come on. Do whatever you want. Lin Yo stepped forward quickly, swiftly getting into character. He threw the toolbox on the ground, crossed his arms over his head, twisted his waist, doing stretches. Watch closely, A Long, I'll save you in just 3 steps. 3 steps? You talk big. If you can remove the screw in 3 steps, what's a few nimble Gretchen to me? Less talk, hurry up, this nail is killing me. Linio reached into his pants pocket, his right hand rubbing around in the pocket as if scratching an itch. When he took his hand out, his palm held a large handful of grey dust. Eat it. Linio held the grey dust to Along's mouth. Along glared, do you think I didn't see that? That's dirt from your body. Stop talking nonsense, eat it quickly. I reckon to save you, I must first make you eat some dirt. Along paused, the orc's peculiar brain circuits told him to trust the mad doctor. So, Along opened his mouth and slurped all the grey dust into his mouth. Bitter and nasty, not even as good as Gretchen. Along complained. Linio scoffed, good medicine tastes bitter, boss. If the medicine isn't bitter, how can it cure illness? I reckon you are right. Along's speaking speed slowed, his expression gradually relaxed, and his pupils showed signs of dilation. This was normal. Eating such a large handful of killing heart mildew, anyone would be overwhelmed. But don't panic, Along wouldn't die. Linio had added strange little materials to the killing heart mildew, which were universal Shinic materials. This substance could temporarily improve the efficacy of killing heart mildew, enhancing its effects of inhibiting heart rate and slowing blood flow, while also preventing cardiac arrest and death from overdose. There was no need to consider the dosage. When universal Shinic materials were mixed with killing heart mildew, the dosage would automatically adjust to the most suitable level for Along. It would both drastically lower his blood pressure and prevent his heart from stopping. It was that magical, that mysterious, otherwise, why would it be called I reckon power? Linio reached out and pressed on the exposed thick blood vessel. The blood vessel was tough, thick, and highly elastic, and the blood flow inside visibly slowed down. Calculating the time, I reckon it should be about right. This sentence was a witchcraft incantation. As soon as it was uttered, several portions of universal Shinic material peeled off from the mad doctor's psyker field and landed on the steel plate in Linio's hand. A miraculous scene appeared. The hard steel plate, after Linio's kneading and bending, became as soft as fabric. Linio spat on it. This spit, under the effect of the universal Shinic material, became incredibly thick and sticky. Linio gripped the screw tightly with his mechanical hand. The motor in his arm started, and the gripper rotated the screw at high speed. Pop! After a crisp sound, the screw was pulled out, and a small trickle of semi-coagulated blood oozed from the bright red wound. Linio raised his right hand, covered the wound with the iron sheet to stop the bleeding, and activated healing spell. Along's size was nearly 3 meters, his shoulder width also 3 meters, and his vitality was extremely vigorous. Once healing spell was cast, his self-healing ability was greatly enhanced, and the blood vessel repaired itself at a visible speed. In just 10 seconds, the fatal wound vanished, and the blood vessel became perfectly intact. Linio nodded with satisfaction, casually flicking away the iron sheet used for hemostasis. He picked up the steel skull by his foot, placed it over Along's head, took out a welding torch, and began to weld with sizzling sounds. When Along slowly woke up, he was greeted by a steel left skull, shiny and bright, gleaming in the sunlight. Gork and Mork above. You are absolutely the most awesome and explosive mad doctor I've ever seen. No one else. Along flipped up to a sitting position, tore off the iron cage on his head, and observed his head in the polished metal plate. Cool. My head is cool. Someone, go bring Sack's belongings and little pets over. From now on, he's our clan's mad doctor. Congratulations on successfully treating the Steel Coin clan boss. Along praised you effusively, giving 10 thumbs up. Score plus 1000, converted to simulation points. New reward option unlocked. Reward 4, save current simulated character. Price, 1 simulation point. The more characters you save, the higher the price. Once saved, you can end this simulation at any time and settle. After your consciousness leaves Sack's body, Sack will act autonomously according to your wishes until you possess him again. After creating an archive, you only need to eat 1 magic spores to possess the orc corresponding to the archive. The next reward option will be unlocked when you gain 10,000 points in a single simulation. Thanks for reading and subscribing. Chapter 94, I am in the orc clan and I just want to grow mushrooms. Spending 1 point allows you to save Mad Dr. Sack's possession opportunity. Possessing the Mad Doctor again only requires consuming 1 magic spores. The newly appeared reward option was exactly what Linio wanted. He had just been thinking about how to settle Sack. This was a Mad Doctor character who could learn witchcraft, he definitely needed to be cultivated long-term, possessed from time to time, and absolutely not allowed to die easily. Now that the problem of settling Sack was resolved, Linio felt much relieved and silently chanted save character in his heart. You consumed 1 simulation point to create a simulation character file for Mad Dr. Sack. This character will be automatically saved when you end the simulation. If the character dies, the character file becomes invalid, and simulation points will not be refunded. Do you want to end this simulation? No, not yet. I still need to investigate the orcs. Also, I'm curious if there will be other fungi in the orc dwelling besides orc spores. Linio closed the system interface while pondering. Along was extremely satisfied with his steel left brain case and immediately arranged for Zalger to take 2 strong orc boys to help the Mad Doctor move his luggage. Linio boarded the Steel Coin clan's 4-wheeled transport vehicle. This was a high-horsepower convertible with an external engine and thick exhaust pipes, painted red, powerful and cool, and as fast as lightning. A moment later, all of Mad Dr. Sack's belongings were moved to the Steelcoin clan's territory. This included the shack. The efficiency of this move was simply terrifying. To reward Linio, A Long specially allocated a plot of land for his use, and all items belonging to the former Mad Doctor were also placed under his control. When things were mostly settled, A Long picked up Zalger like a chick and placed him in front of Linio. Zalger, you listen to me. From today onwards, you are the Mad Doctor's personal bodyguard. Whatever he tells you to do, you do. If he loses a single hair, I'll beat your butt until it blooms. Boss, he doesn't have hair to begin with, Zalger muttered softly. What did you say? I can't hear you. A Long glared, scaring Zalger into shrinking his neck. I said. Boss, rest assured. With me here, Sack can even sleep with his butt exposed. I guarantee no one can ambush him. Except for Mao Ji. Zalger's loud shouting satisfied A Long. A Long flashed a brilliant smile at Linio, baring his large teeth as he said. Just order him around, don't be polite with me. Tell him whatever you need. All right, boss. Linio watched the tower-like orc leader leave, his feet larger than Linio's face and covered in thick iron plates, clanking as he walked. Linio snapped his fingers at Zalger and led his pig fat squig towards the open space. Zalger, help me build a low shed around this area. I want to plant something inside. All right, I'll get it done right away. Zalger picked up a few steel pipes from the roadside, carried them on his shoulder, and forcefully plunged them into the ground as load-bearing pillars for the shed. 10 minutes later, a low shed with walls, a roof, a front door, and windows was built. Aside from looking a bit old, Linio couldn't find any other flaws. Zalger, go help me collect some fungi. Bring me a little bit of every fungus you can see. Zalger scratched his head, I don't understand. What are fungi? Linio rummaged in his pants pocket and took out 2 items. One was a milk mushroom, and the other was dehydrated dry yeast. Simply put, mushrooms are fungi, that's easy to understand. The powder in my right hand might also be fungi. In short, whenever you see mushrooms and powder, grab a handful and bring it back to me, you can't go wrong. Oh, I think I understand. Zalger shook his head, half understanding, mumbling words like mushroom and powder as he quickly walked away. Linio walked into the low shed, squatted down, and grabbed a handful of soil. Feeling the greasy texture of the soil, Linio nodded with a smile. It would be a pity not to plant something in such fertile land. With a thought, a large handful of ghost mushroom mycelium appeared in his hand. The growth and reproduction of this chinook fungus depend on warp energy. The system's simulation space currently cannot provide warp energy, so the cultivation of ghost mushrooms needs to be done externally. Linio had always wanted to find a safe and secret place to grow ghost mushrooms, and the field in front of him was perfect. Growing ghost mushrooms here would absolutely not be discovered by Epimetheus's nest capital people, which would undoubtedly save a lot of trouble. Linio tied the squig to the door to guard and personally picked up a hoe to loosen the soil. During the loosening process, he glimpsed the only 7 magic spores left in the fungus warehouse and couldn't help but secretly worry. Once he finished planting the ghost mushroom mycelium, he would have to quickly cultivate magic spores. At this moment, Linio subconsciously entered a state of thinking. System text appeared along with his thinking. Searching Mad Doctor's genetic knowledge base for methods to cultivate magic spores. Linio was stunned. How many treasures were in the Mad Doctor's genetic knowledge base, that it even had methods for cultivating magic spores? With a change of thought, the search results came out. Search complete. Search results, 1 item. Details as follows. Name, Magic Spore Alchemy. Learning cost, 1 skill point. Description. Take 1 orc's reproductive spore and soak it in a potion containing warp components. Once the warp components in the potion are completely degraded by the spore, you will obtain 1 magic spores. This process requires consuming universal chinook material. The ratio of potion to reproductive spore will be displayed after learning this witchcraft. Reproductive spores specifically refer to orc spores that have not yet rooted. The fungus warehouse had hundreds of reproductive spores, which Linio had collected earlier. As for the liquid containing warp components, Linio first thought of Ghost Potion, followed by the warp potion that appeared in WarHammer40k, Rogue Trader. The effects of these 2 were somewhat similar. Ghost Potion can help people awaken chinook abilities, which is a permanent enhancement. The warp potion in Rogue Trader does not grant chinook abilities but temporarily strengthens the drinker. In addition to these 2 liquids containing warp components, Linio also thought of the special potions used by some apothecaries in future Chaos War bands. These special potions should also contain warp components, primarily used for rapidly strengthening new recruits. For now, Ghost Potion was the easiest to obtain and the most stable. So, how much Ghost Potion would it take to cultivate 1 magic spores? Linio exchanged 10 simulation points for 1 skill point and learned Magic Spore Alchemy. The alchemy formula was successfully unlocked and displayed on the system interface. Linio calculated according to the parameter table given in the formula and came to a jaw-dropping conclusion. 10 standard bottles of Ghost Potion could refine 1 magic spores, with a cost equivalent to 5,000 throne coins. So, his 2 simulations actually cost 30,000 throne coins. Linio covered his face and sighed, as if seeing himself running into financial difficulties due to Wadaik's simulation. No, he had to reduce the cost of Ghost Potion. Thinking of this, his digging became even more agile. In a short while, the soil loosening work was completed. When he started planting the ghost mushroom mycelium, Lienyo instinctively considered details such as light, air, humidity, and nutrient solution. This kind of thinking, driven by instinct, was undoubtedly also a form of thinking. As long as it was thinking, it would definitely trigger a series of reactions. Sure enough, the system text began to refresh again. Searching for methods related to cultivating ghost mushrooms. Search complete. Search results, 2 items. Details as follows. Search result 1, sacrifice cultivation method. Learning cost, 1 skill point. Description. Cultivate ghost mushrooms using the blood and flesh of those who died tragically in pain. The more painful and tragic the death, the better the cultivation effect of the blood and flesh, and the faster the ghost mushrooms grow. The drawback is that potions made from these ghost mushrooms are more likely to have negative side effects. Search result 2, squig cultivation method. Learning cost, 10 skill points. Description. Slaughter plump meat squigs and use their fat, meat chunks, blood, and orc-specific herbs and fungi for alchemy to obtain alchemical fertilizer for cultivating ghost mushrooms. Ghost mushrooms cultivated by this method grow slower, but potions made from them generally do not have negative side effects. Lienyo stood with his hands on the hoe, carefully reading the descriptions of the 2 cultivation methods. The so-called sacrifice cultivation method was precisely the method used by the cultists of the Church of Amalgamation. Lienyo remembered clearly that when he was clearing out cultists in the bottom nest, he saw many indescribable bloody scenes, all of which were related to the cultivation of ghost mushrooms. As a transmigrator with a normal mind, Lienyo could not possibly use humans to cultivate ghost mushrooms. His previous idea was to use orc corpses. There were so many orc corpses on the derelict ship battlefield, couldn't they be put to good use? But since the system suggested using squigs, then he would use squigs. As long as he didn't use humans, it was fine. Squigs were naturally a source of meat in orc civilization, they were meant to be eaten or made into leather. A few squigs have special effects, and a very small number of squigs can be trained as war mounts. Lienyo would not feel the slightest psychological burden using squigs as nutrients for ghost mushrooms. He poked the interface with his mind and learned the second search result. Learning successful. Details of the squig cultivation method for ghost mushrooms are as follows. The knowledge stored in Mad Doctor's genetic knowledge base surged in his mind. After digesting this knowledge, Lienyo's gaze changed when he looked at the pet at the door. The number of meat squigs required to cultivate ghost mushrooms was quite astonishing. Lienyo roughly estimated. Consuming 400 mature meat squigs to make alchemical fertilizer would yield approximately 80 kilograms of ghost mushrooms. 1 mature meat squig could feed 10 orc boys for 1 day. 400 squigs would be enough for 4,000 orc boys' daily rations. The demand for meat squigs for ghost mushrooms was undeniably large. Blindly demanding meat squigs from the Steel Coin clan was not a wise move. Even with his current identity as a Mad Doctor, it wouldn't work. After this batch of ghost mushrooms was harvested, he had to produce results beneficial to the clan to persuade A Long to continue supporting his alchemy work. Only then could his long-term work of producing magic spores using clan resources continue steadily. Lienyo's mind raced, his eyes flickering, calculating how to ask A Long for 400 meat squigs. How about trying to make alchemical fertilizer with his small pet first? The squig seemed to sense its master's mischievous thoughts, let out a strange cry, and rushed towards the door, only to be yanked back by the lasso around its neck, landing on its back. Looking at the little guy's endearing appearance, Lienyo grinned. Don't worry, stupid dog, I won't use you as fertilizer. Stupid dog was the name of this squig. As a meat squig, it should have been butchered by Gretchens and served on the orc's dining table. When Mad Dr. Sack's leg was cut off by an enemy, it was Stupid Dog who carried Sack to safety. Therefore, Stupid Dog lived until now, becoming the Mad Doctor's pet. Although Lienyo was not Sack himself, he also had no intention of doing anything ungrateful, so he let Stupid Dog continue to be a pet. Stupid Dog sensed its master's mischievous thoughts disappear, returned to its carefree demeanor, and simply lay on its back, sunbathing and sleeping. The environment of the orc planet was a bit harsh, but the star was normal, the color Lienyo recognized, and the sunlight felt incredibly comfortable on his body. Footsteps approached from a distance. Zalger stopped at the door, holding a large pile of things. Mad Doctor, I brought you things that might be fungi. Lienyo put down the hoe in his hand, stared at the things in Zalger's arms, and cast appraisal technique on each one. Zalger had some talent in gathering. He brought back 5 types of fungi, 2 types of herbs, and 3 types of medicinal stones. Among them, 3 items were exactly what was needed for the alchemy in the cultivation method. Lienyo picked out the black mushroom, the sea urchin-like medicinal stone, and the purple herb that resembled a mushroom, and instructed. Find me more of these 3 things. Okay. Zalger left again. The same fungi ability could appear on different fungi. For example, the fungi ability of the milk mushroom full stomach technique. It appeared on a dark red fungus that looked like a cow's liver. Among the 5 local fungi present, only one fungi ability was unfamiliar to Lienyo. Name, corpse-eating saprophytic fungus. Analysis result. A characteristic fungus growing in the orc world, similar to mucor. It can decompose corpses, as well as impurities within corpses, such as implants, feces, undigested food, etc. The decomposition product is liquefied ammonium nitrogen fertilizer. Due to the existence of this fungus, the soil of the orc world is exceptionally fertile. Fungi ability. Corpse transformation technique, which converts the corpses of fleshy creations, implants and prosthetics in corpses, feces in corpses, and other such things, all into liquefied ammonium nitrogen fertilizer. Has been domesticated. Unlock requires 1 skill point. It was a fungi ability essential for home and travel, so there was no reason not to unlock it. Linyo converted 10 points into 1 skill point, casually acquired the corpse transformation technique, and simultaneously stored the corpse-eating saprophytic fungus in the fungus warehouse. He opened the system interface and activated the automatic simulation function. Linyo handed over the cultivation of the corpse-eating saprophytic fungus to the system. In just 3 short minutes, the system found a cultivation plan, and the only raw material needed was the soil of the orc world. Linyo directly used the soil from the fields to cultivate several hundred kilograms for future use. While waiting for Zalger to return, Linyo found A Long and brought up the matter of requisitioning 400 meat squigs. As he expected, A Long showed a hint of hesitation. Meat squigs were important strategic resources, and so was the Mad Doctor. So, who was more important? Of course, it was the Mad Doctor. Thus, after less than 10 seconds of deliberation, A Long readily had the Luda boys move the squigs to the Mad Doctor's place. Linyo patted his chest and promised that the final experimental results would definitely not disappoint the other party. An hour later, the squigs were butchered, and all the alchemical materials were collected by Zalger. Linyo used the previous Mad Doctor's alchemy equipment to frantically perform alchemy. Sack's universal Shinic material was nearly exhausted, with only 1 portion remaining in stock. In exchange, Linyo obtained 10 days' worth of alchemical fertilizer. He mixed the alchemical fertilizer with water to create liquid fertilizer, sprayed it evenly on the soil, and loosened the soil back and forth to ensure even moisture. The analysis results of the analysis fungus showed that the ghost mushrooms would grow fruiting bodies in approximately 50 tera-hours. After another 50 tera-hours after growing fruiting bodies, the ghost mushrooms could be partially harvested. During these 100 tera-hours, alchemical fertilizer needed to be replenished regularly and in fixed amounts. Environmental factors like light and air humidity, however, were not important, any conditions would suffice. Linyo couldn't stay in the simulation for 100 tera-hours, Leia was still waiting outside. He had Zalger call over a few clean-handed Gretchens and taught them the essentials of fertilizing. Gretchens were born to do odd jobs, with extremely strong learning and practical abilities. With Zalger supervising, the Gretchen's efficiency would definitely not be low, and the mycelia of the ghost mushrooms would not be damaged. After confirming that everything was foolproof, Linyo opened the system interface and chose to end this simulation. Simulated character Sack has been saved. He will act autonomously according to your wishes after you end the simulation, until you possess him again. This simulation has ended. Remaining simulation points, 907 points. Lights flickered a few times, and his vision rapidly changed as Linyo's consciousness returned to the secret room of the water purification plant. Opening his eyes, he immediately sat up to check the timer directly opposite him. The digital time composed of pixel points showed that exactly 3 hours had passed since he started the simulation. This was similar to Linyo's own estimated simulation duration, indicating that the time flow rate inside and outside the simulation was basically consistent. Looking at the Shinic monitor next to the timer, the reading on the pixel dot matrix remained 0, and the mapping paper drawn from the reading also showed a long horizontal line. Good, there was no Shinic reaction during the simulation, which reassured Linyo greatly, at least proving that WarHammer simulation was not achieved through the warp. Linyo then checked the readings of the sound wave, infrared, radiation, and other monitors in sequence, confirming that there were no abnormalities. The monitoring data for heart rate and breathing frequency showed that his previous vital signs were exactly the same as in a sleeping state, so simulation could be equated with sleeping. And indeed, Linyo felt more energetic than before. Although he had just experienced several consecutive days of high-intensity combat, he was not as tired as when he returned in the afternoon. I see, WarHammer simulation will put me into a deep sleep state, quickly restoring my energy and physical strength. If that's the case, what would happen if someone woke me up while I'm simulating? Linyo mused to himself, deciding to find an opportunity to try it later. He stood up and pulled open the door. Leia was sitting on a chair by the door, idly playing with a datapad, looking like she was about to fall asleep. You're out? How's the experiment progressing? Leia stretched and asked. Linyo glanced at the time on the datapad, it was already late at night. The experiment is progressing smoothly. You should go to sleep, I'm leaving now. When you have time, help me clean up the things in the room, that pile of scrap metal is no longer useful. Okay, I'll go to sleep now and tidy up when I wake up tomorrow. Leia yawned and walked into her room. Linyo took out his datapad to check if any messages had come in during this time. A short message from the White Fruit Manor manager caught his eye. Boss, please give me a call when it's convenient, I've encountered some issues here. Linyo thought for a moment, then quickly left the room and headed to the upper nest. Chapter 95 hit the mark. Upper nest residence. Linyo sat quietly on the second-floor balcony, a pre-bed snack delivered by servo-automata Brandy at his side. The neon lights of the bustling city tore through the skyline, making this small garden house even more serene. The communication connected, and the voice of Pamir, manager of White Fruit Manor, came through, sounding a bit tired. Boss, over the past 10 days, the manor sold approximately 50 tons of White Ridge tobacco leaves. After deducting costs, the estimated pre-tax net profit is about 250,000 credit points. A pre-tax net profit of 250,000 credit points, after deducting 10% in comprehensive taxes and fees, left 225,000 for distribution. Based on the equity distribution and a 20% dividend tax, the credit points he received amounted to about 120,000. Just from White Fruit Manor alone, he took in nearly 120,000 credit points daily, which translated to 120 throne coins. A single Terra year would yield approximately 44,000 throne coins in net profit. You're doing well, Pamir. With your family there, I'm very confident in the production and sales of White Ridge tobacco. Pamir gave a difficult dry laugh. However, boss, we've also run into some trouble. Several companies selling cigarettes in the lower nest are complaining that our prices are too low, causing them serious impact. They've sent a representative who wants to speak with you in person. Linyo asked. How much do they want us to raise the price? At least double, which means 10 rations cards per cigarette. Pamir said cautiously. I suggest we'd best talk to them. These companies are backed by the Liwei family. They might not be able to beat us on price, but they can make sure the private workshops in the lower nest don't dare to buy from us. Linyo frowned slightly. Why wouldn't private workshops dare to buy from us? Did the Liwei family threaten them? Yes, boss. The representative sent by the Liwei family hinted to me that any private workshop that dares to buy our cheap tobacco will be forcibly shut down for privately making and selling cigarettes. Oh, is that so? Linyo asked thoughtfully. What about the Cram family? Don't they also sell cigarettes in the lower nest? Why haven't they come to find you? That I don't know. Pamir paused. But I heard that the Cram family's market share in the upper nest has been heavily impacted by the Liwei family. I estimate that for a short period, they won't be able to focus on the lower nest market. The Cram family could compensate for the lost share in the upper nest by focusing on the lower nest. This might be an opportunity for him and Isabel to collaborate. As Linyo pondered, crackling noises came from Pamir's end. Someone was trying to snatch Pamir's communicator. What are you doing? I've already delivered your message to the boss. Get your hands off. Crack, crack, crack. The receiver was filled with continuous noise, then a muffled thud, followed by Pamir's low groan of pain. The crackling noise disappeared, and this time the voice on the communication channel belonged to another person. Hello? You're Linyo, who bought White Fruit Manor not long ago, right? Our Liwei family has already thoroughly investigated your background. The speaker's tone was flippant, full of a mysterious confidence, as if everything he knew was an undeniable fact, giving off an air of superiority. Linyo, you just stumbled into a fortune relying on your parents' inheritance, didn't you? Don't tell me you actually thought you could snag a huge bargain by buying White Fruit Manor? Do you know why that manor was so miserable before? Stumbled into a fortune relying on his parents' inheritance? Linyo paused for half a second when he heard this description, then remembered that this was part of his upper nest identity's background information. The so-called parents' inheritance and windfall were all fabricated, arranged by his superior, Delton, purely to explain the house and throne coins held by his upper nest identity. From the tone of the person on the phone, the other party seemed to be treating him as a lucky opportunist. Interesting. Linyo remained as indifferent as ever, not refuting the other party, just listening quietly. He naturally knew perfectly well why White Fruit Manor had been in such a dismal state before. Wasn't it because the Liwei family's young master had instructed illegal etheric nullifiers to damage the manor? What, does your Liwei family now want to buy the manor from me? Linyo's guess was quickly confirmed. But he ultimately underestimated the greed and ruthlessness of the nobles. The Liwei family didn't want to buy the manor, they wanted to seize it through nearly blatant robbery. The person on the other end of the phone said in an unquestionable tone. You spent 50 million credit points to buy White Fruit Manor. We are willing to pay an extra 10 million. 60 million will be paid in 6 installments, with the first payment being 3 million. I will contact you in 3 days. I hope you can make a wise decision then. Slap. The communication was cut off. Linyo was neither anxious nor annoyed. After a short wait, he called Pamir. Pamir had been punched in the stomach and kept gasping for air when he spoke. Boss. Before the Neng mildew outbreak, that person appeared in the manor. He's a manager from the Liwei family. He offered 80 million for White Fruit Manor at the time, but we didn't agree. Looking back now, I strongly suspect the Neng mildew was released by the Liwei family. Don't doubt it, that's the truth. It's just that the Liwei family covered up their own scandal, which is why you couldn't know the truth. Linyo said gently. You go rest first, I'll handle this matter. Okay, boss. Pamir hesitated, then advised. You absolutely must not agree to the deal. The Liwei family's 60 million is to be paid in 6 installments, who knows when you'll get all the money. I understand. I won't fall into the trap they've dug. After hanging up the phone, Linyo reconsidered and selected Isabel's communication code, sending a new text message. The private workshops were threatened by the Liwei family and dared not purchase cheap tobacco leaves from White Fruit Manor. Since that was the case, he would try to cooperate with the Cram family and sell the cheap tobacco leaves to Isabel. She happened to have a cigarette production line, which could directly process the tobacco leaves into cigarettes for sale. For him, it was merely sharing a portion of the profit with Isabel, it was no big deal. After sending the message, Linyo, unable to sleep after just completing a simulation, decided to check the news on the communicator. Beep, beep, beep. A notification sound came, it was a message from Isabel. Linyo, I only found out about your purchase of White Fruit Manor 2 days ago. I originally wanted to warn you to be careful of the Liwei family. But your communicator was unreachable before, and I was too busy, so I accidentally forgot about it. If it's convenient for you, I'll send someone to pick you up tomorrow, and we can discuss it in person. The Liwei family's forced purchase of the manor isn't that simple. Li Niu gladly accepted the invitation. That night, he checked the news until late into the night before falling asleep. The next morning, the Cram family's car arrived. This time the car was new. Isabel probably changed her vehicle specially, fearing her brother would eavesdrop on her again. Soon after getting in the car, Li Niu arrived at the Cram family's headquarters building in the first district. In an office overlooking half of the city, Li Niu met Isabel, dressed in formal attire. Today, Isabel was not wearing a cinched black dress and a small veiled hat. A simple laboratory white coat was draped over her, her long hair tied into a single ponytail at the back of her head, revealing her slender neck. After Li Niu entered, Isabel brought hot tea, and the two sat facing each other. Li Niu, perhaps you don't know yet, but the Liwei family has bought 8 manors in one go during this period. Your white fruit manor is very likely to become the 9th. Why are they buying so many manors? Li Niu looked at the wisps of white mist rising from his teacup, quite puzzled. Do they intend to control the entire raw material production area for tobacco leaves? No, it's not like that, they're doing it to grow ghost mushroom. Isabel waved her hand, and a holographic screen appeared on the desk between them. The holographic screen displayed maps of the 2nd district and 3rd district. These two districts were concentrations of manors, primarily responsible for producing all the agricultural and cash crops needed by the entire Nest capital. The social production structure of Nest capital Epimedius was unique within the entire Imperium of Man. Other Nest capitals relied on the lower Nest and middle Nest to supply the upper Nest. Epimedius was just the opposite, the upper Nest's 2nd and 3rd districts supplied all other districts. Such abundant productivity was built upon extremely advanced agricultural technology. The manors in the upper Nest were the essence of agricultural technology. This was evident from the cultivation cycle of White Ridge tobacco. In the world before his transmigration, the cultivation cycle for air-cured tobacco leaves was half a year, or even a full year. But at White Fruit Manor, a batch of tobacco leaves matured every 45 days. As long as the planting schedule was arranged properly, tobacco leaves would be planted and harvested every day, achieving continuous output. This showed how powerful the agricultural technology mastered by Epimedius was. Using manors to transplant ghost mushroom, this practice was somewhat outlandish. It wasn't that ghost mushroom couldn't be grown, but rather that there simply wasn't enough nutrient, which meant corpses locally. Li Niu immediately grasped the crux of the problem. Isabel, I think I've guessed what you are going to say. The capacity of 8 manors is built on a huge supply of nutrients. The number of people dying in the Nest capital every day cannot simultaneously meet the demands of 8 manors. So, you suspect the Liwei family has found other ways to obtain corpses, or they've discovered new nutrients to replace corpses. Is that right? Isabel was startled. She had only just opened the holographic map, and Li Niu had already analyzed so much crucial information. Could the governor's agent gene modification project also enhance cognitive abilities? Yes, you're right, Li Niu. Isabel clutched her chest and steadied herself. However, I invited you for a meeting not to investigate the source of the Cram family's corpses. What I want to say is, are you willing to sell White Fruit Manor to me? I am willing to pay 70 million credit points, and it will be a full cash transaction. 70 million. Li Niu narrowed his eyes, sensing that something was not so simple. After pondering for a moment, he asked. Isabel, allow me to ask one more question. Has your Cram family also found a way to obtain a large number of corpses? Isabel pursed her lips, then nodded slightly. I'm not afraid for you to know. Indeed, that is the case. Li Niu asked again. Could it be that the Liwei family told you? Aren't you worried this is a trap? Isabel slowly shook her head. No, the channel for obtaining corpses was not told to us by the Liwei family. Then who was it? Isabel fell silent, her slender brows furrowed, her expression a bit conflicted. Her hands were clasped together on the table, her thumbs intertwining and rotating. Li Niu was not in a hurry, patiently waiting for her reply. The fact that she didn't immediately refuse indicated that she was willing to disclose the truth, but not without reservations. Something or someone was preventing Isabel from speaking the truth. After a long while, Isabel gently stroked her forehead, sighing softly. Li Niu, too much has happened in the day since the cleanup operation ended. I feel a bit lost right now. I need someone to help me sort things out. If you are willing to speak, I will listen and keep it confidential, Li Niu replied seriously. All right, come with me to the secret room. You are currently the only person I can confide in. Isabel stood up and removed all her data pads, hairpins, fountain pens, bracelets, necklaces, and other items. Li Niu understood, and likewise took out all electronic items on him. Isabel let out a soft sound of surprise. You know the rules for a private conversation? Yes, I do. I learned this common knowledge from a water merchant when I was discussing business with him before. Isabel brought over a locked box. That's even better. Put your things in here. The box has 2 locks and 2 keys, you and I will each hold 1 key. Li Niu put his items into the box and handed it to Isabel to lock. Thus, the two entered the secret room and sat down again in the fully enclosed space with anti-electromagnetic shielding. Isabel got straight to the point, directly presenting the core issue. The new method for obtaining corpses was provided by Benny's, the chief merchant representative of the Coin Guild. Benny's told my father that the Coin Guild of Epimedius and merchant representatives from several other imperial worlds have reached an agreement. With the permission of the Empire Justice Department, they will reliably supply corpses. Li Niu's pupils constricted slightly, and he immediately retorted. Isn't corpse trading illegal? Yes, Corpse trading is illegal, but Benny's exploited a loophole in an imperial decree. Isabel explained Benny's audacious maneuver, and Lienyo felt his eyes open wide. Corpse trading between two independent entities indeed violates imperial decrees, and the Empire Justice Department would never tolerate it. However, if the same entity transports corpses, it might not be a violation. Simply put, the local coin guild would establish an interplanetary company with other imperial worlds. The production bases of this company would be located on Epimedius, specifically the manors in the 2nd District and 3rd District. To transport production materials to Epimedius, using cargo ships to transport corpses would be quite reasonable, wouldn't it? Reasonable or not, the Empire Justice Department was not to be trifled with. Such an action was undoubtedly exploiting a loophole, and all that was needed was to plug it. However, plugging it wouldn't help. Within the Imperium of Man, there exists a group of extremely special beings. They can establish states within states, simultaneously rule several planets, and even bring an entire star sector under their control. They can also build fleets and establish their own kingdoms outside the Imperium of Man's territory. They are the nobles among nobles of the Imperium, and even Nest capital governors must bow before them. They are the rogue traders. These privileged individuals possess immense autonomy. As of now, more than one rogue trader has shown interest in the trade of ghost potion. With a rogue trader taking the lead to establish a ghost potion production line within his own dynasty, the Empire Justice Department could only watch helplessly. By then, the Imperial worlds providing corpses would continue to do so, and Epimedius would only need to provide agricultural technology and fungal strains. It wouldn't even be out of the question to move the entire manor to the rogue trader's planet. In any case, given the rogue trader's reputation, they wouldn't go so far as to withhold Epimedius's rightful profits. If the circulation of ghost mushroom mycelia is not controlled, it won't be long before many Imperial worlds follow suit, bypassing the legal department's supervision in similar ways and mass-producing ghost potion. The direction of events was chilling. There are significant disagreements within our family. Isabel looked troubled, rubbing her temples. Some people believe that the artificial etheric nullifiers created by ghost potion can make the star beacon brighter, expand the Imperium of Man's territory, and align with the Emperor's The Great Expedition. Therefore, the legal department will not classify ghost potion as contraband. Another faction believes that the circulation of ghost potion will shake the industrial foundation of the Imperium of Man, causing imperial worlds that should be producing food to instead produce ghost mushroom, which cannot be used as food. The legal department might classify ghost potion as a controlled substance, only allowing Epimedius to produce a small amount of the potion annually, which would eliminate the need for so many corpses. Isabel sighed deeply. This is where I am currently so conflicted. Both sides have valid points. If the family doesn't make a decision soon, it might miss out on the trade wave brought by ghost potion, incurring immeasurable losses. But I always feel uneasy. Lienyo tapped on the table, making a clear thump sound with his fingertips. Isabel, I can't speak for other matters, but regarding ghost potion, you can absolutely trust my judgment. Your judgment? What do you mean? Lienyo sat up straight, his tone hardening. Don't believe the coin guild's nonsense. Ghost potion will absolutely be classified as contraband, and from then on, research, production, and sales will be forbidden. The same goes for ghost mushroom. Anyone who touches this forbidden industrial chain will suffer a devastating blow from the legal department. Isabel was slightly stunned, instinctively wanting to refute by citing the needs of the Great Expedition, but facing Lienyo's piercing gaze, she lost her confidence to argue. Can you tell me why you are so certain? Isabel leaned back in her chair, feeling a force named greed leave her body, allowing her tightly wound nerves to slowly relax. The reason is very simple. As a cloud hammer, I've watched so many WarHammer40k explanation videos, and not a single vlogger has ever hyped up ghost potion. If this thing could gain the approval of the Empire Justice Department and become a widely usable potion, how could it have disappeared from the short video industry? It would have been used by different up-hosts to create videos and attract traffic a long time ago. Only fleeting, quickly banned, obscure items would be overlooked by short video up-hosts. For example, the fungal Xenos AC Halet. And, for instance, the ghost potion currently being discussed. So, don't ask too many questions, don't inquire too much. The world of transmigration is very deep, and you can't handle it. Isabel, just listen to my advice and everything will be fine. As thoughts raced through his mind, Lienyo considered several different explanations before finally saying. Under the premise of a stable warp, traveling from Terra to the edge of the Imperium takes a full 2 months to half a Terra year. If you encounter warp turbulence and storms, the travel time could very likely extend to over 10 Terra years. If you were the Emperor, would you want a plea for help from the Imperial frontier to arrive at Terra nearly half a year late? Is the Imperium of Man not already vast enough? Lienyo's words hit home, and Isabel fell silent. Chapter 96, Harvesting Spores. Lienyo successfully convinced Isabel. Or rather, Isabel, based on her work experience, painstakingly convinced herself. Epimedius is located in the solar system. Local psychers generally had to wait 3 days to receive a response when communicating with Terra via the warp. In cases of warp turbulence or storms, communication response delays would suddenly increase to units of months, or even become completely silent. This level of delay caused many complaints from the governor and the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Nest capital, making it hard to imagine the situation for planets located on the Imperium's frontier. Yes, Lienyo was completely correct. The Imperium of Man's territory was already vast enough that its current cumbersome and slow communication and logistics system was almost overwhelmed. The Emperor, renowned for his bravery and wisdom, was certainly no fool. He very likely paused the expansion of the Imperium's territory until he found a way to improve the Imperium's operational efficiency. The above statement was spoken by Isabel herself. When Lignio heard it, he almost gave her a thumbs up. What she said was completely correct, practically a prophecy of the entire Imperium's future direction. The Emperor's method for improving the Imperium's operational efficiency was to activate the webway created by the Old Ones. The warp is like the deep sea. Subspace demons in the warp are equivalent to sharks and various deep sea monsters. The warp turbulence that often disrupts warp navigation is like the undercurrents in the deep sea. Warp storms can be understood as major earthquakes occurring in the deep sea, or underwater volcanic eruptions. The relationship between the webway and the warp is akin to that between a tunnel and the deep sea. A tunnel can protect personnel, isolating threats from the deep sea, and so too can the webway. The origin of the webway is a mystery to the Imperium of Man, but that did not hinder the Emperor from finding a webway entrance and activating it. Below the Emperor's golden throne, there was a disused webway entrance. After completing the great expedition, he handed the War Master title to Horus and went himself to construct the webway entrance beneath the throne. Once the webway entrance was fully repaired, humanity would be free from the influence of subspace demons, turbulence, and storms, able to reach every corner of the galaxy in an instant via the webway. The Imperium's operational efficiency would skyrocket, and the great expedition could resume. This action threatened the position of the warped Chaos Gods, which led to the famous scene where Magnus, misled by the Chaos Gods, used a psychic phone call to breach the webway entrance. Of course, all of this was for later. Lignio merely had some associations because of Isabel's prophecy and did not intend to share his knowledge of the future with her. The two exchanged opinions in the secret room and finally reached a cooperation. Isabel invited Lignio because she wanted to purchase White Fruit Manor in the name of her family. This was a task her father had given her. Isabel was convinced by Lignio. She would try to use Lignio's arguments to convince her father. Before her father decided whether to go all in on Ghost Potion, Isabel would help Lignio sell White Ridge tobacco and also act on his behalf to negotiate with the Liwei family. Lignio had no objections to this outcome and immediately signed a cooperation agreement with Isabel. Over the next 3 days, Lignio assisted White Fruit Manor and the Cram family's cigarette factory in their docking. Tons upon tons of White Ridge tobacco were sent into the cigarette factory in the lower nest. They were processed into shredded tobacco and cigarettes on the assembly line, branded with the Cram family White Ridge cigarettes label, and dumped into the 8th, 9th, and 10th districts of the lower nest. The original counter-selling price was 5 rations cards per cigarette, now it was 8 rations cards per cigarette. The extra 3 cards were the gross profit the Cram family deserved. As an established tobacco factory, the Cram family's brand effect was explosive, and coupled with the super low prices that fueled sales, White Ridge cigarettes sold out as soon as they hit the counter. Even Leia, who lived a secluded life in the water purification plant, heard about White Ridge cigarettes and specifically asked Lignio for a leave to rush to the market to buy them. Lignio just smiled and said nothing. He would reveal his connection to White Ridge cigarettes to Leia when the time was right. Now, there was something more important to do. System prompt. The ghost mushroom you cultivated using the simulated character sac can be harvested for the first time. Please possess sac promptly to check the growth status of the ghost mushroom. Brandy, I'm going to read in the study. Please set all my communicators to do not disturb mode. All matters can wait until I come out of the study. As soon as Lignio returned home from White Fruit Manor, the system sent a time to collect notification. He instructed Brandy, then hurried into the study, locked the door, and on the chair, ate 1 magic spores, loading the Mad Dr. Sack's save file. After arriving at the starfield filled with orc planets, the scene shifted, and his vision changed from the vast sea of stars to the low shed where ghost mushrooms were cultivated. Character save loaded successfully, you have possessed Mad Dr. Sack. Lignio looked towards the door of the low shed. 3 Gretchen were massaging Stupid Dog, while Zalger stood at the door with his arms crossed, supervising. Stupid Dog was being served comfortably by the Gretchen, grunting and purring softly. Lignio snapped his fingers, signaling Zalger to carry the Gretchen and Stupid Dog out. As the door closed, the surroundings became quiet. Lignio squatted down to check the mushroom's growth. Green mushroom bodies had broken through the soil, swaying their caps in the breeze with a bouncy texture, their stems and the mycelium in the soil appearing light green. They smelled somewhat foul, like squid droppings. Hey? Why are these mushrooms green? Shouldn't they be blue-purple? They don't look like the ghost mushroom I've seen before. Lignio was stunned for a moment, then quickly threw out an analysis fungus. Name, healthy ghost mushroom. Analysis result. Thanks to the correct cultivation method, the ghost mushroom has developed well, with no contamination from miscellaneous fungi, no toxicity, and no bizarre hallucinogenic effects due to being tainted by negative emotions. This is the true form of the ghost mushroom. The massive fungal colonies that cause hallucinations are products twisted by negative emotions, death, and bones. This fungus is currently ready for harvesting. After the first harvest, it needs to grow for 100 tera-hours before the next harvest can be performed. Lignio spent some time hand-picking the mushroom bodies, preserving the mycelium in the soil so that they could be harvested repeatedly. The fungi of the Warhammer world were too bizarre. The same strain, cultivated in different ways, resulted in vastly different life forms. The ghost mushroom cultivated with negative emotions and bones was ugly, grotesque, full of pathogens, and caused hallucinations, with its medicinal value concentrated in root-like colonies. Looking at these green mushrooms in his hand, they were so small, delicate, moist, and clear. Lignio even suspected that these mushrooms could be eaten directly. After a session of hand-picking, he harvested a full basket of green mushrooms, estimated to be at least 80 kilograms. Note. Next was making potions from the mushrooms. Linio began to ponder. Searching Mad Doctor's genetic knowledge base for alchemy recipes using ghost mushroom as raw material. Search complete. Search results, 39 items. After removing options you cannot use due to insufficient universal genetic material, 4 items remain. Specifically as follows. Search result 1, Ghost Potion Alchemy Recipe. Learning cost, 10 skill points. Description. The most common warp potion, containing warp components. Can grant the drinker random genetic abilities. Does not require universal genetic material. 10 standard bottles of this potion can convert 1 orc reproductive spore into a magic spores. Search result 2, Strength Potion Alchemy Recipe. Learning cost, 50 skill points. Description. An alchemy potion that significantly enhances muscle strength. Will not cause the drinker to awaken genetic abilities. The more times it is consumed, the weaker the effect. Does not contain warp components, cannot be used to obtain magic spores. Search result 3, Sharp Eye Potion Alchemy Recipe. Learning cost, 50 skill points. Description. An alchemy potion that significantly enhances visual abilities. Will not cause the drinker to awaken genetic abilities. The more times it is consumed, the weaker the effect. Does not contain warp components, cannot be used to obtain magic spores. Search result 4, Alchemy Potion Effect Cleansing Potion Recipe. Learning cost, 10 skill points. Description. Removes all enhancement effects applied by alchemy potions. Does not contain warp components, cannot be used to obtain magic spores. Unless otherwise specified, alchemy recipes related to Mad Doctor Witchcraft require the consumption of universal genetic material. Ghost Potion does not involve Mad Doctor Witchcraft and does not require universal genetic material. Correspondingly, the genetic abilities it grants cannot be washed away by the cleansing potion. Linio carefully read through the 4 search results, and a bold idea emerged in his mind. On one hand, he wanted to use Ghost Potion to create magic spores. On the other hand, he planned to use alchemy potions to strengthen his human body and, at the same time, use these potions to prove to Along that he had not wasted 400 squigs. So, which alchemy potion was suitable for him? Potions that enhance muscle strength might cause drastic changes to one's physique, easily attracting unwanted attention. Considering all factors, Sharp Eye Potion is the most suitable, provided it doesn't cause severe eye mutations. In approximately 4 months, I will undergo the second phase of the Governor's Guard gene modification project. At that time, I can simply use a cleansing potion to wash away the witchcraft buffs on me. After the modification is complete, I will use Sharp Eye Potion to strengthen myself. Linio manipulated the search results a few times and exchanged for the alchemy formulas of Ghost Potion and Sharp Eye Potion. Not long after, the Ghost Potion was refined. Linio took out the orc's reproductive spores and dropped them into the potion. The spores rapidly decomposed the warp components, completing the transformation in just 3 short minutes. The number of magic spores harvested was exactly 16. 400 mature meat squig, 80 kilograms of ghost mushroom, 16 magic spores. These 3 are in a 25:5:1 ratio. After making the magic spores, there were still 6 kilograms of ghost mushroom left unused. Linio divided it into 2, 3 kilograms were used to make Sharp Eye Potion, and the other 3 kilograms were stored in the fungus warehouse for later use. Once the Sharp Eye Potion was finished, he took it to the clan boss. Along was supervising a tech boy modifying his ride. The heavy steel armor reflected dazzling light under the sun, exuding the majestic and powerful aura of a strong individual. Linio raised the potion bottle in his hand and cheered loudly in a tired, hoarse voice. Boss! I've made a wondrous potion. I guarantee you'll love it. Along lifted his mask, lowered his head, and took the potion bottle from the Mad Doctor's hand, drinking it in one gulp without even asking. Linio was a bit stunned. He had prepared many lines to emphasize how difficult the potion's creation was. Before he could even speak those words, the other party just chugged it down. No, buddy. Aren't you afraid the potion I gave you was poisoned? The orc's thought process once again refreshed Linio's understanding. Along chugged the potion completely, letting out a strange cry of "Waik," which scared the boys into not daring to look up. He lifted his helmet, widened his eyes, and looked incredulously at a tree outside the clan territory, shouting loudly. By Gork and Mork! I can see so far now. Along casually picked up a heavy bolter, aimed at the distant tree, and fired a shot. Bang! The bolt round exploded on the tree trunk, directly splitting the tree in 2. Mad Doctor! What did you give me to drink just now? It's so powerful. I love it. Along grinned from ear to ear. Linio cleared his throat and shouted his pre-prepared lines in an exaggerated tone, acting like a genuine Mad Doctor, both mad and a doctor. Boss! Allow me to grandly introduce my latest masterpiece. The surrounding boys stopped what they were doing and gathered around the Mad Doctor and the boss, exceptionally curious about the Mad Doctor's creation. They had followed their boss in battles for so many years, but this was the first time they had seen him shoot so far. It was utterly amazing. If the Mad Doctor could also give them a bottle of such a potion, they would surely be able to blow off an opponent's head with one shot in the next battle. Seeing more and more boys gathering around, Linio simply waved at Zalger, signaling him to lift him above his head. Oh yeah. Boys. Wanna see what's hidden in a Gretchen's pants from a kilometer away? I tell ya, you're in luck. I just invented an awesome treasure, and its name is Stare-Eye. The boys mumbled amongst themselves. A Long roared. Quiet. Listen up, all of you. I reckon the Mad Doctor's masterpiece can definitely help us take down those red eyes next door. When the boss spoke, the scene fell silent. Linyo continued to shout. Stare-Eye ain't no broken telescope you picked up. It's brewed by me using the stinkiest, greenest, most wondrous green mushrooms. Just one bottle, and you can see the cowards hiding behind cover. Linyo stood on Zalger's shoulders and bowed to A Long. Our boss is the most powerful in Wadaic, est being here. He can prove what I say. Yeah, I prove the Mad Doctor's words are right. Stare-Eye even made me see every single hair on your bodies. A Long nodded with a booming voice, then scratched his head. It's just that this potion consumes a bit too many squig. Linyo revealed a confident smile, his big yellow teeth gleaming in the sun. Boss, I've improved the potion's alchemy formula. From now on, each bottle of potion will only consume 40 squig. A Long counted on his fingers, his eyes nearly popping out. Only 40 squig. You're not pulling my leg, are you? No, absolutely not. The number Linyo reported was the result of his careful consideration. 5 mature meat squig equals 1 kilogram of ghost mushroom. 15 squig equals 3 kilograms of mushrooms, which equals 1 bottle of sharp eye potion. This is what the orc slang calls Stare-Eye. 25 squig equals 5 kilograms of mushrooms, which equals 1 magic spores. 40 squig can just make 1 bottle of sharp eye potion and 1 magic spores. Only consuming 40 squig, the cost of possessing Mad Dr. Sack is recouped, and anything extra is pure profit. So, should he increase the reported cost to A Long from 40 to 80? Wouldn't this allow him to embezzle more squig and produce more magic spores? No, he couldn't do that. Doing so would be too short-sighted and would only deplete the Steel Coin clan's inventory. Linyo felt that he and the Steel Coin clan were more like a mutually beneficial symbiotic relationship. If he does well, I also do well, and vice versa. Therefore, it is crucial not to drain the pond to catch all the fish. A win-win approach is the better choice. Once the Steel Coin clan takes more territory, the production of meat squig will naturally increase, and the magic spores he harvests will also increase. This is why Linyo chose to report the number 40. A Long called over the Luda boy responsible for breeding squig, and after a lengthy discussion, they finally reached a decision. The Luda boy would provide the Mad Doctor with 120 meat squig daily, and the Mad Doctor would produce 3 bottles of sharp eye potion daily. Linyo fully supported this outcome. Stopping the possession of the Mad Doctor is equivalent to offline AFK in a game. The current offline AFK income is 3 magic spores per day, and he only needs to log in every few days to collect the income, which is incredibly convenient. With the production capacity of magic spores secured, a weight was lifted from his mind. Now, obtaining simulation points became the top priority. Previously, unlocking witchcraft cost 600 points, and after A Long drank the potion and gave his approval, he gained 100 points. After this ebb and flow, he had 407 points remaining on the books. If he didn't quickly raise his point reserves, Linyo always felt he would miss important witchcraft. Boss, do you have any big jobs for me? Like cracking your skull open or something? Linyo's gaze swept towards A Long's right side of his head. The left half of the other party's head had already been replaced with steel, but the right half hadn't yet. If he could pull off this job, he would gain at least several hundred points. But A Long was an orc boss who was strict with himself. He would only reward himself with a body part replacement after winning a battle. Mad Doctor, I know your skills are the best, but now is not the time. A Long pointed to the bustling tech boy workshop. The tech boss and the tech boy are building tanks for us. Once all the tanks are built, we'll go fight those red eyes next door. We'll definitely kill all those red-eyed boys this time. When we win, I'll come to you to replace my head. Linyo asked how long it would take for the war vehicles to be built. A Long calculated for a long time using his fingers, consuming a lot of brain cells, and finally came to a conclusion around 10 days. He would have to wait 10 days for a chance to crack A Long's skull open, so the idea of replacing his head to farm points was out of the question for the time being. Linyo then went to perform surgeries on various boys. Soon, he realized this was an unprofitable strategy. Performing surgery on boys yielded no point rewards. Not only that, but he also had to spend points to unlock witchcraft to treat difficult cases, which ultimately resulted in a net loss. After much thought, Linyo finally decided to switch to another orc identity. He currently had 22 magic spores. He planned to eat 10 at once to see what effects they would have. As for strengthening the human body with sharp eye potion, there was no rush, he could do it whenever he found the time. Linyo returned to the Mad Doctor's shack, opened the system interface, and manually ended this simulation. Note, unless otherwise specified, the planet's gravity parameters are assumed to be consistent with Terra. Chapter 97, Fellow Villagers Meet Fellow Villagers. Wadaic simulation ended. Simulated character Mad Dr. Sack has been saved. Remaining simulation points, 407 points. Number of magic spores, 22. Linyo's consciousness returned to his body. He opened his eyes in the study of his residence, rubbed his hands excitedly, and immediately began the next simulation. He took out 10 magic spores and swallowed them. His consciousness once again left his body and headed towards the vast starry sea. However, the situation was different this time. Linyo was surprised to find that he did not go to the place suspected to be the Ulaner Orc Empire. His consciousness was halfway through its journey when the system pressed the pause button. The flying starlight froze, and a fleet of strangely shaped ships appeared before his eyes. The patchwork design showed a rough style. The personalized equipment manufacturing process meant that no two weapons on the ships would be the same. A large number of macro cannons were piled on the ships without regard for cost. Huge, boiler-like engines were exposed outside the armor, vibrating and emitting thick smoke. In the cracks and holes of the ship's armor plates, Gretchen chattered and climbed everywhere, moving supplies under the scolding of overseers. This was an orc fleet, composed of 3 orc ships that looked like they couldn't possibly fly, yet somehow could perform warp travel. Linio stared at the scene before him, dumbfounded. Especially upon seeing the black pirate flag on the ships, a curse almost escaped his lips. The orc pirate fleet. The notorious marauders of the Great Expedition era. Damn it, am I going to be an orc pirate this time? Won't I possibly encounter the Imperial fleet head-on? Linio's scalp tingled. He had no psychological barrier to playing an orc fighting orcs. But to have him play an orc plundering human civilians, he truly couldn't do it, he'd rather play an orc fighting Eldar. However, he had no say in this matter. It depended on how the system matched him. You consumed 10 magic spores this time. Matching a simulation object equivalent to your consumption. Matching successful. Linio shot out with a whoosh, plunging into the first orc ship, passing through countless workshops built from scrap metal. The screen went black, and when he opened his eyes again, he was surrounded by hissing steam boilers and power hammers pounding metal ingots. He looked down at his body. He was hale and hearty, wearing a leather worksuit with many pockets, filled with items like nails, nuts, and bolts, and wrenches. Based on past simulation experience, a simulated character with all limbs intact might not have a very high status. Linio quickly recalled the memories of this body, and secretly thought, sure enough. This simulated character was named Guga, a seasoned orc tech boy, doing odd jobs under the tech boss of the fleet. Oi, Guga, don't be lazy, I'm watching you. Bring me the oil can from the shelf. The tech boss fiddled with the arc spray gun in his hand, craning his neck to yell at Linio. Linio turned and picked up the oily oil can, the strong smell of engine oil entering his nostrils. As he handed the oil can to the tech boss, he quickly glanced at the items on the workbench. It was a metal leg, roughly crafted, painted red, equipped with rocket thrusters, and full of power. The tech boss took the oil can from Linio's hand, shoved the arc spray gun over, and said with his underbite showing. The spray gun's air output is getting low, go clear it out, hurry up, if you dare to dawdle again I'll. A noisy loud voice came from the metal pipe on the wall, interrupting the tech boss's urging. Oi, oi, oi. Boys. Listen up. Our finder has found the whereabouts of those Eldar. They just took down a dilapidated space station, it must be full of shiny good stuff. Quickly check your gear, get your bang bang things ready. We're going to do a big one. If anyone's gear misfires, I'll chop him up with the Eldar. This loud voice came from the leader of the pirate fleet, known as Big Black Tooth, who was bad-tempered and greedy for wealth. His finder was orc slang, referring to things like radar, scanner, and divining instrument in human language. In the context of fleet command, finder meant shipboard radar, equivalent to the auger matrix of the Imperial fleet. As for Eldar, this term was both vivid and apt, it was easy to guess that it referred to the Eldar. Translating Big Black Tooth's command into human language would be: a space station has just been occupied by the Eldar, all hands prepare for battle. We are going to loot the space station and the Eldar. No mistakes in battle, offenders will be executed. With Big Black Tooth's command, the ship erupted into a frenzy. Gretchen put down their wrenches and hammers, crawling into the wall cracks of the corridors, while tech boys quickly armed themselves. Linio instinctively reacted, grabbing metal armor from the wall and putting it on, then stuffing several stick-shaped explosives into his pants pockets. This body's weapon was a double-barreled heavy lumber gun, with a fast rate of fire and fierce firepower, definitely a fine piece among orc weapons. The moment he picked up the weapon, system text popped up. Detected that you have equipped a weapon manufactured by mechanical witchcraft. Consume 1 universal shinic material to reinforce the weapon, preventing accidental malfunctions such as barrel explosions, jams, or misfires for the next 1 hour. Confirm reinforcement. Confirm. Linio silently affirmed. The tech boy's psyker field automatically separated a portion of universal shinic material and merged it with the firearm. Linio examined the double-barreled heavy lumber gun in his hand repeatedly, his eyes flickering. The barrel of this gun had a crack, clearly posing a risk of exploding. But according to the system, after he thought about it, the gun wouldn't explode? Universal shinic material truly was universal. Could he then activate the thinking ability to search for blueprints related to mechanical witchcraft? While Linio was lost in thought, the tech boss rushed over and dragged him away. Don't space out. Hurry and help me lift this mechanical leg to the boss. Linio temporarily put aside the idea of modifying the gun and, together with the tech boss, lifted the heavy mechanical leg out of the workshop. Turning left and walking straight out, Gretchen overseers along the way waved their whips to drive away any Gretchen blocking the path, making space for Linio and the tech boss. Soon, they arrived at the bridge, where they saw Big Black Tooth, who was missing his left leg. Linio, driven by instinct, used the spray gun and wrench he carried to help Big Black Tooth install his left leg. Big Black Tooth regained his mobility, jumped in place, and stood on the brass-forged throne. He wore a retro-style black pirate hat, his left hand was modified into a multi-barreled machine gun, and his right hand held a power sword plundered from who knows where. Buzz. The power sword glowed with a light blue light. Big Black Tooth forcefully swung the blade forward, yelling at the top of his lungs. Charge! Ram those Eldar ships to smithereens. Lin Yue looked at the full-length viewport directly opposite the throne. The rapidly enlarging space station and Eldar ships came into view. The 3 Eldar ships were docked in the space station's spaceship hangar, and the Eldar pirates on board were fighting the humans inside the space station. Lin Yue recognized these 3 Eldar pirate ships. They were all Aurora-class light cruisers, known for their maneuverability, with firepower comparable to a cruiser. The 3 Orc pirate fleet ships cut into the battlefield from behind the Eldar ships, aiming for their stern-mounted solar sails and charging. Big Black Tooth's angle and timing for the sneak attack were extremely cunning. First, Eldar shipboard weapons generally fired forward, lacking the ability to defend against attacks from the rear. Secondly, due to being engaged in boarding actions with the space station, the Eldar ships' shields were already down. At this moment, the Eldar ships were like clean, white punching bags, and their fate could be summed up in 3 words: utterly destroyed. Lin Yue gripped the railing next to the throne, burying his head in his arms. 3 seconds later, a thunderous explosion spread from the frontal ramming prow to the bridge, and dizzying sound waves and vibrations reverberated within the bridge. The rusty metal ramming prow gave the Eldar ship a brutal 1000-year kill, piercing through it completely, and then piercing again and again. Steel tore apart, explosive flames filled the view, the window frames of the full-length viewport were all broken, and the bridge walls visibly deformed. In this collision, the Orc ship itself also suffered severe damage. But it was like a rusty saw blade, deeply embedded in the Eldar ship's hull, leaving countless irreparable scars. Accompanied by a piercing screech, the ship's speed rapidly decreased, with at least a third of its hull stuck inside the Eldar ship. Outside the viewport, the flames dissipated, revealing the Eldar ship covered in embers and corpses. Inside the collapsed ship, several figures crawled out of the wreckage, looking in horror at the close-by Orc pirates. These people wore flamboyant, strange clothing, adorned with artificial scales, wild animal furs, and colorful feathers. They were Eldar pirates, who, unwilling to conform to the strictures of the craft world Eldar, became privateers plundering throughout the galaxy. Fellow travelers meeting are rivals, and what's more, Big Black Tooth and these Eldar pirates clearly had a grudge. As soon as the Orc ship completed its penetration, Big Black Tooth let out an unprecedented roar through a megaphone in his loud voice. Kill 'em all. Loot 'em all. Burn 'em all. For the shiny stuff. For Waiaic. Kill. In an instant, countless Gretchen scurried out from every nook and cranny like cockroaches, howling and rushing into the Eldar ship. In the passage connected to the bridge, Orc boys, Special Ops boys, Tech boys, and Gretchen formed groups. Lin Yue was literally squeezed into the Eldar ship by the overwhelming tide of Orc pirates. They surged forward, shoulder to shoulder, as far as the eye could see, nothing but green-skinned orcs, like a locust plague, leaving nothing untouched. Lin Yue's feet barely touched the ground, he was pushed along the entire way, and then later was lifted up and carried by the frenzied Orc pirates. After about half a minute of this, a sudden large explosion sent him flying. After a dizzying spin, Lin Yue finally regained his footing in the chaos. Patting the dust off his body, he stood up, looking around blankly, with only one question in his mind. Where the heck is this? Am I currently on a craft world Eldar ship, or have I somehow ended up on a space station? The room he was in was luxuriously decorated. Lin Yue had broken through a window, smashing a wine rack, and fragrant wine was now flowing across the dark red carpet. On the walls hung famous paintings with high Gothic text, clearly works of art from the Imperium of Man. Next to the paintings was a mechanical button to open a gate, inscribed with the words VIP cabin door always closed. Oh, I see, it seems I was thrown into the VIP cabin of a human civilian ship. Lin Yue scratched his head, a strange thought popping into his mind. If he were to pilot this ship to Epimedius, wouldn't he have a chance to see his own body? Just as he was thinking this, a thumping sound came from nearby, followed by a human male shouting through the wall. Hey! Is anyone out there? Thump, thump, thump. Buddy, help me open the door. I seem to be locked in here. Thump, thump, thump. Lin Yue twitched the corner of his mouth, a bit speechless. You want an Orc tech boy to help you open the door? Why? Do you think your birth chart is very strong? No need to ask, it was clear that the person hidden in the VIP cabin's secret door was most likely the owner of this ship, or at least a distinguished guest if not the owner. Lin Yue weighed the twin-linked heavy lumber axe in his hand, pulled out the wrench from his waist, and struck the door. With a click, the metal block jamming the secret door fell off. The person inside pulled the door open with force, finally getting it unstuck. He was about to cheer when he saw the tall and strong Orc pointing a lumber axe at him. At this moment, the air fell into a deathly silence. Lin Yue did not fire. Firstly, he wasn't mentally prepared to kill innocent humans as an Orc. As long as the other party didn't make a move, he naturally wouldn't either. Secondly, he found the person in front of him somewhat familiar. Thinking carefully, why did he feel like the other party resembled the boss of the Shishui gang? The boss of the Shishui gang was also on the cleanup list, and Lin Yue had seen his portrait. That was a burly, one-eyed man, around 30 years old, whose most prominent features were his blind right eye and his left eye which had been modified into a bionic eye. The human in front of him also had a blind right eye, and his left bionic eye was slightly different from the Shishui gang bosses, with an additional layer of engraved metal trim. Other than that, everything else was practically identical. And then there were his clothes. Velvet fabric, light gold embroidery, delicate collar and buttons. This was the attire of a wealthy merchant, symbolizing riches. But worn on him, it couldn't hide his roguish air, making him look out of place. Something's not right, very not right. Lienyo narrowed his eyes, slightly raised the muzzle of his gun, and tried to speak in low Gothic. You, from, where? The man, being held at gunpoint and now hearing an orc speak human language, instantly froze like a wooden chicken. Lienyo racked the bolt, loaded a round, and asked again. Click, click. You, from, where? The man shivered violently, as if waking from a dream. An orc who can speak low Gothic? That's rare. Rare, but not non-existent. Orcs who could speak low Gothic were as common as humans who could speak orc. Before Lienyo could ask a third time, the man's eyes darted around, and he quickly said. Buddy, I'm here for business. How about this, I'll give you half my money, Lienyo pushed the muzzle forward, poking the other party's chest, his gaze turning cold. Speak, where are you from? The man stopped talking, stammering. I'm from Epimedius. Do you know where that is? If you don't, then I can't help it. It really was the one-eyed leader of the Shishui gang. A ripple stirred in Lienyo's heart, but his expression remained unchanged. What are you doing here? Facing the orc's second question, the man, fearing the gun muzzle at his chest, dared not refuse to answer. I'm here for business. No. I'm actually here as a commercial spy. My employer is a big shot from Epimedius. You know what a big shot means, right? Similar to your boss. So that's how it was, someone hired the Shishui gang's leader to be their commercial spy. For dirty work like commercial espionage, one would certainly need an experienced person, and specifically someone with leverage held against them. The Shishui gang boss was perfectly suited for dirty work. Lienyo quickly thought of ways to extract all value from the other party. Just then, the man reached back and scratched his tailbone, twisting his waist unnaturally. This movement seemed to cause him pain, and he involuntarily gasped, muttering softly. Damn it, why is my back getting more and more painful? Lienyo's brows furrowed, instinctively thinking of the infection symptoms of the fungi xenos, bone drinkers. Bone drinkers, scientific name Acehalat, are a parasitic fungal xenos civilization that enjoys consuming human bone marrow. After humans are parasitized by bone drinkers, the pain from the bone marrow will slowly spread from the tailbone to the entire spine. At first, it's an itch, then it turns into pain. If the host has no value to the bone drinkers, their bone marrow will be completely consumed, eventually leading to death in extreme pain. A small number of hosts deemed high value by the bone drinkers will, under the bone drinkers' control, use various methods to replenish their bone marrow or find other food sources for the bone drinkers. Looking at the man whose mouth was twitching from pain, Lienyo had a bad premonition. He reached out, grabbed the man's neck, threw him down, and lifted his clothing from his back. The skin on his back still had acne and scars, but no signs of infection were visible externally. Lienyo recalled all his knowledge about bone drinkers, pulled out the machete from his waist, and plunged it towards the other party's tailbone. The instant the blade was about to pierce the skin, the spine twisted like an earthworm in mud, avoiding the blade tip pointed at it. The blade tip plunged into the flesh with a squelch, and the man wailed in pain. The man's spine twisted violently beneath his skin and flesh, trying to move away from the sharp blade. The source of the power moving the spine was precisely the man's tailbone. Bone drinkers. This commercial spy was infected with bone drinkers. Lienyo's heart tightened, he raised his gun and aimed at the man, his voice deep like a death knell. Sorry. I have to kill you. Bang 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 bang. The lumber axe unleashed a barrage of bullets, instantly riddling the man with holes, killing him on the spot. Lienyo aimed his fire at the tailbone, and within a second, the bullets tore it to shreds. As blood splattered, a strange blue-purple light appeared on the corpse, and was then completely crushed by the torrent of bullets. The gunfire ceased, and gunpowder smoke drifted from the muzzle. Lienyo slowly exhaled a turbid breath, scanning the corpse with analysis fungus, especially the spot where the blue-purple light had appeared. As expected, that blue-purple light had indeed been emitted by the bone drinkers. Name, deceased Acehalat, i.e., bone drinkers. Analysis result. A fungal xenos from the warhammer world, growing and reproducing by parasitizing and consuming life forms. You have completely eliminated it. Fungi ability, unknown. Please use the analysis fungus function on a complete and living sample to obtain information related to the fungi ability. He clicked on the system interface, selected fungi ability, corpse transformation, and activated it. You are about to activate corpse transformation on a corpse weighing approximately 83 kilograms. The consumption of this fungi ability is equal to the weight of the corpse, consuming 83 kilograms of corpse transforming scavenger fungus. Confirm activation of fungi ability. Confirm. Lienyo nodded slightly. An invisible wave passed from his gaze to the corpse. Half a minute later, the corpse was gone, leaving only liquid ammonium nitrogen fertilizer. Black fertilizer turns gray and volatilizes. Liquid ammonium nitrogen fertilizer is a white aqueous solution, and the ammonia gas in it is also very volatile, smelling foul, similar to squig droppings. In a short while, the liquid ammonium nitrogen fertilizer would volatilize all its ammonia gas, becoming a puddle of ordinary sewage. Due to the fast volatilization speed, Lienyo did not plan to waste time dealing with the liquid fertilizer on the ground. But the question was, why would this commercial spy be infected with bone drinkers? Chapter 98, Second, Empire. Waving his hand to disperse the pungent smell of ammonia, Lienyo walked towards the VIP room's hatch in contemplation, intending to look around other parts of the ship. The commercial spy he had just killed was clearly in the early stages of infection. There were two reasons for this. First, the bone drinkers can only completely control the host's body after eating all the spinal cord from the host's coccyx. This process lasts 24 tera-hours and is defined as the early stage of infection. Second, after more than 24 hours of parasitism, the infected person will be completely controlled by the bone drinkers, becoming a host manipulated by them. This is the middle stage of infection. Once in the middle stage, the host will not exhibit scratching their back. He could still feel the pain coming from his bones, but under the control of the bone drinkers, all actions related to back pain would be eliminated and would never appear in front of outsiders. At most, a fleeting, almost imperceptible look of pain would cross his face. Based on these judgments, Lienyo was 90% sure that the spy's infection by the bone drinkers had occurred within the past 24 hours. Naturally, Lienyo suspected that a crew member had infected the spy. However, the sight he encountered upon leaving the VIP room made him doubt his own analysis and judgment. On the way from the VIP room to the bridge, hundreds, if not thousands, of unarmed sailor corpses were scattered in the corridor. This ship was not an armed freighter, it was just the most ordinary transport ship. It had no lance, macro cannon, armory, astropathic choir, or tech priest to maintain the engines, only cargo holds, cargo, a bridge, ordinary sailors, a power room, and a navigator. In the eyes of the Ildari, humans were nothing more than a bunch of monkeys who could pilot ships. The Ildari pirates slaughtered the ship's crew with almost crushing superiority. Sailors had their throats slit by Ildari chainswords, their wounds a bloody mess, dying miserably, with crimson blood staining the corridors like a living hell. Security personnel carrying firearms and wearing plastisteel armor were brutally executed, dismembered, their limbs arranged in various blasphemous shapes. Perhaps because his current body was that of an orc, lacking the hormonal regulation and psychological feedback of a human body, Lienyo reacted more calmly than he had expected upon seeing this scene. He found the Fugai's family crest on the crew members, belonging to the wealthiest merchant family in Hive Pimite, holding 2/3 of the coin guild seats. The previous commercial spy must have been arranged by the Fugai's family. But strangely, why were the sailors on the same ship not showing signs of infection? Who infected the spy with the bone drinkers? Lienyo entered the bridge with this question, intending to find the answer in the navigation log. He was destined to be disappointed. The bridge's navigation computer had been destroyed, and the sound array, firewall array, Geller field, monitoring lines, and the power hub connecting to the power room were all completely ruined. The captain, who also served as the helmsman, was hung on the ship's rudder, with the rudder's handrail protruding from his mouth, his expression frozen in the moment before death, utterly terrified. No survivors, only death. The clues to tracing the bone drinker's infection path ended here. Lienyo had to admit he had made a mistake. He had been somewhat reckless in dealing with the commercial spy, and should not have killed the other party so cleanly and decisively. If it were a seasoned veteran like Wick or Mona, they would most likely use various means to force the commercial spy to tell the truth, and then proceed with harmless disposal. Now, everyone on the entire ship might be dead, the bone drinker's infection path had become an unsolved mystery, and he didn't know when he would see a living bone drinker's entity again. Lienyo shook his head helplessly, preparing to casually find some spoils of war to carry with him, and use the opportunity of transporting the spoils to return to the orc ship and explore mechanical witchcraft. Just as he was about to exit the bridge, rustling footsteps came from the corridor outside the door. The number of people should be between 5 and 10. Along with the footsteps came the Ildari language of the pirates and human cries for help. Help. Is anyone else on the ship? Help. Dathug. Lashur. Note. Ildari was obscure and difficult to understand. Lienyo didn't understand it, and he figured it wasn't anything good. Bang. The human crying for help was slapped, letting out an even more piercing scream. Help. Cough cough cough. Help. Can anyone help me? Lienyo's mind stirred, activating fungi ability, optical stealth, and hiding behind the bridge's navigation computer. 8 Ildari pirates entered the bridge, 4 of them jointly carrying a young male human with 3 eyes. This human was wearing a simple scholar-style robe, with a clear slap mark remaining on his face, and half of his face swollen into a ball. His third eye, in the center of his forehead, declared his identity. A navigator, a type of mutant recognized by the Empire. Their gene fragments had undergone a beneficial mutation, granting them a third eye, the Eye of the Warp. This eye possessed a unique psychic effect. When a navigator opened their third eye, he could see the psychic light of the star beacon within the warp, and then use the light of the star beacon as a guide to help the ship navigate within the warp. Aside from this psychic ability to guide warp navigation, navigators generally possess no other abilities. The Ildari pirates threw the captain's corpse off the helm, then dropped the navigator with a clang onto the floor in front of the helm. A total of 8 Ildari pirates stood in a circle around the helm, surrounding the navigator. They drew their chain swords, slit their palms, and blood dripped onto the ground. The Ildari pirates moved along the circle, bloodlines drawing arcs on the ground. The blood of the 8 Ildari pirates formed a crimson ring. The atmosphere became somewhat eerie. The Ildari pirates stopped, holding their swords with both hands, placing the blade vertically in front of them, their chins slightly retracted, pressing their foreheads against the blade. A low, undulating tone like waves, and psychic fluctuations gradually grew more intense. Ar gwade gweu, jin en ionagar gwada chigo ar not werfel gwabrethalient. The navigator's body twitched, forcibly held in place by an invisible force. His third eye suddenly opened, as if he had seen something terrifying from the warp, and tears streamed from his eye sockets. Help, Help, me. The navigator screamed hoarsely, then was suddenly choked, unable to make a sound, veins bulging on his face. Lienyo hid in the shadows, his heart rate rapidly accelerating. As a cloud hammer, if he still didn't understand what the Ildari pirates were doing, then he would have truly wasted all his time on short videos. Brain freeze technique, activate, activate, activate. After a series of brain freeze technique were unleashed, Lienyo didn't bother to check the results, directly raising his logging gun and firing wildly. Bang 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 bang. The gunshots suddenly erupted, catching the Ildari pirates off guard, giving them no time to react. Half of the Ildari pirates were frozen by the brain freeze technique, becoming helpless living targets. Lienyo's shooting instincts as a governor's agent surged forth, and he painstakingly controlled the impact point of each bullet, his logging gun unleashing a barrage that headshot all these stunned pirates. Psychic shields appeared around the other half of the Ildari pirates, the bullets impacted them, creating dense ripples. Gui. Sut Meirchui Gotchanan Fan Hyn. The leading Ildari pirate shrieked, spun his chainsword, stomped his foot, and charged forward. Lienyo roared in low Gothic. Close your eyes. Face the ground. The twin logging guns turned their muzzles, spitting a barge at the oncoming Ildari pirate, barely slowing his pace and buying the navigator time to react. The navigator had no time to investigate the source of the low Gothic, quickly covering his face and facing the ground. Infrared blindness, activate. Light technique, 5 million lux, activate. In an instant, the space seemed to be torn open by an invisible pair of hands, and an incomparable white light burst forth from the rift in space, piercing into each Ildari pirate's eyes like a sharp blade. Puff puff puff. The crisp sounds of eyeballs bursting connected in a string, and blood gushed from eye sockets. Lienyo's eyes disappeared, his eye area becoming a single eyelid, unaffected by the strong light. Not only that, fungi ability, infrared blindness helped him mark the Ildari pirates' infrared sources. The gun's aim followed the infrared sources, bullets tearing through the pirates' fragile armor and penetrating their bodies, the powerful impact sending the infrared sources flying backward. Click. A crisp sound came from the gun chamber, indicating that the ammunition was depleted. Only one Ildari pirate survived the furious ambush. It heard the crisp sound, knew its chance to counterattack had come, and immediately charged in the direction of the sound. Meru. Kachanin. Vicious curses and sharp blades howled through the air. Lienyo reloaded with his left hand, and pushed his right hand forward, activating fungi ability, vibration art with the gesture. The air in front of the Ildari pirate contracted and expanded, then sprang out like a spring that had been compressed for a long time. Bang! The air turned into a hard wall and collided with the pirate's psychic shield. The psychic pirate's body shook, pushed back 2 steps by the recoil. It was blind, unable to see, and could only wildly swing its chainsword, trying to clear the obstacle. This Eldar pirate's psychic attainments were extraordinary, even after enduring a hail of gunfire and blinding flashes, he still maintained his psychic shield. It's just that for some unknown reason, he seemed to have a strong preference for close combat weapons and disliked firearms, never picking up any of the human firearms on the ground to counterattack. Lienyo reloaded his magazine, propped his twin-linked lumberjack gun on the navigation computer, and fired with one hand. He multitasked, constantly pushing forward with his other hand, fending off the approaching pirate. The psychic shield trembled incessantly, showing faint signs of cracking. The Eldar pirate cursed in Ildari and turned to flee the battle. He was unable to see and stumbled as he ran, crashing into a wall before he could escape the hail of bullets. It was at this moment that the psychic shield protecting him shattered under the rain of bullets. Bullet heads penetrated his back and the back of his head, blooming into splashes of blood. Thud. The last Eldar pirate fell to the ground, taking his last breath, becoming a corpse with lingering warmth. Lienyo put down the twin-linked lumberjack gun in his hand, let out a long breath, dispelled the white light filling the bridge, and deactivated his infrared blind sight. The light returned to normal, the echoes of gunshots faded away, and the smell of blood and gunpowder lingered in the air. The navigator lay prostrate on the ground, trembling as he turned his body sideways. When the green hue representing the orc entered his vision, a storm surged in his heart. My emperor! Did you see that? The one who saved me was an orc. Quiet. Lienyo flipped over the navigation computer and walked towards the navigator with heavy steps. At this point, he no longer intended to pretend. He would first ask the questions he needed to, then figure out how to explain the fact that he, an orc, had saved a human. Time is pressing, I ask, you answer. Lienyo lifted the navigator from the ground, staring into his eyes, and asked, there's a secret door in the VIP room, and inside that door is a commercial spy disguised as a wealthy merchant. Was this person arranged by the Panis family of Epimedius? After escaping the life-or-death crisis, the navigator regained some ability to think amidst his heavy breathing, his voice trembling slightly. Yes, yes, yes. The commercial spy was brought aboard by young Master H.A. Kasi of the Panis family just before the freighter was about to set sail. Besides H.A. Kasi, who else did the commercial spy interact with? The navigator swallowed, suppressing his pounding heart, and replied after some thought. The commercial spy should have also met the Panis family's apothecary. They performed surgery on the commercial spy in the secret room of the VIP lounge, implanting a locator or something similar. Lienyo's heart stirred slightly. Locator? Was there such a thing on the corpse? Why didn't I see it? Oh, well, it seems it was dissolved by the corpse dissolution art. The corpse dissolution art, truly terrifying. Who else did the commercial spy interact with? Did you have any contact with him? Linyo asked while observing the navigator's behavior. The navigator felt a chill under the orc's gaze and could only brace himself to list everyone who might have had contact with the commercial spy. The people he mentioned were either crew members who had already died or the Payne's family's convoy that had brought the commercial spy onto the ship. The navigator himself had not had contact with the spy. In summary, the number of individuals suspected of transmitting the bone drinkers to the commercial spy was numerous, and most of them were related to Epimedius. If any of them were parasitized by the bone drinkers, it could lead to the demise of the entire Epimedius. All of Linyo's assets were in Epimedius, so it was a case of all or nothing. He secretly decided that after the simulation ended, he would find an opportunity to screen the personnel suspected of being infected with the bone drinkers. If the situation became uncontrollable, he would quickly sell White Fruit Manor and find an opportunity to escape with his physical throne coin. As Linyo considered his escape route, the navigator suddenly raised his index finger. Oh, right. I remember now. According to the navigation schedule, we were supposed to depart as soon as the commercial spy boarded. But the captain told me that young Master Hakasi asked us to wait a bit longer, saying that Ozjas of the Fugai's family was coming to give some instructions. Ozjas? Did he board alone? Yes, not long after he boarded, he left with Hakasi. After that, the captain ordered us to set sail. The navigator blurted out everything he knew. At the end of his words, he boldly whispered, "Are you an orc or a human after all? Do you know who those names I just mentioned refer to?" Finally, the situation had progressed to the point of revealing his true identity. Linyo retreated a short distance, raised the lumberjack gun in his hand, and aimed it at the other party's chest. The navigator was startled, his face turning pale as he cried out in terror. "I won't ask. I won't ask. I didn't ask anything. We've never met. You don't know me, and I don't know you. Let's walk out of this door and pretend nothing happened, okay? Speak, your name." Linyo struggled to suppress the turmoil in his heart, not letting his hands tremble at the impending shot. I am Yara Solar. I graduated from the family academy 2.5 years ago and was hired by the Payne's family to serve as the navigator of this freighter. Yara stammered out his entire background, fearing that a second's delay would result in a gunshot. Yara Solar. Linyo took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "I will remember your name. I'm sorry. I have to do this." "No." Yara's pupils constricted sharply. Bang. A gunshot rang out. The air fell silent. Panting sounds faded from nothing to something, and then from something to nothing. Linyo's eyes were red, and the gun in his hand slid to the ground. Yara hugged his head, trembling as he moved his arms away, looked at the bullet hole in the nearby wall, and swallowed with difficulty. The tug-of-war on the edge of death made his heart leap into his throat, more terrifying than the freighter colliding head-on with a warp storm. But clearly, the orc in front of him wasn't faring any better. A humanized, complex expression appeared on his rough, greenish face. Linyo ultimately couldn't take that step. He knew very well that if there was a first time, there would be a second, and countless more. He would become increasingly cold-blooded, increasingly disregard human lives as mere trifles, treating human civilians as the Eldar treated humans. One day, this internal corruption would conspire with the chaos inimical powers, grinding his humanity to dust, and from then on, he would fall into an incurable dark abyss. So, Linyo moved his aim and shot the wall. Linyo slung the twin-linked lumberjack gun over his back, looked up, met the other's gaze, and said in a hoarse voice, "Yara Solar, remember this shot. You owe me a life. Keep what we discussed to yourself, don't let me lose faith in humanity's bottom line." Linyo walked towards the bridge exit, quick and urgent, as if fearing he might change his mind and turn back to shoot the other person. Wait. Yara chased a few steps, but the weakness in his body made him sweat profusely, and he could only watch the strange orc walk away. Wait. Please stop. If you want me to keep a secret, you should at least tell me which side you are protecting, shouldn't you? If it's for the Imperium, even if you kill me now, I'll die without regrets. Linyo stopped, clenching his fist. Damn loyalty. What kind of magic does that old man in yellow possess to make you natives so devoted to him? Linyo turned sideways, twisting his head, his expression becoming solemn. First, the army is always loyal. Second, the Imperium has no secrets. These two sentences will tell you which side you are keeping a secret for. Keep them, along with our conversation, buried deep within you. Linyo's back disappeared at the bridge exit, and a series of footsteps indicated that he was jogging forward, with no intention of lingering. In fact, after leaving the freighter, he saw orcs and Eldar fighting at the other end of the dock. He unhesitatingly joined in, personally taking down a dozen Eldar, ending this simulation amidst the wails of his enemies. Yara came to the viewport, gazing at the battleground of orcs and Eldar, no longer able to identify the orc from earlier. First, the army is always loyal. Second, the Imperium has no secrets. First company, secret? Could it be a Dark Angels agent? This was the Dim Star region, where alien artifacts emerged endlessly. The Dark Angels, to clear out the illegal trade and personnel here, dispatched agents disguised as orcs to gather intelligence. This seemed very reasonable. Yara felt he had touched upon the truth. As expected of the rumored Space Marine Legion, they can even impersonate orcs so convincingly. Awesome. Yara decided to completely conceal the secret and never mention it to anyone. Even if a Dark Angel Space Marine questioned him, he would remain silent and steadfastly keep the secret. Yara's reason for doing so was simple. The agent should have killed him earlier, but he didn't. By not doing so, he must have broken internal army rules. If he revealed their conversation, it would only cause that agent to be punished. Therefore, keeping the conversation content buried forever was the best choice. Please give me your monthly votes. Note, I couldn't find an alphabet conversion table for Ildari, so I used Old Elvish from Middle-earth as a substitute. The Old Elvish appearing in the text can be converted to English according to the conversion table, and then to Chinese. Chapter 99 Cold Trade Merchant. The WAIOIC simulation has ended. Commencing simulation settlement. You killed 30 Ildari pirate warriors, earning plus 90 points. You received 1 praise from the orc pirate boss, Big Black Tooth, earning plus 100 points. You received 10 praises from the human navigator, Yara Solar, earning plus 1000 points. A total of 1190 simulation points were obtained Indiana this simulation. You chose to save Tech Priest Boy, Gujia. This is your second simulated character, and the saving cost is 10 points. Save complete. Remaining simulation points, 1180 points. Number of magic spores, 12. Praise from humans could also earn simulation points. This was something Lino had not expected. However, he was not in the mood to celebrate for now. That simulation was the longest so far, lasting about 5 hours. Most of the time was spent searching for the cargo ship, and in the end, he also experienced a fierce ideological struggle with significant emotional fluctuations. Although the human body enters deep sleep during simulation, recovering energy and physical strength, the mental aftershocks caused by intense emotional fluctuations do not immediately dissipate. Lino sat quietly in the study for a while before the ripples in his heart completely subsided. Brandy, get me some fruit, Lino instructed by pressing the communication button on the desk, then stood up to stretch his limbs. Brandy knocked on the door, entered with a fruit platter, gently placed it on the table, and clasped her hands over her abdomen. Master, in the past 5 hours, you received 2 communication requests awaiting a callback. The first communication nickname was Boss. I followed your instructions and did not answer this communication request. The other communication request came from Isabel of the Cram family, who hopes to receive your reply as soon as possible. Okay, I'll check it. Lino subconsciously thought that there was a problem with White Fruit Manor's tobacco leaf supply, and Isabel wanted to discuss countermeasures with him. Only after opening the communication recording did he discover that Isabel had brought him good news. After intense discussions within the Cram family, the conservative faction represented by Isabel ultimately achieved a difficult victory. The radical faction advocated for going all in on Ghost Potion, pouring all of the family's resources into cultivating ghost mushrooms. This faction, due to its smaller numbers, narrowly lost in the family's internal voting meeting. However, the radical faction's narrow defeat did not mean that the Cram family would not bet on Ghost Potion, it merely meant that the resource allocation would not exceed 50% of available resources. But no matter what, Isabel retained her existing family resources and also received an additional investment due to the booming sales of White Ridge tobacco. Lino, it's best if we meet at White Fruit Manor today or tomorrow. I hope to expand the planting area of White Ridge tobacco and quickly capture more of the lower nest market. Expand production? That's rare. When everyone was optimistic about ghost mushrooms, she didn't follow suit and plant ghost mushrooms, instead, she increased tobacco leaf production. This courage to increase production against the trend is commendable. Currently, White Fruit Manor's planting area is only 1/5 of its peak. Large tracts of land were abandoned due to continuous poor harvests. The manor only needed to recruit staff, plow, and sow to utilize these idle lands. Lino tapped his fingertips on the desktop, calculating the profit distribution and risk allocation plan after the new production capacity was put into operation. The more income Isabel generated for the family, the higher her status within the family and the greater her say. In the future, if he were to venture into food processing, pharmaceutical manufacturing, or even genetic engineering, he would definitely need support in terms of resources and connections. Isabel was undoubtedly a suitable partner. This connection not only needed to be maintained but also appropriately invested in to further solidify his and her interests. Also, don't forget irrigation water. As White Fruit Manor expanded production, the lower nest water purification plant's capacity also needed to keep up. Lino edited a short message and sent it to Isabel, arranging to meet her tomorrow morning. After quickly finishing the fruit platter, Lino asked Brandy to take the plate out and close the door. After Brandy had gone, Lino took out his special agent datapad, clicked on Officer Delton's communication code, and sent a communication request. All communication codes with a nickname annotation belonged to the governor's special agents. Delton's communication nickname was precisely Boss. Lino had specifically emphasized to Brandy that if a call with a communication code came in, she should not answer it and just let it hang up on its own. Officer, Lino stood up and performed a double eagle salute. Delton's holographic bust projected from the datapad and hovered above the desk. He was wearing a light grey pinstriped shirt and a burgundy vest, a rolled cigarette in his mouth, sitting in front of a thinker, clattering away on a keyboard, seemingly very busy. Kong Wen, sit down, no need to be so formal. You haven't seen the news today, have you? Yes, officer, things have been quite busy lately. Lino sat down and asked, has something big happened? Of course, the Nest Capital has become increasingly lively since the cleanup operation ended. Delton brought up the Nest Capital news on the holographic screen. Do you see the news headline? In 6 days, the first district of the Upper Nest will host a grand 3-day banquet. Many off-world visitors will be guests in the Nest Capital, and ghost mushrooms will be auctioned live every night. Lino somewhat understood. Officer, do you need manpower to maintain order at the banquet? You're quite quick to react, that's indeed the case. However, I now have a second thought. Delton took the rolled cigarette from his mouth, exhaled a puff of smoke, and squinted at the label on the cigarette, asking. The tobacco leaves for White Ridge Tobacco are produced by your manor, aren't they? Your information is really well informed. Linio smiled, next time, I'll bring you 2 packs. Ha, no need for that. Few special agents have a talent for business, and I just happen to lack talent in that area. Delton chuckled, flicked off some ash, and continued to puff on his cigarette. I had originally intended to call you back to guard the banquet with Wick and the others. After seeing your achievements in the business field, I changed my mind. I will get you an invitation to the banquet. In 6 days, you will attend the banquet as an off-world visitor, approach the invited guests, and help me sound them out. Off-world visitors are Imperial citizens from outside the planet, usually interstellar merchants, rogue traders, Imperial army representatives, and diplomatic missions from other Imperial worlds. Delton sent a document to Linio's special agent Datapad. This contains all the information for your new identity, familiarize yourself with it as soon as possible. Before the banquet begins, come to me, I will contact you then. Understood, officer. Linio glanced at the document on the Datapad. May I ask, what is my mission objective? Delton paused his keyboard typing, crossed his arms, and pondered for a few seconds before saying. Your mission objective is to find out from which Imperial worlds the local coin guild purchases bodies, and which off-world visitors are doing business with the Payne's family. Linio nodded thoughtfully. Yes, I understand. Delton let out a surprised sound. You don't seem surprised at all? Do you know about this body trade? Yes, Isabel of the Cram family told me. Delton raised an eyebrow and let out a meaningful "oh." So that's how it is. Back then, I used the Cram Cigarette Factory's special medical room for your genetic modification, which seems to have indirectly facilitated your deep connection with Isabel. Good. Linio couldn't tell if the other party was teasing or sighing, so he could only maintain an awkward but polite smile. The two discussed some mission-related matters. Before hanging up the communication, Linio asked. Officer, would you like to invest in White Fruit Manor? The things I've encountered recently have made me realize that there is strength in numbers. White Fruit Manor's background is too weak, relying on me alone, I'm afraid it won't be able to withstand the coming storms. Delton slowly exhaled smoke, his gaze flickering rapidly. Invest in your manor. It's possible, but it has to be under Amy's name. Speaking of Amy, Linio's mind conjured her cute face, and he wondered how she was doing in the Cram Cigarette Factory's experimental department. Delton reached out and pressed the hang-up button. I'll send you Amy's private communication code, you two can discuss it yourselves. I'll pay for the investment, and Amy will be responsible for signing. Okay, officer. The communication ended. Delton sent Amy's private communication code. Linio did not call Amy immediately. It was almost midnight, and according to Amy's routine, she should already be in bed. Linio stood up, washed up, and went to bed. As he lay in bed, he recalled the many shortcomings in his previous simulation, gradually falling asleep during the review process. The next day, the expansion of White Fruit Manor had been decided. Capital increase and share expansion, equity subscription, and capacity upgrade. All matters required Linio's participation. For this, he was working non-stop. This world suffers from both scarcity and inequality. Since he would be giving some of the manor's shares to Amy in the future, he had to be fair, and Isabel also needed some, to avoid invisible cracks in their cooperative relationship. Linio planned to discuss the investment with Amy after the new production capacity of White Fruit Manor was in place, based on the expected profits. After 3 consecutive days of high-intensity work, the rigorous expansion plan was thoroughly discussed. Half a day later, the agreement was signed. Linio's shareholding decreased from 71% to 63%, Isabel's shareholding reached 11%, the White Fruit families decreased from 20% to 17%, and employee shareholding remained unchanged at 9%. All expansion projects are expected to be completed within 1 month, and results should be seen 15 days after the expansion is finished. Within this month, the manor's water consumption will gradually increase to 5 times its current level. This means that the lower nest water purification plant's purification capacity must also increase to 5 times. After settling the expansion matters, Linio rushed non-stop to the lower nest water purification plant, pulling Elena into frantic overtime. They finally completed the initial renovation of the water purification plant on the night 2 days before the banquet began. The daily water purification capacity of the plant doubled, reaching 30,000 cubic meters per day. For the next half-month, the daily supply of 30,000 cubic meters would be sufficient for the manor's daily consumption. However, after half a month, it would no longer be enough. Elena alone couldn't handle it, 30,000 cubic meters of purified water per day was her limit. Linio had to find a way to improve efficiency or find her a few trustworthy assistants. Elena, any news from Dezhuang and Xiaozhuang recently? In the water purification plant's lounge, the two sat at a table eating dinner, with mushroom soup, mushroom cakes, grilled mushrooms, and mushroom dipping sauce on the table. The rats had been out of contact since they went to the shelter. They had also taken the cans of germs given by the Church of Amalgamation. Linio and Elena were both worried about them. Elena would go to that alley whenever she had time, looking for the secret marks left by the rats. No news. Sigh, I don't know where they went. Could they have been eliminated by the Hunter Lord during the cleanup operation? Elena was a bit downcast, worried about the rat's disappearance. Linio shook his head slightly, dismissing that guess. The rats did not appear in the cleanup operation, Linio was certain of this. Since Dezhuang and Xiaozhuang had no news, he would try a different approach to improve the efficiency of the water purification plant. The orc's mechanical witchcraft could produce mechanical devices without machine spirits. These mechanical devices were not like the creations of the Mechanikus, which would act temperamental. He would find an opportunity to modify the water purification plant using mechanical witchcraft, and quickly increase the water purification capacity to match the manor's water consumption. These matters would probably have to wait until after the banquet. Speaking of the banquet, Linio remembered the commercial spy he had eliminated. At this banquet, people who had been in contact with the spy should appear. At that time, he would have to carefully observe their condition, lest he find himself in a place infested with bone drinkers without realizing it. After eating and drinking his fill, Linio took the remaining food waste out to dispose of it and returned to the upper nest to rest. After a night, it was the day before the banquet began. Linio got up early and dedicated himself to familiarizing himself with his mission identity. He repeatedly rehearsed in front of the mirror in the study, integrating every detail of the mission identity into his body, forcing himself to temporarily change many habitual movements and instinctive reactions. After spending an entire day like this, the banquet was about to begin. From 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. was the salon portion of the banquet, and after 8 p.m., the ghost mushroom auction would begin. Just after breakfast in the morning, Linio received a communication request. It wasn't from Delton, but from Isabel and the water merchant Elena, both intended to invite Linio to the banquet under the guise of accompanying him. Linio had a mission, so he could only decline. As soon as he hung up with the two ladies, Delton's communication came through. Almost ready, Kongwen? I'll drive to your place in 10 minutes. Understood, sir. Linio changed into his casual clothes and waited briefly on the first floor. An unmarked black transport vehicle stopped at the entrance. After getting in, Linio saw the driver, who was his superior, Delton. I'll be joining you on this mission, Delton said, surprising him. He pulled a marble-sized bead from his pocket. Put the COMM bead in your ear. From now on, all our private communication will be on the COMM bead's encrypted channel. Linio took the bead, and an instinctive reaction emerged within him, guiding him to turn his head, right ear up, and insert the bead into his ear. A faint current passed through, and a tingling sensation spread from his ear canal to his brain. The codewords to enable encrypted communication are Kongwen and Sir. The COMM bead will recognize the phrases and automatically close the encrypted communication. Let's test the effect. Delton paused and said. Kongwen, can you hear me? Delton, sitting in the driver's seat, made an extremely faint sound, but the voice Linio heard in his mind was very clear. This was the clever use of the COMM bead. It could convert whispers as faint as a mosquito's wing beat into clear intracranial speech for the wearer, with built-in sound pickup and noise reduction functions, and extremely strong anti-interference capabilities. Sir, I can hear you. Linio replied with an equally faint voice. Good, Kongwen, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Delton controlled the transport vehicle as it drove through the streets. The outsider you are to play is an interstellar merchant from Terra. I am also playing such a character. We met at the last stop and decided to come to the banquet together. We need to find opportunities to approach the following people. Delton slowly explained his arrangements, which differed significantly from the mission information Linio had received earlier. Only after the other party finished speaking did Linio ask. Sir, why do I feel like you decided to join the mission at the last minute? You're right. I just received news that illicit merchants involved in cold trade have replaced some outsiders' invitation slots. I need to be on site to monitor and quickly identify these illicit merchants. Delton's tone was grim, like a sharp blade poised within its scabbard. Taking advantage of the distance to their destination, he introduced Linio to cold trade. Of course, as a cloud hammer, Linio had some knowledge of cold trade. Simply put, it was an illegal trade chain involved in Xenos transactions. On this trade chain, buyers, sellers, and intermediaries could all be Xenos, and what they bought and sold were Xenos technological products, artifacts, antiques, or even Xenos themselves. The Dim Star region was the star region where the Eye of Terror was located, chaotic and rife with orcs, Eldar, human pirates, and even chaos forces. In this era, the Empire adhered to the imperial truth, not associating chaos demons with gods, but merely viewing them as a type of Xenos. Within the Dim Star region, cold trade was rampant, like a persistent ailment of the Empire, never eradicated even into the 40K era. His superior was quite capable, able to receive intelligence even from the Dim Star region. It seemed his methods were not simple. The transport vehicle drove into the Fugai's family's winery, which was used for both wine production and banquets. The vehicle stopped, and the two entered the transport compartment to change clothes. Prosthetic skin changed their faces, artificial skin and fillers altered their body shapes, eye color was adjusted with contact lenses, compounds were swallowed to change their voices, and their clothes and jewelry were changed to Terra style. Thus, two interstellar merchants who had accumulated some capital were invited to attend the banquet. They arrived at the main entrance of the banquet hall through a secret passage, greeting the other outsiders lining up to enter the hall with appropriate formality. A group of young noble scions stood at the entrance, representing various nest capital families to receive distinguished guests, fully expressing the local force's hospitality. Linio saw several familiar faces among them, but could only pretend to meet them for the first time and converse. Hakasi Bennies, the son of the chief merchant representative, and Ozges of the Fugai's family were also present. Linyo used appraisal technique in conjunction with his eyesight to observe, but found nothing unusual about either of them. Just as he and Delton were about to enter the banquet hall, Hakassi's and Ozges's bodyguards ran over from a distance, looking somewhat flustered. Hakassi's bodyguard whispered into his young master's ear, and Ozges, overhearing fragments, also darkened his expression, though he forced a smile and feigned composure in front of the guests. Linyo was curious, so he opened the system interface and activated fungi ability, vibration sensing. A large amount of audio information poured into his mind. Linyo walked behind Delton, enduring the discomfort, and listened carefully to Hakassi and the bodyguard's whispers. Chapter 100, Sewing Orcs. What did you say? Only the navigator survived on the entire cargo ship. Hakassi, the son of the merchant tycoon, tried his best to control his voice, sharply questioning his chief bodyguard. His chief bodyguard was bald, with no patterns on his head, and he was extremely nervous facing his young master's interrogation. Young master, it's absolutely true. Shortly after the cargo ship arrived at the transfer space station, Eldar pirates attacked it. All the crew members on the cargo ship were killed, and the captain and the spy were also executed by the Eldar. Only the navigator hid in a crack in the cargo hold and escaped. The spy carried pathogenic strains. His main function was not to scout for business intelligence, but to spread plague in areas where cold trade was rampant. This matter was key to his cooperation with Ozges. Where there was plague, there were corpses. Where there were corpses, ghost mushrooms had nourishment. The personnel responsible for collecting and transporting corpses had already been mostly arranged, just waiting for the plague to spread before they could begin work. Now, the corpses hadn't materialized, but the spy had died first. What was to be done? Hakassi appeared flustered and distraught. Ozges pushed Hakassi aside and approached the other party's chief bodyguard, furrowing his brows and lowering his voice as he asked. The cargo ship should have arrived at the space station 7 days ago, so why are we only receiving the star message now? Ozges was calmer than Hakassi, his words revealing a chilling coldness. A bead of cold sweat appeared on the chief bodyguard's forehead. He raised a hand to wipe it away and replied. Young Master Ozges, shortly after the space station was attacked by Eldar pirates, the star message communication and warp travel in that area were severely disrupted. All distress calls could not be sent out, and the ships in the space station could not leave. A group of orc pirates appeared from somewhere and launched a surprise attack on both the Eldar pirates and the space station. The chaotic fighting and looting continued for a full 5 days, only subsiding yesterday. The navigator was rescued by the arriving Imperial fleet, and only then was the message relayed back to Nest Capital through the Imperial fleet's psyker. Ozges's eyes were dark, and he gritted his teeth. Damn pirates. Why do these scum have to appear at this time? Hakassi took out a handkerchief to wipe his cheeks, forced a smile at the passing guests, and then quickly asked in a low voice. Ozges, what do we do now? Those cold trade merchants responsible for collecting corpses have sent their representatives to attend the banquet. They'll be arriving soon. How are we going to explain it to them then? Shut up. Do you want to die? How dare you say such things here? Ozges wished he could tear Hakassi's mouth off. This was the main entrance to the banquet, with an extremely high flow of people. There were at least 800, if not 1,000, people with auditory implants installed in their bodies. If words like cold trade were overheard by others, both he and Hakassi would be skinned alive. Hakassi was the youngest in his family, with no chance of inheriting the patriarch's position. He spent his days eating, drinking, and playing around, nothing like the experienced Ozges. He suddenly realized he had let something slip, and his face instantly turned pale, his lips trembling so much he couldn't speak. Let's go, we'll talk somewhere else. Ozges glared at Hakassi, reminding him to shut his mouth. After exchanging a few pleasantries with guests, Ozges found an opportunity to slip away with Hakassi and his chief bodyguard, leaving the welcoming duties to his male servant. The three quickly walked away. Linyo turned off vibration sensing, deep in thought. From Hakassi's words, it seemed they were going to meet with representatives of cold trade merchants at the banquet. Could he then track Hakassi and Ozges to find the illicit merchants? These illicit merchants should be the target of his superior's mission, right? Linyo subconsciously narrowed his eyes, a habit he had when thinking, but he restrained himself. The Terra merchant he was currently impersonating did not have this habit. Kongwen, have you found something? Why are you distracted? The encrypted communication connected, and Delton's voice appeared in Linyo's mind through the COMM bead. Linyo looked up and realized that his superior had already walked more than 10 meters away. Superior, I noticed something at the entrance. Hakassi and Ozges had an argument, and they left the venue temporarily. Oh? Is that so? Delton stopped, pretending to admire the banquet hall as he looked around, his gaze sweeping over the entrance. Indeed, Hakassi and Ozges were no longer at the entrance, nor were there any noble scions replacing them to greet guests. This did not align with the style of major families, who always emphasized pomp and decorum in everything they did. On a day as important as today, unless the patriarch died suddenly, Hakassi and Ozges absolutely could not leave without permission. So, had the patriarchs of these two families died suddenly? Clearly not. Yet, they just left, without even appointing a suitable replacement. Delton smelled a hint of something unusual. Kongwen, I will have other agents keep an eye on Hakassi and Ozges. The two of us will continue with our mission. Understood, Superior. Linyo replied, quickening his pace to catch up with Delton. The two walked cheerfully towards the VIP lounge. A banquet hosted by the upper nest elite was not as simple as everyone gathering in a large space to eat. Around the banquet hall were many corridor entrances, and within the corridors were large and small VIP lounges. The lounges offered unlimited alcoholic beverages, tobacco, gourmet food, and snacks, as well as indoor recreational sports equipment and virtual scenarios constructed by holographic devices. If one preferred to gather with a large group, they would enter a large lounge. If one preferred solitude, they would find the smallest lounge, which featured floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city nightscape, comfortable single sofas, a record player, and a wine cabinet. Providing ample social opportunities while fully respecting the private needs of every distinguished guest, this was the essence of a top-tier banquet. Most importantly, there was no surveillance whatsoever in the lounges. The security personnel at the entrance checkpoint only recognized invitations, not people, nor would they scan guests thoroughly multiple times. This was a sign of respect for visitors. To identify illicit individuals impersonating others, a close-range scan was necessary to compare biometric data with records in a database. Lino and Delton wandered through various lounges. Every time they passed a guest, they would scan them with a discreet identifier hidden in their clothes. From their entry in the evening until just before the dinner began at 6 p.m., the two had scanned all the visiting guests. 3 extraterrestrial merchants caught Delton's attention. Lino and his companion had not encountered these 3 merchants and had not obtained their scan results. The agent responsible for monitoring the banquet reported. These 3 extraterrestrial merchants entered the main gate of the manor at 5:50 p.m. and were immediately led into the noble lounge by Ozgiz's chief bodyguard, and they had not come out since. It was Ozgiz again. Delton and Lino exchanged glances, the former saying in a low voice over the encrypted channel. Kongwen, I'm giving you a chance to prove yourself. If you can ascertain whether those 3 extraterrestrial merchants are illicit merchants without arousing suspicion from Ozgiz and the others, I will allow you to no longer participate in combat missions in the future. Superior, can I use any means? As long as I don't arouse suspicion, right? Yes, any means. Delton smiled slightly, let me see what you can do. Lino knew that the other party was testing his acumen in social and business matters. Superior, if I may ask, do you think I would pretend to be a male servant, knock on Ozgiz's door, strike up a conversation with the people in the lounge, and use that opportunity to scan the 3 merchants? Delton was stunned, isn't that right? That should be the safest method. Superior, it seems you don't know much about the mysteries of psychic powers. Lino took a slight breath, composed himself, and slowly said. Actually, I possess a psychic ability that allows me to hear what others are saying from a distance. Delton's eyebrows shot up, and he scrutinized Lino from head to toe, his expression turning strange. You have such a psychic ability, why didn't you say so sooner? Because the cost is quite high, Superior. I could permanently lose my hearing. Lino deliberately exaggerated the side effect to prevent the other party from using him without restraint. Oh. I see. Delton nodded thoughtfully, then go try it. I'll await your good news. Lino stood up, left the lounge he was in, and followed the map in his memory towards Ozgiz's lounge. About 50 or 60 meters from his destination, Lino turned a corner, avoiding the gaze of passers-by, and found a small, empty lounge. He hung a Do Not Disturb sign on the door, locked it from the inside, and then activated fungi ability, vibration sensing on the sofa. A vast multitude of sounds flooded his mind, extremely noisy, like hundreds or thousands of ducks quacking wildly all around him. Lino grunted, struggling to hold on amidst the raging waves. The wine here is not bad. The waitresses of Epimedius are much prettier than those on the planet I visited last time. Shall we roll the dice? Whoever loses will get a smaller share of the profit. Clatter, clatter. All sorts of sounds drilled into his mind. Lino tried to search for Ozgiz's and Hkasi's voices, like finding a thread in a tangled ball of yarn. Finally, 5 minutes later, he found it. There were only 4 people in Ozgiz's lounge. One was Ozgiz himself, and the other 3 were unfamiliar voices, presumably the 3 problematic visitors. Hakasi was not in the room. Ozgiz raised his wine glass and took a sip, his voice sounding sullen. Gentlemen, that's how it is. Our ship was plundered by pirates, suffering heavy losses, and the carrier of the pathogenic strain was also killed. With his death, the strain also died. In a short time, I cannot provide you with a second pathogenic strain. You will have to find a way to create a plague or some other disaster yourselves. Ozgiz paused, slightly emphasizing his tone. In short, I hope to see corpses as soon as possible. A large number of corpses. I don't care what method your masters behind the scenes used, but you must prepare the corpses needed by the nest capital, and I will send someone to the transfer station to receive them. So, it turned out that Ozgiz was in charge of preparing the corpses. Was he insane? Lino thought this was already crazy enough, but who would have thought that the 3 people secretly meeting with Ozgiz were even crazier? Ozgiz. The speaker was a human with a deep bass voice. Although we cold trade merchants operate in the shadows, we still have basic credibility. Since we've taken your deposit, we will naturally provide you with the corpses. But the source of the corpses will no longer be the human pirates, cold trade group criminals, and imperial fugitives we originally agreed upon. Ozgiz asked, then where do you plan to get the corpses? The bass voice chuckled, you wouldn't want to know the answer, Ozgiz. You nest capital noble descendants would wet yourselves from fear at the source of the corpses. No, you must tell me the answer. I won't accept corpses of unknown origin, that will only place more restrictions on the production of ghost potion. The bass voice was silent for a few seconds, then said leisurely in a tone that disdained life. We discovered an isolated planet with a weak civilization not yet discovered by the Empire, with a total population of about 300 million. We will eliminate them and seize their mineral resources and corpses. Clink. The sound of glass shattering. Ozges crushed the wine glass, and glass shards pierced his palm, making him gasp. Hiss, damn it. Are you crazy? Eliminating 300 million people? Just for a transaction with me? Don't act so high and mighty, Ozges, this is just how we do things. Once we have the corpses ready, you will be begging us to sell them to you. Let's go out and have some fun. We'll leave tonight. The bass voice and his two followers stood up, didn't continue talking with Ozges, pulled open the door, and left. There was no more movement in the lounge. Linio was about to close his vibration sensing when he heard Ozges suddenly whisper as if in a dream. Please guide me. Please guide me. My psyker. Please guide me. My psyker, please tell me, should I continue to trade with those bastards? Should I accept their corpses? What's going on? Ozges was praying to his psyker for a response. Was his psyker a legitimate psyker? Could it be the blue-haired bird enchanting him? I see it. Ha 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 ha, I see it. Ozges's laughter was very strange, his speech slurred, his mind in a daze, as if he had fallen into a beautiful hallucination after using a hallucinogenic potion. I see the future you described. Corpses, the corpses of those who were slaughtered, will bring me wealth and authority. Ha 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 ha. I will occupy Taiduo. I will become the king of Epimedius. Ha 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 ha, it's wonderful. Such a beautiful future is what I want. Ha ha ha. There was no other movement in Ozges's lounge, only his wild, insane laughter and endless babbling. Alright, Ozges, congratulations on receiving the Chaos Corruption gift pack. Good luck. Linio closed his vibration sensing, pondered for a moment, activated his communication bead, and relayed everything he had heard to Delton exactly as it was. The things he relayed were so outrageous that Delton didn't doubt their authenticity in the slightest. This content was clearly not something a Nest Capital agent could fabricate, how could it be false? Delton immediately replied. It seems the Empire's restrictions on the use of Psyker are justified. If everyone blindly followed the guidance of Psyker like Ozges, the Empire would be in chaos. Sir, what do we do now? Delton pondered for a moment. I'll go discuss countermeasures with Lord Vogues. You are responsible for tracking those 3 merchants and finding an opportunity to scan them. Remain in place and do not act without authorization until I give you new instructions. Yes, sir. The encrypted communication ended. Linio sat in the lounge, unmoving. When he heard about the 300 million humans about to be slaughtered, an idea popped into his mind. It needs to be stated here that he was not a saint, nor a hypocrite, he didn't intend to save everyone, nor would he force others to save people. The idea that suddenly occurred to him was not complicated. It was to try to spread orc spores in the territory of those 3 merchants, allowing orcs to grow in their territory. Along with this idea, an even more profound inspiration appeared in his mind. The second reward option redeemable with simulation points was as follows. Reward 2, precisely match and simulate the orc you designate. Redemption price, 100 points and a certain amount of magic spores. The plan to manually plant orc spores and reward 2 linked up. After orcs grew in the territory of those 3 merchants, if he designated himself to possess one of them, wouldn't he be able to perform a targeted crossing and gain a lot of intelligence? The thought of seeing everything about others at once was exciting. Calm down, calm down. Let's succeed in planting the orc spores first. Orc reproductive spores will grow wildly as long as they come into contact with nutrients. I need to find a way to control their growth rate, lest orcs grow before those 3 merchants even return to their own territory. Linio started a brainstorming session in his mind. There were 3 main methods to slow down spore growth and development. Lowering temperature, lowering humidity, changing light, and adjusting air composition were physical methods. Using preservatives and antifungal drugs could also delay development, which were chemical methods. Microbial competition, such as using allicin from garlic to inhibit spore activity, was a biological method. Linio opened the fungus warehouse and mentally scanned through the wide variety of fungi, an idea forming in his mind. He selected dozens of fungi and orc spores from the fungus warehouse and gave the system an automatic simulation command. Using orc reproductive spores as the experimental subject, automatically simulate using the fungi I selected, along with their metabolic processes, metabolic products, and fermentation products, to attempt to inhibit the growth and development rate of orc reproductive spores. Automatic simulation started. Day 1, you chose Chelsea Grus to test the inhibitory effect. The automatic simulation entered operation. Before the simulation results came out, he should first complete the task assigned by Delton. Linio straightened his clothes, pulled open the door, and walked out. The banquet speech segment had just ended, and Lord Vogues, supported by his daughter Taiduo, ascended the main staircase in the hall, heading to the reception room on the 2nd floor to meet various important officials. Everyone present began to eat, choosing from a wide variety of delicacies at the buffet. The dining segment would last until 8 p.m., after which would be the highlight of the evening, the auction. Linio searched for the 3 merchants while grabbing food from the dining tables to fill his stomach. Honestly, the food at the banquet was the best Linio had ever tasted. To cater to the tastes of all guests, there was every kind of novel food imaginable. Linio even saw a chef heating ant cattle cans on site, surrounded by a circle of fearless onlookers. Since I'm here, I might as well try the ant cattle cans. Linio smacked his lips and moved closer. Chapter 101, He Walks Among Us. At the same time Lienyo was searching for his target, in the reception room on the second floor of the banquet hall. The heavy door blocked out the noise, leaving the room quiet and peaceful. A servo-skull brought a handkerchief to Vogues. The elderly governor took the handkerchief to wipe his sweat, then walked panting to a high-backed chair and sat down, with his only descendant, Tai Duo, by his side. I'm getting old. My mind isn't as sharp, and my body feels like it's giving out. Vogues rubbed his faintly aching knees, a trace of helplessness on his face. That speech just now felt so exhausting. It's a good thing you're with me. Tai Duo appeared indifferent in front of outsiders, only showing clear emotional fluctuations when facing her closest kin. She gently massaged her father's shoulders and back, her face showing concern, and softly said, "Father, you're just a little tired. You can leave the matters of the banquet and auction to your ministers and the representatives of the various families." Vogues shook his head, raised his right hand, which was dotted with age spots, and gently patted his daughter's hand, his eyes filled with a complex expression of worry and anticipation. "My child, this banquet is for you. It brings together the local young talents and also guests from beyond the stars who are friendly with our family. I am old, and my greatest wish is to see you happily settled down." Vogues paused for half a second, his voice gaining a few hints of earnestness and a faint urge. "While I am still here, and can make decisions for you, choose a suitable husband for yourself as soon as possible. I don't want to take any regrets into my grave." Tai Duo's heart felt heavy, her nose tingled, and she gripped her father's hand, comforting him softly. "Father, don't say that. You can still undergo several rejuvenation surgeries, and I will always be by your side. I will choose carefully, and you must also take good care of yourself." All right, all right, all right." Vogues smiled contentedly, some of the old age on his face fading, and then changed the subject, saying, "I think Ozges is quite good. Although he is a descendant of a branch bloodline of our Fugui's family, he is more than 3 generations apart from you, so he's not a close relative. Among the peers of many families, he is the most outstanding. Your ages aren't too far apart, so you should be able to find common topics and interests." Tai Duo muttered. "I don't think Ozges is suitable for me, he's too weak." "Weak?" Vogues pondered for a moment, trying to understand his daughter's meaning. "Are you saying you hope your future husband has a more prominent background than our Fugui's family? Let me think, there seem to be a few gentlemen here who meet your requirements." "No, father, you misunderstood." Tai Duo pursed her lips, revealing her truest thoughts. "What I mean by strong and weak refers to an individual's self-preservation ability." Vogues was caught off guard by this answer, stunned for half a second. "Self-preservation ability? My daughter, are you referring to an individual's combat prowess? No matter how powerful a person is, he cannot deal with macro cannons and lances fired at him. You should first consider your other half's intellect, background, and experience." Vogues unconsciously began to lecture, his expression becoming somewhat serious. Tai Duo pouted, turned her head, and mumbled in response. "But my future husband will be assassinated. If he isn't strong enough himself, lacking self-preservation abilities far beyond ordinary people, how can he be my husband?" His daughter's stubbornness made Vogues blow on his beard in displeasure. "Of course, the governor will be assassinated by ill-intentioned individuals. Otherwise, why would I train so many governor's guard? With the guard's protection, assassins cannot possibly harm the governor. I am a living example. But what if the assassin is a member of the governor's guard, father? The very people who should protect us raise their butcher's knives against us. At that point, the only one we can rely on is ourselves." At this, Vogues initially wanted to refute but then stopped himself. Vogues suddenly realized that what his daughter said seemed to make some sense. He was the eldest son of the former head of the Fugui's family, and his ascension to the governor's position was legitimate, without any obstacles, and everyone was convinced. But Tai Duo's future husband would be different, he would rise to power through a woman. The Nest capital nobles would not respect him, and many within the Fugui's family would also disrespect him, he would face a great deal of malice. The governor's personal guard possessed the direct bloodline of the Fugui's family and were fiercely loyal. However, the other members of the governor's guard either had no blood relation to the Fugui's family or were branch descendants more than 4 generations removed from Tai Duo. These individuals were highly likely to be swayed and become puppets for masterminds to assassinate the governor. Thinking this way, Vogues felt his daughter's criteria for choosing a husband were well founded. His son-in-law would undoubtedly face more assassinations, attempts, and poisonings than he did. After becoming governor, he would lack nothing in terms of reputation, status, or wealth, and daily work could be handled by Tai Duo and the ministers. The son-in-law only needed to maintain proper loyalty to Tai Duo. The only major shortcoming was personal self-preservation ability. If his son-in-law couldn't withstand the dirty tricks of opponents, his daughter would likely become a widow right after marriage. "Child, I've thought about it carefully, and I agree with your point. I was wrong, I overlooked some fatal details. You are like a magnificent treasure now, everyone wants to possess you. If only you were a boy." "Oh no, no, I didn't mean that. I mean, I wish I had put more effort into procreating when I was young." Vogues accidentally blurted out the truth, and fearing his daughter would get upset, he quickly turned to explain. When he was young, he was solely focused on developing the Nest capital and the family, killing countless rebels to protect the family's interests until he felt he was nearing his end and only then remembered to have an heir. Thankfully, fate sent Tai Duo to him. Vogues offered a suggestion. He wanted Ozges to ask a biological sage to personally perform a series of genetic modifications to greatly enhance his personal combat prowess and self-preservation ability. This way, Ozges would meet his daughter's criteria for a spouse. Clearly, the old father was particularly fond of Ozges, almost to the point of paying for the genetic modification himself. A communication request entered the room. Vogues looked at the datapad on the table and pressed the connect button. Delton, is there an emergency? Yes, sir, we'd best speak in person. I'm at the banquet now. Then come to my reception room. Vogues ended the communication. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded, and the voice of the governor's guard came from the speaker at the door. Sir, Delton is here, do you wish to see him? The person about to enter was her father's head of intelligence, and Tai Duo intended to excuse herself from their confidential matters. Child, wait. Vogues called out to his daughter, pressed a button on the table, and said to the personal guard outside the door, let Delton in. The personal guard opened the door, and Delton entered the room, dressed in the silk robes of a Terra merchant, his facial disguise removed, revealing his true appearance. Vogues motioned to Tai Duo. This is Delton Moutz, my most trusted subordinate. You stay and listen, child. You also need to start understanding some less savory matters. Yes, father. Tai Duo sat down nearby, curiously observing the intelligence chief whose name she had long heard. Speak, Delton, what is it? Vogues picked up his pipe and filled it with tobacco. Delton nodded to Tai Duo, and as he spoke, his words were startling. Ozges is suspected of conspiring with 3 illegal merchants in the VIP lounge, attempting to extensively purchase the corpses of unfortunates from the Dim Star region, where cold trade is rampant. Illegal merchants, cold trade, buying corpses, and those of unfortunates. Any one of these terms alone was enough for the Empire Justice Department to impose a heavy sentence. Tai Duo gasped, covering her mouth. Vogues's right hand trembled, tobacco spilled onto the table, and blood rushed to his head, his old face turning crimson instantly. He knew Delton's character and background well, every word the other party reported to him was absolutely true. The young junior he had favored was secretly plotting such a treasonous act. You, Vogues gasped for breath, and the pipe in his hand clattered onto the table. Father. Tai Duo rushed to her father's side. Delton was also startled by the governor's reaction, fearing that the fragile brain of the other party might burst from the blood pressure. The brain could not be perfectly replaced by artificial constructs, it was the only part that rejuvenation surgery could not fully address. Delton quickly pulled out his datapad to call a doctor. Fortunately, Vogues held on. No, Delton, don't let anyone in. Tai Duo, sit back down. Vogues slammed the pipe on the table, braced himself against the table, stood up, and stared into Delton's eyes, asking. Besides you, who else knows this information? Delton replied. Also one of my agents, his code name is Kong Wen, his real name is Linyo, you should remember him. Make him, forever, shut up, understand? Vogues enunciated each word with emphasis. Suddenly, he felt dizzy and could only hold his forehead, leaning against the table to steady himself. Tai Duo sat back in her chair, and when she heard the name Linyo, a look of recollection flashed in her eyes, quickly recalling some things she had encountered in the bottom nest's treasury. Hearing her father's intention to silence him, Tai Duo sprang to her feet. No, father, don't kill him. Let me talk to him, he owes me a favor, he'll definitely agree to keep it a secret. Vogues's intracranial blood pressure surged, and his eyes turned red. He felt his mind turning to mush, and a cold, majestic voice was speaking to him. He turned his head to glance at his daughter, who yearned for him to show mercy, then looked up at Delton. He couldn't tell where the voice in his head was coming from. Was it his daughter speaking, or Delton, or was he hallucinating? A few seconds later, the cold voice gradually faded. It was replaced by a profound realization. He walks among us. Vogues's words were muffled, and others could not make out what he was saying. Father, are you all right? Please sit down, your blood pressure is rising, it's very dangerous. Tai Duo helped her father sit down, wiping his sweat, offering him water, and feeding him medicine. Vogues swallowed the blood pressure medication, and his consciousness gradually cleared. Delton. Sir, I'm here, please give your orders. I want you and my personal guards to send Ozges to my father and tell Guiyaming Fuchs everything exactly as it happened. Also, give the scan results of the 3 illegal merchants to Guard Team 7. As soon as these 3 guys leave the manor, Guard Team 7 will immediately arrest them. As for Linyo, Vogues had originally intended to say, only dead men are trustworthy. But seeing his daughter's pleading eyes, Vogues, who had always been decisive for the sake of the Fuchs family's interests, softened his heart. Sigh, never mind. Delton, tell Linyo to keep his mouth shut and not let anyone know about our family's scandal. As you wish, sir, please take care of your health. Delton bowed slightly and turned to leave. The door opened and closed, and the reception room became quiet. Tai Duo filled the pipe with tobacco, lit it, and handed it to her father. Dad, I believe Linyo will help us keep the secret. I won't go persuade him myself. Vogues took a puff, and his thoughts became clear. Child, you just said Linyo owes you a favor? When was this? He's just an agent who does dirty work, how could he be involved with you? Wait, are you smiling? No, Dad, I'm not smiling. Really? His daughter's slightly upturned lips made the old father understand some things. As someone who had experienced love, marriage, and most stages of life, Vogues knew very well what his daughter's faint smile portended. Vogues understood without needing to say more. He leaned back in his chair, thoughts swirling, and an unspeakable plan emerged in his mind. His daughter hoped her husband would be strong enough to protect himself from assassination, murder, poisoning, and plotting. How strong is strong enough? A test would reveal the answer. Kong Wen, have you found those 3 illegal merchants? Encrypted communication came through the communication bead in his mind. Lin Yo reached into his pocket and pressed the button to transmit the scan results. Sir, I've found their whereabouts. I just finished the scanning, and it didn't arouse their suspicion. The scan results show that their biological signatures are not in our database, they are genuine uninvited guests. I'm sending you the scan results now. Well done. Delton emphasized. Remember, keep your mouth shut about Ozja's matter, or even I won't be able to save you. Yes, sir, I understand. A male attendant passed by with a tray. Lin Yo took a wine glass from his hand, and while pretending to drink, he looked back, secretly pleased. The 3 illegal merchants were feasting around the dining table, with many packed delicacies beside them, ready to be taken back and enjoyed later. A beastman spore, similar to sand, was secretly placed by Lin Yo into the shirt collar of one of them. This spore was named Growth-Inhibited Beastman Reproductive Spore by Lin Yo. It was the final product of fungal simulation, a beastman spore with extremely slow growth and development. Its surface had a dense chitinous membrane, extracted from a type of sac fungus that could grow in the desert. This membrane could isolate air and moisture, with an effective period of 180 days calculated in teratime. The higher the air humidity, the shorter the effective period. Within the effective period, the growth rate of the beastman spore was reduced to about 0.2% of that in the nest capital environment, almost equivalent to a halt in development. 180 days should be enough for these 3 illegal merchants to return to their territory, right? The biometric results were transmitted. Delton gave a standby order at the scene and then went silent. Lin Yo sat in a secluded spot, holding a book introducing the culture and customs of Epimedius. As of now, he confirmed that no one infected by bone drinkers appeared on the scene. This suggests that the spies infected by bone drinkers were created by Ozjas through some means, an isolated incident, and does not mean that Epimedius is terminally ill. He didn't need to pack his bags and run away. The weight on Lin Yo's heart finally lifted. In a flash, the time came to 8 p.m. The auction for the ghost mushroom began. Guests from all sides were eager to make their mark at the auction. The auction site was bustling, undisturbed by the main entrance of the manor. The first item up for bid was a ghost mushroom root system weighing approximately 500 kilograms, capable of producing 100 bottles of standard-sized ghost potion. Considering only the value of the potion, the transaction price of the ghost mushroom would not be less than 50,000 throne coin. In fact, 50,000 was just the starting bid. The root system of the ghost mushroom could be cultivated further, with the potential value far exceeding 50,000. The price competition quickly entered a fierce stage, with the latest bid soaring to 350,000. Several powerful buyers competed fiercely, none yielding to the other. More people were watching the show and whispering. Lin Yo activated vibration sensing and listened to the discussions around him, which mostly revolved around how to solve the nutrient problem. Many people reported that they had received reliable news from the Payne's family that a batch of legitimate corpses would soon appear on the market through family channels. No need to worry about nutrients, just bid. This should be the Payne's family's strategy. They charged a 10% commission on the transaction price, so naturally, they had to find ways to drive up the price of the ghost mushroom. Lin Yo strongly suspected there were shills among those who insisted on bidding, and more than one. The 3 illegal merchants finished their meal, picked up their packed food, and left, becoming the few guests who departed the auction. Seeing them about to leave, Lin Yo frowned slightly and activated the encrypted communication. Sir, the target individuals are leaving. Should I follow them? Sir. Sir. Hello. Strange, why is no one answering me? Lin Yo thought for a moment and chose to secretly track the targets, but not to leave the main building of the manor. The 3 walked unhurriedly, looking full and content. They swayed through the main entrance of the banquet hall and headed towards the exit of the main building. Lin Yo stopped at a corner near the main entrance, called Delton again, but still received no response. Well, better safe than sorry, it's best not to cause more trouble. The tracking ends here. His gaze shifted, and Lin Yo found the upstairs staircase, leading to the outer corridor on the 2nd floor. From here, he could overlook the manor gate and see which direction the 3 people went after leaving. If Delton asked, he would have an explanation. It was night, and artificial moonlight cast a beam of light in the corridor. Lin Yo stood in the shadow, his body hidden behind the window frame, revealing only half his head to observe the 3 illegal merchants. These 3 did not drive. They walked to the manor gate, seemingly intending to take public transportation to their lodging. Just 5 seconds after they crossed the gate, a large group of transport vehicles shot out from the roadside. What's going on? Someone is launching a surprise attack at the governor's manor gate? The transport vehicles stopped in front of the 3 illegal merchants, and dozens of figures leaped out of the vehicles. At the same time, the manor gate quickly closed, blocking the trio's retreat. Clearly, this was an arrest operation targeting the illegal merchants, highly confidential, even Lin Yo had no right to know. Just as the illegal merchants were about to be apprehended, a bizarre scene occurred. Lassos, electric nets, tranquilizer darts, stun grenades, dazzling rays, and other non-lethal weapons actually passed through the bodies of the 3 illegal merchants and fell to the ground. Immediately after, the bodies of the illegal merchants and their belongings rapidly transformed from solid to ethereal, turning into shattered phantoms and disappearing into thin air. Damn it, they are etheric nullifiers. A cry of alarm came from the main entrance of the manor, and the crowd stirred. Lienyo was somewhat dumbfounded. They just ran away? Who are those people responsible for the arrest? They seem a bit weak. For a moment, Lienyo didn't know what to say, at least he wasn't the one to take the blame. He withdrew his gaze from the window and continued to observe the auction in the banquet hall. He hoped Delton would keep his word and not make him frequently participate in high-intensity combat missions again. Isn't it better to do some cold trade in the upper nest and earn some small money? Chapter 102 Orc Technology, Shocking. The farce at the main gate of the manor did not affect the auction. Half an hour later, Delton and one of Vogue's personal guards returned to the scene. The two of them had just returned from Ozja's father, Guiaming Fugues. Upon hearing that his son had done something that so disgraced the family, Guiaming was furious and immediately grabbed his sword, intending to strike him down. Fortunately, Delton and the governor's guard reacted quickly enough to prevent the tragedy of father and son fighting each other. Upon returning to the banquet hall, the governor's guard continued to protect the governor closely, while Delton activated encrypted communication. Kong Wen, report on the situation at the scene. Sir, half an hour ago, those 3 illicit merchants left the scene. They were blocked by a dozen transport vehicles at the manor gate. It seemed to be an arrest operation, but unfortunately, it wasn't successful. Oh, I know about that. I forgot to tell you earlier. Guard Unit 7 was ordered by the governor to arrest suspicious targets. Wait, what did you say? The arrest wasn't successful. Delton paused slightly in the corridor, then quickly returned to normal, continuing to play the role of a merchant from Terra. Yes, sir. Those 3 were etheric nullifiers. They used a Shinik ability that made them disappear like bubbles. Using this Shinik ability, they slipped away from Guard Unit 7's encirclement. What a bunch of... Delton forcibly restrained the urge to complain. I understand, Kong Wen. Your mission for today ends here. For the next 3 days, you will be on standby at the banquet. Unless you receive explicit instructions, you can move freely under your disguised identity, but do not leave the banquet area. Yes, sir. The communication ended. Delton took out his data pad and sent a message to the governor, asking if he needed to participate in the search for the 3 illicit merchants. Vogue's reply came quickly. He asked Delton to meet him in the reception room. Entering the reception room again, Tai Duo, the governor's daughter, had already left. Only Vogue's and a fierce-looking man were in the room. This man had high cheekbones, deep-set eyes, and sharp, eagle-like gaze. Both his appearance and demeanor sent shivers down one's spine. The most exaggerated aspect was the extent of his mechanical modifications. Blocky metal and thick black tubing formed his muscles and blood vessels, making him as imposing as a mechanical Tyrannosaurus. This man was Shikaf, the head of Guard Unit 8 of the Governor's Guard. Before being reassigned to Guard Unit 8, Shikaf was the head of Guard Unit 9, which was the Governor's special agents. As soon as Delton and Shikaf met, the atmosphere between them became subtle. Delton, I heard the Governor say that you've done quite well since taking over my special agent team. Shikaf had sacrificed his nose and mouth, instead using a respirator and a fluid feeder. Accordingly, his way of speaking also changed from vocal cord articulation to the electronic synthetic voice of a sound array device. Delton remained calm in the face of Shikaf's veiled words. He never once looked at this humanoid mechanical creature, as if the electronic muscle bundles and high-power mechanical transmissions on the other party were just a pile of garbage that he could crush at any time. Your Excellency, I am here. Please instruct. Delton bowed slightly before Vogues. His deliberate disregard was seen by Shikaf as an insult. Didn't you hear me talking to you? Shikaf's electronic synthetic voice became noisy. Enough, Shikaf, go on. Go complete the task I assigned you. Let me speak with Delton for a moment, Vogues said softly, patting the steel humanoid's arm to appease him. Yes, sir. Shikaf snorted at Delton, turned, bowed to Vogues, and left the reception room with the sound of his hydraulic spine operating. Don't mind him, Delton. Shikaf has been like this since he was a child. Vogues lit his pipe and sat back in his chair. Delton asked. Sir, do you need me to lead a team to pursue those 3 illicit merchants and bring them back? Vogues waved his hand, exhaling a puff of smoke. Forget it, it's too late. Before you returned, there was news from the spaceport that a cargo ship had departed early. Those 3 bastards are probably on that ship. I have another matter to entrust to you. Vogues leaned back in his chair, a cold expression on his face. Guard Unit 7 messed things up. Those guys have been living in luxury in the upper nest for too long. I knew they were rotten, but I didn't realize they were this rotten. Delton, starting today, everyone in Guard Unit 7 will become your probationary special agents. Work them to death. Within half a year, I want to see results, and all unqualified scum will die. Yes, sir, I will do my utmost to restore the glory of Guard Unit 7. Delton prepared to take his leave. However, Vogues did not let him go, but instead instructed him to sit down. Tell me about that boy named Lienyo. All right, sir, I have all of his activity records here. Most of them are very detailed, but Lienyo's activity records in the bottom nest are relatively scarce. Delton clicked on the data table, retrieving Lienyo's database information. Vogues asked. Why are the activity records from the bottom nest less than those from other places? Sir, the heretical activities of the Church of Amalgamation destroyed the sensors. Since young Master Ostjes led his team into the Church of Amalgamation headquarters, the recorders on the special agents became inoperable. Linio's activity records in the bottom nest are limited to before he entered the Church of Amalgamation headquarters. Delton thought for a moment and added. However, the sensors on the Hunter Lord were not destroyed by the heretical activities of the Church of Amalgamation. You might be able to obtain activity records related to Linio from them. Good, I understand. First, introduce me to the information you have. Yes, sir. The two exchanged information about Linio in the reception room. As the central topic of the secret discussion, Linio himself was completely unaware. He was currently enjoying observing the disgraceful spectacle at the auction, watching these merchants from all over the Imperium turn red in the face as they vied for ghost mushrooms. The ghost mushrooms they were buying, in Linio's opinion, were an inferior product, far inferior to the green ghost mushrooms cultivated from squigs. In due time, once he grew strong and successful within the orc community, he would open a trade route between the orcs and the Imperium of Man. He would simply repackage the ghost potion made from green ghost mushrooms, add some coloring and interference factors to prevent reverse engineering, and then sell it to the Imperium of Man. By then, throne coins would be abundant. Would it be a bit strange for orcs to accept throne coins for goods? Alright, for now, let's not discuss the trade currency. First, let's establish a foothold within the orc community. Linio clicked on the system interface and looked at the WarHammer simulation message log. Simulation character save. Save 1, Mad Dr. Sack. Save briefing. Over the past 7 days, Mad Dr. Sack has worked diligently, producing a total of 21 bottles of Sharp Eye Potion and 21 magic spores. The Sharp Eye Potion has been handed over to Along, the head of the Steel Coin clan, and as a result, a group of highly accurate Boom Boom Warbikers has emerged within the clan. The clan's precision strike capability has significantly improved. The 21 magic spores have been stored in your designated safe, awaiting your retrieval. According to reliable sources, in 5 days, the Steel Coin clan will launch a full-scale assault on the Red Eyes clan. Please pay close attention to the battle to prevent the Mad Doctor's death. WarHammer simulation felt like a farming simulation game, with a touch of the exhilaration of promoting the development of orc clans. Linio was extremely satisfied with this experience, as if he was playing a simulation management game themed around green-skinned orcs. The banquet would end in 3 days, and then after another 2 days, the orc clan war would begin. He must go online on time and personally control the Mad Doctor to rampage and help the Steel Coin clan seize the Red Eyes clan's territory in one fell swoop. In his contemplation, Linio clicked on the second save. Save 2, Tech Priest Boy, Gujia. Save status. Over the past 7 days, Guga has been repairing pirate ships. Today, the ship has just been repaired. Big Blacktooth, the orc pirate leader, is not satisfied with the results of the last raid and is currently searching for the next target to plunder. Guga, Tech Boy, Mechanical Witchcraft. Linio gazed at the save interface, pondering to himself. He would use mechanical witchcraft at the water purification plant in the lower nest to create an automated production line for cultivating water orb fungus and purifying water, increasing the plant's water purification capacity. This matter was related to the expansion of the manor's production, and it had to be resolved as soon as possible. Linio looked left and right, then stood up and walked towards the lounge. Since his superior allowed him to slack off, he might as well enjoy it to the fullest. While he had nothing to do at the banquet for these 3 days, he might as well unlock more mechanical witchcraft. Upon arriving at the single lounge, he locked the door and drew the curtains. Linio lay down on the sofa, found a comfortable position, took out 1 magic spore and put it in his mouth, then selected the Tech Priest Boy, Gujia save. His consciousness left his body and traveled through the starry sea. Before long, 3 wasteland-style orc ships appeared before his eyes. Linio's consciousness entered the first ship and went into Guga's body. Character save loaded successfully. You have possessed Tech Boy, Guga. Opening his eyes, the clanking power hammer struck iron ingots, a strong smell of engine oil wafted into his nostrils, and Stinky Gretchen scurried past his feet. Several specimens made from Yildari pirate skulls hung from the rafters, serving as decorations for this orc workshop. Linio checked Guga's recent memories. Guga's superior, the orc tech boss, was currently building a new macro cannon on another ship. In this workshop, the highest-ranking individual right now was himself. Linio lifted his foot and kicked the Gretchen's backside. Help me get a tub of water. The Gretchen rubbed the spot where he was kicked, not annoyed at all, but rather revealing a mouthful of large yellow teeth and smiling funnily. All right, I'll go right away. The tech boy's instinct told Linio that this Gretchen had ill intentions. Linio kicked him again. I want clean water. Don't let me see your snot or poop in the water, or you'll be in for it. The Gretchen's true intentions were exposed, and his expression immediately fell, like a child who failed to pull off a prank. Linio didn't fall for it, directly kicking him away, then turned and walked towards his workbench. Passing by the tool bench and shelves, he took all the pipes, sinks, funnels, and other items he might need. A moment later, 4 Gretchen entered the workbench, carrying a water tub like pallbearers. The water in the tub had a thick layer of oil scum floating on top, emitting a complex odor, dirtier than mop water. In human eyes, even lower nest dwellers wouldn't dare to use such water. But on an orc pirate ship, this quality of water was already the clearest and cleanest, only for high-ranking orcs to enjoy. Most orc boys and Gretchen could only quench their thirst with their own liquid excretions and the ship engine's coolant. Out! Lienyo kicked 4 times in a row, sending the Gretchen flying out, and closed the iron door of the workbench. Strange cries from the Gretchen came from outside the door. That kick was powerful. I've never been kicked so good. Ah, is the Gretchen's brain circuit so bizarre? Are they all masochists? The harder they were kicked in the butt, the more they enjoyed it. Lienyo didn't understand, but expressed respect. Enough talk, time to get to reckoning. Lienyo took out the water orb fungus, placed it with the sewage and pipes in front of him, and activated his I reckon power. System messages arrived as expected. Searching TechBoy's genetic knowledge base for mechanical witchcraft that can solve the problem. Search complete. Search results, 1 item. Details as follows. Name, Water Orb Fungus Bioreactor Production Blueprint. Learning cost, 5 skill points. Description. Consumes universal chenic material and necessary physical raw materials to build a bioreactor that fits the growth and development needs of water orb fungus. The reaction unit of this reactor is the mycelium of water orb fungus, the reaction catalyst is non-radioactive sewage, and the filtration unit is common filtering materials, such as quartz sand, activated carbon, filter cloth, etc. The water produced by the reactor is comparable to the irrigation water of the manor. Remaining simulation points, 1,180 points. The learning cost was 5 skill points, which was within his acceptable range. Lienyo spent 50 points to exchange for 5 skill points and redeemed the bioreactor production blueprint. As profound mechanical witchcraft knowledge surged into his mind, Lienyo's hands began to move. The large orc fingers became as flexible as swimming snakes at this moment, each step exhibiting just the right amount of force and angle. The mycelium of the water orb fungus was cut in one go and neatly arranged on metal strips. Don't underestimate the water purification ability of these mycelia. They looked soft, thin, and small, but actually possessed an astonishingly large specific surface area. Their structure was like a dense net. If one strand were taken out and unfolded along its structural texture, it would be enough to form a 10x10x10 cm biological filter net. This net-like structure was just the first layer of filtration for the water orb fungus. During its growth and development, it would secrete enzymes that degrade organic pollutants and substances with flocculating properties. The bioreactor maximized the use of the water orb fungus's mycelial structure, enzymes, and flocculating substances. When running, the efficiency of this reactor exceeded Lienyo's imagination. His own built water purification plant required the sewage to first undergo static sedimentation to remove larger particulate matter before the water orb fungus could be used for purification. But the bioreactor wasn't so troublesome. As long as the sewage was non-radioactive, it could be directly poured into the reactor. After powering the bioreactor, the water orb fungus mycelium would work at high intensity under the effect of electrotherapy. The bioreactor would continuously discharge irrigation water, as well as some solid pollutants that were difficult for the water orb fungus to degrade. After some calculations, Lienyo determined that the bioreactor's working efficiency was twice that of the existing water purification plant. After replacing the existing water purification facilities with the bioreactor, the water purification volume would soar to 60,000 cubic meters per day, which was 10,000 cubic meters more than the manor's daily water consumption. Orc technology, truly awe-inspiring. Technology changes destiny, and skill creates value. Lienyo felt the profound meaning of these words for the first time. I reckon what I lack most now is self-preservation ability. All the strong enemies I've encountered have etheric nullifiers. I want one too. Lienyo pushed the completed bioreactor aside, and once again brought in a large number of parts from outside, initiating a new reckoning. Searching TechBoy's genetic knowledge base for mechanical witchcraft that can enhance self-preservation ability. Search complete. Search results, 55 items. After removing mechanical witchcraft that cannot take effect due to insufficient universal material limits, 1 item remains in the search results. Details as follows. Name, Miniature Scrap Shield Generator. Learning cost, 50 skill points. Description. Consumes universal chenic material and necessary physical raw materials to create a shield generator that uses scrap as energy. This generator utilizes a safe cold fusion reaction to convert scrap into energy. The energy will be projected onto a narrow curved surface, forming an energy barrier to block attacks from a specific direction. This device can automatically react to attacks and adjust the defensive angle in real time. When facing energy attacks, the shield will cancel them out. When facing physical attacks, the shield will deflect them. Please note, this shield cannot block mental attacks or attacks initiated from the warp. 50 skill points. A drop in the bucket. Exchange. Learn. Craft. Production complete. The shield generator's appearance was similar to Iron Man's arc reactor, and it could be embedded in a belt for portability. The appearance of this item was unique, with a distinct wasteland feel. Its metal casing was pitted and uneven, the screws were misaligned, and the gears were a bit loose, rattling when shaken. If new materials were found for its construction in the future, the shield generator's appearance would likely change completely. Of course, appearance has never been the focus for orc technology. The real point was that such a seemingly ready-to-fall-apart object integrated a cold fusion reactor and a shield projector. It was simply unbelievable. Lienyo grabbed a handful of rusty iron nails, stuffed them into the generator's feed port, pressed the switch, and manually activated the shield. The shield generator vibrated, emitting a wisp of faint black smoke. Buzz. The electrophoretic hum was captivating, and an energy barrier appeared in front of Lienyo, about 3 square meters in area, capable of blocking attacks from a 60-degree angle in front. Another handful of iron nails was inserted into the generator, and the energy barrier expanded to both sides, reaching 6 square meters, capable of defending against attacks from a 120-degree angle. After continuously inserting several handfuls of iron nails, the barrier successfully formed a surrounding circle, protecting Lienyo within it. The appraisal technique data showed that without suffering attacks, the spherical barrier could last a maximum of 1 minute. Assuming a bolter fired at him, the shield's duration would drop from 1 minute to about 10 seconds. The stronger the attack, the shorter the shield's duration, but fortunately, the time could be extended by continuously loading scrap. Scrap refers to all raw materials that have a physical form. In a tech boy's workshop, the coolest, most amazing, and most suitable scrap for the scrap shield generator was a type of radiation concentrate. Only a fingernail-sized amount of this substance could keep the shield generator working for 1 hour. However, I reckon I'll pass on that. Ordinary scrap is much safer than radiation concentrate. Lienyo held the shield generator, unable to put it down. From now on, he also had an etheric nullifier. Counting the time, the banquet was almost over. Lienyo didn't dare to delay and logged off on the spot. Chapter 103, Where there is a shield, there is a way. WarHammer simulation ended. Simulation settlement is starting. You received 4 likes from Pirate Gretchen, score +4. You gained a total of 4 simulation points. Current simulation points, 634 points. Magic spores quantity, 11. Kicking Gretchen in the butt can actually get me likes. I'll kick more next time, even a mosquito is meat, no matter how small. Lienyo stood up and walked towards the door, pulling out his data pad to check the communication log. It was 9:10 p.m., and the auction had just ended. During the simulation, Delton did not look for him. Lienyo tried to contact his superior. After the encrypted communication connected, Delton told Lienyo to go home on his own and come back at the same time tomorrow to guard the site. Lienyo agreed. He went to the underground garage, used the electronic key Delton gave him to unlock the transport vehicle's compartment, changed into his civilian clothes inside, and left the manor. After returning home that day, Lienyo fell asleep immediately, and the next morning, he went to the Lower Nest water purification plant to improve the water purification facilities. Leia received the news and prepared the materials for Lienyo in advance. Time was pressing, so Lienyo didn't chat with Leia and went directly into the room to start making the new water purification device. Things created by orc mechanical witchcraft usually have multiple specifications. Micro, small, medium, large, giant, ancient giant, asteroid class, moon class. The water orb fungus bioreactor was no exception. Last night, the bioreactor made by the tech boy Guga, whom Lienyo possessed, was the smallest specification, a micro one. After multiple calculations, Lienyo confirmed that the small bioreactor was most suitable for the water purification plant. Only 10 such devices would be needed to maintain the water purification volume at 50,000 cubic meters per day. As he put theory into practice, a small problem appeared before him. To build one small water orb fungus bioreactor, 2 units of universal shinic material are required. Your current universal shinic material inventory is 10/10 units. Do you want to consume 2 units from your inventory to build the bioreactor? I almost forgot my universal shinic material limit. Tech boy Guga's universal shinic material limit is 25 units, but mine is only 10 units. 10 small reactors will require 20 units of material in total. I might have to spend points to gather enough materials. Lienyo clicked on the reward exchange interface. Reward 3, Universal Shinic Material Storage Limit +1, Exchange Price, 100 Simulation Points. System Prompt, when exchanging this reward, you will immediately receive 1 unit of Universal Shinic Material. Current Simulation Points, 634 points. The points were not quite enough, insufficient to gather all the reactors at once. Besides the bioreactors, Lienyo also wanted to make the micro scrap shield generator. The latter required 10 units of Universal Shinic Material. There were 11 magic spores available in the fungus warehouse, and 21 magic spores could be collected from Mad Doctor. Theoretically, these 32 magic spores were enough to give him sufficient points to make all 10 reactors and 1 shield generator. But there was no time. His work as an agent took up too much of his time. Sigh, if only I could lie at home all day, doing nothing but WarHammer simulation day and night. The words of Steelcoin were about wealth and forbearance. For WarHammer simulation, it seemed bearable to endure it. Forget it, I won't think about these trivial things. I'll make the shield generator first. I can definitely gather enough bioreactors before the manor expands its production by accumulating points in my spare time. Lienyo moved his small hand and selected reward 3, exchanging it twice. Universal Shinic Material Limit +2, inventory is 12/12 units. Current simulation points, 434 points. Lienyo spent 12 units of material and some time to make the shield generator and bioreactor. After inspection, Lienyo confirmed that the shield generator was effective and reliable. Its energy field projection technology was very advanced and could ignore the obstruction of clothing. Lienyo used a belt to tie it to his side abdomen, then covered it with clothing, and switched it to automatic response mode. This way, as long as he was attacked, the shield would automatically pop up and block the attack. Lienyo didn't understand how it determined an attack, but orc creations were just that magical, otherwise, they wouldn't stump the oil boys who wanted to decipher them. After stuffing a handful of iron nails into the shield emitter, Lienyo left it alone. He picked up the bioreactor and walked out of the room to test it. The result was as expected, it completely surpassed the water purification facilities he had designed and built himself. After teaching Leia how to use the bioreactor, Lienyo returned to the upper nest to continue his miserable job as a venue security guard. Not long after Lienyo left the water purification plant, a figure flashed past in the alley diagonally opposite the plant. This figure moved through the alley, trailing far behind Lienyo, muttering in a low voice, seemingly communicating with someone remotely using a communication bead. I've caught up with the target. He just came out of the factory and is walking to the nearby orbital station. The figure was answered by a cold, electronically synthesized voice. Find a suitable ambush location between the factory and the orbital station. After the banquet, kill him. Yes, I understand. The figure looked around. An invisible force field emanated from his head, quickly scanning the surrounding buildings. I have found a suitable sniping position. What is the authorization code for this operation? There is no authorization code. The figure paused. No authorization code? Is this a private job you took? Yes. The electronically synthesized voice paused for half a second, then chuckled without any emotional fluctuation. Are you trying to remind me that taking private jobs will only harm our relationship with the governor? Don't worry. The one who gave me this job is our governor. Just listen to the recording yourself, and you'll know. A recording played in the figure's mind, and the speaker was Lord Vogues. Delton has an agent named Kong Wen. Send a team member who is skilled in long-range sniping to teach him a lesson. Remember, I want him seriously injured, not dead. The recording ended. The figure shrugged slightly and quipped. What a strange command. This guy named Kong Wen must be tired of living, to dare offend the governor. Wait for my good news, Shikaf, this mission is a piece of cake. Shikaf chuckled with an electronically synthesized voice, saying nothing. Time passed with work, simulations, and manufacturing bioreactors. The banquet ended normally, with no further complications during the period. Lienyo did not receive new tasks from Delton, so he simply devoted his time to grinding for points. He logged into Mad Dr. Sack's account, collected magic spores, and then spent a dozen spores to quickly accumulate points. After many simulations, he had figured out some patterns. When there was an existing Mad Doctor character save, even if he ate 5 more magic spores, he would not possess another Mad Doctor character, but would instead become a more robust orc boy. Similarly, by eating 10 magic spores, Lienyo believed he would not possess a tech boy again. He tested it, and it was indeed true. After eating 10 magic spores, he descended upon a powerful orc with orc and Gretchen followers. This orc's combat power and prestige were not yet enough to establish a clan. Assuming a clan leader was a centurion, the orc corresponding to 10 magic spores would be a centurion, which could be called an orc petty boss. Lienyo, with his orc subordinates and Gretchen, charged through the battlefield, vying for scrap wreckage, frantically unleashing fungi ability. He killed orcs when he saw them, snatched guns from boomboys, and took over orc warbikes for fun. Killing, chopping, and wagging all the way, his score rapidly increased. Just as he was about to save this character, retribution came. A red and thick missile descended from the sky, with Gretchen tied to it for precise guidance. Lienyo was caught off guard and unfortunately hit. Finally, with a loud boom, the orc petty boss, who had dominated the battlefield for an hour, was blown sky high, marking a small period to his life on the vast battlefield. This simulation has ended. Starting simulation settlement. You personally killed 232 orc boys, score plus 464. You personally killed 137 boom boys, score plus 274. You personally killed 1 weird boy, score plus 100. The Red Eyes clan leader harbors hatred for you due to the weird boy's death and vows to take your life, but at the same time, he has to admit that you are very warhammer. You received 1 like from the Red Eyes clan leader, score plus 100. The Stinky Boot clan is happy to see the Red Eyes clan suffer. You received 3 likes from the Stinky Boot clan leader, score plus 300. Your orc boy and Gretchen think you are very warhammer, score plus 120. The Red Eyes clan's Gretchen missile perished with you. The Gretchen on the missile thought the sight of you being blown to smithereens was awesome. You received 1 like from the Gretchen, score plus 1. Damn it. You ambushed me. And you still have the nerve to give me a like? Lienyo was so angry his teeth itched. For this simulation, he had spent 10 spores, and he was actually blown up by a Gretchen-controlled missile. How outrageous. You gained a total of 1359 simulation points. Current simulation points, 2,276 points. Magic spores quantity, 20. Universal Shinic material inventory, 0/12 units. Humph, the Red Eyes clan's leader actually used a Gretchen missile to blow me up just to avenge that weird boy. Fine, fine, fine. I'll remember this debt. Just you wait, I'll definitely lead the Steel Coin army to get our revenge. Lienyo rubbed his fists, wishing he could immediately log into Mad Doctor's account and urge A Long to start a war with the Red Eyes clan. Speaking of which, the Red Eyes clan's orc technology is developing quite fast, they've even produced missiles, and they also have a weird boy. Missiles and weird boys have never appeared in the Steel Coin clan. It seems that in the orc clan war 2 days later, the Steel Coin clan will not have the upper hand. Lienyo nodded slowly, deciding to buy materials to replenish the fungus warehouse, stocking 10 times the usual inventory, in one fell swoop laying the foundation for the Steel Coin clan's victory. It wouldn't be too late to continue making bioreactors after the fungus replenishment is complete. Leia, I'm going out for a bit, I'll be back after buying some things. Oh, okay, help me get 2 packs of White Ridge tobacco. I'll give you the money when you get back. Li Nio's foot slipped, and he almost lost his balance, turning his head to look at Leia. Are you a heavy smoker? Not really, it's just that there's been a lot going on these past few days, and I can't get energized without a smoke. Leia smiled shyly. Alright. No need to pay, it's on me. I'll reimburse your tobacco expenses from now on, consider it an employee benefit. Okay, hehe. Li Nio walked through the main gate of the factory and quickly headed towards the rail station. The location of the water purification plant is relatively remote, with no stalls selling planting materials. One has to take the rail train to the market in the 8th district. The road was sparsely populated, with only a few people in sight. Whoosh bang. With a crisp sound, the shield generator at Li Nio's waist vibrated. A light green energy barrier appeared behind him, with ripples still lingering on its surface. What was that sound? What just happened? Li Nio looked back at the shield with a bewildered expression, momentarily lost in thought. His gaze passed through the curved barrier, and Li Nio met the eyes of the figure on the rooftop. Their eyes met, and both saw the bewilderment and surprise in the other's eyes. The air became quiet at that instant. Li Nio noticed the sniper rifle in the other person's hand and suddenly reacted, shouting inwardly. Holy crap, I was sniped. Damn it, how do you have a shield? The person on the rooftop shrieked in surprise, picked up his weapon, and ran off. Li Nio had already lost 10 magic spores due to the Gretchen missile, so he was already holding a grudge. Now, seeing someone ambush him, he immediately unleashed his anger. Freeze. Li Nio raised a hand and pointed. The figure was about to jump off the rooftop when he was suddenly put on pause by the brain freeze technique, frozen at the edge of the rooftop. Come here. Li Nio flipped his right hand, continuously employing the vibration art. The air around the figure repeatedly struck him like a hammer. Bang 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 bang. Amidst a series of muffled thuds, the figure traced parabolas in the air, falling towards Li Nio's location. As the distance closed, Li Nio clearly saw the other person's attire. This person was wearing a matte carapace armor, likely made of ceramite, with a camouflage cloak covering most of his body, almost blending into the dim rooftop environment. The weapon in his hand was no ordinary weapon. If Li Nio remembered correctly, this was a tracker pattern bolt sniper rifle. The bullets it fired were specially made, they wouldn't explode violently like normal bolter rounds but would fly at subsonic speeds. The Mercury warhead possessed extreme diffusability and toxicity, enough to silently kill lightly armored targets in a single encounter. This type of weapon and ammunition was very suitable for assassination missions and was quite expensive. Clearly, someone had paid a hefty sum to hire a killer, intending to eliminate him in one go. Who was targeting him? First, rule out Leia and other poor people, they couldn't afford such a killer. Could it be Whitefruit Manor, Isabel, or the Leeway family? Li Nio narrowed his eyes slightly, refraining from making baseless conjectures. He caught the assassin who fell from the air, disarmed him in a few swift movements, and pulled out a paper cutter, stabbing it into the gap between the opponent's helmet and armor. Rib. The slender blade of the paper cutter pierced through the armored clothing. Broken knitwear entangled the tip of the dagger, preventing the paper cutter from fully penetrating in one go. Li Nio used the brain freeze technique again to control the opponent, pulled out the paper cutter, and stabbed again. Pfft. The paper cutter went straight in, piercing the assassin's neck, but it avoided the artery and vocal cords, preventing the assassin from immediately dying or losing the ability to speak. Speak, who sent you to kill me? Li Nio's voice was cold, his fingers slightly twisting the paper cutter, with just a little more force, the sharp blade could sever the opponent's carotid artery. While questioning, Li Nio also remembered to activate vibration sensing to observe his surroundings. Jumbled sounds amplified in his ears. The mechanical noises from the factory, the frightened and curious whispers of a few onlookers, the gurgling sounds from the underground liquid pipes. Li Nio confirmed that, apart from 2 enforcers who had been alarmed, there were no other footsteps rapidly approaching him. Don't move. The assassin spoke with difficulty, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Friend. This is just a test. Look at my bullet, it's just an ordinary subsonic round, not a mercury bolter round. Li Nio frowned, and with his other hand, he picked up the magazine to check the bullets inside. Indeed, they were ordinary subsonic rounds, and they were pointed, not hollow point bullets. Looking around again, there was a bullet casing not far away, and no trace of mercury at the scene. Li Nio believed the assassin to some extent, his tone still grim and cold. Hand over your data slate, I need to verify your identification code. The assassin tremblingly reached for his waist, pulled out a data slate from under his armor, and handed it over. Li Nio scanned the identification code with his agent data slate. A line of text appeared on the screen. Active member of the 8th Governor's Guard, Madsen. Li Nio was speechless for a moment, then slowly pulled out the paper cutter. You can stop your own bleeding. With the paper cutter removed from his neck, Madsen lifted his helmet and sprayed medical foam from his waist-mounted medical spray onto the wound. The white medical foam penetrated the wound, turning into a gel-like substance within seconds, sealing the bleeding internally and externally. Madsen was a young man with short, curly golden hair, quite handsome, though his pale complexion somewhat diminished his appearance. Who sent you to test me? Was it the captain of the 8th Guard, or my superior? Li Nio picked up the weapon and magazine and handed them over. Madsen leaned on the weapon, barely managing to stand upright, still shaken by Li Nio's Chinook power and decisiveness, and replied with a forced calm. Sorry, I can't say. Just assume it was my own decision. Li Nio had some guesses in his mind. You can go. Remember to explain the situation here to the enforcers, I don't want to get into trouble. Okay, I understand. Ugh, damn it, how do you have a shield? Madsen sighed, wrapped himself in his cloak, and slowly walked towards the enforcers who were approaching the scene, then waved his arms at the few onlookers who had stopped to watch. Disperse, everyone disperse. It was just an exercise to test the enforcers' reaction speed. The onlookers exchanged glances, then muttered and left. Linio took a different route, pulled out his data slate, and contacted Delton. After the communication tone, Delton's voice came from the data slate. Kong Wen. Delton's voice had a clear upward inflection at the end, indicating that he was eager to know the answer to a certain question. For example, what was Linio's current physical condition, and whether he was unharmed. It seemed Delton was already aware of the attack he had just suffered, he had been waiting for the final outcome. Sir, Madsen of the 8th Guard tested me with a sniper rifle. What's going on? You are even more outstanding than I expected. Delton seemed relieved, his tone becoming lighter. I can tell you what's going on. You'll receive an encrypted message later that contains everything you want to know. The message content is a bit absurd, making it feel unreal, but that's the truth. Chapter 104 The Governor's Game. Linio ended the communication. A few seconds later, the encrypted message Delton mentioned arrived. Linio clicked to view it, and the content was so unexpected that he subconsciously stopped walking, falling silent in the alley. The encrypted message was a photographic copy of a personal letter from Lord Vogues. At the top was a red seal bearing the family crest and the governor's personal symbol. Below the seal was Vogues' handwritten letter. The specific content was as follows. Linio, active agent of Guard Squad 9. This secret letter concerns your future destiny and your position in my nest capital, Epimedius. My only daughter, the beautiful and kind Taiduo, has developed an interest and curiosity in you for reasons I do not yet fully understand. You and I both know that curiosity is the starting point for a change in destiny. Taiduo's favor towards you is a double-edged sword, it can either propel you to the pinnacle of power or plunge you into the abyss of death. You are not my ideal son-in-law. You come from humble origins, your status is lowly, and even with strong personal combat prowess, you cannot withstand my cannons and swords. All of this will transform once you become my son-in-law. I have ample means and capital to alter all your past records, shaping you into a reclusive noble ancient, low-key, mysterious, powerful, and wealthy. But are you worthy of my resources? Prove to me that you are qualified to enjoy my status, wealth, and power, and that you are capable of making my daughter happy. You must complete the following tasks. First, before you come of age, share 0.5% of the Imperium's tithe project, material tax for the nest capital. The more tax you can bear, the higher my evaluation of you. Second, your path to inheriting the governor's position contradicts the mainstream views of the nobles. You will inevitably endure underhanded tactics from opponents, including but not limited to murder, assassination, stabbing, and poisoning. Before you complete the first task, I will continuously arrange for people to assassinate you, showing no mercy, using any means, regardless of cost. You must persevere through challenge after challenge. Remember, Linio, do not attempt to beg for my mercy, do not seek help from Taiduo, that will only prove your weakness and incompetence. Survive, and you will gain everything, fail, and you will have nothing. Good luck. Sincerely, Governor of Nest Capital Epimedius. Viladric Vogues. P.S. Do not disclose the contents of this letter to any third party. After reading the secret letter, the letter automatically self-destructed, leaving the data slate blank. Clearly, a bowl of extremely difficult soft rice was placed before him. Cao Dawa, the fierce tiger of the Serious Crimes Unit, once personally demonstrated to the world that only by eating soft rice with toughness does a man show his true colors. Influenced by this pioneer of soft rice eating, Linio's mind harbored no superfluous emotional fluctuations, only steady contemplation and rapidly operating logical analysis. The tax level of Nest Capital Epimedius is first-class primary, 2 grades lower than the first-class special of a high-grade hive world. The tax period for the material tax is 1 tera year. The list of material tax amounts can be found in the database, its sum is roughly equivalent to 20% of the Nest Capital's total industrial and agricultural output. If priced in throne coins, the total value of the material tax is approximately 200 million throne coins. 0.5% of 200 million throne coins is 1 million. This means that his own industries, after recovering costs, must provide the Nest Capital's Tax Affairs Department with materials worth 1 million throne coins annually. Paying taxes directly with an equivalent amount of throne coins is also permissible, the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs allows this. So, what does an annual tax of 1 million throne coins mean? Linio calculated it on the data slate. After White Fruit Manor completes its expansion, his estimated after-tax net income from dividends each year is 206,955 throne coins, at most paying 0.1% of the material tax. 5 fully operational White Fruit Manors would be needed to help him fulfill the obligation of paying 0.5% of the material tax. If he doesn't pay with throne coins and instead uses materials like tobacco leaves, he can avoid the 20% equity dividend tax. This is undoubtedly more cost-effective, only 4 White Fruit Manors would be enough. The dowry for marrying the governor's daughter is truly extraordinarily high. However, the higher the difficulty, the more interesting it becomes. At least, Linio understood the governor's criteria for selecting a son-in-law. Tax-paying capability and self-preservation ability, only by meeting both requirements simultaneously can one enter the governor's discerning eye. Tax-paying capability can come from one's own industries or from one's supporters. For example, Ozja's. The total output value of his industries is not high, but the families that openly support him in the Noble Council possess strong tax-paying capabilities. From the public information in the database, any force capable of bearing 0.5% of the material tax must at least be a Nest Capital business group with a small family background. The Cram family currently bears about 5% of the material tax. The Project Isabel is responsible for Kin pay 0.5% of the material tax, thus giving her 1/10 of the say within the family. The Liwei family is the top pharmaceutical family in this Nest Capital, bearing 7% of the material tax. Further up, the Wang's family, which owns several military factories in the Middle Nest, bears 8% of the material tax. The Promethium magnate Moro's family bears 15% of the material tax. The Fugai's family bears the largest proportion of taxes, accounting for 30%. Next is the giant of the Water Guild, the Water family. The Water family is Ozja's biggest supporter. The purified water facilities, water storage equipment, and purified water they provide to the Imperium account for 18% of the Nest Capital's material tax. The remaining 17% is borne by various large and small families. Why not just let Water Orb Fungus make a public appearance and smash the Water family's rice bowl? No, it's unwise to create such a strong competitor for himself. Perhaps Isabel might be forced to terminate her cooperation with him due to pressure from the Water family. If that happens, he would be isolated and helpless, and might even be rallied against by the Water family, calling on other families to attack him. That would make things difficult. He needs a more secure approach. While expanding his annual total output, he must not form direct competition with existing families. Only then can he increase output quickly and steadily. Lianyo completed the operation to replenish the fungus warehouse while contemplating, and then consumed points to exchange for universal Chinook material, finishing the remaining water orb fungus bioreactors. After completing these steps, he had a clear answer in his mind. He thought of a plan that would both rapidly increase output and avoid creating enemies for himself. The core product of this plan is food. In Epimedius, providing food for the bottom nest inhabitants is a completely losing business. The entire upper nest and middle nest bear the expensive food costs of supporting the bottom nest inhabitants. This is an unchangeable fact. This situation is not unique to Epimedius, other nest worlds in the Imperium of Man are also like this. This can be seen from Epimedius's historical statistical data. To prevent the bottom nest inhabitants from rebelling due to famine, the Nest Capital provides subsidies to factories producing synthetic starch every year. The selling price of synthetic starch is 3 rations cards per serving. Its cost, however, is 6 rations cards per serving. Factories producing synthetic starch lose 3 rations cards for every serving they produce. For this reason, the Nest Capital provides a subsidy of 3 rations cards per serving of starch to such factories. As for how much money a factory can earn from synthetic starch, that entirely depends on the factory's own cost control level. The main raw material for local synthetic starch is a byproduct of refined promethium. Its main components are pollutants and carbon compounds. Reducing several pollution removal processes, recycling starch from sewers and trash cans for reuse, and using cheaper but more contaminated promethium refining residue as raw material. All these measures can further reduce the production cost of synthetic starch. Most of the existing starch factories are owned by the promethium magnate Moros. Lianyo checked the data. Undoubtedly, the Moros family is operating at a loss. Even with Nest Capital subsidies, they lose 1 rations card for every bowl of starch sold. They have persisted until now entirely due to the governor's mandatory requirements. Of 2 evils, choose the lesser. Rather than offending the governor, it's better to honestly produce synthetic starch using promethium refining residue. Therefore, even if it's not profitable, the Moros family must continue to produce synthetic starch long term. If he takes over the synthetic starch business, the Moros family would be delighted. The key is how to reduce the production cost of synthetic starch. Can edible fungi like milk mushroom be used as a substitute? Lianyo thought about it and rejected the idea. The cost of irrigation water is too high, far exceeding the revenue from synthetic starch. Considering everything, Lianyo felt the best method was using microbial fermentation to convert promethium refining residue into edible starch. This happens to be his area of expertise. The Moros family uses chemical synthesis, which is why their costs are high. Microbial fermentation is notoriously cheap but inefficient. As long as the inefficiency problem is solved, from then on, the Nest Capital's synthetic starch industry would be entirely under his control. System, enable automatic simulation. Please select an experimental sample. Let's use what's in this can in front of me. Lianyo pointed to the glass jar on the table, which contained the promethium refining residue he had just obtained from the factory next door. The substance in the jar was sticky and gooey, primarily purplish-black, with a colorful oil film on the surface, emitting a pungent stench. Pollutants accounted for 75% of it, while reusable carbon compounds were approximately 25%. Using such a substance to produce synthetic starch is akin to panning for gold in excrement. Experimental sample setup complete. Please set the experimental procedure and parameters. Pollutants include sulfur, hydrocarbons, nitrogen, salts, and heavy metals. The fungus warehouse contains an unidentified Chinook fungus that can efficiently desalt and desulfurize, saving steps in pollution removal. However, Lianyo was wary of Chinooks and did not intend to use something with such safety hazards. Similarly, when dealing with other pollutants and extracting carbon compounds, he would also use fungi that absolutely did not involve the warp. After mentally selecting over 3,000 types of fungi in the fungus warehouse, Lienyo handed the tedious experimental operations over to the system. His experimental goal was only one, to find a feasible solution for efficiently removing pollution and converting carbon compounds into edible starch. The fungi required for this solution might be 2 or more types, thus the simulated engineering workload far exceeded any previous simulation. Automatic simulation started. Due to the extremely large engineering workload of this automatic simulation, the number of simulation days is difficult to estimate. The system will collect the raw materials required for the simulation in advance. Stopping the automatic simulation will not return the raw materials. The promethium refining residue on the table disappeared. The automatic simulation information began to refresh. Day 1, you divide the sample into 100 parts and label them from 1 to 100. Let the system run the automatic simulation, my daily work will continue as usual. Lienyo moved the simulation interface to the corner of his vision. After a round in the water purification plant, confirming that the bioreactors and pipes were operating normally, Lienyo planned to return to the upper nest. Before leaving, Lienyo observed Leia, somewhat worried that she might develop psychological issues from working alone for so long. It turned out Lienyo's worries were unnecessary. Leia's datapad could connect to the lower nest's network, and when she wasn't busy, she would play pixel games or read fantasy novels written by lower nest authors on it. She even set up a set of indoor exercise equipment for herself and would practice strength and flexibility on it in her free time. There was no need to worry about the mental health of such a disciplined girl. If you're really worried about me getting bored here, then help me buy a holographic projection device, preferably one that can connect to the upper nest network, so I can play holographic games. You can deduct the money from my future salary. Leia said with a grin, a cigarette held between her fingers. Holographic projection devices and holographic games were sold in the upper nest, Lienyo had seen them on the communicator before. Holographic projection devices are quite expensive, Leia. A set can cost as much as 10 years of your salary. How can you even ask for that? Lienyo teased with a smile. Leia stuck out her tongue sheepishly. Anyway, I've decided to work here until I'm old, so why not slightly overdraw on my future income and enjoy it sooner? Lienyo didn't know how to respond and could only give a wry smile, waving his hand in farewell. Alright, I got it. I'll buy it for you. But only play after work. If it interferes with your work, I'll confiscate your holographic device. Don't worry, I have that much self-control. Leia's smile grew even brighter, and she even stomped her foot excitedly. Lienyo left the factory, leaving Leia to enjoy herself inside. This time, there was no ambush while he walked. He arrived at the upper nest without incident, and Lienyo meticulously planned his starch industry in his study. He even called Isabel specifically to consult on the details and industry insider information. Lienyo listened carefully and gradually realized that he was on the right path. The demand for starch was enormous, both in the nest capital and throughout the Imperium. This was especially true for the Imperial fleet, which constantly fought in space. Their food supply relied entirely on agricultural worlds, as well as hive worlds with agricultural resources, garden worlds, and other Imperial worlds. If the starch industry did well, the Imperial fleet would be happy with their food, the Imperial Department of Military Affairs would increase protection for this nest capital, and the governor would be grinning from ear to ear. It was even possible for Vogue's attitude towards him to do a complete 180-degree turn. As Lienyo was immersed in his work, a system message popped up. Save 1, Mad Dr. Sack. Save briefing. Mad Dr. Sack received definite news that the Steel Coin clan would go to war with the Red Eyes clan in 12 hours. Please pay attention to the war situation in time to avoid the death of the simulated character. War in 12 hours, which means around 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Lienyo noted down the time of the battle, determined to go online punctually. That night, he worked in his study until after midnight, only then going to bed at Brandy's reminder. As Lienyo was carried into slumber by fatigue, another group of people was losing sleep over him. Vogues lay half reclined on the sofa in his study, behind him a massive floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the entire first district. A few meters in front of him, a holographic device was continuously replaying the confrontation between Lienyo and the members of Guard Team 8. 10 screens, 10 perspectives, presenting every detail of the battle from all angles to the governor, accompanied by a large number of readings, tables, and grid diagrams. From Lienyo's Chinook shield, to his moment of looking back at Madsen, the caisson of Guard Team 8, and then to him unleashing miraculous Chinook power to repeatedly send Madsen flying. Every frame was taken in by Vogues. On the other side of the holographic projection, Delton and Shakaf were observing. Shakaf was eager to try, growing more excited with each viewing, wanting to fight Lienyo immediately, a true battle maniac. Delton remained calm throughout, every move and technique of Lienyo seemed to be nothing to him, easily solvable with a flick of his finger. The holographic images played over and over until Vogues pressed the pause button himself. With one hand in his pocket and the other holding a pipe, he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and slowly exhaled a cloud of mist. He gazed at his domain, his eyes sweeping over the prosperous streetscape. He knew Lienyo's Chinook power was unique and powerful, but he had never imagined it would be so precise, efficient, deadly, and concealed. Shakaf. Vogues walked back to the sofa and sat down, calling out to his capable subordinate. My lord, let me take action personally next time. I really want to know how strong this kid is. Shakaf came before Vogues, rubbing his hands together. Vogues tapped his pipe on the table, emptying the ashes, a hint of a smile appearing on his old, plump face. I was thinking the same thing, Shakaf. Your task is to squeeze out all of this kid's combat potential. When you're ready, you can act at any time. Haha, my lord, leave this to me, you just rest assured. I promise to beat him until he only has one breath left. I'm leaving. Shakaf excitedly bumped his fists together, bowed to Vogues, then raised an eyebrow provocatively at Delton before striding out of the study. Only Vogues and Delton remained in the room. Vogues refilled his pipe with fresh tobacco and asked. After you gave Lignot my secret letter, did he not contact you again? No, my lord. Delton shook his head slightly. I originally thought he would ask me for advice, but the truth is he didn't contact me. Then it seems he is even more mysterious than we imagined. Vogue suddenly laughed, with a hint of self-mockery. Do you know, Delton? Lignot registered over 3,000 patents in the field of biotechnology. I completely cannot understand how a lower nest person like him possesses so much technological reserve. Perhaps only my daughter has glimpsed a part of Lignot's secrets. Your daughter? Yes. Vogues handed the pipe to a servo-skull, covered his face with both hands, and sighed deeply. My daughter, my only child, used the authority I gave her to permanently delete all of Lignot's records in the bottom nest from all Hunter Lord's recorders, with no possibility of recovery. This makes me sad, Delton. You also have a daughter, so you should understand my feelings. Delton thought of Amy, his expression softening, deeply sympathizing with the governor's plight. My lord, I can understand your feelings. When one's own daughter tries to cover up a secret, it means something has already begun to sprout. Delton pondered for a moment, then tried to persuade him. In my humble opinion, I think Lignot is not bad. His invention patents are recognized and protected by the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs, there are no legal or moral issues, and it's unrelated to technological heresy. Vogues lowered his hands and slowly nodded. Since even you think he's fine, what more can I say? Vogues stood up and raised a finger. You will be a witness, Delton. If Lignot survives Shakaf, then as long as he can afford 0.3% of the material tax, I will be willing to marry my daughter to him when he comes of age. During this period, he must first learn all the knowledge required to be a governor before he can get engaged to my daughter. What if he can bear more material tax? Delton asked. Vogues was unconcerned by Delton's question, 0.3% was already very high. Vogues spread his hands, teasing playfully. Haha, if Lignot can bear 0.5%, I'll arrange his engagement with Taiduo that very day. If it's 1%, I don't mind clearing an area in the Wangting district for him to work. If it's 2% or even more, when he comes of age, I'll resign as governor and become his Ministry of Internal Affairs, managing everything for him. Chapter 105 The Legacy of the Ancient Saints. It was 11 a.m. the next day. Lignot finished lunch early and came to the study to meditate. The automatic simulation was in progress, and no logical errors occurred. The system found several feasible solutions, but because the overall efficiency of each process was only one-third of that of chemical synthesis, they did not meet Lignot's requirements and were therefore not adopted. Major discoveries in the field of microbiology either come from accidental or are achieved through prolonged effort. Lignot was mentally prepared for this and was not in a hurry at all. After waiting a moment in his seat, the system message arrived as scheduled. Save 1, Mad Dr. Sack. Save briefing. The war between the Steel Coin clan and the Red Eyes clan is about to begin. Please pay close attention to briefing updates to avoid the death of the simulated character. Lignot took out a magic spores, put it in his mouth, and clicked on the Mad Doctor's save to load it. His consciousness passed through the sea of stars, arrived at the Orc planet, and entered Sack's body. Sack had just put on his battle armor, protecting himself with unappealing but sufficiently thick steel. This was custom made for him by the tech boy at the clan leader's request. In addition, he had a clanking chainsword and an automatic pistol with a left-biased barrel. Lignot took his weapons and surgical toolbox, pushed open the door, and was met with a bustling scene of war preparations. The roar of engines was deafening, and hundreds of red motorcycles loaded with orcs howled, kicking up dust everywhere. 5 dark red boom boy battle wagons drove out of the workshop, spewing thick smoke into the sky, and the surrounding orcs cheered deafeningly. Along, the clan leader, ascended the giant rock in the center of the camp. He was covered in rebar and steel plates, holding a massive power hammer. Pfft! White steam hissed from the power hammer, and the hammer, propelled by immense force, slammed onto the giant rock with a clang. This explosive sound drew the attention of all the orcs. Boys! Listen to me! Along's mighty roar drowned out the engine's bellow, echoing across the territory. Those Red Eyes clan scumbags dared to steal our scrap. Gork and Mork bear witness, we're going to slaughter them all today. And take all their scrap. The orcs roared in unison. Along pointed downwards, his finger aimed at the largest tech boy. Nazg. Tell me loudly, are the boom boy battle wagons ready? Yes, boss. I guarantee their voices are as loud as yours. Nazg waved his hand, and the 5 dark red boom boy battle wagons behind him roared in unison. Boom. A crude sound wave swept across the field, and the orcs, along with the boom boy battle wagon engines, shouted loudly, one wave higher than the last. Along roared to the sky. Then what are we waiting for? Move out. Kill the Red Eyes clan. Take their scrap. Wah-a-a-a-a-ic. Wah-a-a-a-ic. The whole place erupted, with some getting on vehicles, some riding squigs, and some running. All the orcs were rushing to the battlefield in their own ways. Just then, a sharp whistle came from high in the sky. Whoosh! Looking up, 3 fighter jets trailed thick smoke as they descended, their saw-toothed nose art like the gaping maw of a beast. The orcs controlling the fighter jets wore crimson goggles. They stood up from their cockpits, roaring as they pressed the attack button. You steel coin idiots. Do you know what this is? This is called a red eyes cock, a big plane. Even if you knew, you couldn't fly one. Go die with your boom boy battle wagons. Why-ay-ay-ay. The fighter jets dove down with a shriek, their mounted machine guns spewing a barrage of bullets. The Red Eyes clan had gone all out for this surprise attack, every bullet was a bolt round. Bullets poured down like rain, and in an instant, the Gretchen who couldn't equip heavy metal armor suffered greatly. Explosions rattled continuously, each accompanied by the Gretchen's screams. 3 fighter jets roared over the Steel Coin clan's territory, at their lowest point only 20 meters from the ground. They plowed the land like a harrow, leaving behind splattering dirt and flesh. The orc pilots in the fighter jets laughed maniacally, while the Steel Coin clan on the ground stood dumbfounded. A Long roared, ordering his orcs to shoot at the sky and instructing the Boom Boy battle wagons to shoot down the planes. The Boom Boy battle wagons resembled tanks from human civilization. Their cannon elevation was limited, making it impossible to aim at the sky on flat ground. Even worse, the 3 fighter jets only fired one volley before soaring into the sky, giving the Steel Coin clan no chance to retaliate. The Steel Coin clan's morale plummeted. At this moment, a loud voice rang out from a corner. I have a way to deal with those 3 annoying planes. All of you, get inside the houses and load your bullets. When they dive again, I promise I'll make them pay. Linio stood on Zalger's shoulder, waving his arms, repeatedly urging the orcs to find cover. But he was not the clan leader after all and couldn't command these orcs. A Long stood on the giant rock, slamming the ground with a clang, and shouted, spitting saliva. Are you all idiots? Move it. Didn't you hear what the mad doctor said? Whoosh. The whistling sound of a dive came from overhead again. The orcs moved collectively, some diving into holes, others into tin houses, their firearms pointed at the sky. Linio was protected by Zalger as he entered his shack, while his squig pets and Gretchen huddled under the bed. This time, the 3 fighter jets changed their tactics, they didn't use diving and machine gun strafing to deal with the Steel Coin clan. In the back seats of the fighter jets, Gretchen carrying red missiles climbed out of their seats and stood on the aircraft's outer shell. It was Gretchen missiles again. Linio got angry as soon as he saw this thing. This thing was too unreasonable, it flew extremely fast and even had humanoid guidance, simply the most shameless of the shameless. The last time Linio encountered this thing, he didn't even have a chance to counterattack with his fungi ability before he was blown to pieces by the missile. This time, he was going to make those damned Gretchen pay. Prepare. Linio raised his right hand in the window, aiming at the fighter jets in the sky. The moment the Gretchen missile's fuses were lit, he threw out a series of brain freeze techniques. The 3 orc pilots' bodies suddenly stiffened, their mouths wide open, and saliva flew backward with the strong wind. 2 of the orc pilots' arms happened to be stuck on the dive lever, and the fighter jets formed a 90-degree angle with the ground, falling straight down. The other orc pilot was even worse, he was performing a flamboyant somersault in the air, and Linio's brain freeze technique directly caused him to be thrown out of the fighter jet. Under the effect of the brain freeze technique, the 3 Gretchen-carrying missiles failed to stand firm and successively turned into meteors in the sky, performing a free fall. Fire! Shoot the missiles first. At Linio's command, a tidal wave of gunshots erupted. Bang 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 bang. Da-da-da-da-da. Dense bullets wove a barrage in the air, instantly detonating 3 missiles. Bright sparks exploded in the air, and thick black smoke formed a large cloud. 3 fighter jets passed through the black cloud, falling rapidly. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosions came from the corners of the territory, scattering steel fragments everywhere. There was silence in the territory for 2 seconds, followed by an unprecedented wave of cheers. Mad Doctor, I think you're awesome. Mad Doctor. That was explosive. Gork and Mork above. Mad Doctor is the best. Invisible waves of psychic energy transmitted from each orc's psyker field. The system text scrolled rapidly. You gained likes from 8,210 Gretchen. You gained likes from 3,322 orc boys. You gained likes from 1,396 boom boys. You gained likes from 428 motorbike boys. You gained likes from 355 Luda boys. You gained likes from 25 boom boy battlewagon boys. You gained likes from 94 tech boys. You gained likes from 55 pain boys. You gained likes from 70 Gretchen slave masters. You gained likes from 30 chief's bodyguards. You gained 10 likes from the Steel Coin clan leader. You gained a total of 25,638 points. All converted into simulation points. Oh yeah. When the 3 fighter jets made their first dive, Linio had plenty of time to control them, but he didn't, precisely to make the Steel Coin clan fear flying units. The more fearful the Steel Coin clan orcs were, the more prominent the hope he brought would be. When morale surged from its lowest point to its peak, the score was naturally terrifyingly high. His little trick worked, earning him a vast amount of simulation points, which felt incredibly satisfying. Buzz buzz buzz. Engine sounds came from outside the territory. It was the Steel Coin clan scouts returning. 5 orc boys and 1 motorcycle had been sent out to scout, but now only 1 person and 1 vehicle returned. The orc boy on the vehicle was covered in blood, looked miserable, and was severely wounded. As soon as he returned, he shouted. Boss, those red-eye scumbags have 3 fighter jets and 3 Gretchen missiles. We need to be careful. A Long stood on the giant rock, looked at where the 3 planes had crashed, and asked in a muffled voice. I ask you, do those red-eye scumbags only have 3 planes? Yes, boss. I counted many times, no mistake. Hey? Why are there planes in our territory too? As the orc scout passed the plane wreckage, he stopped his vehicle and let out a strange cry, pointing at the plane's red tail fin and exclaiming how familiar it looked. How could it not be familiar? These were the Red Eyes clan's planes, and all three of them were here. A Long immediately waved his hand, ordering everyone to depart for battle. The vanguard of the Steel Coin clan were Gretchen driving bumper cars. Linio, as a cloud hammer, had never seen these bumper cars in short videos. They must have been an original creation of the Steel Coin clan. They were similar to the bumper cars he used to play at amusement parks before he transmigrated, driving incredibly fast with rubber bumpers all around, making them difficult to damage even if they overturned. Over a dozen Gretchen, piled up like Indian human pyramids, squeezed into the bumper cars, shouting and driving forward, their speed several times faster than a warbiker's motorcycle. The main force of the Steel Coin clan was only halfway there when the Gretchen bumper cars had already reached the vicinity of the Red Eyes clan's territory. Horizontal barrages of gunfire poured towards the bumper cars, tearing the Gretchen's skin and flesh, but they still drove forward. As the number of Gretchen on the cars decreased, the true purpose of the bumper cars was revealed. In the orc's eyes, red means fast, purple means stealth, yellow means most insane, blue means most lucky, and green means most warlike. A bomb, painted in purple and yellow, was placed on the back seat. The bomb had originally been hidden by sandbags made of Gretchen, only becoming exposed now. A bumper car crashed into the Red Eyes clan's fence, and the driver on board let out a strange cry of "Waaik," immediately detonating the bomb. Boom, boom, boom. Over a dozen bombs exploded simultaneously, destroying most of the territory's wall and tearing open a huge gap. The warbikers of the Steel Coin clan twisted their throttles, charging through with a car full of orc boys. On the hillside behind them, 5 orc boom boy battle wagons lined up, firing shells with a booming sound. The orcs driving the boom boy battle wagons had all drunk the gaze-enhancing brew, giving them extremely high firing accuracy. Each shot precisely hit the areas with the most enemies, while minimizing friendly fire. In the future, when there are enough boom boy battle wagons, these boom boy battle wagon boys who have drunk the gaze-enhancing brew will be dispersed among different boom boy battle wagons to serve as gunners. On the other side, the Red Eyes clan focused on developing their flying technology tree, failing to make progress in ground combat. After losing air superiority, the Red Eyes clan's defeat was a foregone conclusion. When the Steel Coin clan's boom boy battle wagons drove into the Red Eyes clan's territory, surrounded by orc boys, the area was filled with smoke, corpses, and deep shell craters, with no living beings remaining. We won. Waaik. Boss is awesome and cool. Mad Doctor is cool and awesome. Alright, boys, go quickly and collect the spoils of war. We need to get back fast. Otherwise, other scum will raid our base. A Long laughed heartily, swinging his power claw with a whooshing sound, casually demolishing the Red Eyes clan leader's house, and taking the best steel inside as a reward for himself. The orcs scattered, vying for the spoils. Linio, accompanied by Zalger, found the Mad Doctor's dwelling. The Red Eyes clan's Mad Doctor had been blown to smithereens by a boom boy battle wagon shell, and his shack had suffered the same fate. After a careful search, Linio confirmed that this Mad Doctor's sorcery was far inferior to his own body's, so he gave up on further searching. At this moment, a Luda boy passed by Linio, carrying a strangely shaped squig in each hand. Boss! Boss! Look what I found! The Luda boy walked up to A Long, raising his head, looking as if he was seeking praise. The 2 squigs in his hands were rare. The squig on the left had a long, thin mouth like a needle, and a round body that seemed to be filled with some kind of liquid. The squig on the right had a gourd-like body, reddish skin like a red-hot iron, and emitted the smell of fuel. Linio listened from the side, his heart stirring, and he quickly asked the Luda boy how many of these 2 types of squigs he had found in total. The Luda boy looked at his toes, counting under his breath, his toes wiggling with the commands. Needle squig, I think there are about 30 or 40 of them. Oil guzzler squig, there should be 60 or 70. Linio's eyes lit up, and he looked up at A Long and said. Boss, I want 1 needle squig and 1 oil guzzler squig. Good. I'll give them to you. Thanks to your gaze-enhancing brew, I was able to train boom boy battle wagon boys who hit every shot. A Long was in a good mood, and with a wave of his hand, he ordered the Luda boy to send Linio 2 squigs of each type, needle squig and oil guzzler squig, telling him to come back for more if it wasn't enough. With the squigs in hand, Linio immediately set off back to his shack. As soon as he returned, he gave Zalger an order. Go get me a barrel of unrefined promethium, and another barrel of promethium refining residue. Alright, I'll go look for it for you, it must be in the workshop. Zalger was completely convinced by the Mad Doctor and scurried away. Soon, 2 barrels of foul-smelling black substance appeared before Linio. The barrel on the left was both foul and pungent. The barrel on the right was both pungent and foul. There was a difference in these 2 descriptions. The barrel on the left contained solid promethium ore, its foul smell came from various alkanes, cycloalkanes, and aromatics, and its pungency was because it had not yet been desulfurized. The barrel on the right contained promethium refining residue. Its pungent smell came from heavy pollution. It was foul because it was mixed with the feces of oil guzzler squig. Yes, that's right, the orc method of refining promethium was to feed promethium ore to oil guzzler squig. This type of squig would store high-octane fuel in its body and excrete the residue along with its feces. The Gretchen would squeeze the oil out of the oil guzzler squig, similar to pressing soybean oil. How was the residue handled? Was it buried on site? Or fed to meat squigs as feed? No, no, no. The best use for the residue and squig feces was to feed them to needle squig. This type of squig could absorb, refine, and store toxic substances. Gretchen could squeeze this squig to extract venom, used for hunting or combat. And here's the most crucial part. Needle squig's feces could be eaten. It was a light gray, blocky substance, called feces candy in the Steel Coin clan, and it tasted a bit sweet with a very good texture. Lienyo tested the two types of squigs separately with the 2 barrels of black substance. The moment the experimental results came out, he let out a deep breath, and with a long, drawn-out tone, he said, "Whoa." He only wanted to turn promethium refining residue into starch, but he never expected to discover such a ruthless move that would smash the Moros family's rice bowl. Casually casting appraisal technique on the 2 types of squigs, Lienyo fell into contemplation as he looked at the appraisal results. Name, Oil Guzzler Squig. Appraisal result. This squig eats promethium ore in various forms, stores orc fuel with a calorific value of approximately 80 megajoules per kilogram in its body, and excretes promethium refining residue. The operating mechanism of this squig is based on a unique digestive system, primarily relying on a severely degenerated primordial fungus. Name, Needle Squig. Appraisal result. Extremely powerful stomach, liver, and gallbladder give it extremely powerful poison-making, poison resistance, and poison storage abilities. Its stomach is composed of countless reticulated fungal colonies, which, through layers of microbial sieves, separate toxins from food and store them in the gallbladder. Preliminary judgment, the fungal colonies in the stomach are a severely degenerated primordial fungus. Primordial fungus, severely degenerated. Lienyo had previously encountered several types of ancient fungi. The system described them as ancient fungi inherited from the dark age of technology. Now, he had encountered primordial fungus. Could it be that these were ancient creations left over from the war in heaven, genuine legacies of the old ones? If that were truly the case, he might have to restore the glory of the old ones in the future. Because any degenerated organism has a certain probability of evolving back through atavism. Severely degenerated primordial fungus is also like this. Chapter 106, All the King Bombs in Hand. Atavism can be triggered through mutation. The main triggers are laser mutation, compound mutation, environmental mutation, and gene editing. This is destined to be a massive project. It might take the system to simulate for 10 days to half a month to trigger atavism once. So, there's no rush. It's better to establish my career in human civilization first. Lienyo had the Gretchen dissect the squigs and extract the fungal colonies from the bellies of the 2 types of squigs. Both needle squig and oil guzzler squig were somewhat poisonous, so the Gretchen put on comical armor before daring to proceed. A moment later, 2 plates of viscous slime appeared on Lienyo's table. The slime on the left was green, and so was the one on the right. The difference between them was mainly in the depth of color and the smell. Lienyo aimed at the plate on the left and activated analysis fungus. Analysis successful. Name, Paleovenom fungus. Type, Old One creation. Analysis result. A miraculous fungus that has survived from ancient times. Its life form is similar to Rhizopus and can be classified as fungi, Zygomycota, Zygomycetes, Mucorales, Mucoracea, Rhizopus. The mycelium of this fungus is dense and porous, capable of fully absorbing toxic substances. The mycotoxins it produces react with toxic substances. The reaction products are highly toxic concentrates and high molecular weight carbohydrates, namely, edible starch. Good news, Paleovenom fungus processes toxic substances using mycotoxins it produces. When processing large quantities of promethium refining residue, I don't need to use the Paleovenom fungus itself, I just need to extract the mycotoxins from it to make a catalyst. This undoubtedly provides great convenience for security measures. Even if others get their hands on the mycotoxins, it would be absolutely impossible for them to reverse engineer the fungal gene fragments. Mycotoxins and fungi are 2 completely different substances. Using mycotoxins to reverse engineer fungal gene fragments is as absurd as using feces to reverse engineer human genes. However, the bad news is that the reaction products include highly toxic concentrates. A slight oversight leading to toxic substance leakage could easily trigger a disaster. I must first find a way to deal with the highly toxic substances. Lienyo pondered for a moment, halted the current automatic simulation, and instead used the Paleovenom fungus to initiate a new simulation. A few minutes later, the simulation results were out. 10 kilograms of promethium refining residue were converted by the mycotoxins of the Paleovenom fungus into 1 kilogram of highly toxic concentrate and 2 kilograms of edible starch. The missing 7 kilograms of material turned into carbon dioxide, nitrogen monoxide, and water. These byproducts are gaseous and have high utilization value, but setting up the production line is more troublesome, so recycling can temporarily be put aside. After a rough estimation, Lienyo confirmed that this method's efficiency was comparable to the Moros family's residue processing efficiency and could be fully utilized for large-scale starch preparation. Next, it's time to deal with the toxic substances in the product. Both the highly toxic concentrate and edible starch are insoluble in water. The density of the highly toxic substance is higher than starch, which is higher than water, so a layering filtration method can be used to separate the highly toxic substance from the starch. The system's fungus simulation function can only simulate things directly related to fungi. Highly toxic substances and starch are not included. These 2 are not fungi or direct products of fungi. They will be temporarily stored in the fungus warehouse after the previous simulation ends. Lienyo can only take them out, he cannot put them in, nor can he use them as experimental subjects to initiate a fungus simulation. Liu must operate manually and attempt to separate the two substances in the physical universe. After several attempts, the results were not satisfactory. There would always be a tiny bit of highly toxic substance mixed in with the starch, making it difficult to separate. How could this work? What he was producing was food, not a blind box that randomly took away lucky diners. He needed to find a way to completely separate the two substances. Liu began to ponder. Once he pondered, the orc's I reckon power came into play. Searching Mad Doctor's gene knowledge base for Mad Doctor witchcraft that can solve the problem. Search complete. Search results, 55 items. Due to the large number of results, the system prioritizes showing you the optimal option. You can click here to view all search results. The optimal option is as follows. Name, multi-flavor starch paste cooking recipe. Learning cost, 100 skill points. Description. In this recipe, universal shenick material is not a necessity. Adding universal shenick material can greatly increase cooking speed and allow for free selection of food texture. Conversely, cooking speed decreases, and the flavor of the paste changes randomly. 100 skill points meant 1000 simulation points. Liu had more than enough points on hand and, without a second thought, exchanged for the starch paste cooking recipe. Knowledge stored in the Mad Doctor's gene library flooded his mind. Liu was immersed in the learning process. After a long while, a smile bloomed on his face. The system was honest, 100 skill points were well worth it. The process of making starch paste was not complicated, and there was no need to separate the highly toxic substance from the starch. Simply put, the cooking idea was this. Since the highly toxic substance is difficult to completely separate from the starch, why not add an antidote to the mixture of the two? After the highly toxic substance and the antidote neutralize each other, only trace amounts of toxin and antidote will remain in the starch. When the consumer eats it, they consume both the toxic substance and the antidote, which cancel each other out, so nothing happens. And what about the random flavors of the starch paste? This involves the working principle of taste buds. Specifically, when the ratio of highly toxic substance to antidote is 1:1, they completely cancel each other out, and the consumer will find the starch paste sweet. When the ratio is 1.01:1, the taste buds are stimulated by an extremely tiny amount of toxic substance, which transmits a slightly spicy sensation to the brain. The higher the proportion of the toxic substance, the stronger the spicy sensation. Conversely, the higher the proportion of the antidote, the saltier and more savory the taste. After the starch paste is cooked, there will be slight differences in the ratio of highly toxic substance to antidote within it. This degree of difference is not enough to poison the consumer but can make each pot of starch paste present a different flavor. If you want the starch paste to have a specific flavor, you need to add universal shenick material. Ultimately, this is still a perennial problem dosage. As long as the dosage is sufficient, even drinking water can cause poisoning. Conversely, as long as the dosage is small enough, even highly toxic substances can become a seasoning. Liu was extremely satisfied with the cooking recipe. The next step was to find the antidote for the highly toxic substance. Activating I reckon power again, the antidote recipe appeared in his mind, with a learning cost of 10 skill points. Liu exchanged for the antidote recipe without hesitation, then began to personally cook the starch paste. When Along returned with a large group of orcs, a rich aroma wafted from the Mad Doctor's shack, spreading throughout the camp. It smells so good, my belly is hungry. What delicious food did the Mad Doctor make? I want a bite. The orcs chattered and gathered around, holding the spoils they had brought back from the Red Eyes clan. Along, carrying a power hammer, came to the shack and patted his belly, asking in a booming voice. Zalger, what delicious food is the Mad Doctor making? Have you tasted it? No, boss, gulp. Zalger swallowed. He had been smelling this scent for over 10 minutes and was almost driven crazy with hunger. Creak. The door was pushed open by a Gretchen, and 2 Gretchen carried a large pot out of the house. Steam wafted, and the aroma filled the air. Liu, holding a ladle, came outside, ready to randomly select a lucky guest to help him test the toxicity. Along couldn't care less. He directly put on metal gloves and grabbed a handful of scalding hot starch paste from the pot with his right hand, bringing it to his mouth. As soon as the starch paste entered his mouth, Along's body trembled, his eyes widened like copper bells, and he turned into a statue. At this moment, he seemed to hear Gork and Mork banging gongs and drums in his ears, singing the orcs' triumphal songs, and he also seemed to foresee himself piloting a spaceship soaring into the sky, embracing the endless stars, surrounded by an orc army as fully armed as himself. His thoughts surged like giant waves, and the surging tide in his heart turned into a roar that burst from his mouth. Waik! That's so delicious. I think this pot of paste is the most awesome, most amazing food in the whole world. I'll try some too. Zalger dipped a small piece of paste with his fingertip and ate it. His body trembled, his eyes widened, and a flash of lightning streaked through his mind. With Zalger leading the way, the surrounding boss's bodyguards also tried some, and they all turned into frozen statues. The next second, including Along, the strongest 24 orcs on the scene frantically scrambled for the starch paste, quickly escalating into a fierce melee of fists and flesh. Liu, fearing that iron fists as big as sandbags would flatten him, quickly climbed onto the roof and shouted. As long as there are enough needle squigs, there will be as much of this starch paste as you want. I guarantee each of you will eat until your bellies are as round as the fattest squig. Stop fighting. Liu waved to the little boy below, signaling to teach him the recipe for cooking starch paste. There was no need to keep the food recipe private, nor to hold it in his own hands. The better the orcs ate, the stronger their bodies became, and the more ferocious they would be in battle. The Steel Coin clan's population and combat power soaring would only benefit him as a mad doctor, with no downsides. Half an hour later, large pots were set up all over the territory, boiling starch paste, and all the orcs ate with great relish, giving the mad doctor thumbs up one after another. You received from. Numerous system messages refreshed, and Lienyo once again reaped a large sum of points. In this WAIAIC simulation, you accumulated 50,331 points, all of which have now been converted into simulation points. Lienyo beamed, seeing his total score break 50,000. Benefiting the clan in harvesting points, this method of gaining points was simply too brilliant. Enough small talk, back to work. The work of preparing starch from promethium refining residue was temporarily concluded. The next step was to optimize the starch preparation process by referencing the living customs and laws of human civilization. Once the details of the preparation plan were adjusted, he would be able to purchase a factory in the lower nest and set up a food processing plant to produce starch. At that time, he would inevitably have to deal with the Moros family. After all, in the nest capital, the Moros family had a monopoly in the promethium field, only they could provide sufficient promethium refining residue. The thorny problem before him was how to ensure he wouldn't fall into a passive position when negotiating business with the Moros family, given his limited power. Difficult, extremely difficult. Even bringing Isabel along to support him would likely make it difficult to receive fair treatment from the Moros family. Lienyo pondered countermeasures while studying the fungal colonies inside the oil guzzler squig's belly. This substance was called palea fuel fungus, a name that was simple and easy to remember. Just like palea venom fungus, the fuel fungus converted promethium ore into fuel and residue through the mycotoxins it secreted. Lienyo estimated that the conversion efficiency of palea fuel mycotoxin was approximately 1.3 times that of human promethium industry. All of the Moros family's refining technology would be instantly turned to dross by palea fuel mycotoxin. Once this ace in the hole was revealed, it could overturn all of the Moros family's assets. Thinking about it carefully, the current situation was quite frustrating. Both of the cards in his hand were aces, and any one of them could cause an immeasurable sensation. However, as the saying goes, an innocent man is guilty because of his treasure. His human identity was too humble to maximize the effect of these two cards, let alone protect them. What should he do? Lienyo fell into deep thought in the shack. As time passed, his thoughts became clearer, and Lienyo's gaze changed from unfocused to solid, faintly gleaming with determination. He probably knew what to do. First, he had to prepare for the worst. Once starch production began, it would attract the attention of the Moros family due to its production efficiency and cost. In the worst-case scenario, the Moros family, driven by malice, might resort to despicable means to forcibly seize the starch formula from him. Never underestimate the depravity of nobles. This situation was entirely possible. The incident where Madsen of the governor's 8th Guard probed him had just served as a reminder to Lienyo. His biggest weakness now was his self-preservation ability. He needed absolutely overwhelming armed personnel to survive in the brutal commercial war. I need to strengthen my human body so that it can withstand rocket missiles and melta-guns, so that it can catch bolter rounds, poison darts, and anesthetic needles with its bare hands. As long as my human body can possess 1/5, no, as long as it can possess 1/10 of the strength of a custodian, I won't have to fear the armed personnel native to Epimedius. Thinking this, Lienyo first logged off to settle the simulation. Over 50,000 points were converted into simulation points. Lienyo logged into Mad Dr. Sack's account again, frantically pondering ways to become stronger. One Mad Dr. witchcraft blueprint after another was recorded in his mind, and one batch after another of orc fungal materials used to strengthen the flesh were stored in the fungus warehouse. After spending more than a dozen terror days like this, Lienyo finally stopped the WAIAIC simulation and returned his consciousness to his human body. WAIAIC simulation ended. Remaining simulation points, 37,605 points. Number of magic spores, 17. Mad Dr. Sack's save file has been completed. Because you obtained over 10,000 points in a single simulation, a new redeemable reward option has been added. Reward 5. Obtain one opportunity to retrieve a character's gene knowledge base without possessing that specific character. Abbreviated as offline retrieval opportunity. Redemption price, several simulation points. The points consumed are tied to your final chosen retrieval result, being 10 times the learning cost of the retrieval result. The next reward option will be unlocked when you obtain 1 million points in a single simulation. Reward 5's offline retrieval opportunity was very expensive, so he wouldn't consider it in the short term. The time on the data slate showed that it was already past midnight, around 4 in the morning. His human body had slept for a long time during the simulation and was not tired at all at this moment. Lienyo simply ordered the pharmaceutical workbench needed to make potions that very night. This device was quite noisy when operating and could not be used at his residence. Lienyo set the delivery location at the water purification plant, to be signed for and placed by Leia. It was estimated that the production facility would be delivered to the water purification plant around 10 o'clock this morning. Lienyo didn't idle during the waiting process. He began to choose his cooperation partners. The Moros family was too dominant, and he would suffer a great loss in negotiations. Since that was the case, he could first communicate and cooperate with weaker Promethium families to pilot the starch production project. After the pilot project was successful, he would then find ways to form alliances with others, gradually expanding his influence, forming a snowballing trend. Once the trend evolved into a grand situation, the Moro's family would have no choice but to negotiate fairly with him. Lienyo searched for clues on his communicator. An inconspicuous Nest Capital news item caught his eye, making him realize he might have another option. Mars's promethium residue piles up on Phobos, forging vice supervisor worried. Phobos, Mars's second moon, had a forging world named Deimos built upon it. For a long time, Deimos had chosen to pile promethium refining residue on nearby asteroids. Now, these asteroids were overcrowded, with no more space to bury the promethium refining residue. Deimos had no choice but to send garbage transport ships to more distant places to find planets for burying the promethium refining residue. Slin, the forging vice supervisor of Deimos, stated in an interview with Terra Weekly that directly launching the promethium refining residue into the sun might be a good option. Of course, he was not referring to Terra's sun, this point must be clarified. The forging world Deimos was not very famous, most cloudhammers probably didn't know of its existence. But another name was certainly familiar to many, the renowned Grey Knights. During the Horus Heresy, Imperial Regent, Malkador, secretly established the Grey Knights Warband. To stably provide weapons and equipment for this nascent military force, the forging world Deimos was mysteriously transferred. It broke free from Mars's gravitational pull and became a moon of Saturn, fixed in Titan's orbit. Since then, Deimos became the exclusive arms manufacturer for the Grey Knights Warband. If only he could get the promethium refining residue from Deimos. The forging world didn't value this kind of thing and would surely sell it to him at an extremely low price, just to recoup the shipping costs. But how to contact the forging world? Lienyo folded his arms, frowning in thought. As a governor's agent, the Mechanicu's member he had the most contact with was only Tutkalai Priest. Everyone who knew tech priests understood their bad temper. Asking Tutkalai Priest to help him contact the forging world Deimos was truly a long shot. But, there wasn't a better way, was there? First, he would ask his superior to sound out Tutkalai Priest. Lienyo picked up his agent data slate, selected Delton's communication code, and sent a text message. On the other side, Delton was playing with his daughter, Amy, enjoying their father-daughter time. Lienyo's message made Delton smile slightly. This kid finally couldn't hold back and wanted his help with ideas. Amy, let me handle some work first, I'll be done in a moment. Okay, Daddy, I'll go get some snacks. Amy ran to the kitchen to find something to eat, giving her father some private space, both obedient and sensible. Delton opened Lienyo's message, and a few lines of text appeared. Sir, I have found a harmless method for treating promethium refining residue, which has been confirmed to be feasible, efficient, environmentally friendly, and pollution-free. I want to help the forging world Deimos deal with their residue, but I don't know how to contact them. Please help me, there will be a generous reward once it's done. Direct, straightforward, and full of sincerity. Lienyo's attitude in asking for help was extremely sincere, and he also made a promise of gratitude. Delton found no fault, then opened another communication code and sent a text message. I have someone here who has invented a new method for treating promethium refining residue, which is efficient, harmless, and safe. Send a few people over to talk to him. Half an hour later, a reply came. It is our utmost honor to receive your message. Our negotiating representatives will depart within 30 Terra days and will arrive in your nest capital on the same day. I will inform you in advance before the negotiating representatives depart. We salute you again. Deimos, Forging Vice Supervisor, Slin. Chapter 107 A Visit from a Sage. Oh. Deimos's negotiator will arrive at Epimedius in 30 days at the latest. Lienyo was startled when he saw Delton's reply. Shouldn't he have sent some samples to Deimos to test their effectiveness first? How is it that the samples are ready, but before he even sent them out, the other party's negotiator is already on their way? Something's not right. 15 or 16 or 17 or 18% not right. Is it Delton's influence, or Tutkalai Priest's? Does he even need to think about it? Neither of them has much influence, it must be Vogue's helping him. Delton goes without saying, he's just a governor's spy master. Tutkalai Priest isn't even a sage or an expert, at most, he's a struggling priest who just escaped the bottom ranks. How could he possibly speak directly with Deimos? Lienyo believed that it was most likely Vogue's who made the connection for him, with the purpose of finding out exactly how much he was worth. If things developed this way, it would be somewhat inexcusable if he didn't produce something genuine. Lienyo clicked on the fungus warehouse and found the mycotoxin produced by the paleovenom fungus. He gave this mycotoxin a simple yet precise name, tox starch mycotoxin, and the catalyst made from it was tox starch catalyst. Lienyo had the system produce 3 types of tox starch catalyst, with effective ingredient concentrations of 50%, 80%, and 100% from left to right, respectively. Correspondingly, the conversion efficiency of the 3 potions was also 50%, 80%, and 100%. The so-called conversion efficiency was referenced against the Moro's family's starch preparation efficiency. A 100% conversion efficiency meant that the tox starch catalyst's efficiency in preparing starch was comparable to the Moro's family's existing technology. Lienyo had originally planned to use the 50% concentration potion to prepare starch. Since Vogues had pulled strings for him, he would give him some face and choose the 80% concentration potion as a sample, to really make the governor proud. Outside the study window, the artificial moonlight began to recede, and the artificial sunlight slowly rose, announcing the arrival of a new day. Lienyo estimated that Isabel was awake, so he sent her a message, asking if she was free to meet. The difficulty of purchasing and operating a starch factory was immense, far exceeding that of a water purification plant. Equipment for pre-treating promethium refining residue, as well as reaction vessels for the residue and catalyst to react, also needed to be customized according to the properties of the chemical reaction, making them extremely expensive. When White Fruit Manor expanded its production, Linyo paid a sum of money to purchase additional shares to maintain his shareholding percentage. This money drastically reduced his funds. He had to find someone to help him prepay the funds for the starch factory. Isabel was undoubtedly the most suitable person. After a brief exchange of messages, the two agreed to meet at Linyo's residence, which would avoid the eyes and ears within the Cram family and ensure that the existence of the tox starch catalyst would not be leaked. At 9 in the morning, Isabel arrived. Linyo led her into the basement to witness the miracle created by the tox starch catalyst. Just as Linyo expected, Isabel was stunned. No matter how hard she tried to control herself, her body trembled slightly from excessive excitement. She was well aware that the value of this potion was immeasurable. It was no exaggeration to say that it could revolutionize the entire imperium of man's promethium refining residue treatment industry. I'm investing in this project. I'll handle all aspects of the production process, ensuring that the starch factory in the lower nest is ready for you in the shortest possible time. Not only that, I'll also take on the work of purchasing promethium refining residue and selling the starch. Isabel spoke rapidly, pouring out all the promises she could make, afraid that a second's delay would make Linyo impatient. Linyo raised his hand, stopping her words. Isabel, there's one thing I forgot to tell you. I won't be buying raw materials from local promethium refineries. Within 30 days, several extraterrestrial visitors will arrive at the nest capital. They are here to inspect the production facilities. If all goes well, they will become our suppliers. Isabel paused. Extraterrestrial visitors? You know people from other imperial worlds. Success through secrecy, failure through disclosure. Linyo waved his hand. Please allow me to keep the guests' identities confidential for now. All right, then I won't ask any more questions. Isabel thoughtfully stroked her chin and said. Aside from providing the potion to the starch factory, you don't need to pay any fees or undertake any work. All costs and expenses will be advanced by me, and I will also be responsible for recruiting workers and arranging production. I'm investing with funds and labor in my personal capacity. How much equity are you willing to give me? Linyo smiled and shook his head slightly. Isabel, thank you for your support and effort. I don't accept equity. I plan to issue bonds, and you are currently the sole bond purchaser. Bonds, all right. That's not bad either. Isabel was a little disappointed, but she controlled her emotions well. You have quite a big ambition. And your learning ability is very strong. You haven't been in the upper nest for long, and you've already learned so much about finance. It's for earning throne coins, so a little hardship is no big deal. Linyo smiled and remained silent. He certainly wouldn't tell her that his financial knowledge mainly came from before his transmigration. As someone who grew up in the age of information, it was perfectly normal for him to watch short videos about finance in his free time. Who hasn't dreamed of getting rich overnight by utilizing the financial market? Isabel snapped her fingers a few times, her demeanor becoming more efficient. Let's go. We'll go to the lower nest now to scout for suitable factories. Whichever one you say to buy, I'll buy it. Once the production process is arranged, just give me bonds equivalent to my expenses. Isabel seemed even more anxious than he was, as if she had a fire burning behind her. Seeing her like this, Linyo couldn't help but chuckle. Shouldn't we sign the agreement first? Can't. Really, trust me, any agreement signed now would be useless. You don't have to say it, I can guess who those extraterrestrial visitors might be. In the Imperium of Man, there are only a handful of factions with enough cargo ships to transport promethium refining residue. They will be responsible for drafting a foolproof contract, far more detailed than anything I could draft. Isabel walked to the door, pulled it open, and bowed slightly, extending her arm towards the doorway in an inviting gesture, her expression exceptionally serious. Our cooperation, for now, can only be built on mutual trust. Can I trust you, Linyo? As she spoke these words, Isabel's other hand tightly clutched the corner of her clothes, her slender fingers turning white from the force. Can I trust you? Just a few words, yet they were as heavy as 1,000 pounds, capable of crushing a seemingly stable but actually fragile cooperative relationship if not handled carefully. Linyo pondered for a second, then slowly nodded, his gaze as firm as a rock. Of course. In a way, if it weren't for the expansion of the lower nest cigarette factory you control, I wouldn't be where I am today. Linyo's words were like a warm current, dispelling the oppressive and silent atmosphere in the room, injecting a touch of warmth between collaborators. Isabel's lips curved slightly upwards, and her brows relaxed. I won't disappoint you. Let's go, take my car. The two left the house and got into the car. Isabel sent the driver away and drove herself, with Linyo in the passenger seat. On the way, Isabel kept answering calls on her COMM beads, searching for sellers of starch production equipment and starch factories. Upon reaching the lift platform, 3 sellers came into view. Synthetic starch was mainly supplied to the middle nest and lower nest, with starch factories typically located in the middle nest. The starch would then enter the lower nest via powder pipelines, where it would be mixed with water and heated in starch pools to make starch porridge. The starch production formula Linyo provided was quite special, and the final product's form was somewhat different from conventional starch. During the process of making starch paste, an antidote to highly toxic substances in a small amount of pure water had to be added, and it had to be continuously heated, stirred, and boiled to ensure the starch paste was non-toxic. However, starch paste was very inconvenient to transport. It would clog liquid pipelines and also powder pipelines. If transported by vehicle, it would clump, spoil, or even become contaminated during transit, severely affecting its edibility. Li Niu thought long and hard and found a method. That was to turn the starch paste into steamed buns. Before his transmigration, there was such a way of eating, mixing leftover porridge with flour, fermenting it with yeast, and then steaming it in a steamer. In just about an hour, a basket of steamed buns could be harvested. The method for processing starch paste was similar. After half an hour of automatic simulation, the system found a new type of yeast that could directly ferment starch paste into soft dough, which could then be made into steamed buns in a steamer. The flavor of the starch paste was perfectly preserved, and it still wouldn't cause poisoning or illness. Of course, to fit the cultural background of the warmer world, Li Niu's final solution was to make the starch paste into stick-shaped bread, named starch sticks. After fully understanding Li Niu's plan, Isabelle bought 2 factories in one go. These 2 factories happened to be next to each other. One was a starch factory that had been losing money for years, operated by a small family that refined promethium. Once Isabelle took over, this factory could immediately begin operations. The other factory was right next to the starch factory. It was a brewery whose equipment, after modification and additions, could be used to produce starch sticks. While Isabelle was preparing the factories, Li Niu was also incredibly busy. He went to the water purification plant to receive the pharmaceutical equipment he had purchased. He spent a day using the Mad Doctor's alchemical potions to comprehensively strengthen various parts of his body. An alchemical potion called latent adjuvant was a great help. This potion could not be used alone, it needed to be added to other alchemical potions to take effect. Its function was to make the external manifestations of other alchemical potions less noticeable. The more universal chenic material used when making the latent adjuvant, the better the effect of hiding the external manifestations of the alchemical potion. For example, there was an alchemical potion whose scientific name was steel bone potion, and in Orcish slang, it was called hard bone spirit. It could greatly enhance the bone's resistance to impact. If consumed directly, the volume and weight of the bones would increase exponentially. Li Niu consumed 10 portions of universal chenic material at once to make latent adjuvant, which he then drank along with the steel bone potion. After the potion took full effect, his physique and weight showed no change whatsoever, and even his bone density and structure remained unaltered. Yet, his skeletal frame possessed astonishing resilience, capable of withstanding a ton of pressure without deforming. This discrepancy between appearance and actual ability is commonly observed in orc creations. The most classic example is the firearms crafted by the tech boy. This gun looks like it would backfire, jam, or fall apart at any moment, yet it functions normally, with power even far exceeding firearms of the same caliber from the Imperium of Man. The changes Li Niu underwent after consuming the alchemical potion mixed with hidden adjuvants were similar to orc firearms, exhibiting a huge contrast between his appearance and his inner combat strength. Similarly, for alchemical potions that enhance vision, smell, hearing, touch, muscle strength, body flexibility, lung capacity, and resistance to electric shock, blunt trauma, penetrating damage, fire, strong acids, and strong bases, Li Niu chose to conceal their external effects with hidden adjuvants. Among the many enhancement potions, Li Niu's favorite was the predatory instinct potion, which the orcs colloquially call Mao Ji's spirit water. This potion can grant the drinker super predatory abilities, allowing him to instantly pinpoint the source of danger and killing intent when they appear, and to enhance his perception of prey. Li Niu drank 10 predatory instinct potions in one go, only stopping when the system prompted him, cannot further enhance predatory instinct due to excessive consumption. This round of enhancement lasted over 20 hours, with more than 30 types of alchemical potions consumed. The points data on the panel plummeted, while the storage limit for universal chenic material soared. Remaining simulation points, 7,605 points. Universal chenic material, 0/312 units. To test how strong he was now, Li Niu found a Solar Auxilia Retaliator Storm Squad physical screening form. The Solar Auxilia are the elite among the Imperium of Man's mortal auxiliary forces. The Retaliator Storm Squad is the elite of the elite, proficient in space combat techniques, battlefield engineering, and planetary exploration. There are rumors that the individual combat power of the Retaliator Storm Squad is second only to a space marine. There was no need to verify the truth of the rumor. In any case, after self-checking against the screening form, Li Niu came to a perplexing conclusion. Is this screening form real? Why are the requirements on it so low? Bench press 200 kilograms, I can push 200 kilograms with one hand. Squat 300 kilograms, I can easily do 300 kilograms on one leg. 100-meter sprint in 6.61 seconds, I can break 6 seconds with only 70% of my power. Am I really that strong now? Li Niu scratched his head, casually closed the screening form, and prepared to properly test his combat power when the next assassin came knocking. Only practice can yield true knowledge. Only through actual combat can one know one's strengths and weaknesses. Physical fitness values are meaningless, they only look flashy, and if one cannot correctly respond to a surprise attack in actual combat, one will still die. Li Niu gave up on exploring the extent of his strength and instead began mass-producing tox starch zyme. Since this substance originated from an unmentionable paleofungus, Li Niu decided to imitate the production method of amoxicillin and convert tox starch zyme into an artificial compound. This way, he could openly showcase his invention to the representatives of the forging world without any need for concealment. For this purpose, he specifically bought a small factory near the water purification plant and transformed it into a pharmaceutical workshop and medical laboratory. After placing the pharmaceutical equipment and stacking some bottles, jars, potions, and powders, it looked quite presentable. But that wasn't enough. The arriving individuals were very likely tech priests from the Mechanikus, possessing scanners far more advanced than those in the nest capital. If the details were not handled meticulously, flaws would still be exposed. Linyo did not let his guard down. Time passed amidst preparing the factory, setting up the medical laboratory, and trial producing starch. Due to being overly busy, Linyo postponed buying the holographic equipment, planning to get it for Leia once the starch business was on track. Leia fully agreed with this, showing no complaints whatsoever, and wholeheartedly helped Linyo produce irrigation water. Time flies, years pass like shuttles. In a blink of an eye, 27 days passed. Phobos, Forge World Demos. Fire erupted from the volcano. Scorching magma, carrying immeasurable heat, slid down channels, entering the steel-covered forging world city from the volcano. Volcanic magma continuously provided heat to Demos, satisfying the heat source demands of the forging world. Promethium here was not used for burning, lighting, or heating, but was instead processed into fuel and high-energy materials essential for plasma weapons and furnaces. The resulting promethium refining residue could be described as astronomical in quantity. On the highest heliport of the forging world city, magma baked the gate, light and shadow distorted in the high temperature, and a group of Guardian Army soldiers in dark red robes were moving through a wide black rock corridor. In the center of this group, two distinct figures stood out. One wore knight-style armor and a cloak, while the other held a long-handled power axe, with a phosphor serpent gun mounted on his mechanical backpack. The phosphor serpent gun is a powerful phosphor weapon of the Mechanikus, and also a symbol of status. Only tech priests of the sage level can carry it when traveling. Baron Dam, this is an unofficial visit. I authorize you to handle all matters related to reception. I only want to verify the feasibility of the promethium refining residue treatment method mentioned by that esteemed individual, and then return to my forge as soon as possible. The electronic synthesized voice of the Mechanikus sage echoed in the communication channel, sounding cold yet somewhat annoyed. As you command, Rylera the sage, I will shield you from all invalid social interactions unrelated to technology and the praise of the Omniscia. Baron Dam had a large beard and the appearance of a middle-aged man. He knew Rylera the sage's temperament well. He was a typical technology fanatic, biology fanatic, and gene fanatic, completely devoted to his research, and unwilling to deal with any matters unrelated to it. If it weren't for the fact that the promethium refining residue conversion method to be tested this time partially overlapped with his research topic, Rylera the sage wouldn't even want to leave his door, let alone board a ship and travel through the warp to a nest capital. A sage visiting a nest capital, but not on an official visit. If this situation was not handled well, it could easily lead to misunderstandings among the nest capital nobles and local Mechanikus members. The group boarded the ship and officially departed. Their destination was Hive Pimite. This nest capital, located in the northwest corner of the solar system, was not far from Phobos. After several tera-hours of warp travel, the ship entered real space and smoothly sailed towards the nest capital's largest spaceport. As the ship entered the maximum strike range of the orbital weapons, it slowed down to show it had no hostile intent. The full-range divining instrument scan results matched the physical address presented on the star map, confirming that the ship had accurately reached its destination above and had not been lost in the warp. The spaceport's orbital tower was responsible for directing ships into the spaceport, arranging berths, and guiding ships out of the port. Communication signals from the orbital tower connected to the bridge. I am the General Commander of the Epimetheus Spaceport Main Orbital Tower. On behalf of Lord Vogues and all the nobles of the Nest Capital, I welcome your arrival. Please forgive our oversight, we did not receive prior notice of a visit from Mars. We should have arranged a grand welcoming ceremony to congratulate you on your arrival. Hello, I am Baron Dam Ironhill, a baron from the Ironhill Knight family, currently serving as Rylera the Sage's accompanying guardian knight. This is not an official visit. We will be resupplying in the Nest Capital. Rylera the Sage has some private matters he has entrusted me to handle. I, along with a guardian army team of no more than 13 people, will be entering the Nest Capital. Understood, Baron Dam, we have recorded and approved your docking request. You and your guardian army team are welcome to visit our world at any time. Again, we apologize that due to the short notice, we were unable to prepare a welcoming ceremony. The ship sailed into the spaceport dock, where small groups of people appeared on the dock's loading platform. As the ship approached, the number of people on the platform rapidly increased, all of them noble representatives who had heard the news and rushed to welcome the Mechanikus sage. Boring social games. Rylera twitched his metal fingers, and a servo skull beside him flew towards Dam. Dam, take my assistant. It will tell me everything you see. The local monastery has already contacted me, they will not interfere with your affairs. Yes, my lord. Dam bowed slightly, tidied his attire, and nodded to the guardian army leader. The group passed through the corridor, exited the hatch, and officially stepped onto the Nest Capital's territory. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Ha ha ha, it's truly rare for this Nest Capital to be honored with the presence of a Mechanikus sage. Hakasi, the chief son of the Coin Guild, was at the very front of the welcoming party. He expressed his enthusiasm with an overly flamboyant tone and exaggerated gestures. His unrestrained actions quickly met with a direct blow. This blow came from the silent guardian army. These armed individuals, clad in dark red robes, were not well liked among those outside the Mechanikus. Various colored conduits were hidden by their robes, concealed where others could not easily see them. Also hidden were neglected, rotting flesh, oil clinging to sliding rods and gears, and the strong smell of sweat and acid from years of not bathing. They did light censers, using the incense within to appease the machine spirits, but one should never assume the scent emanating from the censer was necessarily pleasant. It was, in fact, a gas that caused strong irritation to the human respiratory system. With such a complex mixture of odors, the Guardian Army's body odor was enough to make unaccustomed people gag. Hakasi was caught off guard by the sudden stench. The brilliant smile on his face vanished in an instant, followed by ugh. He vomited profusely. Wherever the Guardian Army passed, it was like a foul object had crossed, triggering a series of dry heaves and nausea. Baron Dam scanned the nobles frantically spewing stomach acid and food residue, shook his head slightly, and led his team around them without speaking. Do you think being a bodyguard for an oil boy is easy? Heh. Except for a very few clean tech priests and Guardian Army members, almost all Mechanicu's members smelled bad. You nobles, you act like this when you see the Guardian Army. If you were to see the servo-automata in a forging world, you'd probably have a mental breakdown on the spot. Behind the crowd surrounding the dock exit, two figures arrived late, Lino and Isabel. They had known about the oil boy's arrival in advance and had inserted invisible nose plugs to filter out the stench, thus remaining unfazed. Dam led his team through the crowd and approached Lino and Isabel. Lino took out the data pad he used in the upper nest and handed it over. The Guardian Army leader pulled a conduit from his sleeve and connected it to the data pad. A red beam shot from his bionic eye, scanning Lino's body from top to bottom. The buzzing of electricity and a low gothic electronic voice emanated from the Guardian Army's throat. Biometric verification passed / identity code correct / confirmed as Epimedius upper nest civilian Lino. The Guardian Army leader retracted the conduit. Lino put the data pad into his pocket and extended his right hand to the Guardian Army knight. Welcome, Baron Dam, I am Lino, and this is my partner, Isabel Cram. We have everything ready, please follow us. Lino looked young and tender, with a scholarly air as if he had just graduated from school, and was wearing a white researcher's robe. Isabel was clearly more mature and composed than him, and more experienced in social interactions. To match Lino, she also wore a white researcher's robe today, making herself more dignified with a single ponytail and square-framed glasses. Dam's gaze swept over the two of them, and he did not show any disdain for Lino due to his age. Greetings, Lino, Isabel. Rylara the Sage has entrusted me with full responsibility for this task. Please lead the way. Please. Lino and Isabel shook hands with Dam, stepped aside to clear the path, and invited him to board the transport vehicle. One large and one small transport vehicle were parked on the platform. The Guardian Army rode in the large transport vehicle, while Lino, Isabel, and Dam sat in the medium-sized transport vehicle with a conference table. The noble representatives who had come to the port to welcome the sage had just recovered from the impact brought by the Guardian Army. Upon discovering that the sage's private affairs were related to the Cram family's young daughter, numerous communication requests flooded the Cram family, trying to find out information about the private affairs. These communication requests were destined to fall on deaf ears and would receive no response. 5 or 6 days ago, when Delton informed Lino that the Forging World's representative was about to arrive, Isabel had already made thorough preparations. She would not allow anyone or any force to interfere with Lino's meeting with the Forging World representative, not even her own family members. She persuaded her father to block the prying eyes from within and outside the family, and only after Lino had met with the Forging World representative would she selectively reveal some of the truth to the family. Isabel had turned off the communication function of her data pad, and so had Lino. They accompanied Baron Dam from the upper nest to the lower nest, describing the scenery and facilities along the way. Half an hour later, they arrived at the starch factory in the lower nest and disembarked in the garage. Lino knew he could sometimes be clumsy with words, so he simply handed over the task of explaining the production process to Isabel. Baron Dam, let's go to the workshop where the reactors are located first. There, we can directly observe the entire process of promethium refining residue being converted into starch paste. Isabel, with a smile, guided the group to the third-floor suspended walkway of the production workshop. From here, one could overlook the entire workshop, taking in all the pipes, reactors, and instruments. The servo-automata next to Dam flew off the walkway, moving between the production equipment, continuously emitting scanning beams to collect information. After a round of scanning, the servo-automata flew to a corner of the workshop, hovering over a pipe transporting liquid. Beam after beam of red light shot from the skull, repeatedly scanning the liquid composition inside the pipe. Dam raised his hand to his right ear, making a gesture as if answering a COMM call, and turned his head to ask. Isabel, Rylara the Sage asked me to inquire, what is the reagent you use to convert promethium refining residue? Would it be convenient for you to introduce its composition to us? Isabel looked at Lino, who naturally stepped forward, taking over the topic concerning the professional field. The servo-automata returned, its camera aimed at Lino. Rylara the Sage was watching him from behind the scenes. Lino calmly stated. This reagent is a patent of our umbrella group. For external purposes, it can temporarily be called promethium refining residue to starch reagent, or residue to starch reagent for short. It is essentially a synthetic catalyst. Within the group, its name is activated carbon-like supported metal oxide sterilization and disinfection catalyst. Just like its name suggests, it performs excellently in 3 aspects: adsorbing metal ions, preserving carbohydrates, and sterilizing and disinfecting. Lino meticulously recounted his prepared explanation. He repeatedly told himself that he absolutely could not reveal the truth. Absolutely could not tell the other party that the main component of the reagent came from a type of mycin. In the scientific system of the Imperium of Man, mycin is an antibiotic, specifically used to target bacterial and fungal infections, and it is simply impossible for it to have functions such as eliminating viruses, adsorbing metal ions, and preserving carbohydrates. Once the raw material of the reagent was defined as mycin, Lienyo would face only one outcome. That would be to be immediately judged as a technological heretic by Rylera the Sage. The Guardian army would immediately apprehend him, escort him onto the ship, and Rylera the Sage would personally dissect his body and brain to scour his memories. It was precisely because he had considered this unbearable consequence in advance that Lienyo wisely converted the toxin to starch mycin into synthetic material beforehand. This way, even if Rylera the Sage demanded a sample and tried to replicate the same material in his laboratory, Lienyo would not be flustered at all. Do you have a sample on you? Rylera's voice came from the servo-automata. Of course. Lienyo took out a glass jar and handed it to Baron Dam. The servo-automata projected a scanning beam onto the light grey powder inside the glass jar. The light intensity of the beam continuously increased, and its flickering frequency also accelerated at the same time, with the buzzing of electricity becoming increasingly high-pitched. The servo-automata slowly circled the glass jar, flying round and round. A full 10 minutes passed before the skull stopped scanning, and a puff of white smoke drifted out from the gaps in its metal casing, with a faint smell of burning. Crackling. Sparks flew, and a few wisps of flame shot out from beneath the casing. The skull wobbled, as if about to fall from the air. The Guardian army leader quickly stepped forward to catch the skull and used his portable tools to repair it, thus preventing the skull from spontaneously combusting due to overload and overheating. A distorted low Gothic voice came from inside the skull, sounding very agitated. This reagent, its properties and composition are currently unclassified, and it is unlike any substance recorded in the sacred database. It is an entirely new product. Tell me, Lienyo, who invented such a novel creation? Esteemed sage, I am the inventor of the potion. The voice inside the skull grew even more excited, to the point that the vocalizer emitted crackling and screeching sounds. You mean, you alone, without the help of sacred machinery, without the guidance of divine wisdom, invented such a complex compound? No, this is impossible. This exceeds the capabilities of an unenhanced mortal skull, it is unprecedented. Please explain in detail the entire process by which you accomplished this feat. Oil and electrical sparks splattered from the skull, an intermittent static noise heralded the tumultuous emotions within Rylera the Sage. Never doubt Rylera the Sage's thirst for knowledge. As a high-ranking existence among the tech priests, it was precisely his almost fanatical reverence and obsession with knowledge that allowed him to stand out from the multitude of tech priests and become a high-ranking sage. Lienyo knew that if he didn't demonstrate the compound synthesis process, he wouldn't be able to overcome this hurdle today. Please follow me to the laboratory, where I will demonstrate the entire process of making the potion for you. After being repaired by the Guardian army, the skull regained its flight capability. It flew up from the Guardian army's hand, hovered in front of Lienyo, and said tremblingly, "Thank the light of knowledge for shining upon me. I swear in the name of the Omnissiah, I guarantee to keep the manufacturing process confidential. Please lead the way, Lienyo." Baron Dam, Nail Screw 63, you two wait outside the laboratory door later, do not enter. Baron Dam bowed in agreement. The Guardian army leader, Nail Screw 63, responded with a rapid binary voice. The group left the starch factory and boarded the transport vehicle again. A short while later, the transport vehicle stopped at the entrance of the medical laboratory Lienyo had purchased. The Guardian army surrounded the laboratory, and Baron Dam stood guard at the door. Isabel contacted the enforcers, asking them to come and help evacuate the onlookers from the lower nest. Some noble spies who received the news appeared in the streets and alleys, secretly observing the situation around the laboratory. Inside the laboratory, numerous pharmaceutical devices almost filled the entire space. The servo-automata skull hovered at the height of the ceiling beam, watching Lienyo's every move. Lienyo didn't waste any words and immediately began making the potion. The core raw material he presented to Rylera the Sage was not toxic starch mold, but a synthetic compound. To illustrate, let's take penicillin, the most famous of the many mycotoxins, as an example. The core structure of penicillin is 6-APA. Extracting this as a precursor, after fermentation, extraction, purification, and synthesis, the famous amoxicillin can be produced. The relationship between toxic starch mold and the artificial compound is similar. Lienyo activated the system's automatic simulation function, found the core structure of toxic starch mold, extracted it as a precursor, and extensively modified the molecular structure of the precursor while ensuring its effect remained unchanged. Ultimately, after more than 100,000 days of simulated time, the system produced an artificial compound with the same effect as toxic starch mold but a completely different molecular structure. As long as Lienyo didn't say anything, no one would know that the artificial compound was developed with reference to toxic starch mold. However, Rylera the Sage's desire for knowledge was extremely strong. After Lienyo finished demonstrating the entire production process, Rylera immediately asked, "Where did the precursor for your artificial compound come from?" This question went straight to the heart of the matter. Lienyo spread his hands and said helplessly, "Your Excellency, to be honest with you, I don't know where the precursor came from either. There's a freezer in the corner, it's my compound library, containing thousands of artificial compounds, all mass-produced using combinatorial chemistry techniques. As you can see, my conditions here are too rudimentary. I don't even have an instrument capable of high-throughput screening of compounds. If not for sheer luck, I wouldn't have been able to invent the potion that converts residue into starch." The servo-automata skull floated over and scanned the various powders in the freezer. After a long while, a sigh came from inside the skull. The compound library was too messy, and most compounds were unlabeled. It was clear that Lignio was usually engrossed in experiments and couldn't spare more time and energy to meticulously manage his compound library, which was understandable. Without the accurate record of the compound's precursor source, unless the Omnissiah performed a miracle, no one could trace the origin of the precursor. Alas, Lignio, you should have found a helper earlier to organize your compound library and experimental data for you on a daily basis. Ryleru complained. Lignio smiled wryly and said nothing. The servo-automata skull floated over, hovered in front of Lignio, and shot a beam, scanning the other party's biological signs again. In the nest capital, a talent like you would only be buried. Only under the glorious light of the Omnissiah can your wisdom. Wait. Have you undergone genetic modification? Yes, Your Excellency. My true identity in the nest capital is currently a governor's agent, and chemical research is my hobby. Don't let my tall stature fool you, I am only 15 years old this year, and have not yet reached the age requirement to become a tech priest. One must be at least 21 years old to become a tech priest, this is a strict requirement of the Mechanikus. Before meeting the age requirement, anyone who desires to become a tech priest must undergo extremely rigorous academic training. After spending several years in arduous study and passing the graduation examination, one can then receive basic mechanical modification and become the lowest grade tech priest. From then on, they would embark on the winding path of a Mechanikus drudge. Singing praises to assembly line parts, or regularly repairing fixed servo automata on the assembly line, finding time to research topics, studying obscure Mechanikus knowledge, and writing research papers. This kind of life might be like heaven for those obsessed with academics. But Lignio did not want to live such a life. For no other reason. During the Horus Heresy, Mars also experienced a great schism. The loyalist Mechanikus members suffered heavy losses, with most dying or being wounded. The rebellious Mechanikus members formed the Dark Mechanicum and subsequently vanished into the Eye of Terror. Joining the Mechanikus now would be like, well, you know. Moreover, the trend of internal division within the Mechanikus had already appeared even before the Horus Heresy. Academic infighting, overt and covert struggles, numerous internal factions, and personnel relationships as complex as a palace drama. There was really no need to join such a force. Facing the olive branch extended by Ryleru, Lignio decisively used his age and status as a governor's agent to deflect the offer. Ryleru understood Lignio's meaning and did not insist, merely controlling the skull to fly towards the door. Although your invention is based on luck, I acknowledge your results. You and Baron Dam can discuss the transaction of promethium refining residue. Also, give me a kin of the chemical compound, I need to record its properties and molecular structure in the sacred database. I will credit you as the inventor of this compound. Thank you, Your Excellency. With your words, I am relieved. The man in the skull walked out of the laboratory. Isabel cast an inquiring glance, her expression a little nervous. Lignio smiled and nodded. Isabel breathed a sigh of relief, her lips curving upwards, and invited Baron Dam to get into the vehicle to go to the starch factory's conference room to discuss the details of the cooperation. Lignio didn't need to bother with the subsequent matters, Isabel and Baron Dam would handle everything. As an observer and technical consultant, Lignio witnessed the contract come into being from scratch, and finally signed his name on the contract bearing the mechanical skull emblem. According to the terms of the contract, Forge World Demos would provide promethium refining residue long-term and stably. Within the next 3 months, the daily transport volume of residue would be 10,000 tons. Every 30 days, the transport volume would increase by 10,000 tons, and the starch factory and bakery would need to expand production accordingly. This cycle of expansion would repeat several times, ultimately increasing the residue processing capacity to 100,000 tons per day within 1 year after the contract signing, perfectly meeting the needs of the forging world. Isabel was responsible for daily production affairs. All Lignio had to do was provide the potion. Undoubtedly, the promethium refining residue became the source of profit. And the potion formula and core raw materials that Lignio possessed were the golden shovel that dug open this spring of profit. Chapter 109, Daughter, put on your most beautiful clothes quickly. Agent Base. Delton sat before the thinker. The screen displayed surveillance footage of the orbital tower. The Mechanikus ship departed the spaceport, leaving low Earth orbit, its portholes covered by heavy metal plates. The entire ship, protected by a Geller field, transformed into a streak of light and entered the warp. The Mechanikus sage representing Forge World Demos had left. He took Lignio's potion samples and left behind a contract protected by both Imperial law and the Mechanikus. Due to the secrecy of those involved, no one knew the exact contents of the contract. But no one doubted the weight of this contract. It would permanently change Isabel's position within the Cram family. At the same time, it would formally bring the name Lignio into the sight of the Nest capital nobility, making him a topic and object of intense discussion. Under these circumstances, was it really alright to continue assassinating Lignio? I didn't expect Lignio to finalize things today, it really exceeded my expectations. Delton's brows furrowed, a hint of unease in his heart. A month ago, the governor arranged for Shakaf to personally conduct an assassination test on Lignio. For the past month, Isabel had been with Lignio, giving Shakaf no opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Now that the contract was concluded, Lignio would likely resume traveling alone. That idiot Shakaf, who never paid attention to anything outside of his mission, could make a move at any moment. Regardless of whether Lignio survived Shakaf's assassination, as the Mechanikus' contracting party, being assassinated right after the contract was finalized would have an extremely detrimental impact. No, I must persuade the governor to abandon the assassination test on Lignio. Delton initiated a communication request. After a prompt, the communication connected. The person who appeared on the communication screen was Taiduo, the governor's daughter, not the governor himself. Delton, my father is currently discussing next year's tithe with the heads of the various major families, so he doesn't have time to handle official business for now. Just tell me what you need. Delton frowned slightly and asked. If I recall correctly, His Excellency the Governor has been meeting with the heads of the major families since this morning. Is it still not over? A trace of worry flashed across Taiduo's face, as if her heart had been squeezed by an invisible hand. The meeting room is very noisy. The major families gained a lot of ghost mushroom from the auction. They want to pay next year's tithe with ghost potion. This isn't a problem in itself. However, large-scale cultivation of ghost mushroom will reduce crop yields. In severe cases, the nest capital's food supply could face shortages, easily leading to riots among the lower nest people. Father is trying to persuade the families to reduce ghost mushroom production and ensure as much self-sufficiency in food supply as possible. Delton asked. Don't you need corpses to grow ghost mushroom? Where would those families get so many corpses? Taiduo touched her chin with her fingertip, recalling briefly. I heard that the Liwei family found a type of synthetic starch that can replace corpses. This synthetic starch comes from another imperial world called Necromunda. The Liwei family has reached an initial cooperation with a nest capital governor from Necromunda. They are willing to provide synthetic starch for our nest capital's ghost mushroom industry, and the supply price is still under negotiation. Oh, I see. Delton pondered for a few seconds. Please tell the governor after his meeting ends that I have some things to discuss with him. Okay, I've noted it down. The two ended their communication. Delton crossed his arms, delving into his memories of Necromunda's information. The history of this imperial world was very ancient, dating back to the dark age of technology, and it was one of the nest capital worlds that joined the empire as soon as the Great Expedition began. Necromunda was a standard high-level nest capital world. It had over 1,000 nest capital clusters, each composed of several to over a dozen nest capitals, with each nest capital having a population ranging from hundreds of millions to billions. The total population of the entire planet might exceed 1 trillion. The number of merchant guilds in Necromunda was more than 10 times that of Epimedius, and it also had a type of merchant guild not found in other nest capitals, called the Corpse Guild. As the name suggested, the Corpse Guild referred to merchant guilds specifically responsible for recycling and processing corpses. As of now, Necromunda was the only imperial world specially licensed by the Empire Justice Department for corpse trading and recycling. The synthetic starch that Taiduo mentioned, which could replace corpses, was a special product of Necromunda corpse starch. At last month's auction, several representatives from Necromunda had appeared. It was likely at that time that the Liwei family established contact with a certain governor of Necromunda and reached initial cooperation. Delton glanced at the time, 8 p.m. Lord Vogues was old and frail, he probably wouldn't last another hour or two. He hoped that in these next 1 or 2 hours, that idiot Shikaf wouldn't cause any trouble. Thinking this, Delton accessed the nest capital surveillance to find Linyo's whereabouts. In case of any unexpected events, he had to promptly dispatch personnel to help, lest the situation spiral out of control. Found him. This kid is quite leisurely, his mouth is practically split from smiling. In the surveillance footage, Linyo walked alone towards the lift platform, a smile on his face, looking refreshed and happy as if good things had happened. A big deal had been struck, of course, he would be thrilled. Who would be downcast because they were about to make a fortune? According to Isabel's precise calculations, after deducting all costs and taxes, every 10,000 tons of promethium refining residue could generate a net profit of exactly around 1 million credit points for the two of them, equivalent to 1,000 throne coins. A year later, with 100,000 tons of residue arriving daily at the nest capital, the profit they generated each day would reach a terrifying 10,000 throne coins. This production and operation model was replicable. In the future, with new sources of promethium refining residue, standardized expansion would suffice. Roughly estimated, in at most 7 or 8 months, he would be able to accumulate 0.5% of the material tax, meeting the governor's requirements. Getting a wife was secondary, the key was that the governor's position was simply too convenient and too tempting. Currently, even with minor inventions and creations, he would be targeted by competitors, outsiders, and partners. Once he became governor, who would dare to investigate how his inventions and creations came about? If anyone dared to defy, they would just wait to be suppressed and slaughtered. By then, he wouldn't even need to act personally, his supporters and the governor's guard alone could clean up anyone with ill intentions. Linyo was envisioning the future when he suddenly felt a prickle on his back, and alarm bells rang in his mind. The killing intent perception ability granted by the predatory instinct potion activated, and his body, enhanced dozens of times by Mad Dr. Witchcraft potions, immediately entered combat mode. Linyo whipped his head around like lightning, looking behind him, as a subsonic bolt shell spun towards him. His superhuman reaction speed activated, and the flow of time seemingly slowed down by more than 10 times, the bolt shell's flight speed in Linyo's eyes decreased again and again, the airflow patterns on its warhead clearly visible. Linyo showed a subtle, almost imperceptible smile. I knew the governor would arrange an assassination today. For the past month, Isabel had accompanied me every time I went out, never giving the assassin a chance to act. They must have been stifled. Looking into the distance, Linyo spotted the assassin on a rooftop a kilometer behind him. The person was completely covered by a black cloak. From the outline of the fabric, he was a genuine burly man, with absolutely formidable combat power. This person was using a subsonic bolt shell and a bolter sniper rifle to remotely snipe him, showing no signs of holding back. Well then, he wouldn't show any mercy this time either. Since you're an assassin, you must have been prepared to be counter-killed. Linio stomped his foot, and the bolt shell whizzed past, but he skillfully dodged it. Bang! The bolt shell hit the ground, exploding into a large area of highly toxic mercury. What? He can actually dodge a subsonic bolt shell. Delton shot up from the table, his pupils contracting sharply, staring intently at the thinker's screen. On the other side, the assassin on the rooftop who was sniping Linio also shrieked as if he had seen a ghost. Damn it! Why can this guy dodge a subsonic bolt shell? What the hell kind of freak is this? The assassin's voice was a harsh electronic synthesis. He slung his gun onto his back and pressed a button on his belt. Zzzzzzz. A current sound swept across the cloak as optical stealth activated, concealing the assassin's body and leaving only slight light and shadow distortions in the air. At the same moment the assassin entered stealth mode, Linio, trailing after images, rushed like a whirlwind into a nearby alley. In the dark area untouched by light, he activated his fungi ability, optical stealth, becoming a completely transparent, mysterious presence. At this moment, Delton simultaneously lost sight of both the assassin and Linio. He rapidly switched surveillance cameras but still couldn't find any trace of them. The lower nest surveillance lacked infrared sensing capabilities and couldn't precisely scan for the electromagnetic signals of optical stealth devices. The cloak on the assassin was clearly high-end gear from the governor's guard. It was logical that he couldn't be found by surveillance cameras. But why couldn't Linio be found either? Where did that kid go? Delton raised an eyebrow. Could it be Linio possessed Chinook abilities that allowed him to become invisible? Thud. A muffled sound came from one of the surveillance screens. Delton looked closely. He saw a burly figure swinging his arm to block in the narrow alley. His metal arm swept to the right, deflecting a brick aimed at his face. The figure threw off his cloak, revealing a body covered in steel plates and metal conduits, his gaze sweeping the alley as he spoke to the air. Hat, you're quite capable, not only can you turn invisible, but you can also find me from an invisible state. Show yourself, let's have a proper fight. The speaker was none other than the governor's top enforcer, the current captain of the 8th Guard, Shakaf. He pulled out the chainsword from his leg. Buzz 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 clack 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 clack. The chain on the chainsword spun rapidly, making bursts of loud noises. Shakaf held the sword, swinging left and right, chopping wildly, trying to force Linio out. However, no one was injured by the blade, and no second person appeared in the alley. Shakaf leaned against the wall, rapidly operating the scanning implants within his body. Sonar radar, optical imaging scanner, scent tracker, psychic sniffer, electromagnetic scanner, magnetic field signal identifier. The results of all the scanners pointed to the same conclusion. In the alley, besides himself, there was no one else. Damn it, you actually slipped away. Humph, I'll let you off this time, but next time, I'll definitely get my revenge. Shakaf prepared to reactivate his optical stealth cloak and leave the area. Bang crash. The sound of shattering glass made Shakaf pause. Looking up, the surveillance camera monitoring the alley was somehow smashed. Glass shards slid down from above, reflecting star-like glints under the streetlights, and wires inside the camera crackled with electric sparks. This scene made Shakaf slightly lose his composure. And in that instant, a transparent figure silently pounced from where the surveillance camera was located. Beep beep beep. Shakaf's scanning implants emitted a series of alarms. In his holographic vision, a blurry, invisible figure was outlined in red lines, rapidly approaching him from the rooftop. Ha, found you. Shakaf raised his bolt sniper rifle, just about to pull the trigger, when his body suddenly jolted, and his eyes lost focus. Crack. His cranial electroshock device timely woke him from his trance. The needle coming at him rapidly magnified in Shakaf's eyes. Shakaf quickly dodged sideways, gripping the hilt of his sword and swinging upwards. Before he could complete this set of movements, he fell into a trance again. This time, his cranial electroshock device failed to protect him. Shakaf's eyes lost focus, and his brain was a mess. A needle pierced his face, causing no pain or itch, just a slight tingling sensation. 1 second later, Shakaf regained consciousness, pulled the needle from his cheek, casually flicked it to the ground, and swung his chain sword left and right, activating his scanner to search for his opponent's whereabouts. Hu huff, hu huff. His heavy breathing grew slower and slower, the intervals between inhales and exhales becoming longer. Finally, with a desperate whimper, Shakaf exhaled his last breath and fell to the ground like a pile of scrap metal. The needle he had discarded on the ground disappeared with him. The alley was deathly silent, no second person had appeared from beginning to end, as if it had all been Shakaf's solo performance. After a long time, urgent footsteps approached from afar. 2 Governor's Guard agents in tactical gear rushed into the alley. Hiss dead? Shakaf is actually dead. Wick looked at the life sign scan results in his holographic vision in disbelief, feeling that the scene before him was incredible. This was the captain of the 8th Guard, a humanoid mechanical beast, a fierce man who could punch through reinforced concrete with a casual swing. But he actually died in this nameless alley, like a stray dog. Mona scanned left and right with her gun, slowly approaching Shakaf, and turned his body over, face up. The tiny needle mark on the corpse's face came into Mona's view. She took out a divining instrument to scan and said in a deep voice. Shakaf died of poisoning. A highly potent venom stopped his heart. The weapon must have been a needle from a syringe. Wick stepped forward, glanced at the refraction field generator on Shakaf's waist, and asked in confusion. Why didn't Shakaf's force field activate? Because the needle's mass and flight speed were below the threshold, the refraction field emitter did not perceive it as a threat. The person who killed Shakaf exploited this loophole to inject the venom into Shakaf's body. Mona stood up, tilting her head to look at the surveillance camera not far away. She activated her comms and said, Sir, Shakaf is dead, and the surveillance at the scene has also been destroyed. You should be able to see the situation here through our combat recorder. Yes, I see it. Delton's voice sounded in the communication channel. You and Wick bring the body back, then stand by at the base. I might have a new mission for you. Yes, sir. Delton ended his communication with the agent, turned to look at the thinker, and spread his hands to Vogues on the screen. Sir, I am very sorry. My agents arrived a step too late. Someone died, but fortunately, the deceased was not Linio. Vogues in the image had just finished a long meeting. He smoked heavily, his brows furrowed, and his aged face was filled with weariness, sorrow, and regret. He couldn't afford to consider the consequences of Shakaf's death now. A letter that had just arrived via the local star language court made his mood incredibly complex. The sender of this letter was none other than Forge World Demos. Esteemed Governor Epimedius. Today, our representatives have reached a commercial cooperation with one of your Nest capital residents, which is beneficial to both Demos and Epimedius. Under the guidance of the Omnissiah, Forge World Demos has long produced the weapons, equipment, and engines needed by the Imperial Army. However, for reasons we all know, even the purest manufacturing processes produce some impure waste. We currently have a large amount of promethium refining residue that needs to be harmlessly disposed of, and there will be more in the future. While these residues do not possess direct strategic value, if not properly handled, they will cause unnecessary burden to Mars, Phobos, and even the planetary system where Terra is located. After careful evaluation and negotiation, we have signed a mutually beneficial contract with one of your Nest capital residents, Mr. Linio. The full content of the contract can be viewed in the appendix. We believe that this cooperation will further strengthen the ties between Demos and Epimedius, and bring prosperity and flourishing to both our parties and the entire empire. We look forward to your positive response and wish our cooperation a complete success. May the light of Omnissiah guide us. Forge World Demos, Deputy Manufacturing Supervisor, Slin. Appendix, Contract Photocopy. The content of the contract made Vogues break out in a cold sweat. He saw the estimated annual net profit figure 3.65 million throne coins. He saw the new potion recognized by the Mechanics and the new technology for preparing synthetic starch. He also saw the inventor of the potion and new technology, the patent holder, and the biggest beneficiary of the 3.65 million throne coins annual net profit. This person was none other than the very Linio he had assigned an assassin to test his self-preservation ability. Vogues' right hand, holding the pipe, trembled violently, his eyes darted around, and sweat dripped down like raindrops. He was not a professional, but that didn't prevent him from understanding the immense value behind the new technology and new potion. The entire empire had so much useless promethium refining residue that needed to be processed, they were scorned like excrement. But from today on, these previously despised useless things will be transformed into food by Linio's potion and technology, feeding countless poor people struggling on the brink of starvation. A population boom in the empire is very likely to occur because of this. It was unimaginable what would happen to him, the governor, if the person who died in the alley had been Linio. Delton. Get Linio. Please invite Linio to the Wangting district. Quick, hurry. Have all your veteran agents go protect him. Yes, sir. I'll send the agents out immediately. Vogue stood up, trembling, every bit of his excess flesh shaking. He didn't bother to close the communication channel, turning directly and rushing out of the house, shouting as he ran. Tai Duo. Tai Duo. My daughter. Change your clothes quickly. Hurry. Put on your most beautiful dress. Chapter 110 2 words, conquer the governor. Linio, where are you now? Delton activated the communication channel, calling Linio by his real name. I'm on the lift heading to the upper nest. What's wrong, sir? In the communication display, Linio was composed, with the wall of the descending lift as his background. Shakaf is dead, Delton said. Hey? Who is Shakaf? The one who tried to assassinate you earlier. Assassinate me? No, I didn't encounter any assassins. Linio's expression was calm with a hint of confusion. Delton lightly stroked his forehead. Stop pretending. I noticed the footage of you being attacked by a subsonic bolt shell through the lower nest surveillance system. Later, because the surveillance camera was destroyed, I couldn't see how Shakaf died. Now that I think about it, it must be related to you. Your psyker level has increased quite a bit, you can even dodge a subsonic bolt shell attack. Linio smiled without speaking, not intending to continue Delton's line of conversation. He would never tell the other party that dodging the subsonic bolt shell relied on Mad Doctor potion, not psyker abilities. The speed of sound is approximately 340 meters per second, and subsonic bolt shells travel at a speed lower than the speed of sound. At first, the distance between him and Shakaf was about 1,000 meters, and it would take the subsonic bolt shell a full 3 seconds to reach him. In those 3 seconds, let alone someone like him who had been greatly enhanced, even an ordinary person could dodge it. Of course, the prerequisite was being able to detect the presence of the subsonic bolt shell. This required consuming a large amount of Sharp Eye Potion and Predatory Instinct Potion. Sharp Eye Potion greatly enhances visual ability, helping the naked eye precisely lock onto small, fast-moving targets. Predatory Instinct Potion, on the other hand, strengthens the ability to perceive danger, generating an alert within 0.1 seconds of an enemy's attack. These two potions combined were incredibly effective and unfailing, perhaps only encountering difficulties when facing warp methods. Most importantly, the alchemical potions made with Mad Dr. Witchcraft could be given to others. Wasn't Lienyo hoping that the wife he married in the Warhammer world would at least be on the level of Mephiston? Now, he had a second option, using a massive amount of Mad Doctor potion to enhance a high-ranking but fragile girl, like a vase, into an existence comparable to a female space marine. In the future, if he obtained stronger, more powerful, and more YAAIC Mad Doctor Witchcraft formulas or mechanical witchcraft blueprints, they could also be used to enhance himself and his wife. This would solve the problem of his other half being a weakling. Don't leave after you exit the lift, wait at the customs checkpoint. I'll come find you. Delton tapped a few keys on the thinker's keyboard, dropped a sentence to end the communication, and rushed out the door. Previously, Lienyo had asked Delton to help him contact Forge World Demos, promising compensation. He was just about to meet the other party to discuss this matter, so he simply sat down on a garden bench near the customs checkpoint after arriving at the upper nest, waiting quietly. About 10 minutes later, 3 black transport vehicles drove out of the lift and headed straight for Lienyo. Lienyo was startled, thinking that his killing of the assassin had angered the governor, and they wanted to teach him a lesson. He was about to get up and run, but then he saw Delton poke his head out of the first transport vehicle, calling out loudly and waving. Lienyo! Get in! Lienyo slowed his steps, looking at Delton in confusion. Why was the other party constantly calling him by his real name? Wouldn't it be bad if the people in the car heard it? Moreover, the face he was currently using was his true face, he hadn't disguised it. The transport vehicle stopped in front of Lienyo. Delton pushed open the car door, extended his right arm, and with a strength Lienyo found hard to resist, pulled him into the back seat of the driver's cabin. The 3 transport vehicles accelerated, heading directly for the tallest building in the first district, the Wangting district. That place was built on a jungle-covered hill, and the building complex had a silver-white exterior, similar in style to a medieval castle, with scenery that could be described as breathtakingly beautiful. The artificial light source for the upper nest's first district was located directly above the highest point of the Wangting district. It was an artificial sun with a diameter of over 100 meters, bound by a constant magnetic field and force field. During the day, the light from the artificial sun was evenly distributed throughout the entire first district through complex optical pipelines. At night, the artificial sun would be covered by a mask, instead projecting a cool artificial moonlight. When war came and a large number of enemy forces appeared inside and outside the nest capital, the light from the artificial sun would be converted into high-energy beams via a super-large focuser, continuously firing lasers, equivalent to continuous fire from ship-mounted lances. Such an important strategic facility, whoever controlled it could control the entire nest capital, just like the gods in ancient myths who controlled the authority of the sun. Now, the artificial sun, hanging high in the sky, was rapidly enlarging in Lienyo's eyes, making him realize that something was about to happen. The governor knows about the terms of the contract I made with Demos. That's right. At the same time you were confronting Shikaf, an official letter from Demos was delivered to Lord Vogues via a psyker, including the contract you made with Demos. When Delton and Lienyo conversed, they did not avoid the driver and CO driver sitting in the front seats, who were none other than Lienyo's old acquaintances Wick and Mona. Since Lienyo got in the car, they had been looking at him in the back seat through the rearview mirror with expressions like they had seen a ghost. It felt as absurd as a student who used to sit with them in the back row of the classroom suddenly becoming the recipient of a full scholarship. Wick tried hard to suppress the questions in his mind, his expression as contorted as if he had been constipated for 10 days to half a month. The one thing he wanted to say most right now was, "My goodness, if I had known that doing small experiments in my spare time could lead to marrying the governor's daughter, why would I have bothered with all those upper nest girls? Wasn't that just a pure waste of time?" Wick was able to connect Lienyo and Kongwen because Mona had let out an unprecedented gasp of surprise when she saw Lienyo sitting on the bench. She recognized at a glance that this person was the rookie agent she had sparred with in the training room. The face he used when he first arrived at the base was the same one he was using now. It was hard to imagine that a newly appointed agent, who had been covered in blood from her psyker and broadsword attacks in the training room, was suddenly about to become her direct superior. The contrast was so great that not only could Wick not handle it, but even Mona, who was usually calm and had low emotional fluctuations, found it a bit overwhelming. "We are now escorting you to the Wangting district." Delton pulled out a data pad, looked at it, sent the route map to Wick, telling him to follow it, then turned to Lienyo and said, "The governor is creating a suitable noble identity for you. Your family has a long and mysterious history, but it's been low-key. It only fell into decline and ended up in the lower nest because of its misfortune. Most importantly, you are currently the only member of the family, both the first in line of succession and the head of the family. The governor needs you to provide a family surname." "Family surname, can it be anything?" Lienyo asked, thinking. "Yes, you decide your family surname. You need to think carefully before making a decision, as this surname will eventually be associated with the governor's title. Let me think. How about Guillemon?" "Guillemon? That sounds okay." Delton suddenly paused. "Is that a new word formed by combining Robert Guillemon?" "It's possible, but you'd best not let the people of Ultramar know." "Ha, just kidding. The family surname will be Wilsey. It's common, easy to understand, and easy to remember. In both Low Gothic and High Gothic, Wilsey means wealthy, fertile, prosperous. In a sense, the mysterious nest capital family that rose to power through Prometheum refining residue to starch technology indeed matched the word Wilsey. Delton nodded in agreement and sent Wilsey to the governor. This name was certainly more stable than a spliced Primarch's name. The convoy drove into the Wangting district. The carvings on the flying buttresses shimmered in the artificial sunlight, and a magnificent mansion appeared before their eyes. The spires soared high, piercing the sky, and the stained glass shone with gem-like brilliant light. On the tall oak doors, the gilded bronze knocker was struck by the guards in front of the door, and the double doors opened with a deep rumble. Lord Voges and his beloved daughter, dressed in formal attire, emerged from the doors to welcome their distinguished guest. Voges had changed from his usual loose home office attire, wearing a deep blue velvet suit with exquisite silver embroidery on the collar and cuffs, and many medals on his chest that Lignot couldn't name. Beside him, Tai-Duo revealed her true face to Lignot for the first time. Her light golden hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, her skin was as fair as snow, her features were picturesque, her eyes sparkled with curiosity and liveliness. Her figure was even more impeccable, tall where it should be, slender where it should be, and full where it should be, exuding elegance and nobility in every movement. A woman 3 years older brings golden bricks. Tai-Duo happened to be 3 years older than Lignot's current body. She wore a long black dress with gold trim, which complemented her light golden hair. Lignot looked down at his own clothes, he was still wearing the white researcher's robe. Is it too late for me to change clothes now? No, no need to change. With the new technology and potions you've mastered, you could even enter the governor's mansion in slippers and it wouldn't be a problem. Delton, uncharacteristically, made a joke and was the first to push the door open and exit the vehicle. Wick and Mona looked back at Lignot, wanting to say something but not daring to, so they could only pick up their weapons, lower their helmet visors, and leave the cockpit. Lignot was surrounded by a group of heavily armed governor's agents, walking towards the mansion's main gate. As a research dog who enjoyed microbial experiments, the scene before him put immense pressure on him, almost causing him to tear off his shoe soles. Socializing with people was not Lignot's strong suit to begin with, and now he had to face so many people. When Voges and Tai-Duo approached, Lignot felt he should say something, so in a moment of impulse, a sentence blurted out. Father, Tai-Duo, good afternoon. For a moment, the scene was silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop, with only the transport vehicle's engine rumbling. The polite smile on Voges's face froze. Tai-Duo raised a hand to cover her mouth, her lips parted in surprise, her eyes flickering slightly. After 2 seconds, Voges burst into hearty, gratified laughter. As an old man who had a daughter late in life, only he knew how heavy the weight of Lignot's address was. He had always dreamed of having a son, and now his dream was about to come true. Voges cast aside all the words he had prepared, kindly took Lignot's hand, and led him and his daughter into the mansion. The governor's agents outside looked at each other. Wick mumbled softly, that kid Kong Wen is really something. He actually said those 2 words without batting an eye. I certainly couldn't do it. Mona poked Wick with her elbow, glaring at him, watch your language when you speak. Oh, right. Times have changed. Oh, how is he going to marry the governor's daughter? It feels like a dream. A dream? Yes, a dream. Whose feeling isn't like this? A governor's agent rising to prominence, with the prospect of becoming the future governor. Such a fantastical plot would probably only appear in the most imaginative nest capital popular publications. Crackling, crackling. The fireplace in the corner quietly burned, emitting a fruity aroma and warm currents. Osges lay on the study sofa, holding a data slate, idly reading nest capital news. Ever since his conspiracy with the cold trade merchant was exposed, his father had confined him, preventing him from leaving the house for 6 months. Being confined for 6 months seemed like a punishment, but it was actually a form of protection. During these 6 months, he could not go out, and his communication with the outside world would be supervised by the family. He could not contact anyone outside the nest capital. If his father discovered that his son was still in contact with cold trade merchants, Osges would certainly be severely punished, even to the point of disowning him. Osges had no doubt about this. At the same time, he was also actively exploring new ways to purchase nutrients, ensuring that the families supporting him could benefit from cultivating ghost mushrooms. The more the major families earned, the greater the support for him in the noble council. Once he had sufficient confidence, he would have his father formally propose. By then, he believed his reputation among the nobles and his contribution to the ghost mushroom industry would be enough to convince the governor. Beep beep beep. Communication connected. The voice of H.A. Kasi, the chief merchant's son of the Coin Guild, sounded. Osges, I just came out of my father's study. I have good news for you. The governor has allowed us to import corpse starch from Necromunda. The governor's only requirement is that these corpse starches must be produced in Necromunda. Osges's eyes lit up, and he sat up. Is the news true? Absolutely true, buddy. We're going to make a fortune this time. Hakasi laughed in the communication channel. It's a good thing you're quick-witted and contacted the people of Necromunda in time. Otherwise, our large-scale cultivation of ghost mushrooms would definitely have been delayed. Osges stood up excitedly, pacing and rubbing his hands in the room, exuding an aura of exhilaration. As H.A. Kasi said, the idea of importing corpse starch from Necromunda was proposed by Osges. The young descendants of aristocratic families who had formed a small group with him were immediately moved by this proposal and worked hard to persuade their elders to accept it. Now, the governor had given his approval. Importing corpse starch from Necromunda had become a certainty. The biggest obstacle hindering the rapid development of the ghost mushroom industry was removed. Next, as soon as the cargo ships from Necromunda brought the corpse starch, the major families could begin cultivating ghost mushrooms like crazy. Osjas was overjoyed, unable to suppress the excitement in his heart, so he poured himself a glass of fine wine to celebrate alone. He raised his glass, offering thanks to his psychic power. The matter of importing corpse starch from Necromunda was precisely the inspiration and response he received after praying to his psychic power. The facts proved once again that, as long as no accidents occurred, his psychic power was absolutely reliable, absolutely trustworthy, and could absolutely guide him to success. Tisk tisk, what makes you so happy? By the window, the curtains swayed in the evening breeze, and a graceful figure emerged in the artificial moonlight. Osjas was in a good mood and did not show annoyance towards the uninvited guest. Instead, he smiled and said, "The governor has approved our proposal to import corpse starch from Necromunda. Next, as long as it passes the review of the Noble Council, this plan can be officially implemented. Would you like a drink?" Osjas poured a second glass of wine and handed it to Rose by the window, his gaze sweeping over her curves, a fervent heat welling up in his eyes. Among the many Nest Capital noble descendants, Rose was the type who appeared outgoing and open-minded on the surface but was actually very conservative. She liked to wear tight-fitting clothes that highlighted her figure, but she rarely responded positively to the noble young masters who tried to flatter her. Today, she wore a tight-fitting suit with dark purple and pink as its main colors. The dark purple fabric highlighted her curves, while the pink lines clearly outlined her silhouette, making people inexplicably excited. Osjas's gaze grew even more fervent. He guessed that Rose would not refuse him. She had revealed her feelings for him in that regard a long time ago. "I'm sorry, Osjas, I know being confined can make one lonely, but not today." Rose took the wine glass, placed it on the windowsill, crossed her arms, and a playful smile curved her lips. "I have important news to tell you." Osjas drained the wine in his glass, suppressing the wicked fire in his heart. "Tell me, what news? Has your father arranged a marriage for you?" "No, it's not me who's been arranged for marriage, it's Tai-Duo." "What? What are you saying?" Osjas's expression stiffened, unable to react for a moment, instinctively wanting to grab Rose's arm to question her. Rose deftly dodged his wrist, and with a flash, moved to the other side of the window. "You don't know yet, Osjas. This morning, Forge World Demos sent a thinker to visit our Nest Capital. Ostensibly for private matters, but in reality, this Mechanic-use thinker came to inspect a new technology that converts promethium refining residue into starch. In the end, the thinker approved the efficiency, environmental friendliness, and safety of this technology. It will be included in the holy database of Mars, becoming a sacred invention that cannot be imitated or questioned. Promethium, refining, residue, converting to starch." Osjas covered his forehead, feeling dizzy. He understood what this technology represented. It would trigger a massive industrial revolution. The direction of the entire Imperium could potentially change because of it. What does this have to do with Tai-Duo being engaged? Osjas leaned against the wall, his eyes tightly closed, barely enduring the dizziness in his mind. Of course it does. Tai-Duo's betrothed is the inventor of the new technology. Their marriage was just decided tonight. Once Tai-Duo's fiancé comes of age, the marriage will be formally arranged. Who is that person? Tell me, who is that person? Osjas roared, his features twisted in extreme distortion. "I was so close to succeeding. Just a little bit. But he stole my future. I'm going to kill him. Go find out yourself. You deserve this." Years ago, when I confessed my feelings to you and was rejected, I felt the same pain. Ha ha ha. I'm happy to see you like this. Goodbye. Rose sat on the window frame, flipped her body backward, and disappeared into the moonlight outside the window. Osjas knelt before the window, frantically urging his psychic power, asking again and again who Tai-Duo's fiancé was, and how he could reclaim everything that belonged to him. Gradually, the light inside and outside the room grew dim. Accompanied by a blue-purple intertwined glow, obscure whispers sounded in the room. Chapter 111 Beautiful Lies. Late at night, Wangting District, the rooftop garden of the governor's mansion. Lin Yo walked through the vine-covered corridor, entered the flower bushes, and found a quiet corner. He lay back in a chair, gazing up at the moon above him, his eyes unfocused and his mind relaxed. That dinner party earlier was just too terrifying. Tai-Duo's relatives and friends, her countless aunts and uncles, passed by like a revolving lantern. He not only had to remember their names, identities, backgrounds, and current jobs but also had to greet them with the correct titles. Even after transmigrating to another world, he still had to deal with greetings from various elders, juniors, and peers, just like celebrating the new year before transmigrating. This transmigration was practically for nothing. However, it was also quite good. The Fugai's family was prosperous, and in the future, he wouldn't have to do many things himself. As long as he proposed an idea or came up with a new invention, someone would naturally take care of everything. Lin Yo raised a hand and scratched his cheek when he heard rustling footsteps from the nearby flower bushes. Turning his head, he saw that it was Tai-Duo. Under the artificial moonlight, the governor's daughter, who had just turned 18, was dazzling. Facing this fiancé, about whom he knew very little, Lin Yo appeared more composed than he had anticipated. "Have a seat, Tai-Duo. I was just about to talk to you." Alright. Taiduo lifted her skirt, a faint smile on her lips, and sat down beside Lin Yo, imitating his posture by half reclining in the chair and gazing up at the moon above them. You don't have to say it, I know that you were the one who helped me cover my tracks in the bottom nest's treasury a month ago. Thank you. No need to thank me, it's what I should do. Lin Yo turned his head and asked, why did you help me? Actually, I just thought it was fun at the time. Taiduo turned her head, and their eyes met. Lin Yo was stunned for a moment, speechless. Taiduo was amused by Lin Yo's expression. Father had me wear Hunter Lord armor with an invisibility effect to secretly observe the performance of each Hunter Lord. While you were fighting, I saw many interesting details. For example, Oz just pretended not to like Ruth, but he often stared at certain parts of her. Ruth? Ruth was the 6th Hunter Lord to arrive that day, wasn't she? She was wearing a tight-fitting suit and a pink-trimmed black cloak that made her body curves subtly visible. Lin Yo remembered this person and had suspected at the time that she might be related to Slaanesh. She was the 6th to arrive, and 6 was Slaanesh's sacred number. The pink she wore was also Slaanesh's favored color. Based on these 2 points, Lin Yo had always remained vigilant toward this noble lady named Ruth Bruden. Taiduo turned her body, bent her arm to rest her head, and asked with a smile. Guess what Ruth was doing before the arbitrator found her? Taiduo's words made Lin Yo recall the scene at that time. He, Mona, and Wick were responsible for leading the arbitrator and arbitrator teams on a tour of the treasury. Upon approaching an area without spotlights, the arbitrator had the arbitrator's fire flares, illuminating the entire area. At that moment, Ruth appeared flustered, covering her chest with her hands, saying she was adjusting her clothes there. After Ruth left, the arbitrator had the arbitrators collect Ruth's pheromones to track her movements. Upon investigation, Ruth hadn't taken anything she shouldn't have, instead, she had accidentally left behind an item of clothing. Ruth should have been changing clothes there, right? Isn't that so? Lin Yo asked, pondering. No. Taiduo shook her head, lowering her voice, and said mysteriously. Ruth, like you, also took some things from the treasury. However, she came prepared. After taking the items, she used tools she carried to fill the jars and even used an instrument to tamper with her pheromone trail. What did she take? A metal box. The surface of the box had patterns carved with alien language. I don't know what was inside the box. However, judging by how cautious Ruth was, it should be a relatively dangerous item. Taiduo paused, then quietly asked. I'm very curious what those light green beads you took are for. Lin Yo knew what the green beads the other party was referring to were. He had followed the system's guidance and discovered amazing orc spores in a glass jar. These spores looked like light green beads. What Taiduo was referring to was the magic spores. You saw me secretly take the beads, found it interesting, and so you covered for me, is that right? Yes. Taiduo's beautiful eyes shimmered, gazing at Lin Yo with anticipation. Is it because of those little green things that you became so smart and were able to invent new technologies and new potions? What are they? And how did you know about the existence of those beads? What a curious little one. I knew you would ask this. Good thing I was prepared. This is a dangerous world, curiosity and the pursuit of knowledge often become the starting point of corruption. Lin Yo had prepared a flawless and beautiful lie in advance, one that would satisfy Taiduo's curiosity without diminishing his standing in her eyes. Lin Yo sat up straight, looked left and right, and then activated vibration sensing to detect any anomalies around him. After repeatedly confirming that there was no third person around, he reached into his pocket and took out a pre-made green pill from the fungus warehouse. Here, take it. Lin Yo lowered his voice and placed the green pill into Taiduo's hand. Taiduo leaned closer, opened her right hand, and stared at the green bead in her palm, marveling. Is this what you took from the jar back then? It looks just like candy. Lin Yo winked as if coaxing a child, took out a second green bead, put it to his mouth, and made a motion of eating it. Taiduo understood, elegantly placing the green bead into her mouth. Crunch! The bead was crushed by her silver teeth, and a rich aroma instantly filled her mouth. The next moment, an indescribably cool and refreshing sensation surged from her mouth, rushing to her brain at an extremely fast speed. Hiss, 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 Taiduo shivered from the sudden chill, subconsciously hugging Lin Yo's arm tightly. What is this? So cool, so cold. I feel like my brain is going to freeze. Hold on, you'll know the answer very soon. Okay, hiss, hiss, hiss. Taiduo couldn't stop gasping for air, her body swaying with the icy wave in her mind. After about half a minute, the icy sensation gradually faded. Taiduo noticed some changes in the world through her eyes. Tree branches swayed in the wind, their swaying speed was gentler than before, and her naked eye could capture every detail frame by frame. The rustling of the evening breeze and the sounds of conversation from downstairs also became clearer, as if she were wearing a sound-amplifying device. Not only that, but the smells also changed. The earthy smell of soil, the fragrance of flowers, and even the aroma of wine and dishes drifting from the banquet hall could all be identified by her nose. I feel like the world has become much clearer, as if there used to be a layer of gauze over my face, and it was only just removed. Taiduo excitedly shook Lin Yo's arm. Your changes are more than that, Taiduo. Come, tell me as quickly as you can, what is 412 multiplied by 13? Taiduo paused for less than 0.1 seconds before giving the answer. 5356. Oh. My goodness. How did my mental math ability suddenly become so strong? It's incredible. Is this the effect of that green bead? Yes, it's the effect of the green bead. But this green bead is not that green bead. What you just ate was a concentrated pill I made using Mad Doctor Witchcraft, containing Sharp Eye Potion, Predatory Instinct Potion, Spirit Wind Potion for enhanced smell and hearing, Strength Potion, Nerve Acceleration Potion, and a series of other alchemical potions mixed with hidden adjuvants. Now, you are far stronger than you imagine. Dodging subsonic bullets, pulling up weeping willows, a series of such feats are all within your grasp. Lianyo did not say these words in front of Tai Duo. Let Tai Duo comprehend and imagine these things on her own. Lianyo handed the bead in his hand to Tai Duo, signaling her to take another one. After Tai Duo put the green bead into her mouth and swallowed it with a gulp, Lianyo then said, "This green bead can make people smarter and more perceptive. I ate one a long time ago and remembered its taste. As soon as I entered the treasury, I smelled the scent of those dozen or so beads, and then I risked taking them. I kept one green bead as a sample for experiments. The other beads were all eaten by you and me." Hey! Tai Duo was instantly dumbfounded. You only kept one bead as an experimental sample? That's not enough. Tai Duo reached her fingers into her throat and started vigorously digging. Ugh. This scene startled Lianyo. He really hadn't expected Tai Duo, who appeared graceful and ladylike on the surface, to be so fierce in private, starting to dig at her throat without even a word of warning. Such decisive action truly astonished Lianyo. "Stop digging, I've already found a way to replicate this bead, which is why I only kept one as an experimental sample." Lianyo quickly pulled Tai Duo's hands away. Glistening saliva trailed from her fingertips and lips, reflecting light under the artificial moonlight. Tai Duo slurped, then smiled apologetically. "Hehe, all right, I was just worrying too much. You're so experienced, you must know how many beads to keep as samples. This girl is sometimes quite silly." Lianyo took out a handkerchief to wipe away the stringy saliva from her mouth, then stood up and said, "Is there a laboratory in the Wangting district?" "No laboratory, but there are many empty rooms. Come with me, I'll take you to pick one, and just tell me what equipment you need, I'll get it ready for you as soon as possible." Tai Duo lifted her skirt with one hand and naturally linked her other arm through Lianyo's. The two walked through the rooftop garden under the moonlight, from the main building of the governor's mansion to the corner tower. While selecting a suitable room for a laboratory, Lianyo also inquired about news inside and outside the nest capital from Tai Duo. There are still 2 months until the next Terra year. According to the tax collection cycle agreed upon by the nest capital and the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs fleet, which collects tithes, will arrive in the middle of next year, which is still 8 Terra months away. Earlier today, Vogues and the heads of various families drafted the tithe item list. In this list, Ghost Potion was prominently featured, expected to account for about 30% of the total value of the material tax. The list has been submitted to the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs for review. If the review is approved, the nest capital can prepare the materials according to this list. If the review is not approved, the material tax will still be paid according to the previous list. The current variable is whether Ghost Potion can be recognized by the Empire Justice Department as a legal potion. Only if this prerequisite is met can Ghost Potion be used for tax payment. When will the legal department's judgment on Ghost Potion be released? Lianyo asked. It is said that the legal department and the Star Beacon Court have assembled a group of researchers and are exploring ways to stably control the effects of Ghost Potion. There are no results yet. It will probably take another 2 or 3 months for an answer. Lianyo thought for a moment and roughly understood the crux of the problem. I understand. For the local nest capital nobles, this is a huge gamble. If they win, they can not only use Ghost Potion to pay taxes but also earn huge profits by selling the potion externally. If they lose, their losses will be far less than the governor's. Because paying the tithe is the governor's responsibility, not theirs. If the tax cannot be raised, it is the governor who will suffer imperial punishment, not the nobles of the nest capital. You are right, that's why Dada argued fiercely with the people from various families today. However, it's different now. Tai Duo smiled sweetly. Now with the new technology you developed, we can completely increase the production of synthetic starch and use it to prepare next year's tithe in advance. This way, no matter how those nobles stir things up, we will have a way to raise enough tax money. The two passed by the open-air balcony, and Lianyo stopped, looking at the city night view in the distance and asked. Tai Duo, have you never thought about clearing out these families? We have, of course, but there have always been rebels outside the nest capital, tying up most of the Planetary Defense Forces troops. Even if we wanted to clear out disobedient families, we wouldn't have enough manpower. Lianyo frowned slightly, mumbling to himself. He wondered if he was overthinking it, but he always felt that the rebels and the Wang's family were inextricably linked. The Wang's family's main business is the production and sale of military supplies. About half of the military supplies are used for tax payments each year, and the other half are sold to the Planetary Defense Force. The Planetary Defense Force's funding comes from the governor. Therefore, selling military supplies to the Planetary Defense Force is equivalent to taking money out of the governor's pocket. As long as the rebels exist, the Planetary Defense Force must purchase military supplies every year, and the Wang's family has always been the beneficiary. It's hard not to suspect that this is a setup by the Wang's family. Lianyo explained his thoughts, and Tai Duo nodded repeatedly in agreement, but also expressed helplessness. Dada dispatched the number 8 guard to be permanently stationed with the Planetary Defense Force, but so far, no clues have been found linking the rebels to the Wang's family. Therefore, we cannot make things difficult for the Wang's family. It seems the governor has more to worry about than I do as an agent, Lianyo joked, then continued. I need information on the Wang's family, the rebels, and the Planetary Defense Force. I want to read all the data. I have a hunch that the rebels outside the city will one day cause great trouble. Tai Duo pursed her lips and responded seriously. Okay. I'll have someone prepare it right away. Lianyo shook his head in thought. I think it's best not to let subordinates do it. You doing it yourself will be more effective. The information I need must be first-hand, such as on-site recordings, videos, documents, etc. No news or action reports. Are you saying that someone is deceiving us and covering up some secrets for the Wang's family? Yes, Tai Duo. When I lived in the lower nest, I once heard a businessman tell about his successful experience. A business that others would spend 10 or 20 million credit points to complete, this businessman only needed a few million. Do you know why? Because he knows better how to spend money where it counts. Lianyo nodded slightly. You could say that, but not entirely. The secret to that businessman's success was never to trust reports, statements, or other documents submitted by subordinates. If you want to know the true data of your company, you must personally go to the production line and observe every production link. Another businessman, after hearing this secret to success, went to his factory and inspected all the production processes. The next day, more than a dozen corpses appeared in the scrapyard zone. They were all parasites in the factory who occupied positions without doing any work. It was these parasites who beautified the reports and covered up their evil acts of embezzlement and encroachment, and they paid the price with their lives for it. Lianyo paused for a few seconds, showing a meaningful smile to the thoughtful Tai Duo. Guess how many people the governor will eliminate after we personally investigate the rebels and the Planetary Defense Force? I guarantee that number will be beyond your imagination. Tai Duo nodded her head up and down as if she understood, murmuring. Your idea coincides with Delton's. You two are indeed from an agent background, your views are surprisingly consistent. Delton also said the same thing as me. Lianyo felt a little surprised. He hadn't expected that this middle-aged, still energetic agent head would think along the same lines as him. Tai Duo took out her data pad, opened the log, searched through it, and opened a document for Lianyo to view. The document was a memo, the content of which showed that as early as when Delton took office as the captain of the 9th Guard, he had put forward the same view as Lianyo. If the Church of Amalgamation and Ghost Mushroom hadn't appeared, Delton would have already arranged for agents to investigate the Wang's family. However, it's not too late now. The number 7 Guard, having failed to catch the illicit merchants, was entirely reassigned by the governor to assist Delton. Delton has sufficient manpower to get to the bottom of the Wang's family. As long as there is sufficient evidence to prove that the Wang's family is plotting something untoward, there are plenty of ways to uproot the Wang's family. Much of the first-hand information you need is provided by Delton. How about, after we set up the laboratory, we go to Delton together to check his database? His database is not connected to the Nest Capital network, so it can only be viewed there. Okay, sounds good. Let's do that. Let's try to arrange the laboratory and other matters within a few days. The two quickened their pace, moving through the long corridors of the mansion. Oh, hey, Hakasi, what took you so long? Bowman Bay, on the deck of a cruise ship, a group of people were drinking and enjoying themselves to cheerful music. Visborg Wanzer held a bottle of wine in each hand, accompanied by alluring women. Seeing Hakasi arrive by speedboat, he complained loudly. Where have you been? It's almost midnight. We've missed out on a lot of fun without you. Right, guys. The last sentence was shouted towards the dance floor behind him. The men and women on the dance floor burst into laughter and responded loudly. Yeah, Hakasi, without you, no one tells jokes anymore. Come on, come on. We saved you a spot. Hakasi is the son of the chief merchant of the Coin Guild, but he is the youngest, essentially a mascot at home. He was the youngest among the people on the ship and was often teased in various ways. He was naturally easygoing and sometimes spoke without thinking, so he didn't mind this form of entertainment. With the smell of alcohol on him, he spread his arms and shouted to the laughing crowd. Good news, everyone. Look who I brought. Our young master Ozges is out early. Ozges boarded the cruise ship's deck from the speedboat, looking radiant, without any sign of decadent or frustration. His appearance made the atmosphere even more lively. The air above Bowman Bay was filled with a festive atmosphere. Chapter 112 Mushrooms Guarding the Country. The news of the governor's daughter's engagement spread throughout the Upper Nest, becoming the front-page headline of the Upper Nest News the following day. Correspondingly, the name Wilsey began to circulate among the nobility and well-informed Upper Nest elites. With the governor's promotion, the three keywords of mystery, low-key, and focus on scientific research became the most profound impressions people had of the Weircy family. When the cooperation between the Nest Capital and the Forging World was made public by the governor, the ensuing uproar quickly spread throughout the entire Upper Nest. Small families that made a living by processing promethium refining residue cried out that the new technology had cut off their lifeline, and their capital chains were likely to break as a result. Families whose main business was importing food were in agony. The synthetic starch prepared with the new technology was so cheap, safe, and environmentally friendly. From now on, Epimedius would forever bid farewell to imported food. Where there are tears, there will naturally be laughter. Many industries used synthetic starch as raw material, but the families involved in these industries quickly stopped laughing. Lianyo did not intend to give the profits to outsiders. Just as he helped the Steel Coin clan grow and strengthen when he played Mad Dr. Sack, Lianyo decided to use his human identity and cheat to help the Fugai's family ascend to the next level. He spent a few days preparing his residence and laboratory in the Wangting district. Afterward, he spent another 3 days conducting WAIAIC simulation, fungal automatic simulation, and hands-on experiments in the laboratory. When he walked out of the laboratory, he brought with him a complete set of solutions related to deep processed synthetic starch, as well as all the formulas packages to this solution. Thus, an industrial chain with several links came into being. The conversion of promethium refining residue into synthetic starch was the first link in this industrial chain. Linyo himself firmly controlled this link and would not hand over the starch production process and formula to the Fugai's family. Synthetic starch being made into starch sticks was the second link in the industrial chain. If the starch sticks were not sold in time after being produced, the unsold portion would undergo secondary processing and fermentation to produce alcohol. Depending on the quality of the fermentation, the taste and quality of the alcohol presented 3 grades, corresponding to high, medium, and low-grade alcohol, respectively. High-grade alcohol could be made into beverages, medium-grade alcohol was used to produce medical alcohol, and low-grade alcohol was used for industrial production. At this point, the industrial value of synthetic starch was completely squeezed out. Except for the 2 links of producing synthetic starch and selling starch sticks, all other links were handled by the Fugai's family's factories. With such an industrial gift package given out, Linyo's status within the Fugai's family instantly rose several points. One who eats from another has a short mouth, and one who takes from another has short hands. This saying also applies in the nest capital. Linyo could not guarantee that no one would act secretly, but at least openly, no one would jump out to publicly challenge him, the son-in-law. After building his reputation with the Fugai's family, Linyo turned his attention to his base. Currently, his main profit came from synthetic starch, with a small portion from tobacco. During these few days of contact with the Fugai's family, many people related to Taiduo came to inquire about the same thing. Could we, members of the Fugai's family, also participate in the production of synthetic starch? Linyo's attitude was, don't even think about it. His base was his lifeline and absolutely could not be contaminated. Without his base, he was nothing. Without his base, his source of funds could only rely on the Fugai's family. Linyo knew very well that his base must be firmly controlled by him, only then could he truly occupy a place in the nest capital. His base, represented by the Umbrella Group, had already achieved some success and stable connections in the synthetic starch and tobacco industries. The Fugai's family wanted cheap synthetic starch, no problem, they could go to the starch factory set up by Umbrella in the lower nest to buy it. The new synthetic starch was cheap and safe, and its production capacity would be completely controlled by Linyo to control the supply of various downstream industries. As for investing in the Umbrella Group, the starch factory, or White Fruit Manor, that was even more of a dream. A bunch of people he had only met a few times, using Taiduo's name to gain benefits, really had thick skin. The above were Linyo's inner thoughts. He did not say them directly, only making an excuse about needing to do experiments to slip away, not wanting to interact more with these greedy Fugai's family members. What pleased Linyo more was that when the Fugai's family members came to take advantage, Taiduo and Lord Vogues did not get involved. Taiduo wholeheartedly helped him prepare his laboratory and residence. Lord Vogues quickly established the Weirsi family's archives, bestowing noble status upon the son-in-law. After Linyo repeatedly refused the Fugai's family members' intervention in the Umbrella Group, Vogues specifically mentioned this matter at an internal family meeting. Vogues warned the restless family members not to disturb Linyo's experiments and not to have any improper thoughts about his group. Vogues' words still carried weight. Since then, Linyo's laboratory became much quieter, and his life gradually got back on track. Finally, everything is arranged properly. Linyo placed an order for holographic equipment for Leia on the communicator, then stood up and stretched with a big yawn. Not far behind him, Isabel and Taiduo were using an electron microscope to observe the microscopic structure of compounds, whispering softly to each other. Isabel originally managed the cigarette business for the Cram family. Now, she had handed over all her work in the Cram family to other family members, becoming a professional manager for the Umbrella Group, helping Linyo handle the daily affairs of the Umbrella Group. Linyo admired her courage to abandon her past achievements and fully dedicate herself to the new group. Linyo provided Isabel with a high commission, fully compensating her for the economic losses she incurred by abandoning her industries within the Cram family. Linyo did not need to worry about the operation of the Umbrella Group, he could devote his time and energy to more strategically significant matters. In the foreseeable future, he would take over the position of governor from Vogues. At that time, unrest would be inevitable. In order to suppress the unrest with overwhelming force and consolidate his rule as governor, Linyo must possess a powerful army. Solving the rebels outside the nest capital and fully gaining control of the planetary defense force became one of his current options. Taiduo, let's go find Delton. Linyo waved to the 2 ladies who were whispering, Isabel, the transportation of the catalyst is entrusted to you. Isabel pushed up her glasses on her nose and responded. Taiduo jogged over and linked arms, following Linyo out of the laboratory. Linyo chose to produce the catalyst needed by the starch factory in his own laboratory. He had extensively improved the catalyst, creating a concentrated catalyst. Only 200 kilograms of concentrated catalyst per day were needed to meet the current production demands of the starch factory. Isabel needed to regularly transport the concentrated catalyst to the starch factory, and this process was accompanied by Governor's Guard, so there would be no errors. Linyo and Taiduo left the laboratory and arrived at the internal elevator in the Wangting district. This was the same elevator Linyo had taken when he followed Delton to meet the governor. It connected to Delton's agent base. The elevator descended at a steady speed, and soon, Lino and Taiduo reached the destination and met Delton, who was waiting there. The three of them wound their way through the base, passing through layers of checkpoints guarded by combat servo-automata, and entered the deepest part of the base. Here, a thinker array was placed, consisting of 3 thinkers, specifically used for data storage and data analysis. Delton knew the two were coming and had prepared first-hand information related to the rebels, the Planetary Defense Force, and the Wong's family in advance. Communication recordings, surveillance footage, combat videos, financial transactions, personnel changes, and other information were all available. Delton first opened a document and introduced. When I reviewed the data, I found many suspicious points. I have listed them all here for your reference. Overall, the Wong's family played an intermediary role between the rebels and the Planetary Defense Force. They were careful enough in their actions, but they still revealed clues in many details. Delton scrolled through the document, explaining his findings and deductions based on the information. Taiduo grew more nervous as she listened, clinging tightly to Lino's arm. Lino had long anticipated the Wong's family's actions and remained relatively calm. Instead, Delton's intelligence analysis capabilities impressed him. When he used to work under Delton, he only felt that the other party commanded well, and his executive ability and judgment were above standard. But at this moment, Delton's thinking was clear, his logic smooth, and he connected thousands of clues in a painstaking manner, forming a complete network of clues. Lino gradually realized that Delton's thinking, vision, and experience were far from simple, and certainly not something that could be cultivated in the Nest Capital's military academy. The casualty figures for the Planetary Defense Force over the past 8 years are inflated. The actual casualty rate is lower than the reported numbers. At least 1/3 of the soldiers registered as dead are merely missing, not truly deceased. Delton scrolled down the document, pointing to several surveillance screenshots within the file. These are surveillance footages from before the cleanup operation began. These individuals, who appeared in the surveillance footage, disguised themselves, altering their appearance and body contours. However, what they didn't know was that since I became the head of the governor's special agents 3 years ago, all cameras in the lower nest have been upgraded and equipped with biometric modules. The identification results show that these individuals, who claim to be scrapyard zone scavengers, are actually former Planetary Defense Force soldiers who were registered as dead 6 years ago. Delton pressed a button on the keyboard, and the surveillance screenshots in the document transformed into a surveillance video, which automatically played. In the video, those soldiers who were supposed to be dead but were not, wore scrapyard zone scavenger-style clothing and pushed a cart into the 8th district. They bought a lot of medicine and daily necessities in the 8th district, then returned to the scrapyard zone with a cart full of goods. The document scrolled down, and another image appeared on the screen. The photographer stood in an underground passage, with a pile of fallen rocks and gravel from a collapse not far ahead. There were 2 railway tracks in the passage, with obvious oil stains on them. The oil was relatively fresh, in a semi-solidified state. It was conceivable that before the underground passage collapsed, these 2 railway tracks were frequently used, which is why there was still wet oil. Gentlemen, this image was taken during the cleanup operation. The shooting equipment was a combat recorder of an armed retainer. The shooting location was in the underground area of the scrapyard zone. According to this armed retainer, he personally witnessed 2 trains driving side by side out of the scrapyard zone, and then the passage was destroyed by pre-planted explosives. Delton clicked on the image. The image transformed into a video, replaying the scene of the passage collapse. The armed retainer's exclamation came from the video. Damn it! How can there be a vehicle driving out of the Nest Capital? Taiduo covered her mouth in surprise and asked. Are these 2 railways connected to the wilderness? Yes, madam. Delton opened the planning map of the scrapyard zone. From the image, Lino and Taiduo could intuitively see the direction of the railway tracks. Before the 7th district became the scrapyard zone, these 2 railway tracks were used to transport military supplies for the Planetary Defense Force. They should have been abandoned. But now, they were well maintained, with no signs of rust. All of this was abnormal. Lino asked. Can we track the train's whereabouts with orbital satellites? No. I used the divining instrument of the orbital satellites to scan along the train tracks several times, but I couldn't find any trace of the trains. I suspect that someone installed an anti-scanning field in the train tunnel, concealing the train's whereabouts. Delton raised a finger, emphasizing his tone. What's more interesting is that after the cleanup operation ended, I reported this matter to the governor. Lord Voges ordered the 8th Guard, who is responsible for supervising the Planetary Defense Force, to investigate the train's whereabouts. The 8th Guard reported that there were no extra trains or supplies that shouldn't have appeared in the Planetary Defense Force. Lino and Taiduo exchanged glances, the latter looking worried, her delicate brows furrowed. Delton spread his hands. Obviously, someone is lying. If the trains didn't appear in the Planetary Defense Force's camp, then they most likely went to the rebels. To investigate the matter thoroughly, I dispatched all the members of the 7th Guard assigned to me by the governor to search for the train's whereabouts. There are no clear results yet. Delton manipulated the thinker a few times, bringing up the combat recorder footage of the 7th Guard. The holographic device projected dozens of perspectives, all from the 7th Guard currently searching for the trains in the underground passage. These footages were real-time. It was not difficult to see that due to the overly developed underground transportation network outside the Nest Capital, the search progress was very slow. Delton gestured for them to take over, freeing up the thinker's control for Lino and Taiduo to review the data. A global map appeared on the thinker's screen, marking the deployment of the Planetary Defense Force and the movements of the rebels. The combat situation between the two could be described as widespread. Across the entire planet, there were 3 combat areas with a scale of tens of thousands of people, and countless others with fewer than 10,000. Hive Pimite was the only nest capital on the planet of the same name, built on the planet's highest mountain range. The water and plants on the planet's surface were paid to the Mechanics as construction costs for the nest capital. The oceans dried up, rivers ceased to flow, and forests vanished like past illusions. Today, Epimedius is shrouded in dust, with howling winds and dust storms raging all day long. Under such circumstances, the rebels remained active. They engaged the Planetary Defense Force in various underground locations, often attacking Planetary Defense Force strongholds. It was truly hard to imagine how these rebels, without supplies from the nest capital, managed to persist until now. Delton, I'd like to ask a question. Is it possible that the rebels' supplies come from outside the planet? For example, a cargo ship with an anti-scanning field landing on the ground and delivering supplies to the rebels. Theoretically, it's feasible. A deeply modified cargo ship could bypass our orbital satellites and monitoring stations. However, when this ship travels through the warp and transit creates would definitely be detected by our orbital satellites and monitoring stations. Currently, there are no monitoring records of unfamiliar vessels entering or exiting the warp in our solar system. Delton's words made sense. Warp travel creates a significant disturbance, observable from any corner of the solar system. The warp entrance created by a Geller field causes a huge impact on various spatial parameters such as gravity, time flow, and physical coefficients, far beyond what an anti-scanning field can conceal. Assuming there are alien cargo ships supplying local rebels, the cargo ships would definitely arrive in the solar system where Epimedius is located via warp travel. As long as it's warp travel, warp signals will definitely be detected and appear in the monitoring logs. The possibility of monitoring logs being falsified exists, but it's very low. The main reason is that there are various monitoring stations that monitor warp signals, and the people who set up these devices come from different factions. Some monitoring equipment is deployed by the Planetary Defense Force, while others originate from the Governor's Guard. Some are deployed by the Nest Capital Law Enforcement Department, and others by the Imperial Department of Military Affairs. Even ships passing through Epimedius have such monitoring equipment. The monitoring logs of a single monitoring device might be falsified, but the possibility of simultaneously falsifying all monitoring devices is absolutely zero. Therefore, the rebels' supplies must originate locally from Epimedius. There is no second possibility. The combat power and credibility of the Planetary Defense Force are ultimately a bit weak. It would be great if I could control a combat force exclusively for myself. Lienyo thought to himself while reviewing the intelligence. On this planet, the Planetary Defense Force might be capable enough to suppress the rebellion and deter minor troublemakers. But in the broader context of the entire Imperium of Man, the Planetary Defense Force's combat power is roughly equivalent to being useless. They couldn't even handle the potential future cunning individuals, let alone fight against the rebel Space Marine Legion during the Horus Heresy. Considering these factors, a grander, more arduous plan emerged in Lienyo's mind. That was to use the mushroom farm system, magic spores, and Ork magic to create a special force completely under his control. Lienyo had already thought of the codename for this plan, Mushroom Guard the Dynasty Plan. Based on this consideration, the combat force he planned to create could be called Constaint or Mycelial Marine. His system products are prone to attracting Nurgle. Therefore, Constaint must prioritize loyalty and chaos resistance, followed by combat capability and stealth. With the many characteristics of fungi, Lienyo was confident in raising the combat power of Constaint to the level of a Space Marine, and ensuring that they would never betray and always remain loyal. If he could keep chaos resistance at positive infinity, that would be even better. Building Constaint was destined to be a massive project. It might take a year or longer for the first experimental subject that could be used in the public eye to appear. In Lienyo's vision, if he could directly control Constaint like possessing an orc, that would be ideal, as it would ensure that Constaint would not fall or be corrupted. Lienyo looked at the system interface, his thoughts focusing on WarHammer40k simulation, his mind churning. Chapter 113, Brother Nye's Certified Anti-Chaos Weapon. For over a month, Lienyo had been incredibly busy. Aside from logging in to collect the magic spores produced by Mad Dr. Sack, he barely had time for WarHammer40k simulation. After returning from the agent base, Taiduo, worried about the Planetary Defense Force being infiltrated by rebels, rushed to discuss countermeasures with her father. Lienyo, stealing a moment of leisure from his busy schedule, came to the laboratory alone and entered the deepest suite. This was his residence, with every imaginable room from bedrooms and studies to kitchens and washrooms, all fully equipped. Only a research fanatic like him would think of setting up his residence inside a laboratory. The servo-automata Brandy continued to act as a housekeeper, typically helping him look after the laboratory and his residence, providing convenience for his daily life. Master, Leia called you half an hour ago. Your datapad was in an area with no signal at the time, so I answered for you. The agent base had blocked external communications. It was normal for calls from the public network not to go through. Lienyo clicked on the communication recording and listened. Leia was overjoyed after receiving the holographic device and specifically called to express her gratitude. Other than that, there was nothing else important. Lienyo casually turned off the communication recording and asked Brandy to prepare some drinks and fruit for him in his study. Once Brandy delivered the drinks and fruit, Lienyo locked the study door, opened the system interface, and checked the save status. Remaining simulation points, 7,605 points. Universal Shinic material, 35/312 portions. Magic spores quantity, 68. Save 1, Mad Dr. Sack. Save briefing. After defeating the Red Eyes clan, the Steel Coin clan's technological level and population rapidly advanced, making them one of the most powerful orc clans in the region. Not long ago, they acquired a derelict shipwreck with an almost overwhelming force. Under the command of clan leader Along, the Steel Coin clan is concentrating its efforts on building a spaceship engine. 2 days ago, a plasma reactor built by a tech boy had an explosion accident, injuring thousands of orcs. The Steel Coin clan's combat power has declined to a certain extent, and scouts from other clans have appeared around their territory. Under the premise of ensuring the production of magic spores, Mad Dr. Sack was ordered by Along to participate in the rescue efforts. As Luda Boy doubled the supply of meat squid to the Mad Doctor, the production of magic spores reached 6 per day. As of now, 30 magic spores are awaiting collection. The Steel Coin clan's speed in advancing technology is really fast. Once they build the plasma reactor, the spaceship cobbled together from scrap metal will be able to take off. The Steel Coin clan currently only has tech boys and lacks a tech boss to guide them. Did their plasma reactor explode because there was no tech boss? It's never a good thing for scouts from other clans to appear around the territory. They might suffer an attack in the next few days, so I need to keep an eye on it. Linyo rubbed his chin, pondering as he opened the briefing for the second save. Save 2, Tech Priest Boy, Gujia. Save briefing. The Orc pirate fleet conducted 3 very warlike interstellar raids. They made a fortune, with gold and treasures piled high on their ships, but they were also severely weakened as a result. In a recent raid, they encountered a craft world Eldar world that was under attack by black bean sprouts. While the Eldar of the craft world were distracted by the black bean sprouts, the Orc pirate fleet, with lightning speed, plundered a supply warehouse on the craft world. While escaping the scene, the Orc pirate fleet was pursued by the Eldar and black bean sprouts. They sacrificed 1 ship in exchange for enough spoils to fill 2 ships. The Orc pirate fleet is currently using the stolen spoils to build new ships. Tech Priest Boy, Gujia is extremely busy with this. Amazing, truly amazing. Attacked 2-on-1 by black bean sprouts in craft world Eldar, the Orc pirates actually escaped with their spoils. Linyo clicked his tongue in admiration, feeling regretful that he missed such a grand warhammer. Craft world Eldar have a lot of black technology. For example, Ling Bone. This thing is essentially a crystallized warp energy, existing in solid form in the physical universe. There is a unit among the Eldar called Bonesingers. He can use Shinic power to shape the Ling Bone, transforming it into various forms, such as weapons, armor, rooms, spaceship hulls and keels, and even engines. The hardness of Ling Bone is even more outrageous than adamantium, and it can self-repair. Most importantly, it can spontaneously generate a Shinic shield, making objects covered by Ling Bone immune to the influence of the warp. Slaanesh was born during the Great Impassioned Century, and the resulting warp storms killed countless Eldar. The craft world Eldar used Ling Bone to construct the hulls and frameworks of their craft worlds. They were protected by Ling Bone, which allowed them to survive that disaster. From this, it can be seen how amazing Ling Bone is in resisting the warp. Calling it Slaanesh certified is no exaggeration. Linyo reckoned that using Ling Bone to create Gunstain's weapons and equipment would be fantastic, directly maxing out its chaos resistance. The spoils the Orc pirates brought back should include Ling Bone. I need to log in and see the true form of this material. Linyo excitedly rubbed his hands, took a magic spore, put it in his mouth, and loaded the tech boy save. Magic spores quantity, 67. Save loaded successfully. His consciousness left his body, rapidly traversing through the star sea. A few breaths later, 2 Orc pirate ships appeared before his eyes. The 2 ships were moored side by side, separated by a distance of 300 to 400 meters. Between the 2 ships was a makeshift engineering platform where Gretchen and tech boys, wearing wasteland-style spacesuits, were building a spaceship. Linyo's consciousness made a sharp turn above the engineering platform, plummeting straight down and plunging into Guga's body. He opened his eyes, his face covered by a spherical helmet similar to a diver's, the air tank on his back buzzing, and sweat-scented air continuously supplied into the helmet. Noisy sounds seeped through the gaps in the spacesuit and into his ears. Quick, quick. Weld this shiny thing on. Come see the big bang bang I made. Idiot. Your bang bang is too small. Look at mine. It's big, thick, and black. Bang bang loud. Hard as a rock. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and install my bang bang. Linyo raised his hand and used his fingertip to seal a gap in the spacesuit, and the sounds in his ears immediately became much quieter. He moved his finger away, and the sound grew louder. What the heck is going on? If there are gaps in the spacesuit, wouldn't the air inside be sucked out by the vacuum? But why is the spacesuit fine and not deflated? Also, am I not in space? Why can I hear people talking? Linyo felt it was incredible and couldn't help but look around. Not far away, a shimmering cylinder caught his eye, triggering memories belonging to Guga, making Linyo suddenly understand. The cylinder was exquisitely designed, its surface covered with patterns of varying depths, completely different from the style of orc ships. After a deep search of Guga's memories, Linyo learned. This cylinder was stolen from the craft world Eldar. It can project a force field that operates in a vacuum, stably providing air and positive pressure to creatures within the force field's range. Linyo didn't know what the craft world Eldar called this object. In the orc pirate fleet, it was called the air stick. The orcs working on the engineering platform did not trust Eldar devices, so even with the air stick providing air and positive pressure, they still wore spacesuits. What material is this stick made of? Could it be Ling bone? Linyo had a thought and aimed an appraisal technique at the cylinder. Appraisal successful. Name, Air Stick, Space Survival Force Field Generator. Description. A craft world Eldar device crafted by the hands of Bonesingers, using Ling bone as the raw material. It possesses both technological and Chinook properties and can use electricity or Chinook power as an energy source. The force field it generates not only provides life support for space operations personnel but also, to a certain extent, resists incursions from the warp. It really is an Eldar device made of Ling bone. Linyo secretly pondered, activating his innate I reckon power. I reckon we orcs can also shape Ling bone. System message refreshed. Searching gene knowledge base for mechanical witchcraft that can solve the problem. Search complete. Search results, 1 item. Linyo's heart trembled, he didn't expect to actually reckon something useful. He glanced around, held the materials in his hand, walked to the side, found a place where he wouldn't be disturbed, and while welding iron plates to the ship's keel, he checked the search results. Name, Warp Crystal Hammer Forging Guide. Learning cost, 100 skill points. Description. A method of forging warp crystals by hammering. The tools, forging table, and consumables required for this mechanical witchcraft are all made from universal Chinook material. The Hammer Forging Guide only includes the forging method, not the blueprints for forging tools, forging tables, and consumables. Linyo continued to activate his I reckon power, reckoning, and exchanging all the blueprints that matched the hammer forging technique. You have consumed 2,000 points to exchange for 200 skill points. You have consumed 200 skill points to learn the following mechanical witchcraft. 1 Warp Crystal Hammer Forging Guide. 2 Hammer Forging Tool Set Manufacturing Blueprint. 3 Forging Table Manufacturing Blueprint. 4 Adhesive Manufacturing Configuration. 5 Cutting Fluid Manufacturing Blueprint. Remaining simulation points, 5,605 points. A large wave of points was spent, yielding a rich harvest. Linyo mentally reviewed the blueprints, a smile appearing on his face. From the description on the blueprints, Ling bone is a type of warp crystal, and there are other types of warp crystals besides Ling bone. As long as it's a warp crystal, this hammering technique can be used to shape it. Taking Ling bone as an example, there is no need to consume universal Chinook material during the hammering process. Universal Chinook material is only consumed for making the forging table, forging tools, and consumables. Among these, the forging table and forging tools can be used indefinitely as long as they are not damaged. Only the forging consumables require regular replenishment with universal Chinook material. Linyo briefly estimated that processing 100 kilograms of Ling bone would require 10 units of universal Chinook material to make consumables. This expense was within an acceptable range. The only problem now was how to acquire Ling bone. Linyo rummaged through Guga's memories and was pleasantly surprised to find tons of Ling bone stored in the ship's hold. Linyo's mind became active, pondering how to get his hands on the Ling bone. The orc pirate fleet is characterized by its freedom and disorganization, with no fixed stronghold, and the current spatial coordinates of the fleet are a mystery. Even if he had the ability to organize a fleet to attack the orc pirates, he wouldn't be able to find the exact location of this fleet. A large quantity of Ling bone was right in front of him, but he couldn't get it, which made Linyo very worried. Ling bone is composed of crystallized warp energy, it is not a fungus, nor is it a substance produced by fungus. Storing it in the fungus warehouse was pure fantasy. How Linyo wished his fungus warehouse could evolve into a storage space, capable of holding anything. How great would it be if Ling bone were a kind of fungus? Then I could store it in the fungus warehouse and take it away. Wait a moment. Linyo suddenly had a jolt, and a flash of lightning crossed his mind. Warp energy. Ling bone is crystallized warp energy. Warp energy is not fungus or a product of fungus, but could fungus that feeds on warp energy convert Ling bone into another substance that can be stored in the fungus warehouse through metabolism? Linyo thought of 4 hidden Chinook fungi. These 4 fungi had always been stored in the fungus warehouse. Due to the cultivation process requiring warp energy, and the system being unable to provide this energy, these 3 fungi could only be cultivated outside the simulation space. Linyo found it troublesome and had never delved deeply into these 4 Chinook fungi. They were respectively: Ghost Mushroom, a Chinook fungus capable of desalinating and desulfurizing promethium, a Chinook fungus capable of controlling thermofluid, and Neng mildew, corrupted by Nurgle, in a warp superposition state, which would disappear into the warp as soon as it was studied. These 4 are the Chinook fungi Linyo has collected so far. Among them, only Neng mildew is 100% confirmed to feed on warp energy. The diet of the other 3 Chinook fungi is not yet very clear. While his thoughts raced, all the iron pieces in his hand were welded, and Linyo took the opportunity to pass by the warehouse storing Ling bone on his way back to get materials. The orcs did not know the value of Ling bone, mistaking scrap metal for treasure. These uncultured green-skinned aliens threw Ling bone everywhere, neglecting its care, but kept a close eye on scrap copper and iron. Linyo bent down and picked up a tile-like piece of Ling bone, stuffed it into his pocket, and carried a pile of iron pieces to continue welding on the engineering platform. He locked onto the Ling bone in his pocket with his mind, opened the system interface, and activated the fungus simulation function. System, select the desalinating and desulfurizing Chinook fungus as the experimental subject, use the Ling bone in my pocket as nutrients, and try to cultivate the Chinook fungus. Simulation parameters set. Please note, this simulation will be conducted in the physical universe, not in the system space. During the simulation, please do not let the simulated materials leave your perception range, otherwise the simulation will fail. At the end of the simulation, the system will consume the experimental samples and simulated materials used in the simulation to provide you with the simulated product. Do you confirm to start the simulation? Lino avoided the chattering Gretchen and orcs, went to a quiet corner and welded the iron sheets. Confirm, start the simulation now. This simulation officially begins. Day 1, in the space environment and the force field created by the air sticks, you used tile-shaped ling bone as a microscope slide and culture medium for cultivating fungus, completing the cultivation of the Chinook fungus. No. Wait a minute. Lino looked at the system message, feeling a bit confused. He was currently in space, within the force field of the air sticks, so the simulation environment also showed space and the force field of the air sticks. It turned out that when performing simulations in the physical universe, the system would automatically read the environmental parameters around the host. It's not good in space. The radiation in space is ever-changing. There are high-energy charged particle streams ejected when the sun has solar flares. And cosmic rays composed of high-energy protons and high-energy heavy ions. In the world before his crossing, plant seeds and animal embryos that went into space with astronauts basically all mutated. Now, he was conducting fungus experiments in space. Given the fragility of microorganisms, mutation in space was a foregone conclusion. Lino wanted to terminate the simulation process and switch to an indoor simulation. But driven by curiosity, he stopped that thought and calmed down to continue checking the progress of the simulation. Day 2 to Day 5. More than half of the 100 experimental samples died. There was no salt or sulfur in the ling bone, and the dead samples could not obtain nutrients from it, thus dying of starvation. The surviving samples changed their metabolic mode, switching from feeding on salt and sulfur to feeding on warp energy. Fungus changing its metabolic mode is a normal phenomenon. Take yeast as an example. Yeast is generally anaerobic, but most of them can survive in both aerobic and anaerobic environments. When there is oxygen, they perform aerobic respiration, oxidizing and decomposing sugars into nutrients needed for their growth. When there is no oxygen, they perform fermentation, converting sugars into alcohol and carbon dioxide, using the carbon source, nitrogen source, and inorganic salts produced during the reaction as nutrients. The state of the Chinook fungus at this time was similar to that of yeast. Under environmental pressure, they entered a metabolic mode of absorbing warp energy in order to survive. Day 7 to Day 12. Only 19 out of 100 samples survived, the rest died successively due to insufficient nutrients. You found that 11 of the remaining 19 samples showed varying degrees of mutation. Their mutated appearance is shown in the figure. The system displayed a holographic microscope image on the interface. 11 images, corresponding to 11 mutated samples, each sample had become bizarrely shaped. Tentacles, hard lumps, tumor-like bulges, feather-like chitin layers, protrusions resembling teeth and nails. The strange mutated parts were crowded together, making Lino's spine tingle. The system sent an inquiry. At this point, what do you decide? I decide to harmlessly dispose of and discard the mutated samples. Day 12, you harmlessly disposed of and discarded the mutated samples, continuing the simulation experiment with the remaining 8 samples. Day 13, no samples died, which indicates that the existing samples have become accustomed to feeding on crystallized warp energy, and the nutrients absorbed from the ling bone daily are sufficient to sustain their survival and growth. Day 14, among the existing 8 samples, one showed vigorous growth and development, and its colony had grown to a size observable with the naked eye. You used an automated chromatograph, mass spectrometer, and microbial sensor to track the metabolic products of this sample. You found that there was only one type of metabolic product. The microscopic structure of this substance is somewhat similar to ling bone, and its holographic microscopic image is shown in the figure. A large image spread before Lino, occupying at least half of his field of vision. Lino's pupils slowly contracted, his mind stunned by the huge image before him. Tetrahedrons, hexahedrons, octahedrons, countless axially symmetrical polyhedra formed a lattice-like framework, and the surfaces of the polyhedra had patterns resembling integrated circuits. This was a three-dimensional image composed of polygons, beautiful and exquisite, showcasing the beauty of symmetry, every stroke as precise as if crafted by divine hands. This object was definitely not a natural creation. He cast an appraisal technique, and the appraisal result made Lino's heart burn with excitement. Chapter 114, Fear of Corruption, so chaos resistance exploded. Appraisal successful. Name, Warp Energy Monocrystal. Description. In ancient times, the war in heaven between the Old Ones and the Citan caused too many casualties. The intense emotional changes triggered by this created huge waves in the warp. Under the catalysis of emotions, the consciousness of the physical universe transformed warp energy into warp life forms, and evil warp creatures were given the name Chaos. Over the long river of years, the power of chaos gradually defiled the entire warp, making every wisp of warp energy carry corrupting properties that lead to one's downfall. But don't forget a crucial point, although warp energy is born from emotions and consciousness and can be controlled and transformed by them, the energy itself has no emotions or consciousness. When we purify existing warp energy, removing the emotions and consciousness within it, and retaining only the purest warp energy, we can obtain crystallized warp energy, which is ling bone. By further purifying ling bone, we obtain a product that is harder than ling bone, less susceptible to emotions, and completely immune to chaos influence, warp energy monocrystal. As a postgraduate student specializing in applied mycology, Lino also understood the monocrystal in the system information. Simply put, a monocrystal refers to a solid state where the molecules, atoms or ions, contained in a sample are arranged regularly in three-dimensional space. Just like the holographic image in front of him, this was the microscopic structure of a monocrystal. Highly ordered, periodically arranged, like ancient infantry phalanxes. In his life before transmigration, a common monocrystal was diamond, which is formed by carbon atoms under high temperature and pressure and has extremely high hardness. In the fungus kingdom, many fungi can produce monocrystals. For example, calcium oxalate crystals produced on the hyphae of fungi from the Nidulariaceae family. Most people would find the name calcium oxalate crystal unfamiliar, but once it is mentioned that one of the main components of kidney stones is calcium oxalate crystals, everyone will suddenly understand. Facing the monocrystal that appeared in the simulation experiment, Lienyo only wanted to repeat what he had repeated many times before. The Warhammer world is truly outrageous. Energy can actually be purified by fungi and transformed into a solid monocrystal. If this happened before transmigration, it would win at least 15 or 16 Nobel Prizes. Even more outrageous is how a tiny fungus could possibly transform energy into a monocrystal. Whose powerful general is this? Lienyo aimed the analysis fungus at the colony on the sample, raising an eyebrow. So it was a powerful general of the old ones, no wonder it was so awesome, this makes sense. Name, ancient crystal fungus, partially atavistic. Type, old one creation. Analysis result. Affected by cosmic rays and culture media, the psychic fungus, which could previously only be used for desalination and desulfurization, mutated. Its mutation direction was partial atavism, thus exhibiting some effects of the ancient crystal fungus. When physical nutrients are present, this fungus feeds on impurities in the nutrients, breaking down impurities during metabolism, thereby increasing the purity of the main component in the nutrients and forming monocrystals or polycrystals. When no physical nutrients are present, this fungus absorbs warp energy, breaks down the emotions and consciousness within it, and increases the purity of the warp energy, producing warp energy monocrystals without emotions and consciousness. This fungus can absorb warp energy from both ling bone and the warp. When absorbing energy directly from the warp, the growth efficiency and monocrystal yield are extremely low. Very good, very good, very good indeed. Ling bone and warp energy monocrystal cannot be stored in the fungus warehouse, but the ancient crystal fungus can, right? Lienyo selected the colony and silently willed the settlement. The next second, the ling bone in his pocket shrunk by more than half. At the same time, the fungus warehouse gained a colony of ancient crystal fungus, as well as some white sand, which was the monocrystalline warp energy. Warp energy monocrystal is not a fungus or a direct product of fungus. It can only be temporarily stored in the fungus warehouse. Lienyo can take it out, but he cannot put it in, or use it as an experimental subject for fungus simulation. This limitation is a bit inconvenient, but at least he found a temporary way to store warp energy in the fungus warehouse, which is better than nothing. The life form of the ancient crystal fungus is similar to yeast, it does not grow caps like mushrooms. Based on this characteristic, Lienyo conceived a cultivation plan. He opened the system interface and began the second simulation. This simulation was still conducted in the physical universe, but in terms of container selection, Lienyo used sterile props from within the system. Day 1, in the space environment and the force field created by the air stick, you prepared a fungal suspension using space purification fungus and sterile water, and spread it onto a sterile substrate. You made one sample. You did not provide nutrient solution to the sample, wanting to see if it could spontaneously absorb warp energy as nourishment for its growth. Day 3, the sample proliferated into a colony, and monocrystalline warp energy appeared at the edges of the colony. You collected the monocrystals. The sample provided you with a total of 100 grams of monocrystals. According to Lienyo's observations, during the simulation process, the ratio of the simulated time flow rate to the physical universe's time flow rate was 10,000 days to 1 hour. 1 hour in reality passed, while 10,000 simulated days passed in the simulation process. This time flow rate ratio would vary slightly depending on the simulation parameters, but it generally remained at the level of 1 hour in reality equaling 10,000 simulated days. Lienyo patiently waited for an hour, wanting to see if there was a linear relationship between colony size and monocrystal yield. Unexpectedly, an accident occurred during the simulation. Day 6789, red, blue, purple, pink, green, and other lights appeared around the sample. The warp energy became eerie, as if countless voices were whispering around the sample. 4 chaos inimical powers noticed the existence of the sample, and they are corrupting the sample. The sample mutated, and all its atavistic phenomena disappeared. The ancient crystal fungus, partially atavistic, has completely degenerated into a fungus that can only desalt and desulfurize. At the moment of degeneration, all the monocrystals you failed to collect in time were corrupted. They transformed into warp energy carrying the will of chaos and returned to the warp. Please rest assured. The above process occurred in the simulation flow, and the chaos inimical powers did not truly notice your existence. Simulation ended. Day 6789, all chaos inimical powers arrived. The value of the holy numbers is still increasing. Lienyo scrolled back through the simulation information and discovered a chilling pattern. When any one or more of the numbers 6, 7, 8, 9 appeared in the simulated days, the monocrystal yield on that day was very likely to decrease. The more holy numbers appeared on the same day, the greater the likelihood of a yield decrease, and the more pronounced the decrease. Lienyo had previously thought this was a normal metabolic reaction. Now it seems, it's very likely the chaos inimical powers behind it. The safest plan currently is to settle the simulation on day 5 and then start a new round of simulation. This way, the holy numbers can be avoided from appearing in the simulated days. Additionally, Lienyo suspected that the chaos inimical powers were targeting the experimental sample because the simulation experiment was being conducted in the physical universe. If the simulation process could be moved to the simulation space, then the problem of the sample being corrupted would definitely not occur, as evidenced by many previous simulation cases. He needed to find a device that generated warp energy to upgrade the system with it. After the upgrade, the simulation space would stably produce warp energy, and those fungi that feed on warp energy could then be simulated in the simulation space, without needing to be simulated in the physical universe. What kind of device can generate warp energy then? Lienyo subconsciously began to ponder. As he pondered, the system reacted. Retrieving TechBoy's genetic knowledge base, searching for mechanical witchcraft that generates warp energy. The system message made Lienyo's heart race. If TechBoy's genetic knowledge base really contained something like warp energy generator blueprints, then he would have hit the jackpot. Unfortunately, this wishful thinking was destined to fall through. Retrieval complete. Retrieval result, 0 items. Got excited for nothing. Lienyo felt a bit annoyed, but then noticed that the system messages hadn't stopped refreshing. New text content appeared. System tip. Warp energy monocrystal is temporarily stored in the fungus warehouse. This item is not a fungus and cannot be used as an experimental subject to start a fungus simulation. However, this item can be used as a consumable in fungus simulations, for example, to provide nutrients for fungi. That's right. I've already stored warp energy in the warehouse now, so there's no need to find a device that can produce warp energy to upgrade the system. Lienyo suddenly understood. It must be said that the system's prompt came very timely. Ancient crystal fungus, in a sense, is a biological device that can generate warp energy. However, its method of generating warp energy is to transport energy out of the warp and process it into monocrystals. Having understood this, Lienyo felt that the future was bright. Considering that producing monocrystals easily attracts the attention of chaos inimical powers, Lienyo made a decision in his mind. Only use orc characters to produce monocrystals. If the chaos inimical powers come knocking, he only needs to go offline on the spot to save himself, without implicating his main body. With that thought, Lienyo wasn't in a hurry to end the simulation. Instead, he continued working on the screws while letting the system run automatic simulations, continuously producing warp energy monocrystals. Hey! You guys! Get over here! A boisterous voice came from behind Lienyo. It was Big Black Tooth, the leader of the orc pirate fleet. He wore a black pirate hat, a black pirate captain's coat, and a fine force sword at his waist. His 2 legs were mechanical prosthetics, painted bright red, increasing his height by at least a meter. He arrived on the engineering platform, shouting loudly, gathering the tech boss and tech boys in front of him. Lienyo followed the crowd, his gaze falling on the cart behind Big Black Tooth. More than a dozen Gretchen pushed 2 carts of ling bone over. They were panting from exhaustion, secretly trying to slack off where Big Black Tooth couldn't see them, but they were discovered by the Gretchen slave master and received a few whips. Big Black Tooth glared behind him, and the Gretchen were so scared they clamped their buttocks shut, not daring to breathe. When the tech boss and tech boys were mostly assembled, Big Black Tooth bellowed. I want to inlay these shiny things into the new ship. Who among you has a good idea? As long as you can satisfy me, the reward will be Dada. The tech boss stepped forward, looking up at Big Black Tooth, who was much taller than him, and waved his arms, shouting. I have an idea. I can use a hammer to pound the shiny things into the shape Dada likes. What the tech boss said should be forging. This mechanical witchcraft was in the tech boy's gene knowledge base, and presumably, it was in the tech boss's gene knowledge base as well. Big Black Tooth pointed at the tech boss. Tell me. How long will it take you to forge a sculpture as tall as me? The tech boss counted on his fingers and replied. 60 ticks of the clock, and I can finish the sculpture. The ticking clock was on the ship, hanging in the bridge of the first vessel. It was an atomic clock snatched from somewhere unknown, and its time format used teratime. 1 tick of the clock was equal to 1 teraday, so 60 ticks meant 60 days. 2 months to craft a life-sized sculpture of Big Black Tooth was already quite fast. But Big Black Tooth didn't seem very satisfied. No. I said no. Too slow, too slow. I need a better, more warhammer idea. The tech boss and tech boys racked their brains, trying their best to come up with solutions that their Dada would like. Orcs are single-minded, there's no such thing as workplace infighting. Whoever can satisfy Dada's needs is more warhammer. There's no situation where a tech boss is overshadowed by a tech boy, leading to conflict. The tech boys chattered away, each offering their own opinions. Ling bone was light but too hard, ordinary cutters couldn't do anything to it. One tech boy suggested using a macro cannon to blast the ling bone into small pieces, which would save cutting effort. The downside was that the size and shape of the fragments were difficult to control. Another tech boy said they could tie Gretchen to the ling bone and use the ship's lance to cut the ling bone, with the Gretchen in jetpack spacesuits pushing the ling bone to adjust the cutting angle. Warhammer. That idea is awesome. Quickly tie me up. I want the lance to give me a scrub. The Gretchen scrambled to squeeze onto the handcart. For these little guys, working was nowhere near as exciting as a big adventure. Lienyo glanced at the chattering crowd, raised his hand, and waved at the somewhat impatient Big Black Tooth. Da. I have a way. I just learned the warhammer. Big Black Tooth beckoned to Lienyo. Come on. Boy. Let me see your warhammer. Lienyo parted the noisy crowd, squeezed to a stop in front of the handcart, and casually picked up a piece of ling bone. Activate, 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 fungus simulation, quick, activate. Linyo rapidly gave instructions in his mind, while simultaneously taking out a piece of sandpaper and rubbing the ling bone with a scratching sound. The surrounding orcs were attracted by his actions and watched with wide eyes. At first, the orcs only thought it was a farce, and Big Black Tooth would soon give this boy a good kick in the butt. But when the glistening white powder fell from under the sandpaper, the expressions of the tech boss and tech boys became wonderful, like onlookers watching a magic show. I reckon this guy is doing something big. How did he do it? I don't understand, how did he do it? I also have sandpaper, I want to try it too. Scratch, 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 poof. The sandpaper broke due to excessive force, making the tech boy cry out in frustration. The tech boss took out a few pieces of sandpaper and tried it, finding that he couldn't rub powder off the ling bone, and couldn't help but let out a strange cry. Damn. This guy is a genius. I reckon he'll become the second tech boss. Linyo continued to rub hard, rub fiercely, rub quickly. The system kept simulating, cultivating ancient crystal fungus using the ling bone in Linyo's hand. According to Linyo's instructions, the system made the ancient crystal fungus gnaw at the ling bone along the inner side of the sandpaper. As soon as the simulation ended, Linyo immediately settled it, took the monocrystals out of the fungus warehouse, scattered them on the ground, and then started the next simulation. The value of the holy numbers was beyond doubt. The simulation days for a single simulation absolutely could not reach 6, this was a fixed simulation parameter Linyo set for the system, not to be changed at all. Day 1 of simulation for inoculation, Day 5 for collection, settlement, and starting a new simulation. In this cycle, the ling bone in his hand slowly became round. Linyo handed the polished ling bone to Big Black Tooth. Big Black Tooth smiled after seeing it, revealing a mouthful of black teeth, then drew the force sword from his waist and swung it out. Linyo was startled, thinking the other party was going to harm him, but then he saw the force sword stop on his shoulder. This feeling was like a knight's dubbing ceremony. Listen up, all of you. From today onwards, you, what was your name again? Da, my name is Guga. Cough, cough, cough. Listen up, all of you. From today onwards, you, Guga, will specialize in polishing shiny things for me. Ka-Penk. You are responsible for designing my sculpture, give the blueprint to this boy and let him polish the shiny things according to it. Ka-Penk was the tech boss's name. Alright. Da. I understand. I guarantee the sculpture will be powerful and cool, just as wide as you. Ka-Penk took out beast hide and charcoal pencil, quickly drawing blueprints, and in a short while, he had arranged the work for building the sculpture. The tech boy Guga, played by Linyo, was responsible for polishing smaller items and helping to build new ships in his spare time. Linyo estimated the time, if he logged in 3 to 4 hours every day, he could help Guga complete his daily polishing work. Very good, now he could legitimately get access to ling bone. From now on, he would use polishing ling bone instead of sleeping at night, and work as usual during the day. Wait. Why did he feel like he had become a 24-hour workhorse? Alright, workhorse it is, as long as he can get warp energy monocrystals. While there was still some time before dinner, Linyo continued to polish ling bone, accumulating many warp energy monocrystals. Polishing ling bone and forging ling bone could both change the shape of the ling bone. The former was extremely inefficient and could not alter the internal structure of the ling bone, making it impossible to create complex objects. Forging ling bone was more cumbersome, but correspondingly, the finished products could have diverse structures and forms, ranging from weapons and equipment to vehicles. Linyo thought that after the sculpture was completed, he would have to find another way to continue accessing ling bone, and it wouldn't be too late to demonstrate his forging ability then. Time passed by polishing ling bone and collecting warp energy monocrystals. In the evening of that day, Linyo ended the simulation just in time for dinner. Simulation settlement begins. You gained 2 likes from Big Black Tooth, score plus 200. You gained 1 like from the tech boss, score plus 50. You gained 33 likes from the tech boys, score plus 330. A total of 580 points were gained in this simulation, all converted into simulation points. Remaining simulation points, 6,185 points. Number of magic spores, 67. First, go to dinner, then come back and continue farming warp energy monocrystals, striving to gather enough monocrystals for crafting protective gear as soon as possible. Linyo's biggest fear was being targeted by the chaos inimical powers, so he was determined to max out his chaos resistance. After finding a way to make Gin's taint later, he could use monocrystals to craft power armor for them. In the face of potential chaos daemon appearances, he would first wear monocrystal crafted underwear, shorts, head coverings, and socks, then put on monocrystal crafted power armor, double protection, double immunity to chaos corruption, completely stable, so Mama would no longer worry about her son being corrupted by chaos. Linyo felt refreshed, stretched, left the study, and asked Brandy, who was tidying up the room. Has Taiduo been here? No, master. However, Miss Taiduo left you a communication recording. She said she would be meeting with Lord Vogues to summon the Planetary Defense Force commander tonight, so she won't be joining you for dinner. Alright. Linyo walked towards the washroom. Brandy followed him with a broom and said, Master, someone claiming to be Ozgiz is waiting in the lounge outside the laboratory. He arrived 5 minutes ago. Ozgiz? The eldest son of the gammon branch. Yes, sir, that's what he said. Okay, I understand. I'll go see him after I freshen up. Chapter 115, The Poison of Pride. When was the last time I saw Ozges? Lianyo washed his hands in the washroom, quickly recalling. He remembered. The last time he met Ozges was as the governor's agent, Kong Wen. At that time, he was assigned to Ozges by Lord Vogues to clear a path for him in the scrapyard zone and bottom nest. He provided Ozges with an extremely valuable map, helping him and 8 other hunter lords secure the first kill of the Church of Amalgamation's leader. But in the end, how much reward did Ozges give him? Lianyo pulled out his agent day top hat and checked. Before and after the cleanup operation, Ozges transferred 2 sums of money to him. One was 100,000 credit points, the other 200,000. Good heavens, Ozges personally said there would be a heavy reward after the cleanup operation. So the heavy reward he spoke of was only 200,000 credit points? No wonder his stinginess was even known to the governor's agents. I wonder what Ozges is here for today? It should just be a meeting, like other few guys' family members showing their faces to me. Lianyo dried his hands, pushed the door open, and took the noble robe Brandy handed him, changing into it. He walked from his residence to the laboratory entrance. 4 figures stood guard outside the door. They were Ozges's chief and deputy bodyguards, and 2 ordinary bodyguards. Seeing Lianyo emerge, Ozges's chief bodyguard, Beijite, extended his right hand towards the adjacent room, guiding Lianyo to meet Ozges. This way, young master has been waiting for you for a long time. Lianyo glanced at the indifferent Beijite, then looked at the deputy bodyguard standing behind him, a slight ripple in his heart. This was the Wangting district, the governor's territory. The governor had given him exclusive use of the area within 100 meters around the laboratory, and even specifically transferred some people from the 6th guard to stand guard. But now, the 6th guard's people were mere window dressing, as Ozges's bodyguards were blocking the laboratory entrance. Ozges's chief and deputy bodyguards even used a semi-guiding, semi-coercive gesture to demand that he immediately meet Ozges. This guiding work should have been done by the 6th guard, but now it was taken over by Ozges's bodyguards. The corridor, which originally had people standing guard, was now empty, and the 6th guard were nowhere to be seen. It seems that Ozges, as the eldest son of the Gyaming Fuchs branch of the Fuguis family, held considerable prestige among the governor's subordinates, even able to command the governor's people. His rise was too fast, his economic strength far ahead, but his armed forces were too far behind, weak and powerless. This couldn't go on. The planetary defense force was too deeply entrenched to rely on in the short term, and the governor's guard was heavily infiltrated by Ozges. His self-developed Gunstaint was more reliable. After meeting with Ozges, he would immediately begin intensive research and development of Gunstaint to establish his security as soon as possible. As thoughts raced through his mind, Lianyo arrived at the lounge. The 2 bodyguards at the door scrutinized Lianyo for a few seconds before pushing open the door to let him in. Lianyo thought the person inside was Ozges himself, but in reality, there was only a holographic projection generated by a holographic device. Lianyo stopped inside the door, turning sideways to look at the bodyguards behind him. You drove away the governor's 6th guard, and you're constantly scanning me with your internal implants. So vigilant and cautious, yet in the end, you're only protecting a holographic projection. Don't you find this ridiculous? In the holographic projection, Ozges's holographic image wore a luxurious velvet black robe. He stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent with a hint of arrogance, watching the scene at the door at his leisure, as if enjoying a good show. Beijite, the chief bodyguard, let out a chuckle. We don't find it ridiculous. Rather, it's you, this fellow who popped out of nowhere, relying on so-called new technology to ride roughshod over our young master, that is truly ridiculous. Beijite took a step forward, hands on his hips, and stood before Lianyo, his bald head tilted slightly, a mocking smile on his lips. Let me tell you something on behalf of the young master. Everything you have now stems from our young master's kindness and compassion. Once we develop a more superior synthetic starch preparation technology, your starch factory, your contract with the forging world, and your laboratory and residence in the Wangting district will all vanish into thin air. Of course, there's another possibility. Beijite lowered his voice. You die young from excessive indulgence, writing a will before your death, passing all your inventions and patents to Taiduo, and then our young master marries Taiduo, legitimately claiming all your achievements and becoming the governor. Believe me, this will definitely happen. Dead men can't argue for themselves. Beijite's voice returned to normal. You don't want to end up in that situation, do you? So, be sensible, hand over the technology voluntarily, that way everyone looks good, and we don't have to fall out. Facing the mockery, Lianyo remained as unruffled as an ancient well, showing no anger, nor cursing the nobility's shamelessness and baseness. He walked to the holographic device and, under the gaze of Ozges and the bodyguards, turned off the holographic projection. Ozges was puzzled by Lianyo's strange action, a trace of confusion flashed across his face before the holographic image disappeared. As the holographic projection was turned off, the buzzing sound from the device ceased, and the room, both inside and out, became exceptionally quiet. I once heard a saying, what kills nobles is never the guns of a new era, but arrogance and prejudice. Your young master Ozges will become the most vivid example. Lianyo unbuttoned the gentleman's fasteners on his cuffs and collar, pressing his knuckles, which cracked audibly. You don't actually think I'm just a weak, scholarly researcher, do you? An invisible aura emanated from him, as if a sleeping beast was awakening. Beijite sensed that something was amiss and subtly gestured to his companions behind him. The bodyguards received the command, their bodies slightly turned, and their right hands quietly moved towards their lower backs. Lin Yue looked at these noble bodyguards who had entered a state of alert, a smile playing on his lips. The next second, heaven and earth were torn apart by an invisible hand, and an extremely bright white light instantly descended. Puff, 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 puff. Ah! The white light appeared for less than 0.1 seconds before Lin Yue turned it off, but this was enough to make the bodyguard's eyeballs burst, screaming in pain. At the same time, the strong light burned out all the optical components that were in operation, and electrical sparks shot out from the bodyguard's combat recorders. Lin Yue's eyes were as cold as knives, and he moved with a blur, rapidly closing in on the bodyguards. Beijite heard the wind, covered his bleeding eyes, and quickly retreated, shouting with a trembling voice. Don't come any closer. What was that damned white light? Lin Yue didn't speak, but simply shot out his hands like lightning, aiming directly at the bodyguards behind Beijite. Crack, 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 crack. After a series of crisp snaps, the necks of 5 bodyguards were twisted, and their screams abruptly ceased. The sound of bones breaking scared Beijite out of his wits. Before he could react, a slender needle pierced his neck. His body instantly stiffened, unable to move, and his head felt as if it were filled with lead, sluggish and slow. A strong, irresistible urge to confide grew in Beijite's heart. This urge to confide compelled him to answer anyone's questions, even if those questions involved his master's unspeakable secrets. Beijite could not see, his vision was black, and a ghostly, ethereal voice echoed in his ears. Speak, Beijite. If Lin Yue doesn't intend to hand over his technology, how does your master, Ozjas Gyaming Fugues, plan to deal with him? In a daze, Beijite mumbled as if in a dream. Master. Master brought some potions. As long as these potions are injected into Lin Yue's body, he will lose his self-awareness and become a puppet to be manipulated at will. I will bring some courtesans to Lin Yue. These courtesans have been modified with special implants that can make Lin Yue follow my guidance in pleasure, and personally write the will that young master wants. Then, Lin Yue will die suddenly at the peak, becoming a classic case of death due to excessive indulgence. The ethereal voice asked again. Tell me, Beijite, why is your master, Ozjas Gyaming Fugues, doing this? Beijite shook his head, the strong urge to confide compelling him to continue. Because that damned Lin Yue disrupted master's plan. If it weren't for Lin Yue, it should be my master who is engaged to Taido right now. Very good, Beijite. I am your best friend, right? Then can you tell me if your master, Ozjas Gyaming Fugues, ever met Haxbennies of the Panies family on a cargo ship? Yes, yes. What did they talk about then? They were plotting to buy corpses on the ship. Beijite's body twitched, his expression becoming somewhat distorted, seemingly resisting the urge to confide. Lin Yue stood in front of Beijite, holding the agent data pad. This data pad was communicating with Delton, live streaming the scene inside the lounge. Beijite's body twitched more, and a pained expression appeared on his face. Lin Yue took out 2 needles and inserted them into Beijite's carotid artery, increasing the dosage. Beijite's expression softened, and he barely regained his dazed appearance, mumbling everything he knew. The truth he revealed moved both Lin Yue and Delton. Lin Yue and Delton exchanged glances through the communication screen, not immediately communicating, but letting Beijite finish speaking. Beijite confessed. Before the cleanup operation began, Ozjas used psychic abilities to search for a way to become governor. The psychic ability told him that there was a pathogenic strain in the Church of Amalgamation's treasury that could mass-produce corpses. This item could bring Ozjas countless corpses to expand his ghost mushroom industry and build momentum for him to become governor. Ozjas believed the psychic ability and privately entrusted Ruth, who possessed invisibility-type psychic abilities, to enter the treasury and take a metal box from it. The item in the box was precisely a pathogenic strain. Without Beijite needing to say anything, Lin Yue already knew what happened next. The pathogenic strain was placed inside a commercial spy, who then accompanied a Panies family cargo ship to the Dim Star region, where cold trade was prevalent. However, before the commercial spy could become a source of plague and spread the disease on a large scale, the cargo ship he was on was looted by Orc pirates and Eldar pirates. Beijite said with difficulty, in pain. Young master's plan to obtain corpses using the pathogenic strain failed. He inquired with the psyker again, and the psyker told him that Necromunda's corpse starch could be used to cultivate ghost mushrooms, but the cost was far higher than using pathogenic strains to obtain corpses. Delton searched his data pad and found clues related to the metal boxes. During the cleanup operation, according to the on-site count by the Inquisitors of the Imperial Department of Law Enforcement, there were a total of 9 metal boxes in the Church of Amalgamation's treasury. Ruth took one of them, replacing the original with a fake box. So, when distributing the spoils from the treasury, there were still 8 metal boxes containing pathogenic strains. These boxes had extremely strong security devices and could only be opened using the correct method. Forcibly opening the boxes would only cause their contents to self-destruct. The governor's laboratory tried for a while but couldn't find a way to open them. Instead, they ruined 5 boxes, only getting 5 pieces of glass shards and some sand. According to the database records, these 3 boxes were treated as Hunter Lord prizes because they couldn't be opened, and eventually remained in the Wangting district's underground treasury. Lin Yue secretly took a breath, his heart rate slightly accelerating. He knew very well what was in the boxes, the strain of the fungi alien, AC Halet. What fungi ability this unique fungal creature possessed had always been a mystery. If he could get his hands on these 3 boxes and find the correct way to open them, he would be able to witness the complete form of AC Halat, and even store them in the fungus warehouse. Pfft. Bajite spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression becoming listless, almost at death's door. Delton's voice came from the daytop pad. Linyo, I've sent a team to your area. They will help you handle the scene. I will explain the situation of the metal boxes to the governor and destroy the 3 metal boxes in the Wangting district's underground treasury as soon as possible. Regarding what Bajite said under the influence of the truth serum, and the audio and video recordings you have, I have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it? Please speak. Delton mused. Your audio and video recordings can ruin Ozja's reputation, and even lead to the governor imprisoning Ozja and prosecuting him for his crimes. But I don't recommend you do that. Ozja has too many supporters, and he and his father have enough power to incite a rebellion. Unfortunately, the Planetary Defense Force is currently tied up with rebels outside the Nest capital and is unable to support the Nest capital. I think you should understand what I mean. Linyo slowly nodded. I understand. The struggle for the governor's position has turned Epimedius into a powder keg. Before the governor is ready to deal with the impact, we must exercise restraint and delay the explosion of the powder keg. Is that right? Yes. I'm glad you have such a broad perspective. Delton asked, so, how do you plan to handle the audio and video recordings? The governor needed time to pull the Planetary Defense Force out of the quagmire outside the Nest capital. And so did he. He also needed time to create constraint and build an insurmountable wall for his personal safety. Therefore, his idea coincided with the governor's, which was to gain as much time as possible and avoid escalating the conflict prematurely. Delton, I'll take your advice and not make the audio and video recordings public for now. Linyo password protected the recordings and saved them on his daytop pad. Delton breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your understanding, Linyo. The agents coming to support you are veterans under my command, and Wick and Mona are among them. If you agree, from today onwards, Wick and Mona will personally protect you. I will explain the situation to the governor. Guard Squad 6 will pay the price for today's foolishness. No problem, let Wick and Mona protect me. They are among the few people I can trust in the Nest capital. During their conversation, Bajite took his last breath. Linyo looked towards the door, footsteps rapidly approaching from afar. The arrivals were fully armed veteran governor's agents, led by Wick and Mona. Linyo, I suddenly don't envy you that much anymore. Being the governor's son-in-law is much more dangerous than being an agent. Wick entered the room, laser rifle in hand, sighing at the corpses on the floor. Mona scanned Linyo up and down, asking with concern. Are you all right? No, I'm perfectly fine. These guys aren't enough to threaten me. Linyo smiled, gesturing at a guard. I'll leave this to you. The lab is boiling water, I need to go check on it. Okay, you go ahead, with us here, there won't be any problems. Mona gestured to the agents, clearing a path for Linyo. The agents began to deal with the corpses. Their every move was transmitted in real time to Delton via combat recorders. At this moment, Delton was in Vogue's office. Before Linyo's communication signal came through, Delton, Vogues, and Tai Duo had just finished a face-to-face discussion with the Planetary Defense Force commander. The entire process of Bajite confessing Ozja's actions was witnessed by Vogues and Tai Duo. The Nest capital's current situation is my fault. Vogues held his pipe, looking worried, and his gaze towards Tai Duo was both helpless and loving. Since Tai Duo was born, I've spent too much time with her, neglecting the Nest capital, which is why the nobles below have become restless. If it were before Tai Duo was born, as soon as a little scoundrel like Ozja showed any signs, I would have sent someone to eliminate him. How could I have let him develop to this point? Dad, I'm sorry. Tai Duo recalled her experiences of clinging to her father and asking him to play with her, and couldn't help but feel a wave of regret, tears welling up in her eyes. No, don't say you're sorry, my daughter. Life is like this, you gain some things while losing others. The warmth you bring me is irreplaceable by the Nest capital. Vogues picked up a handkerchief with his aged hand, wiped away his daughter's tears, and then said seriously. Delton, according to your plan, how long will it take to reorganize the Planetary Defense Force? 3 months at most, 2 months if everything goes smoothly. Delton closed his daytop hat and stood up straight. During this short period, the regimental and company-level commanders of the Planetary Defense Force will gradually be replaced by elites from the Terrascola Progenium. Once the Planetary Defense Force is back under your control, more Scola Progenium elites will take up positions in the Nest capital departments, replacing the nobles' previous duties. The main career paths for Terrascola Progenium graduates are management departments, the legal department, and the Imperial Army of Imperial Worlds. They are more disciplined and more dedicated than the Nest capital nobles, and they hardly ever succumb to the vices of the nobility. Regarding the situation in the solar system, only Nest capitals of extreme importance to the Imperium of Man can invite Scola Progenium graduates to help operate them. Linyo's starch preparation technology will elevate Epimedius' status within the Imperium of Man by several levels, making it a strategic stronghold overnight. The series of changes triggered by this have already quietly begun at a level imperceptible to the nobles. Delton, you personally go to the underground treasury and destroy those 3 metal boxes. Vogues gently patted his daughter's hand and said kindly. Tai Duo, you take Linyo to the treasury to pick out a set of Hunter Lord armor that he likes. This gift was originally meant for him when you two got married. But Guard Squad SIX's actions have truly embarrassed me, and I need to compensate him as soon as possible to prevent any cracks in your relationship. You can tell him about the Scoloprogenium matter in the treasury. Okay, Dad. Taiduo's tears turned into a smile, and she happily hugged her father's shoulders. Chapter 116 Receive the Emperor's Holy Number of the Hunter Set. The secret talks held in the governor's office involved top-secret matters. As of now, only Vogues, his daughter Taiduo, Delton, and the Planetary Defense Forces Supreme Commander know about the impending arrival of the Scoloprogenium graduates. Vogues, Taiduo, and Delton discussed the details in the office. A moment later, Vogues announced the end of the meeting. Taiduo left with light steps, her back showing both urgency and joy. Vogues revealed a benevolent smile, like an old father, and shook his head slightly while smoking his pipe, seemingly lamenting that a grown daughter cannot be kept at home. Delton also had a daughter. He could understand the psychological changes of Vogues and Taiduo. When Lin Yo faced Ozja's guards alone earlier, Taiduo almost panicked. Fortunately, Vogues and he managed to calm her down. Vogues' decision to give away the Hunter Lord armor was significant, especially for a son-in-law who married into the family. It is well known that the Hunter Lord armor is a black technology equipment inherited from the Dark Age of technology. Its defensive and offensive capabilities even surpass the power armor of a space marine. After Lin Yo put on the Hunter Lord armor, his combat power soared. Even the governor's personal guards were no match for him. In such a situation, if Lin Yo had ulterior motives, Lord Vogues himself would inevitably suffer misfortune. It would be equivalent to Lord Vogues raising a tiger that would eventually harm him. Now, Vogues gave away the Hunter Lord armor in advance and allowed Lin Yo to choose freely. This action meant that the distinguished father-in-law genuinely accepted his son-in-law from the bottom of his heart, trusting him 100%. Taiduo was truly joyful because of this. Delton and Vogues exchanged smiles, and the hearts of two fathers resonated. My lord, I will go to the treasury now to destroy those 3 metal boxes, Delton excused himself. Go quickly. It's a good thing I didn't put these 3 metal boxes in the prize pool, otherwise, things would have been tricky. Vogues operated his thinker to grant Delton temporary access to the underground treasury. On the other side, Taiduo jogged all the way to Lin Yo's residence, where Brandy received her. Madam, the master is meditating in the study and may not come out for an hour or two. Brandy possessed emotional processing capabilities that ordinary servo-automata did not, and she consciously used madam instead of miss to address Taiduo. It's all right, I'll just rest here for a bit. Today has been exhausting. Taiduo lay on her back on the sofa, unkemptly spreading her legs, her arms lazily placed at her sides. She stared at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling, her mind blank. The scene of Lin Yo interrogating Beijite played automatically in Taiduo's mind. The memory finally froze on this scene. 5 corpses with broken necks lay at the door of the lounge. Beijite, who had just died, was on the sofa, and her fiancé stood in the center of the room, his expression cold. Facing the guard's provocation, he remained calm and composed. When striking down enemies, he was swift, decisive, and lethal. When interrogating Beijite, his logic was meticulous and his thoughts clear. Her judgment was truly excellent. She managed to discover such a being, possessing both wisdom and combat prowess, among so many people who participated in the cleanup operation. Taiduo chuckled to herself, the corners of her mouth turning up, completely unaware that Lin Yo had already walked out of the study and was looking at her with a strange gaze. What are you giggling about? Lin Yo snapped his fingers, helping her regain her focus. Taiduo's eyes focused, she gulped, sprang up from the sofa, and smiled apologetically. Hee, nothing. Father told me to take you to the underground treasury to pick a set of Hunter Lord armor as compensation for the previous conflict. Are you free now? Hunter Lord armor? Wait, the previous conflict? How did you know what just happened here? Taiduo shrank her neck, stuck out her tongue, feeling a bit guilty. Actually, when you were communicating with Delton, my father and I were right next to Delton. That bastard Oz just dared to treat you like that. He's dead, no one can save him this time. When she said the latter part of the sentence, Taiduo clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and her body trembled slightly from excessive anger. After 2 seconds, she slumped her shoulders like a deflated balloon and asked Lin Yo for a hug. It's a good thing you're strong enough, otherwise I would have become a widow right after getting engaged. All right. Lin Yo didn't know how to comfort people, so he could only give a wry smile and gently pat her shoulder to change the subject. Let's go, let's not talk about this. We'll go to the underground treasury first to pick out the Hunter Lord equipment. Okay, follow me. The two went out and met Wick and Mona, who were standing guard at the door. Wick winked at Lin Yo. Although Mona maintained her usual poker face, her eyes sparkled with gossip. In front of Taiduo, she didn't dare call Lin Yo by his given name. My lord, are you going out? No, just walking around the mansion. You don't need to follow, Lin Yo replied with a smile. All right. Mona nodded, watching Lin Yo and Taiduo walk away. Taiduo led Lin Yo into the elevator leading to the underground treasury and asked thoughtfully. Are those 2 agents the ones who partnered with you during the cleanup operation? Yes. Lin Yo's heart stirred, remembering Wick's pursuit of a noble lady, and he said. The female agent who spoke to me is codenamed Mona, and the male agent is codenamed Wick. Their loyalty is unquestionable, but Wick has a small weakness, he is pursuing a noble lady. I'm concerned that this noble lady might become a tool for us just to cause trouble again, for example, by having the noble lady force Wick to act against me. Taiduo gently stroked her chin and mused, then I'll tell Delton later to find out who the noble lady Wick is pursuing is, and we'll prepare in advance. Okay. Lin Yo stroked Tai Duo's head. The elevator stopped, and the two arrived at the main entrance of the underground treasury. It was guarded by the governor's personal guards and combat servo-automata, and automatic weapon platforms were hidden within the walls, making the defenses extremely strict. After multiple rounds of inspection, Lin Yo and Tai Duo entered the treasury gate. The servo-automata inside had received Vox's orders in advance and were waiting for their arrival to guide them to the depths of the treasury. Midway, the two met Delton. My lord, madam, I have already destroyed those 3 metal boxes. Delton tapped his datapad, playing the process of him destroying the metal boxes, and then took the remnants of the metal boxes from a nearby servo-automata to display them. Lin Yo aimed at the remnants and activated the appraisal technique, sighing inwardly. It was indeed AC Hale's strain, but it was all dead. Violently dismantling the metal box activated the internal device, and all the strains were destroyed by concentrated acid, leaving only some useless residue. Missing out on AC Hale's strain again made Lin Yo feel a bit lost. However, this sense of loss came quickly and went even faster. Because during the late Great Expedition, AC Hale appeared in many places, not just the nest capital of Epimedius. He would certainly have the opportunity to hear intelligence about these fungal xenos in the future, and it would be perfectly fine to collect live samples then. You've worked hard, Delton. Lin Yo just told me something. Tai Duo briefly explained the hidden danger of Wick's relationship with the noble lady. Delton agreed to eliminate the hidden danger. Out of friendship with Wick, Lin Yo suggested that Delton try not to ruin Wick's relationship with the noble lady, to prevent Wick from developing negative emotions due to a breakup, which would make him more easily exploited. Okay, I understand. Delton nodded in agreement, looking at Lin Yo with a somewhat unusual expression, as if discovering for the first time that Lin Yo also had such a sentimental side. I'm leaving. Just send for me if you need anything. Delton bowed slightly and left with the remnants of the metal boxes. It seems you get along quite well with your former superior, which is quite rare, Tai Duo said with a smile. I think that's mainly due to Delton's own cultivation. He handled the relationship between us very well and didn't treat me as a son-in-law like other nobles. Lin Yo paused and asked. By the way, Tai Duo, Delton isn't from around here, is he? No, he was born on Terra. He graduated from the Schola Progenium 30 years ago and joined the Solar Auxilia as a commander. It's said he once commanded an elite unit. A few years ago, due to his outstanding military achievements, he was specially permitted by the Ministry of Military Affairs to retire from the front lines. It was then that the Ministry of Military Affairs assigned him here to be our head of agents. So that's it, no wonder I always felt he was different. Tai Duo and Lin Yo chatted about the Schola Progenium. Lin Yo then learned that his father-in-law had already found a way out for the future of the nest capital. Now, the only thing their side lacked was time. Endure for 2 to 3 months, and the future would be bright. The servo-automata in front of them stopped, connected a pipe to the gate, and opened it. Visitor 0-01, Visitor 0-02, you have arrived at the Hunter Lord Equipment Repository. According to the Governor's latest directive, you may select one set of Hunter Lord armor to take with you. I will await you here. Please enter. Stepping through the equipment repository door, the sight before Lin Yo deeply shocked him. A metal wall stood before him, over 200 meters wide and over 20 meters high. On the wall hung 10 rows, 20 columns, a total of 200 sets of Hunter Lord armor. The top row of 20 Hunter Lord armor sets were precisely the Patriarch type Hunter Lord armor, with superb defensive capabilities and fully automatic combat functions. The second row contained 10 Matriarch and 10 Aeris Hunter Lord armor sets. The Matriarch type needs no further explanation, its almost perfect stealth effect could even deceive pheromone trackers. The Aeris type excelled at offensive and defensive transitions. It could use all its energy to increase the thickness of its shields, or it could transfer energy to its weapons, greatly enhancing their destructive power. It is said that an Aeris type Hunter Lord equipment operating at its peak could fire a massive laser beam with power comparable to a ship-mounted lance. The third row, the fourth row, the fifth row. Looking down row after row of Hunter Lord armor, Lin Yo felt only dazzled. The Governor's family's foundation is beyond my imagination. Tai Duo, do other families also have so many Hunter Lord armors? Of course not. Tai Duo tilted her neck, as proud as a little swan. The number of Hunter Lord armors in our family crushes other families, it's at least 4 times theirs. Back when the nest capital was first established, our family relied on its numerous Hunter Lord armors to step on all the other families. Tai Duo pressed a spot on the wall, opening a hidden compartment, and took out a data pad to hand to Lin Yo. Currently, in the Fugai's family, only you, me, and father can own Hunter Lord armors. Everyone else must return them after use. Take a close look at this list, it has all the information you want to know. Lin Yo took the data pad, quickly scanned it, and his fingertip stopped on a uniquely styled Hunter Lord armor. This Hunter Lord armor was named Geralic Playfiver, which is an ancient language of the Fugai's family, translating to Gene Engineer in Low Gothic. While other Hunter Lord armors relied on firearms to kill enemies, the Gene Engineer relied on gene modification pulse waves. It first scanned the target's genetic structure, then emitted pulse waves that altered gene sequences, disintegrating enemies at the genetic level. The lethality was related to the genetic defects caused by the pulse waves. In undesirable situations, genetic defects could lead to slow organ fibrosis, and the target might take years to die. Under ideal conditions, heart disease caused by genetic defects could lead to the target's death from myocardial infarction within days. From a combat performance perspective, the Gene Engineer type Hunter Lord armor performed ordinarily. In fact, it was an engineering-type Hunter-Lord armor, not a combat one. During the age of dark technology, biological researchers of interstellar colonization fleets wore this very equipment to explore unfamiliar planets. They used this Hunter-Lord armor to scan the genetic structures of novel organisms, acquiring valuable gene fragments to store in the fleet's gene library for future use. The biggest feature of this Hunter-Lord armor was that it integrated a complete set of black technology modules related to genetic engineering. This module was foolproof, even an idiot could use it, getting results with just one press. It could complete a genetic scan of a humanoid organism within 1 minute, establish a holographic model of the genetic structure, and mark the function and defects of each gene fragment. Similarly, to scan a genetic structure, gene analysis equipment from the 30K era required at least 1 hour to obtain a holographic model of a humanoid organism's genetic structure. One took 1 minute, the other 60 minutes. This clearly showed how powerful the gene engineer type Hunter-Lord armor's gene analysis capability was. Its gene editing capability was equally impressive, with operating efficiency far surpassing existing automated gene editing equipment. Lienyo studied applied mycology and knew very little about genetic engineering, so he couldn't perform gene editing work. More crucially, to engage in gene editing related work, one had to obtain a pharmacist license issued by the Empire Medical Department. The license was acquired through 5 years of full-time study, 3 rounds of theoretical and practical exams, and completing all credits to become the lowest grade pharmacist. Engaging in gene editing without a license had serious consequences. At best, one would be arrested by the legal department, imprisoned, and have their gene editing equipment confiscated. At worst, they would be declared a technological heretic by the Mechanikus, subjected to physical clearance and destruction to ensure the purity of the Omnissiah. Lienyo had originally planned to find a trustworthy pharmacist and hire them with alchemical potions or throne coins to complete the gene editing work for him. Now, he had changed his mind. This gene engineer type Hunter-Lord armor was exactly what he wanted. Not only did it provide the defensive power of adamantium armor, but it also greatly reduced the time consumed by genetic engineering and eliminated the trouble of obtaining a pharmacist license. The datapad stated that individuals wearing this Hunter-Lord equipment were specially permitted by the Empire Justice Department to undertake genetic engineering projects and would not be labeled as heretics. Because of this, Lienyo became more and more satisfied with this Hunter-Lord equipment the more he looked at it. All he needed to do was self-study common knowledge of genetic engineering to avoid making basic mistakes. He had the ability for self-study in this area. Taiduo leaned over to look at the content on the datapad and giggled. I knew you'd choose this Hunter-Lord equipment. Do you want me to have a servo automata take it down so you can get a closer look? Sure. Lienyo responded cheerfully. Taiduo waved to the servo automata at the door and gave it a few instructions. The servo automata connected its pipeline to the equipment warehouse's control panel, used its mechanical claw to retrieve the Hunter-Lord armor, and brought it to Lienyo. The gene engineer type armor had a rather simple appearance, looking like a spacesuit worn by astronauts before transmigration, with a white body and silver-gray trim. Its material was mainly ceramite, with key parts made of adamantium. The built-in genetic engineering equipment was located on the back, placed together with a miniature plasma furnace. Lienyo took a step forward and extended his right hand towards the armor's chest plate. The moment his fingertips touched the metal surface, a system message suddenly popped up, greatly surprising Lienyo. You have touched the gene engineer type Hunter-Lord armor. Analysis fungus simulation, fungus warehouse have temporarily received a significant boost. Upon absorbing the genetic engineering module from this Hunter-Lord armor, the above 3 functions will be permanently upgraded. Upgrade details are as follows. Analysis fungus upgrade project, greatly enhances the ability to precisely identify fungi. In the past, when facing fungi contaminated by miscellaneous bacteria, you could only remove the contamination through separation and purification. After analysis fungus is upgraded, the system will automatically distinguish between fungi and miscellaneous bacteria. You can directly put fungi into the warehouse while excluding miscellaneous bacteria. This operation will save you the tedious process of removing miscellaneous bacterial contamination. Fungus simulation upgrade project, adds automated genetic engineering simulation function, with extremely high efficiency. The system will automatically perform gene analysis, screening, import, testing, identification, amplification, editing, and other operations. Fungus warehouse upgrade project, unlocks the fungus gene library function. You can store the genes of fungi in the fungus warehouse. His Lienyo sharply drew a cold breath, forcefully suppressing the urge to absorb the Hunter-Lord armor on the spot. How is it? Do you like it? Taiduo said with a smile. Once you become governor, all the Hunter-Lord armors here will be yours. You can wear this one today, that one tomorrow, change them however you like. Lienyo's heart pounded, and it took all his strength to suppress the excitement in his chest. I'll choose this one then. Can I try it on? Yes, but before you put it on, you need to perform multiple bindings. Taiduo guided Lienyo to pair with the Hunter-Lord armor, performing voice print, iris print, blood type, and gene template pairing operations one after another. Under quadruple verification, no one except Lienyo could use this Hunter-Lord equipment. The method of wearing the Hunter-Lord armor was far simpler than a Space Marine's power armor. After binding was complete, Lienyo only needed to scan and verify through the armor's internal sensors to verbally command the armor to open. With the command, the front of the armor opened like petals. Lienyo slipped his feet into the armor's foot guards, stood inside, and the armor automatically closed, perfectly encasing his body. Buzz buzz buzz. The miniature plasma furnace activated, and the armor entered operational status with a slight tremor. The life support system delivered fresh air, electronic muscle fibers and an exoskeleton helped Lin Yo support the armor, and a holographic field of vision far more refined than agent gear appeared before his eyes. Numerous virtual tags appeared on Tai Tuo's body, listing many of her physical data. 182 centimeters, 91-65-91, waist to hip ratio close to 0.7, body fat percentage 26%, evaluated as an hourglass figure, S rank. Lin Yo was stunned. Why did this Hunter Lord equipment feel a bit unorthodox? Tai Tuo liked to wear long skirts to cover her lower body and feet. Lin Yo looked at the data in the holographic field of vision several times, mentally picturing her entire figure, and only then realized that his fiancée was quite a stunner. Don't space out. Tai Tuo waved her hand. Let's go back. This Hunter Lord equipment will be placed at your residence. If anything unexpected happens in the future, put it on immediately. Oh, okay, let's go. Lin Yo's gaze lingered on the data in the holographic field of vision, vaguely noticing something unusual. Why were the numbers 182, 91, 65, and 26 all multiples of 13? Isn't 13 Huang Pitzi's sacred number? Damn it, is Tai Tuo the emperor in disguise as a woman? Lin Yo jolted, scrutinizing Tai Tuo up and down, which made Tai Tuo blush with shyness. What are you doing? Why are you looking at me like that? Tai Tuo mumbled. Tai Tuo, you maintain your figure so well, have you always been so shapely? Lin Yo probed in various ways, wanting to further confirm whether his fiancée was the cross-dressing emperor. To his surprise, Tai Tuo misunderstood, thinking Lin Yo was genuinely complimenting her. Her face grew even redder, and she stammered in response. It's all right. I've eaten a bit too much recently, so I've gained a little weight and grown a little taller. Oh, right, height, weight, and measurements are all dynamic. The data in the holographic field of vision just happened to be multiples of 13. It was just a coincidence. Lin Yo's mind settled, and he put the matter out of his thoughts. Tai Tuo whispered, you won't dislike me for being fat, will you? No, how could that be? The two left the treasure vault, walking further and further away. Note, the content of Nest Capital Reform involves ideology, and this part is relatively sensitive, so it is presented only through indirect narration and is not part of the main storyline. Chapter 117, The Germ State Project. Lin Yo Weirxai returned the way he came, wearing the Hunter Duke equipment, a scene that made the guards along the way stare with wide eyes. Among the nobility and their retainers, there was an unwritten rule: whoever received Hunter Duke equipment as a reward gained the complete trust of the family head, effectively becoming a trusted confidant overnight. When Lin Yo Weirxai first joined the Fugai's family, why did so many family members come to take advantage of him? It was simply because he didn't have Hunter Duke equipment. A son-in-law without Hunter Duke equipment was, at most, an appendage to the family. To put it more bluntly, the governor himself merely wanted to indirectly control new technology by marrying off his daughter. But times had changed. Once the son-in-law acquired Hunter Duke equipment, his relationship with the Fugai's family transformed into a legitimate marriage alliance. Yes, a marriage alliance. According to another unwritten rule, a family marriage alliance was signaled by the gifting of Hunter Duke equipment. Typically, the stronger family would send Hunter Duke equipment to the weaker family, thereby demonstrating the former's attitude of fair treatment towards the latter. From today onwards, Lin Yo Weirxai was no longer merely a son-in-law. He transformed into a distinguished son-in-law, the esteemed son-in-law of the governor, a status equivalent to imperial son-in-law, prince, or duke from ancient Terra's 0K to 2K era. This change in identity was also reflected in his status and power. Not long after Lin Yo Weirxai returned to the laboratory wearing the Hunter Duke equipment, the governor's guard delivered the governor's authorization letter. The letter was in duplicate, one copy on parchment for collection, and the other as electronic data for daily use. The letter specified 3 points. First, effective today, Governor Vogue's Lin Yo Weirxai officially granted Lin Yo Weirxai the position of deputy governor, with the freedom to choose whether or not to exercise the relevant powers. Second, Governor Vogue specially authorized the Weirxai family to establish an armed guard. Third, Governor Vogues recommended the Weirxai family to the Nest Capital Noble Council. After the council's review and approval, Lin Yo Weirxai could freely choose whether or not to participate in the council's affairs. The letter recorded numerous authorization serial numbers, granting powers including but not limited to the power to access the governor's database, the power to mobilize the Planetary Defense Force, the power to mobilize and establish new governor's guards, the power to implement governor's guard gene modification projects, and the power to build new residences and renovate existing ones. Among all the authorization serial numbers, 2 authorization projects were particularly special. One was the authorization to form a Nest Capital fleet, and the other was to establish a Nest Capital space station. With these 2 authorizations, Lin Yo Weirxai could establish his own space fleet and orbital space station in the name of the Weirxai family and as deputy governor. Of course, the money to build the fleet and space station would have to come from his own pocket. A second-hand cruiser retired by the Imperial Army had an average auction price of approximately 5 million throne coin. The expenses for hiring crew, refurbishing the ship, purchasing supplies, and acquiring equipment added up to over 1 million throne coin. It would take a whopping 6 million to buy a second-hand cruiser for interstellar trade, an expense that made Lin Yo Weirxai's head ache. Of course, he could also settle for a transport ship for trade, but its safety and efficiency were far inferior to a second-hand cruiser. Lin Yo Weirxai calculated that even the cheapest transport ship was beyond his current means. The construction cost of a Nest Capital space station was even more exaggerated. The smallest space station cost 10 million throne coin, and that didn't even include the cost of purchasing equipment and daily maintenance. In short, the series of authorizations from his father-in-law granted Lin Youerxai unparalleled power and status. How much impact he could make with these authorized projects would entirely depend on his own capabilities. Without looking too far ahead, he needed to solve his own security problem first, quickly building an absolutely loyal armed guard. Lin Youerxai bid farewell to Taito and took off the Hunter Duke equipment in his study. After much thought, Lin Youerxai finally decided to upgrade the system now. Of course, he wasn't absorbing the entire suit. Lin Youerxai only intended to absorb the genetic engineering module. He opened the back cover of the suit and placed his hand on the module. With a thought, the black module vanished without a trace, while the rest of the suit remained unchanged. Lin Youerxai tried on the suit, attempting to walk around and activate different functions of the suit in the study. Thanks to the modular design of the Hunter Duke equipment, after absorbing the genetic engineering module, all functions of this equipment, except those related to genetic engineering, were fully retained, without affecting the suit's usability. Lin Youerxai took off the suit, nodded with satisfaction, and went to the washroom to wash up. After showering, he lay flat on the bed, clicked on Tech Priest Boy, Gujia's save file, and ate 1 magic spores. Under the arrangement of the Orc Pirate Fleet leader, Big Black Tooth, the work of building the statue was progressing at full throttle. The tech boss disassembled the statue into hundreds of components. Larger components would be forged by the tech boss leading a group of tech boys using hammer forging techniques. Smaller components, such as the statue's fingers, hair, and beard, would be polished and manufactured by Guga. The polishing of the Ling bone was achieved through fungus simulation. As a tech boy, Guga himself did not have a system. Therefore, the work of polishing the Ling bone had to be carried out by Lin Youerxai himself. He estimated that by logging in to polish the Ling bone for 5 hours every night, and continuously logging in for 30 days, the statue would be completed, and he would obtain 1.5 tons of warp energy single crystals. Such a large amount of single crystals would be more than enough to craft 3 sets of weapons and equipment. Using them in conjunction with the refining technique would solve the problem of high-end equipment sources for Gunstaint and himself. Now, the key difficulty of the Gunstaint project centered on the choice of personnel. Who would serve as Gunstaint, protect his safety closely, and become the strongest line of defense? Lin Youerxai's requirements for the candidate were absolute loyalty and strict obedience. After considering many options, he finally decided to use orcs. But, not just any orcs. There were many benefits to using orcs as Gunstaint. He could project himself onto Gunstaint through Wadaik simulation and personally control the other party, which was the most obvious benefit. Secondly, if a mad doctor and tech boy served as Gunstaint, they could cast corresponding mechanical witchcraft. The same applied to a weird boy. A weird boy transformed into Gunstaint would have functions somewhat similar to a librarian in a Space Marine Legion, and could be called a Gunstaint librarian. Similarly, a mad doctor skilled in medicine and biochemical modification, corresponding to a Space Marine Legion's apothecary, could be called a Gunstaint apothecary. A tech boy serving as Gunstaint would be the Space Marine Legion's tech sergeant. Mad doctor, tech boy, weird boy, and other orcs with special uses were defined as weird boys. One type of weird boy corresponded to one type of special troop in a Space Marine Legion, providing ready-made templates for transforming orcs into Gunstaint. Lin Youerxai could completely create an alternative Space Marine Legion. This showed how well orcs and Gunstaint fit together. The key now was how to completely control their behavior, thoughts, and the instinct to spread reproductive spores without possessing the orc. This would require genetic modification. The genetic engineer type Hunter Lord armor happened to be useful. This set of Hunter Lord armor could perform most of the genetic modification steps. Only 2 steps required Lin Youerxai to do it himself. The first step was collecting gene fragments, and the second step was testing the final genetic modification results. These 2 steps were the beginning and end of genetic engineering. All intermediate steps were handled by the Hunter Lord armor. During the process of possessing Guga, Lin Youerxai could conveniently collect the tech boy's gene samples. In a corner of the galaxy, the Orc pirate fleet was busily constructing its 3rd ship, the scene bustling with activity. Lin Youerxai picked up a pile of Ling bone and found a less crowded spot to sit down. While initiating the automatic simulation to polish the Ling bone, he simultaneously diverted some of his attention to considering the Orc mechanical devices for collecting gene samples. System messages refreshed as he pondered. Retrieving tech boy's gene knowledge base. Retrieval complete. Retrieval results, 3 items. Retrieval result 1, gene mechanical claw. Retrieval result 2, gene examination chamber. Retrieval result 3, finder, gene scan module. The finder was a ship-mounted radar, corresponding to the auger matrix on Imperium of Man ships. After installing the gene scan module, the finder could be used to scan the gene fragments of all living organisms on a certain planet. Such a large ship-mounted device certainly couldn't be operated by Lin Youerxai alone. Considering all options, the gene mechanical claw was the most suitable. Lin Youerxai spent 500 points to exchange for 50 skill points and learned the manufacturing blueprint for the gene mechanical claw. He gathered a pile of scrap metal and electronic components, polishing the Ling bone with his left hand while holding a laser spray gun with his right, sizzling as he welded parts. Working with both hands simultaneously, in no time, a rusty and dented gene mechanical claw was produced. Despite its worn appearance, its effectiveness was undeniable. Lin Youerxai picked up the mechanical claw, aimed the laser emitter in its center at himself, and pressed the switch. The sharp claws of the mechanical claw operated on their own, extending a needle that pierced Lin Youerxai's skin, collecting his blood. The pain from the wound did not make Lian Yuexi feel uncomfortable, instead, it brought a sense of combativeness and excitement. This strange physiological reaction originated from the orc's instincts. Lian Yuexi suppressed the instinct, preventing it from escalating into destructive urges. The blood collected from his body was sealed in a brown glass tube. A laser beam, as thin as a strand of hair, shot out from the laser emitter in the center of the claw. This beam was a black technology created by mechanical witchcraft, capable of rapidly cooling blood to maintain it at around 4 degrees Celsius for long periods, inhibiting enzyme activity and preventing gene degradation. Additionally, it could remove impurities from the blood unrelated to gene sample extraction. In blood, gene samples primarily exist in white blood cells. Plasma and red blood cells would only interfere with gene sample collection. These impurities would be removed by the laser beam, leaving only white blood cells. Under the action of the light beam, the cell membranes and nuclear membranes of the white blood cells ruptured, releasing the genes. The liquid in the glass tube separated into two, forming upper and lower layers. The upper layer is the gene solution, and the lower layer is hemoglobin, phospholipids, ribonucleic acid, fragmented cell membranes, and other impurities left after the rupture of white blood cells. At this point, the work of extracting genes came to an end, and the next step was to extract the gene solution from the glass tube and store it separately. Lian Yuexi didn't need to go through so much trouble. He hid the glass tube in his arms, preventing the surrounding orcs and Gretchens from discovering it, and activated the upgraded system function. System, store the gene solution in the fungus warehouse. With a command, the gene solution in the glass jar disappeared, and a system message popped up. You have collected a gene sample of Tech Priest Boy, Gujia, which has now been stored in the gene library of the fungus warehouse, available for automated genetic engineering simulation. It is detected that the gene sample contains a triple helix structure, corresponding to the gene structures of fungi, plants, and animals, respectively. You can only conduct simulation experiments on gene fragments related to fungi. It is recommended to first replicate the fungal genes on the gene sample to obtain new gene samples, which can then be used as the simulation object. The fact that gene simulation could only be effective on fungal genes made Lian Yuexi feel a bit regretful. However, it didn't matter, the orc's fungal genes alone were already very powerful. He would first thoroughly research this part of the genes, and then consider using other genetic equipment to study the orc's plant and animal genes in the future. Lian Yuexi silently recited in his mind. Confirm the replication of fungal genes on the gene sample. It is detected that you are conducting another fungal simulation. The simulation equipment used for this project does not overlap or conflict with the fungal gene simulation that is about to be carried out. Therefore, the fungal gene simulation can be carried out simultaneously with the fungus cultivation simulation. The equipment used for the two simulations was completely different, so there would be no conflict if they were carried out simultaneously. This small detail was something Lian Yuexi had discovered for the first time. Thinking carefully, there was no problem with the system's design. This was like in a microbiology laboratory. There are cultivation rooms for cultivating fungi, and also gene amplification rooms, sequencing rooms, editing rooms, etc., for gene research. Rooms for different purposes are independent of each other, the equipment is not interchangeable, and they can be activated simultaneously. The system's operational logic was consistent with this, so fungal gene simulation and fungal cultivation simulation could be carried out simultaneously. Lian Yuexi had the system initiate automated gene replication simulation. Here, one must mention a major highlight of the Hunter Duke equipment. The genetic engineer type Hunter Duke equipment comes with a complete set of black technology for generating the consumables required for genetic engineering. These raw materials are mainly various mixed solutions and various enzymes. Lian Yuexi couldn't understand how the Hunter Duke equipment generated and stored such a large amount of these things, but the fact was that it was so outrageous. This automatic substance generation function also existed in other types of Hunter Lord armor, and was even more exaggerated. Some automatically generated food, while others automatically generated ammunition and explosives. Soon after the automatic fungal gene simulation began, brand new gene samples were stored in the gene library. There were 100 samples, labeled as Tech Boy Fungal Gene Sample number 1 to number 100. Lian Yuexi casually clicked on a sample and threw out an analysis fungus. Analysis successful. Name, Tech Priest Boy, Gujia's Fungal Gene Sample No. 1. Analysis result. The fungal gene sequence written by the old ones, most of the gene fragments are lost or have irreparable damage. The system predicts that this gene sample has only about 30% completeness compared to the Tech Priest Boy Fungal Gene Sample from the War in Heaven period. Fungal genes determine the orc's living habits, reproduction methods, and growth paths. Knowledge related to mechanical witchcraft has been encrypted by the old ones and can only be deciphered after upgrading the system. Once deciphered, you can learn mechanical witchcraft without spending skill points. The information and knowledge recorded on the gene sample are as follows. Gene fragment, sample 01, CLONE001, frag 00001. Function, this gene fragment is related to the directional growth path of reproductive spores, determining that reproductive spores sown by Gujia will have a greater probability of growing into tech boys. Gene fragment, sample 01, CLONE001, frag 00002. Function, this gene fragment determines the tech boy's interests and hobbies. Set by this gene fragment, Gujia will have a special fondness for machinery. A vast number of gene fragments refreshed before his eyes, and the mysteries of life contained within the genes were fully presented to Lian Yuexi. At this moment, Lian Yuexi deeply understood the extraordinary significance of genes to living organisms. What a creature likes to eat, dislikes, how it reacts to danger, and other behaviors and habits are basically determined by its gene fragments. By changing the gene coding on the gene fragments, one can modify a character's appearance, habits, way of thinking, and other elements, just like customizing a character in a game. After reading all the gene fragments, WarHammer40k basically confirmed one fact. The orc's fungal gene fragments are related to the orc's reproduction and living habits. This was consistent with the results of the analysis fungus. Next, he looked at the identification results of the orc's plant genes and animal genes. The information on the identification interface showed plant genes determine the orc's metabolism and appearance. Affected by this, orcs appear green and can perform efficient photosynthesis. Animal genes determine the orc's physiological structure and physical growth path. Affected by this, the orc's organs show a trend of redundant growth, often growing more organs and muscles. As the orc constraint will wear armor, its appearance is not important, so whether or not plant genes can be used for simulation does not delay WarHammer40k from creating constraint at all. The individual strength of an orc, whether strong or weak, can be adjusted through mechanical witchcraft and equipment. Therefore, animal genes are also not important. The essential element for constraint, and only that, is absolute loyalty. The orc's reproduction and living habits determined by fungal genes perfectly matched WarHammer40k's needs. Wasn't he hoping for constraint to be absolutely loyal? Okay, it's very simple, he just needs to issue a simulation command. System, help me filter out all gene fragments related to loyalty. Filtering complete, results as follows. Over 20,000 gene fragments were removed by the system, leaving about 300. Every single one was related to loyalty and obedience to commands. For example, this one. Gene fragment, sample 01, CLONE001, frag 10013. Function. This fragment determines Gujia's degree of worship towards his superiors. Affected by this fragment, Gujia's degree of worship towards his superiors is medium. After modification, the degree of worship can reach absolute adoration. If the degree of worship was maximized, the loyalty of constraint would definitely explode. This was one idea for obtaining absolute loyalty, but it wasn't very reliable. WarHammer40k recalled the Horus heresy. The gene seed Primarch's degree of worship for the emperor needs no explanation, it absolutely reached a level where he constantly needed the care of his gene father. Such a degree of worship had obvious benefits, which was that the Primarch was absolutely obedient to the emperor. But don't forget the downsides. A daddy's boy who loses his father's attention can easily go to extremes due to a huge psychological gap. Horus, the good son, was the most typical example. In the Olaner campaign, Horus saved the emperor from the orc war boss and then killed the war boss on the spot, thereby establishing extremely high prestige and ascending to the position of war master. Just as Horus thought his father would accompany him on further expeditions to the surrounding regions of the galaxy, the emperor suddenly relinquished command of the expeditionary fleet and returned to Terra to tinker with the webway entrance beneath the imperial palace. Horus, deprived of his father's love and care, felt extremely empty, and Chaos took advantage of this weakness. Chaos gave Horus the missing paternal love, thereby deeply corrupting him. Referring to this history that would unfold in the future, WarHammer40k felt that making constraint blindly worship him might not be a good thing. What if he went missing in the future due to some incident? Wouldn't constraint fall into chaos? I must learn from the emperor's lesson. I need to make constraint absolutely loyal to me, but at the same time, they must possess a certain level of critical thinking, capable of discerning right from wrong and loyalty from treachery, so as not to be corrupted by chaos. The same goes for other aspects, the mistakes the emperor made, I must never repeat. Chapter 118, Operations that are difficult to perform in actual combat. Today's ling bone grinding work is complete. Linyo opened his eyes in bed. It was 3 in the morning, and he didn't feel tired at all, instead, he was full of energy. A system message popped up in his vision. Mad Dr. Sack encountered an emergency. Archive briefing. The recent plasma reactor explosion caused a certain degree of casualties to the Steel Coin clan. Just as the Mad Doctor and Pain Boys were working overtime to treat the orcs, Blackfoot clan orc scouts appeared around the Steel Coin clan's territory. After confirming the Steel Coin clan's battle power reduction, the Blackfoot clan decided to launch a surprise attack on the Steel Coin clan. Now, the Steel Coin clan is under attack. Please pay attention to Sack's movements and prevent this character from dying. The Steel Coin clan was indeed attacked. After Linyo learned of the widespread damage caused by the explosion, he had been keeping an eye out, fearing his Mad Doctor character would die without understanding why. Thankfully, he logged on tonight to grind Ling Bone and didn't fall asleep as usual, otherwise he would have definitely missed the opportunity to help the Steel Coin clan. Linyo decisively took out a magic spores and ate it, activating the Mad Doctor's archive. Waoic simulation, activate. His consciousness left his body, rapidly traversing, and in a few breaths, shot into Mad Dr. Sack's body. Opening his eyes, he immediately retrieved the magic spores, and upon opening the door, the roar of war exploded in his ears. Bang bang bang. Rumble rumble. Clang clang clang. Grenades rained down like raindrops, and bursts of fire and shrapnel exploded around the shacks. The Steel Coin clan's metal houses clanged from the explosions, the roads were full of craters, and flying dirt and stones almost obscured the sky. The strong shockwaves and sound waves washed over his mind, and Linyo forcefully steadied himself, barely avoiding being stunned by the explosive war scene. The Blackfoot clan's firepower was powerful and swift, and their orc soldiers were swift and powerful. In the grenade downpour, wave after wave of Blackfoot orcs charged towards the territory's wall. Killing cries shook the heavens, Gunshots exploded, and everywhere was blood and thunder, slaughter and death. Both the Blackfoot clan and the Steelcoin clan preferred to use thermal weapons, and the war became incredibly heated right from the start. What was not so good was that the Blackfoot clan did not develop plasma reactors for spaceships, but instead put their tech points into walking mechs. A Taiguan, big iron can, over 6 meters tall, made of rebar and steel plates, appeared near the territory wall. This thing was painted red and black, with jagged patterns like the gaping maw of a fierce beast. It had 2 powerful mechanical legs and 4 mechanical arms equipped with different weapons. Flamethrowers spewed dragons of fire, logging guns fired barrages of bullets, mechanical claws tore open the territory wall's panels, and chainsword heavy swords stirred up a bloody storm. This terrifying steel monster was called De Taiguan, Big Iron Can. It slaughtered the Steelcoin clan, leaving them in disarray, and wherever it passed was a mess. Even worse, there were 3 more as strong as it. They were lining up to enter the Steelcoin clan's territory. Where are our bang bang chariots? Quickly, you motherfuckers, hit it with a shot. Clan leader Along was in a frantic hurry, standing on a high point of the territory and roaring loudly. This action attracted a fierce attack. Several grenades exploded around him. Along's equipment was thick enough that he wouldn't be easily beheaded. The grenade attack didn't harm him, but instead ignited his ferocity, and he charged towards the De Taiguan, Big Iron Can, with a roar. Along's power hammer quickly charged, steam spewing out, pushing the hammer to smash into the De Taiguan, Big Iron Can's knee. Clang. A loud bang. The De Taiguan, Big Iron Can's body tilted to the side, its knee bent at 90 degrees. The cockpit lowered from about 4 meters to 2 meters, directly facing Along. Through the gap in the cockpit, Along saw an orc head full of tubes. This is the thing controlling this mechanical monster, I'm going to kill him. Along furiously swung his power hammer amidst his roars, smashing and flattening the cockpit's outer shell, and the orc head inside was actually shattered by the powerful force. What Along didn't notice was that before the orc head was shattered, the De Taiguan, Big Iron Can's heavy chain sword was slashing towards his back. This jagged sword had been deeply reinforced, its lethality was terrifying, and its high-speed rotating teeth could cut through metal armor in 2 seconds, tearing Along to shreds. As if sensing the approaching death, Along suddenly turned his head to look at the jagged sword right in front of him, raising his power hammer to block the attack. Sizzle 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 crack. The power hammer's long handle was sawed off. The sharp teeth rushed towards Along's face. At this instant, the surrounding air rapidly compressed then quickly expanded, like a hammer striking, bouncing the jagged heavy sword away. Along's eyes were wide with rage, still reeling from his near-death experience. The jagged heavy sword plunged into a nearby steel house, shredding the roof. A figure emerged from where the heavy sword had been. It was the Steelcoin clan's mad doctor. Boss. I'm here to save you. Don't get distracted. Kill those Blackfoot clan bastards. Roar. The fear of death brushing past him made Along feel humiliated. He responded to the mad doctor with a roar, picked up his power hammer with half its grip missing, and charged towards the next De Taiguan, Big Iron Can. The surrounding Steelcoin orcs, seeing their boss take down a steel monster, immediately boosted their morale and followed Along in a charge against the enemies outside. Lienyo was carried on Zalger's back, his 2 arms sweeping wildly in front of him, throwing out dense brain freeze techniques. Freeze 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 freeze. Freeze 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 freeze, you motherfuckers. All of you motherfuckers, don't move, stand there and take the beating. Lienyo's arms flailed like fan blades, and all the Blackfoot orcs he swept over turned into dazed fools. For a moment, a perplexing scene appeared on the battlefield to the orcs. The Blackfoot orcs became living targets, holding their firearms rooted to the spot, being freely harvested by the Steelcoin clan's orcs. The Steelcoin clan was killing with abandon, blood and flesh flying, completely in a crushing state. When Along's power hammer swept out, it could instantly crush all the Blackfoot bastards within a 3-meter radius around him. The sudden sharp reduction in pressure made the clan leader feel strange. He looked back and saw his own mad doctor flailing his arms like he was having a seizure. Along's mind raced, and he immediately found the answer. Holy crap! Our mad doctor has become a weird boy. By Gork and Mork, I've never seen this before. Hey? The mad doctor became a weird boy. Zalger looked back at the violently twitching mad doctor, then scanned the dazed enemies ahead, and also cried out in surprise. Oh my god! The mad doctor became a weird boy. Did Mao Ji hit my head? I feel like I'm dreaming. The surrounding Steelcoin orcs exclaimed in wonder, their chopping and shooting action slowing down slightly. Lienyo took a moment to shout. Don't just stand there, kill them. This is my latest invention. There's nothing to be surprised about. Orcs have relatively simple brain circuits and cannot understand the reason for the mad doctor's transformation into a weird boy. Such profound questions would be enough to burn out their brains. To prevent his orcs from missing the opportunity to fight, Lienyo simply blamed it on the mad doctor's witchcraft, planning to explain it later. Of course, what was more likely to happen was that the orcs wouldn't bother to investigate further. For them, hacking and slashing was the real fun. As for witchcraft, potions, and machinery, let those obscure things go to hell. Kill. Waik. Kill those Blackfoot bastards. Along roared to the sky, charging into the enemy ranks like a spinning top, limbs flying around him. The Blackfoot clan leader stood on a nearby hillside, watching his orc subordinates fall in droves. Consumed by rage, he kicked an orc next to him. What the FK are you staring at? Quickly, Fire! Kill that big guy! Fire quickly! The Blackfoot leader kicked several orcs in the butt, but these guys were all dumbfounded, their eyes unfocused, completely unresponsive to their leader's urging. No reaction is correct. The primary targets of the brain freeze technique were precisely these artillery boys controlling the grenade launchers. If they could continue firing, that would be a ghost. You idiots! I'm going to chop you up. The Blackfoot leader was furious, raising his logging gun to execute the artillery boys. At this moment, a figure stepped forward. This orc's attire and appearance were very special. Compared to other orcs, this orc's body was slightly hunched, emitting an unsettling aura, like a gunpowder keg ready to explode at any moment. The hair on his head extended like black weeds, and mad light flickered in his sunken eyes, his body twitching nervously as he spoke. All signs indicated that this orc was a weird boy, an orc who could actively use etheric nullifier's abilities. His most skilled trick was using psychic power to explode others' brains, and he could even extract psychic power from other orcs to strengthen his headshot technique. In extreme cases, he might even explode his own head if he extracted too much psychic power. Boss, I think that guy is messing with us. The weird boy's body trembled and swayed, his arms outstretched, as he spoke with a bounce in his step. Boss Blackfoot followed the direction the weird boy pointed and finally noticed the orc being carried on the brute's back. That guy was relatively small, 3 of his 4 limbs were mechanical prosthetics, and his hands waved wildly, each swing caused many of their own boys to be frozen in place. Needless to say, it was definitely this guy causing trouble. Boss Blackfoot pointed at the gesticulating mad doctor, spitting and screaming hoarsely. Get him. For me. Kill him. I want his head to explode. Yes, boss. Watch closely. I promise to give you a big show. The weird boy raised the staff in his hand, chanting strange syllables, and extracting psychic power from the stunned artillery boys. An invisible pressure appeared out of nowhere around Leonio's head, making him feel an inexplicable panic. His gaze flickered to the Blackfoot clan's position not far away, the weird boy waving his staff was particularly conspicuous. Alarm bells rang in Leonio's mind. Quick, hide, Zalger. Find a place to crouch down. All right. Zalger dove through the air, then rolled along the ground, hiding behind a large rock. Almost as soon as he hid, a popping sound came from where the 2 of them had just been. An orc boy became Leonio's scapegoat, everything above his neck exploding. Headshot technique. The etheric nullifier's signature skill. In the game Warhammer 40,000, Dark Tide, the power of the headshot technique was fully demonstrated, making it an absolute weapon for ranged assassination of important targets. If the weird boy targeted him, he wouldn't be able to freeze enemies like before. Boss. Have the boom boom wagons open fire. Take out that weird boy. Leonio shouted. A Long turned back to look at their territory, roaring furiously. Our boom boom wagons are out of commission. Those Blackfoot clan runts blew them to smithereens. No wonder, from the start of the fight until now, only grenades were doing damage on their side, it turned out all the boom boom wagons had been destroyed. Without the suppressive fire from the boom boom wagons, relying solely on ramshackle buggies and grenade launchers, they couldn't take out the weird boy hidden far in the rear in a short amount of time. What to do? As his thoughts raced, an inspiration struck like lightning. The second reward option of the WarHammer simulation could help. The specific content of this option was as follows. Reward 2, precisely match your designated orc and simulate them. Exchange price, 100 points and some magic spores. Exchanging for reward 2, forcibly occupying the body of the Blackfoot clan's boss or the weird boy, wouldn't that solve the problem? Leonio quickly selected to exchange for reward 2. Please precisely describe your simulation target. The boss of the Blackfoot clan. Simulation target described has been found. Calculating simulation price. The simulation target is the leader of a small-scale orc clan. The starting price for simulation is 100 magic spores. The simulation target controls approximately 27,000 orcs. The starting price for simulation increases by 27,000 magic spores. The simulation target is in a state of war. Simulation price increases by 100%. The final simulation price is 100 plus 27,000, asterisk, 1 plus 100%, equals 54,200 magic spores. Your magic spore quantity is insufficient. Cannot simulate this target. Hiss, it takes over 50,000 spores to possess someone. Leonio calmed himself and then said. Simulate the weird boy of the Blackfoot clan. Simulation target described has been found. Calculating simulation price. The simulation target is a weird boy of a small-scale orc clan. The starting price for simulation is 30 magic spores. The simulation target is in a state of war. Simulation price increases by 100%. The final simulation price is 100 asterisk, 1 plus 100%, equals 60 magic spores. Current magic spore quantity is 101. Do you wish to save Mad Dr. Sack and immediately start a new simulation? Zalger, hide here, don't show your head yet. Neng. Leonio instructed, then clicked on the system interface with his mind. His consciousness left Sack's body, rose above the battlefield, then dropped straight down, entering the weird boy's body. When he opened his eyes again, the scene had switched from the ambushed Steelcoin clan to the attacking Blackfoot clan. Leonio secretly exclaimed, awesome. This kind of operation was very difficult to pull off in actual combat, but he did it. It seems he needed to further increase the production of magic spores. In the future, if he encountered a disadvantageous situation, he would just cheat, forcibly kicking the enemy's key units offline and personally carrying out a counterattack and backstabbing plan. Faster, faster! Open fire! Open fire! Boss Blackfoot shouted in his ear. Lin Yo weighed the staff in his hand, fully digesting the weird boy's memories. This guy was named Pengpa, and he particularly liked to pop other people's heads, so he gave himself a name with a similar explosive sound, Peng Pa. The psychic sorcery the weird boy mastered wasn't much, as of now, there were only two. One was the energy-draining sorcery that extracted psychic power from other orcs, and the other was the headshot technique. Let me see, how to use this headshot technique. Lin Yo mumbled, feigning a search for Mad Dr. Sack to mislead Boss Blackfoot. As he pondered, the headshot technique's sorcery description interface automatically appeared before him. Name, headshot technique. Type, Shinic sorcery. Usage. Your current universal Shinic material inventory is 30/80 units. Consuming inventory can strengthen the power of the headshot technique. Energy draining sorcery can quickly replenish your inventory, but please note, the replenished amount may exceed the inventory limit. Your material inventory can exceed the limit, this is a characteristic of weird boys. When materials exceed the limit, your head might explode at any moment. The sorcery knowledge belonging to the weird boy surged in his mind. Lin Yo digested this knowledge completely, thoroughly mastering the essentials of both energy draining sorcery and the headshot technique. These two sorceries were now etched into his mind. Even if he ended the simulation and returned to his human body, he could still consume universal Shinic material to cast energy draining sorcery and the headshot technique. Lin Yo pondered for a moment, thinking that causing an explosion with his current body might kill Boss Blackfoot in one go, ending this war prematurely. But weird boys were hard to come by. As of now, Lin Yo had only seen two weird boys, one from the Red Eyes clan, whom he had killed in a previous simulation, and the other was this current body. Considering the rarity of weird boys, it would be best for him to preserve Pengpa for future needs. Thinking this, Lin Yo retreated a few steps, shielding Boss Blackfoot with his body. While the opponent's mind was fully focused on commanding the battle, Lin Yo raised his staff, accumulating power. You extracted 13 units of universal Shinic material from the artillery boy. You extracted 36 units of universal Shinic material from the tech boy. Warning. Your inventory has reached 79/80 units. The risk of self-detonation is extremely high. Please stop extracting. A bulging, full sensation swirled in his head. Lin Yo felt his head had become a balloon, filled with air. An instinctual urge to absorb more universal Shinic material filled his heart. Lin Yo forcibly suppressed the craving in his heart, focusing his attention on the back of the Blackfoot clan's head. What a perfectly round head explode bloom in my psychic power. Psychic energy surged like a tide. Boss Blackfoot sensed the coming danger, dodging behind cover while widening his eyes to scan the battlefield, trying to find the Steel Coin clan's weird boy. He completely failed to notice the danger coming from behind him. Headshot assassination, silent and swift. Except for etheric nullifiers and those with special abilities, no one could detect the source of the killing intent. Boss Blackfoot had armed himself to the teeth with firearms and armor, but he was clearly lacking in psychic defense. His weakness ultimately cost him his life. Pfft. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. The scales of victory completely tipped towards the Steel Coin clan at this moment. Chapter 119, I was there on the day the Iron Warrior was born. The Blackfoot clan's boss met a sudden, violent end, his head exploded like a watermelon, and no one knew how he died. Both warring factions assumed a stray bullet had claimed the Blackfoot boss's life, and no one suspected the Blackfoot clan's weird boy. Or rather, without being incited, orcs simply didn't have the concept of betrayal in their minds. They only thought of two things all day long. One was shoot him. The other was do him. Kill. Charge with me. Do the Blackfoot scum. Steal their shinies. Lin Yo made the weird boy hide, then quickly switched back to Mad Dr. Sack, jumped onto a giant rock, and shouted loudly. Influenced by the orc pirates, he subconsciously used shinies to refer to loot. But it didn't matter, for the orcs, if someone took the lead, what were they waiting for? Kill. I'm gonna blast the Blackfoot's heads. I've been annoyed with their black shoes for a long time. I'm gonna chop off their feet. First, do that weird boy. A Long waved his large hand, enduring the bombardment from the boom boy and artillery with his heavy armor, striding forward directly towards the weird boy. Seeing his Dada about to move against the rare weird boy, Lin Yo quickly directed Zalger to follow. Dada. Don't kill that weird boy. I can persuade him to work for you. I guarantee he'll be a big help. Neng, alright. A Long scratched his head, and between listening to the Mad Doctor and having the weird boy work for him, he decisively chose to have both. He stomped his foot, charging towards the artillery boy's line with a clanging sound, raising his power hammer for a series of combos, brutally cutting a bloody path through the enemy ranks. The Steel Coin clan's Gretchen, controlling their bump cars, swarmed in, followed by hundreds of motorcycles spewing black smoke, with the motorcycle boys piled up like human pyramids, forming a mobile, powerful wall of fire. Without their Dada, the Blackfoot side was leaderless, and not a single orc stepped forward to command the entire army. Their morale plummeted, and they were routed by the Steel Coin clan. Seeing that the overall situation was decided, Lin Yo simply ordered Zalger to find the weird boy. Before switching back to Sack, Lin Yo told the weird boy to find a place to hide and absolutely not to shoot at the Steel Coin clan. This order worked. When Lin Yo found the weird boy, he was staring blankly in a tree hollow. This was the first time Lin Yo had two simulated characters meet. An unexpected scene appeared. The weird boy immediately bowed his head, crawling out of the tree hollow and kowtowing repeatedly to Lino until Lino ordered him to stop, at which point the weird boy stood up, leaning on his staff. The original weird boy was crazy and would tremble from the pleasure of absorbing psyker field. But at this moment, the weird boy was like a little kid seeing his parent, nervously wide-eyed, waiting for Lino's command. What's going on? Lino let out a soft exclamation, muttering to himself. Could it be that orcs possessed by his consciousness would develop adoration for him? If that were truly the case, then that would be excellent. Lino had Zalger put him down, then approached the weird boy Pengpa and said. I figured you, boy, were useful, so I vouched for you in front of Dada. From now on, you're with me. What's your name? Any objections? Zalger held up his shotgun and poked Pengpa's forehead. If he dared to object, Zalger would dare to shoot, guaranteeing a loud bang with every shot. Pengpa showed a fawning smile. My name is Pengpa. I have no objections. Being able to follow the witch doctor is awesome. Witch doctor? Witch doctor again. Previously, the Steel Coin clan called him Weird Boy. What kind of orc is this witch doctor anyway? Lino was stunned for a moment, then gradually recalled Warhammer lore related to weird boys. Upon closer thought, he really did resemble a weird boy. Weird boys have a wide variety of psyker field spells, and his fungi ability is also like that. Weird boys are the backbone and spiritual leaders of orc tribes, and he had also intervened many times at critical moments to help the Steel Coin clan, rallying them and saving the clan from danger. When he could one day compile the Steel Coin clan's cultural traditions, design rituals that matched the culture, and then use those rituals to strengthen the clan's orcs before battle, then he would truly be not much different from a weird boy. One could say exactly the same. As Lino thought this, the system reacted. You have triggered a simulated character growth quest. Quest name, become a weird boy. Associated character, Mad Dr. Sack. Quest details. Upon satisfying all the following requirements, Sack will comprehend the profound meaning of the witch doctor in a deep contemplation, transforming into an orc witch doctor. Requirement 1, Steel Coin clan population reaches 100,000. Current progress, approximately 30,000. Requirement 2, establish cultural traditions for the Steel Coin clan, formulate rituals to pray for Gork and Mork, and attract other clans to pledge allegiance. Current progress. Establish cultural traditions, not achieved. Formulate prayer rituals, not achieved. Attract at least 3 clans to pledge allegiance, not achieved. Requirement 3, successfully hold 1 prayer ritual, causing the Steel Coin clan to merge with other clans to form an orc tribe. Current progress. Hold prayer ritual, not achieved. Clan merger to form tribe, not achieved. Upon achieving all progress for the above 3 requirements, Sack will become the witch doctor of the orc tribe. Special note. An orc tribe can and only can have 1 witch doctor. Witch doctor slots are limited, first come, first served. System prompt. After becoming a witch doctor, the orcs of the tribe will be absolutely loyal to you and will unconditionally execute your commands. Orc tribe, witch doctor. Lino paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, realizing he had overlooked a small detail. Hadn't he collected the tech boy Guga's gene sample before? On Guga's gene fragments, there was no information related to orc tribes or witch doctors. Upon closer thought, this might be related to Guga's birthplace. Guga was born on an orc pirate ship, not in an orc clan. Orc pirates prioritize profit and might, whoever can lead the pirates to plunder wealth is the Dada. Since possessing Guga, Lino had never heard any orc pirate mention Gork and Mork. The Steel Coin clan was different. Here, 10 out of 10 orcs like to chant Gork and Mork. Accordingly, their gene samples would definitely contain gene fragments related to faith. Lino snapped his fingers at Zalger, telling him to carry him back to the territory. Pengpa trotted behind him. After a few steps, a burst of bullets swept over, startling Pengpa. Lino turned his head and shouted. You, boy, take off those Blackfoot clan boots. The weird boy suddenly understood, kicking his feet out, and the black boots rolled far away. Now it was fine, with the mad doctor covering him, Pengpa was no longer attacked. After a while, Lino returned to the territory and told Zalger to find a tech boy to get him a gene mechanical claw. The mechanical claw arrived quickly, and Lino removed his mechanical hand, replacing it with the mechanical claw. Stand still, let me check your body. Pengpa stood ramrod straight. The gene mechanical claw extended a needle, piercing his skin and drawing a tube of blood. After laser beam processing, the blood separated into 2 layers, upper and lower. Lino had Zalger guard the door, then entered the room alone to study Pengpa's gene sample. The stupid dog ran around his feet, panting, and Lino casually petted him a few times before letting him go play by himself. The gene sample was entered into the system's gene library. After extracting fungal genes, amplifying the gene sample, analyzing gene fragments, and specifically searching for content related to loyalty, faith, Gork and Mork, witch doctor, and other information, the truth surfaced. Lino had guessed correctly. The birthplace of an orc affects the fundamental ideas of the orc. Orcs born in space, as orc pirates, prefer money and loot, with almost zero faith consciousness, their gene fragments contain no functions related to Gork and Mork. Orcs born in a clan background have many gene fragments related to faith. The most typical one is this. Gene fragment, sample 02, CLONE001, FRAG21313. Function, this gene fragment is related to faith cognition. When Pengpa thinks of Gork and Mork, he will subconsciously equate the witch doctor with Gork and Mork. The witch doctor is the spokesperson for Gork and Mork, listening to the witch doctor is always right. Waik. Such gene fragments did not appear in Guga's sample. Lin Yo thought of a plan to maintain Constance's absolute loyalty, borrowing the faith of Gork and Mork and the identity of the witch doctor. However, Gork and Mork have not yet formally condensed into form in the warp. Whether Gork and Mork can be used to resist the corruption of the chaos inimical powers is still a question mark. Let me think. After collecting gene samples, I also need to analyze the samples, screen useful gene fragments, and use gene editing technology to modify and verify gene coding. Although these tasks can be simulated, the randomness of the results is significant. It's possible to see results within a month, or there might be no progress for several months in a row. Regardless of the outcome, I must continue to control Guga to stably acquire warp energy monocrystals, and at the same time, put more effort into the Steel Coin clan to build it into a tribe. The core of an orc tribe is cultural tradition. Ordinary orcs are uncultured and can't invent tribal traditions, but I should be able to. Lin Yo pulled open the door and walked out in a state of contemplation, followed by Pengpa and Zalger. The timid stupid dog stayed inside. Lin Yo observed as he walked, carefully noting the clan customs that the Steel Coin clan had subtly developed. When customs emerge in a settlement, it signifies the budding of local cultural traditions. Once these customs are recorded in black and white, forming a certain binding force and centripetal force, they will transform into cultural traditions. What customs does the Steel Coin clan currently have? Lin Yo discovered 3. First, a preference for metal objects. For anything in their daily lives and battles, the Steel Coin clan would prioritize metal materials. Second, a fondness for mechanical modification. No, it's not just fondness, it should be called obsession. Influenced by Along, many Orc Boy, Boom Boy, Motorcycle Boy and even Gretchen, would replace parts of their limbs with steel prosthetics after winning a battle. Third, the Steel Coin clan is very fond of repairing their defenses. From the start of the fighting until now, the clan territory's walls have not collapsed, only showing a few holes torn open by the Taiguan, big iron can. Such formidable defensive power is built upon the solid materials used for the walls. The thinnest wall sections are still 30 centimeters thick, and they are made from rolled metal plates. This clearly shows how much the Steel Coin clan values the defense of their territory. Isn't this a Red Eyes clan's kata fighter? How did it get welded to the wall? Lin Yo stopped, gazing at the nose of the kata fighter on the wall. This thing had been flattened into a pancake shape, made into a metal baffle, and embedded into the wall, becoming part of the territory's defenses. Zalger rumbled. Boss said we should use the enemy's steel to reinforce our defenses. The more enemies we defeat, the stronger our defenses will be. Oh, I see. It feels similar to the practice of modifying parts of their bodies after winning a battle. Lin Yo nodded slowly, gaining a clear idea of how to establish clan cultural traditions. He used his gene mechanical claw to collect samples from Zalger and himself, then found different orcs to collect more samples. A moment later, the battle ended. Along and a group of Steel Coin orcs returned to their territory with slaves and spoils of war. As per custom, Along would undergo body modifications, and so would the other orcs. Along's modifications were personally performed by Mad Dr. Sack, while ordinary orcs were handled by Pain Boys. Before that, a grand bonfire party was indispensable. The Blackfoot clan's territory was ransacked. Squig and Gretchen were brought back. They would either be made into skewers and roasted over a fire, or they would be enslaved and used as tools, performing hard labor under the whip of their slave masters. A few orcs, Gretchen, and Squig with special abilities received preferential treatment and were accepted as members of the Steel Coin clan. After sunset, the bonfire party began. The orcs gathered around the large bonfire, shouting and screaming. They knew nothing but yelling and eating. They could only express their joy at the victory in battle through the most primitive howls and consumption. Lin Yo looked around, knowing his opportunity had arrived. He had Zalger put him on his shoulder and approached Along. Boss, I want to say a few words. Hey? Go ahead. There's still a Squig hind leg here, want some? Along offered a sizzling, roasted hind leg. Lin Yo grabbed the hind leg with his mechanical hand. While eating, he urged Zalger to stand by the bonfire and shout. Oh, hey. Boys. We won a battle today, but that's not enough. Tell me, who are we? Ha ha ha, Mad Doctor, are you confused? We're the Steel Coin clan. Ha 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 ha. Mad Doctor must have eaten too much meat, he's even forgotten what we're called. Along led the teasing, and the surrounding orcs laughed heartily. Lin Yo raised his arms and roared loudly. No. Mates. Gaze at your armor and weapons, feel their weight and texture. That is cold steel. It protects our flesh, smashes the heads of runts, and pierces through the bodies of enemies. The scene gradually quieted down. The orcs stared wide-eyed at each other, confused and bewildered, focusing on the Mad Doctor by the bonfire. Flames transformed into dense sparks, flickering in the orcs' eyes. Steel is not just steel. Steel is also our will, our fighting spirit, our discipline, and our devotion to Gork and Mork. Flesh and blood will eventually turn to ash in the raging fires of war, but the will of steel endures forever. When flesh and blood fall, steel will support us to continue fighting. Along suddenly stood up, as if he vaguely understood what the Mad Doctor meant. His persistent transformation into a body of steel, wasn't it precisely because he wished to never fall in battle? Along forcefully hammered his steel chest, producing loud clanging sounds, and strode to the bonfire, roaring excitedly. Yes, yes, yes. Mad Doctor is right. Our flesh and blood will eventually turn to ash in the raging fires of war. But the steel on us will stand unyielding. A Long turned his head to look at the Mad Doctor, his eyes burning with fervor. Keep going. Mad Doctor. Keep going. I feel like I'm about to understand something. The surrounding orcs all nodded in unison. That's right. Mad Doctor, keep going. I feel like my brain is growing. The orc's psyker field resonated, and waves of psychic energy swept in from all directions, giving Linio strong positive feedback. He stood on Zalger's shoulder, one hand resting on Zalger's head, and the other making a fist gesture pointing towards the sky. Boys. Feel the vibration of steel, feel the coldness of steel. This will temper our will in our bodies. We are not ordinary orcs. We are born for steel, and we die for steel. Hearts of steel. Steel inside and out. We are steel warriors. Steel warriors. A Long clenched his fists, a powerful aura and psychic fluctuations erupting. His roar incited the surrounding orcs, and their high-pitched howls echoed throughout the entire area. We are born for steel, and we die for steel. Flesh and blood will eventually turn to ash in the raging fires of war, but the will of steel endures forever. Hearts of steel. Steel inside and out. We are steel warriors. Waik. Cheers surged one after another, and the phrases Linio used in his speech were repeatedly chanted by the orcs, with wave after wave of psychic energy continuously pouring in. You have gained the worship of 6,230 Gretchen. You have gained the worship of 27,116 Orc Boy. You have gained the worship of 5,394 Boom Boy. You have gained the worship of 1,628 Motorcycle Boy. You have gained the worship of 1,055 Luda Boy. You have gained the worship of 6 Boom Boy War Buggies. You have gained the worship of 353 Tech Boy. You have gained the worship of 278 Pain Boys. You have gained the worship of 113 Gretchen Slave Masters. You have gained the worship of 30 Boss Bodyguards. You have gained the worship of the Steel Warriors clan leader. Worship points are twice that of praise points. You have gained a total of 186,000 points, all converted into simulation points. Holy cow, nearly 180,000 points. That much? Linio was dumbfounded. He had only intended to establish clan cultural traditions, never imagining that his speech just now could bring him so many points. It truly was an unexpected surprise. While Linio was in a daze, Zalger pulled out a small notebook made of animal hide and wrote a line of crooked orc language with a charcoal pencil. The day the Steel Warriors were born, I was there. Our weird boy was on my shoulder. I feel so awesome. I want to always be stepped on by the weird boy. GAGA. Note, weird boy, also known as witchcraft boy. The author Gunstein felt that witchcraft boy did not fully capture the meaning of spiritual leader, so he translated it as weird boy. Chapter 120 Letter from the Imperial Chancellor. Nest Capital Wangting District, Residence. Inside the bathroom. Splash. Linio showered in the morning, feeling refreshed. Steel Coin Clan, oh no, it should now be called Steel Warriors Clan, or Steel Brave Tribe for short. The Steel Brave Tribe's clan culture and traditions have been established, and the founder is Mad Dr. Sack, whom Linio impersonated. After Linio finished his lecture, A Long immediately proposed changing the clan name to Steel Warriors. Naturally, Linio brought out the cultural traditions he had prepared. Doesn't the Steel Brave Tribe like mechanical modifications? Well then, after battles, everyone can pull out the enemy's teeth as a war trophy and exchange them for prosthetic limb modification services at the Mad Doctor's or Pain Boy's place. It must be mentioned here that Linio vaguely remembers that some Orc Boy tribes use teeth as currency. This form of currency was not promoted among the Steel Brave Tribe, nor was the practice of collecting enemy teeth after battle ever seen. The Steel Brave Tribe is considered the first to eat crab in this regard. Not all Orc Boy teeth can be used to purchase modification services. After discussing with A Long, Linio decided to divide Orc Boy teeth into 3 grades. First grade, Clan Leaders. Teeth of this grade are the largest, brightest, and smelliest, making them easy to distinguish. Due to their rarity and unique shape, they became the most valuable teeth. Second grade teeth came from the personal guards of the clan leader. The third grade included the teeth of the Mad Doctor, Tech Boss, Orc Boy, Boom Boy, Chariot Boy, Motorcycle Boy, and other Orc Boys. Gretchen and Squig teeth did not count. The exchange ratio for the 3 grades of teeth was temporarily set at 1:100:1000000. This exchange ratio was conceived by A Long. The logic behind it is simple. As the leader of the Steel Brave Tribe, A Long has 30 personal guards, and these 30 personal guards can manage at most 30,000 Orc Boys. As the number of Orc Boys in the clan increases, the number of personal guards must also increase, otherwise many Orc Boys will not obey orders and will cause trouble for no reason. Currently, it seems that one clan leader managing 100 personal guards, and 100 personal guards managing 100,000 Orc Boys, is the limit. Thus, the exchange ratio for the 3 grades of teeth was established. Linio didn't pay much attention to this aspect. Later, when the Steel Brave Tribe is promoted to the Steel Brave Tribe, he can use the Thinker Array in the Nest Capital to deduce a more suitable monetary system, and it won't be too late to reform the tribe's currency then. After establishing the clan's cultural traditions, Linio collected various Orc Boy genetic samples and then went offline. Speaking of the name Steel Warriors, Lienyo felt that his naming skills were quite good. Steel warriors read smoothly and fluidly when spoken. When lecturing by the bonfire, the tone and phrasing he used drew inspiration from the pre-battle sermons of Space Marine chaplains, which were particularly effective in stirring emotions. Coupled with the name Steel Warriors, it naturally garnered the adoration of the orc boys. But the problem was, Lienyo always felt as if he had heard the name Steel Warriors somewhere before. Putting on clean clothes, Lienyo stared at himself in the mirror, lost in thought. Why did Steel Warriors feel so familiar? Could it be that he had seen this term in the Nest Capital news? Thinking this, Lienyo went to his study, turned on the communicator, and searched for the name in the Nest Capital's public database. The moment the search results appeared, a holy crap escaped his lips. Holy crap! Cloudhammer caused big trouble. During the Great Expedition era, there was a Space Marine Legion called the Steel Warriors. Damn it, no wonder Steel Warriors felt so familiar. Now I've really crossed the Emperor. If the Steel Brave tribe ever goes up against the Steel Warriors of the Space Marine Legion in the future, I wonder what kind of scene that will be. Lienyo scratched his head in the study, feeling a bit exasperated. Outside the window, morning light shone, day and night rotated, and a new day arrived. Since things had come to this, he could only go all the way. From now on, he would name the Orc Boy clans after the Space Marine Legions. Then it would be Steel Warriors fighting Steel Warriors, Rogue Trader fighting Sons of Horus, and we'd see who was stronger on the battlefield. He. Lienyo, with a mischievous excitement, enjoyed breakfast at his residence. After obtaining the position of deputy governor and extensive authorization from the governor yesterday, his daily life and work had undergone some changes. Previously, when building the starch factory and bread factory, Lienyo was aiming to make money. Now, while making money, he also had to pay as much tithe as possible to expand his influence within the Imperium of Man. This was very important. The appointment and removal of a governor was not decided by the incumbent governor. Lienyo only learned this detail when he received the authorization yesterday. Specifically, it was like this. At the end of the Dark Age of technology, an unprecedented warp storm occurred. Many human worlds within the galaxy lost contact with Terra, becoming human worlds independent of Terra. After the Great Expedition began, whoever brought a lost human world back into the Imperium would have the authority to appoint and remove its governor. Suppose an expedition army had the designation 55. The 11th human world it discovered would be 55-11 world. When 55-11 world submitted to the Imperium, there were two scenarios. First, the world surrendered voluntarily. After surrender, the world's ruler would be nominated by the local residents and then reviewed and formally appointed by Expedition Army 55. The second scenario was that the world fiercely resisted Expedition Army 55, and was then violently suppressed and conquered by force. In this case, the world's ruler would be designated by Expedition Army 55. The chosen person was usually an aged, respected, and highly decorated veteran captain within the army, or an old general from the mortal auxiliary forces. Thereafter, the succession of the world's ruler would also be entirely controlled by Fleet 55, regardless of the wishes of the local residents. Epimedius belonged to the first scenario. The emperor personally led his fleet to Epimedius. At that time, Epimedius was already under the control of the Fugai's family. The then head of the Fugai's family quickly knelt, elegantly and nimbly expressing his submission to the emperor. Since then, every change of governor in Epimedius has been decided by the emperor. More precisely, by Imperial Chancellor Macardo, the Terra High Lords Council. The emperor was engrossed in the Great Expedition, entrusting the management of worlds to Malkador. If Lienyo wanted to smoothly take over as governor, he had to gain Malkador's approval. After Lord Vogues authorized Lienyo yesterday, he informed Malkador through the local Star Language Court about his intention to pass on the position to Lienyo Weirxai. This morning, as soon as Lienyo finished breakfast, a secret psyker message from Terra was brought by Taiduo. To Lienyo Weirxai, successor governor of Nest Capital Epimedius. Greetings. By the time you receive this letter, it should be morning there. A few days ago, I listened to the report from Forge World Demos at the War Council, Note 1. I therefore took note of your invented new synthetic starch preparation technology. The current governor of Epimedius, Viladric Vogues, has recommended you as his sole successor. This is a correct decision, and I have no objections, only two requirements. Firstly, the production capacity of synthetic starch must be significantly increased. Hunger is the breeding ground for unrest, and unrest causes losses to the Imperium. The new synthetic starch preparation technology will prevent losses for the Imperium. Using this year's total material tax value of Epimedius as a reference, I expect you to increase the total output value of synthetic starch to more than 20% of the material tax before you officially take office. Secondly, the food and military supplies reserves of the Imperial Army must be fully replenished. Also before you officially take office, I expect you to alleviate some of the food and military supply pressure for the Ministry of Military Affairs, providing the Imperial Army with synthetic starch equivalent to 10% of this year's total material tax value. The Emperor once said that those who work diligently shall enjoy preferential treatment, and this is also my view. At my direction, a psyker, rigorously trained by the Star Language Court, will arrive in Epimedius later today. Her name is Shatana Nista, the sister of my personal psyker, Sybil Nista. She will provide you with advice and assistance, serving as a bridge for communication between you and other Imperial worlds. I wish you early success in the great endeavor of expanding synthetic starch production. May the Emperor's light guide us. Sincerely. Prime Minister of the Imperium, Terra High Lord, Chief of the War Council, Malkador. The secret message's Psyker code was verified by the local Star Language Court, confirming that the letter came from Prime Minister Malkador. According to the letter, he was about to have a personal Psyker as an assistant, which truly delighted Linyo. The importance of a Psyker is undeniable. During the Great Expedition era, Psykers were the only etheric nullifiers recognized by the Emperor and who had completed a psychic binding ritual with the Emperor himself. Even if such individuals directly encountered the corruption of the chaos inimical powers, they had a high probability of choosing self-sacrifice, preferring death over submission, which shows how reliable they were. In Epimedius, no one had a personal Psyker, the governor and nobles could only send and receive Psyker messages through the local Star Language Court. From now on, having a private Psyker accompany me whenever I go out, just thinking about it makes me feel incredibly prestigious. However, there's one thing to watch out for. Psykers are etheric nullifiers, and their understanding of psychic abilities far surpasses that of other etheric nullifiers. In front of the upcoming private Psyker, it's best not to use my fungi ability, so as not to reveal any clues. Taiduo, when Chitana Nista arrives, let's go greet her together. Alright, I estimate she might not arrive until the afternoon, Taiduo said, sitting down beside him and resting her chin on her hand. The Moros family's patriarch asked me to ask you if you'd be interested in taking over their promethium refining residue. If you're willing, they can transfer their starch factory to you as well. The Moros family is the local promethium magnate, equivalent to an oil giant before the transmigration. Their refinery operates on a processing raw materials model, meaning they purchase promethium ore from mining worlds, transport it locally for refining, and then sell the refined products. Most of the family's promethium ore comes from off-world, with only a small portion originating from Epimedius itself. This operational model of acquiring raw materials and selling refined products has left behind a vast amount of residue in Epimedius, with the total amount of residue needing to be landfilled each year being comparable to that of Forging World Demos. Linyo took out his data slate and calculated that to meet Imperial Chancellor Makardo's two requirements, he had best sign the Moros family's business deal. The residue from Forging World Demos and the Moros family combined would still not be enough, he would need to undertake residue from several more Imperial worlds. This is where the Psyker would come in handy. With her present, his communication with other Imperial worlds would be much more convenient. As for the Moros family, you and Isabel should handle it. I'll check the database on the communicator to see if there are any other suitable sources of promethium refining residue in the solar system. Okay. No problem, leave it to me. Expanding production capacity requires a lot of throne coin. Do you have enough money? Linyo opened his data slate, and the numbers on the account came into view, making him wince. The cash in the bank account was approximately 20,000 throne coin. This amount, plus future income from selling synthetic starch, would at most allow him to increase existing production capacity to match the residue supply from Demos. 2 months later would be a new year, and he would turn 16. 2 more years after that, he would be 18, reaching the minimum age for marriage and becoming a governor. To meet Imperial Chancellor Makardo's requirements within 2 years and 2 months, the current cash flow was definitely insufficient. Rather than borrowing from the bank, it would be better to ask his father-in-law. Taiduo, is Dad willing to lend me money? The interest rate is negotiable. Hehe, you've asked the right person, Taiduo said, opening an electronic document on her data slate and handing it to Linyo for review. Take a look. Dad is providing the capital, lending you throne coin in my name, with a principal of 1 million throne coin, an annual simple interest rate of 4%, interest-only payments first, and principal repayment in 36 installments. Interest-only payments first meant less repayment pressure in the early stages and greater pressure later. The synthetic starch industry was in its nascent stage, expected to scale up in 2 years, with small cash flow initially and large cash flow later. This perfectly aligned with the loan repayment method provided by his father-in-law. Not to mention the interest rate was only 4% annual simple interest. There was no reason for Linyo not to sign such a generous contract. It was quite humorous that Taiduo became his biggest creditor before they were even married. Without further ado, the two began to work. Taiduo contacted Isabel to meet jointly with the patriarch of the Moros family. Linyo reviewed the database in his study, searching for suitable sources of promethium refining residue. Mars was undoubtedly the largest producer of residue. But that planet had too many problems. Doing business with Demos, they only needed to send one thinker to handle everything. On Mars, factions were numerous, some allied with the current forging general Kalbohal, and others following deputy forging overseer Zacharias Kane. Kalbohal was a representative of the Mechanikus rebels during the Horus Heresy, while Zacharias Kane was a representative of the loyalists within the Mechanikus. Literally speaking, cooperating with Zacharias Kane seemed to have more prospects. But the problem was that after serving as acting general of Mars, this fellow's personality became distorted, almost heretical. Linyo saw no future in cooperating with such a person. To take a step back, whether cooperating with Kalbohal or Zacharias Kane, it meant choosing sides in the Horus Heresy. Cooperating with Kalbohal would lead to the Great Cleansing after the Horus Heresy. Cooperating with Kane, Epimedius might be destroyed by the rebels during the rebellion. He would be stuck between a rock and a hard place, taking hits from both sides. In summary, Mars in this era was a cesspit, it was best not to touch it. Sigh, if only Imperial Chancellor Makardo wouldn't die, Linyo said, crossing his arms, his brows furrowed in worry, as he secretly pondered his and the Nest capital's future. Old man Imperial Chancellor Makardo had a discerning eye for people, with high emotional and intellectual intelligence. To put it simply, he knew what was what, knowing what he should and shouldn't do. The Imperium had been tormented by the Emperor for so long, yet it hadn't fallen apart, thanks in no small part to Imperial Chancellor Macardo. In all fairness, as a cloud hammer, Lignio believed the Emperor should bow to Imperial Chancellor Macardo. Oh, no, what Lignio wanted to say was that he genuinely believed that anyone with even a slight understanding of Warhammer history would not wish for Imperial Chancellor Macardo's sacrifice. With Imperial Chancellor Macardo present, the future of the Imperium would undergo earth-shattering changes. If it's just about preventing Imperial Chancellor Macardo's sacrifice, I actually have a chance. Lignio stood up and paced thoughtfully in the study. The Chaos Inimical Power's objective in instigating the Horus Heresy was not to destroy the Imperium of man and all of humanity, but to prevent the Emperor from building the webway entrance. After all, only living humans could provide emotional value to the Chaos Demons. Humans who protected themselves with the webway were the last creatures the four Chaos Inimical Powers wanted to see. Imperial Chancellor Macardo's sacrifice was attributed to him sitting on the Golden Throne, helping the Emperor guard the webway demons. The Golden Throne drained Imperial Chancellor Macardo's soul, psychic energy, and life, turning him into dust. As a result, the Emperor was free to leave the palace and fight Horus to the death. Solely regarding preventing Imperial Chancellor Macardo's death, Lignio felt he had a chance, and a big one at that. A few months ago, when he first met Lord Vogues, the latter asked him what he would most want to say to the Emperor if he ever met him. What Lignio had envisioned at the time was the Golden Hook defense plan. He could sow orcs in the webway, forming a large army to help humanity resist the webway demons. Doing so might not help the future corpse Emperor rise from the Golden Throne. But helping Imperial Chancellor Macardo bear some of the pressure, preventing him from dying of exhaustion, should still be a slight possibility. Warp monocrystals specialize in countering chaos forces, and they also counter webway demons. If I can get a few thousand tons of them and create a badge of Gunstaint with off-the-charts chaos resistance, I don't believe they won't be able to hold off the webway demons for a few minutes. Just a few minutes, and I can save Imperial Chancellor Macardo. Lignio simultaneously consulted the database for potential partners and directed the system to conduct fungal simulations, striving to produce the genetic template for the first generation of Gunstaint as soon as possible. After spending most of the day in this manner, Tai Duo returned with good news. The Moros family's business was settled. The price for promethium refining residue from the Moros family was the price from Demos divided by 1.5, with the difference accounting for saved transportation costs. The control and shares of the starch factory had both been transferred to the umbrella group under Lignio's name. Once the promethium refining residue transport pipeline was built, the new starch factory could begin producing synthetic starch. This production capacity would be gradually released over the next year. Your private psyker has arrived. Let's go meet her at the orbital elevator. Tai Duo opened her data slate, and the image of an elderly woman appeared, her face kind and benevolent, her eyes gleaming with wisdom and warmth, looking very easy to get along with. This person was Shatananista, the youngest sister of Imperial Chancellor Macardo's personal psyker's family. Lignio had previously thought it would be a young person, so it was quite a surprise to find it was an elderly woman. Note 2. Oh, I didn't expect this lady to be so old, Tai Duo said, as if realizing something, nodding her head up and down, and excitedly poking Lignio's arm. I heard Dad say that psykers are like fine wine, the older they are, the more mellow they become. It seems our Prime Minister thinks highly of you. Note 1. The War Council was the Terra Council during the Great Expedition, later renamed the Terra High Lords Council and the Senate. Note 2. Readers familiar with the official novels will notice this is a foreshadowing that will be revealed later in the plot. Chapter 121. The Aged Star Talker is like fine wine. What kind of psyker is the most likable? Regarding this question, many Imperial staff who frequently accompany psykers have something to say. Imperial Army commanders hope psykers have heads made of steel, strong nerves woven from metal cables, and minds cast from concrete. This way, when their side is surrounded by the warp shadow of the Great Devourer, the psyker can still resist the immense pressure brought by the shadow and send out distress messages through warp star messages. Rogue traders hope their psykers are sharp and intelligent enough to accurately capture every business opportunity within the star message communication network, bringing them profit. People of different statuses have different views on psykers. They held their own opinions, arguing endlessly, wanting to shape a perfect psyker with their own concepts. When a captain walked onto the stage and spoke the following words, the scene of the debate immediately erupted in thunderous applause, and everyone expressed agreement with his speech. I think the most likable psyker is the kind who speaks like a normal person. When the warp shadow of the Great Devourer envelopes the ship, the psyker always says, boundless darkness shrouds us, its tranquility and oppression are eternal, as unfathomable as death. We have lost the light, we are lost in this darkness. Please, can you speak like a normal person? I want to hear Star District communication is interfered with by tyrannids, not nonsense mixed with a lot of useless language. Indeed, Shatananista's age was a bit beyond Lignio's expectations. But who would refuse a lady who spoke concisely and was as gentle as a warm spring? At the elevator exit, Lignio raised his forearm, letting the elderly Shatana take his arm, and helped the old woman onto the transport vehicle. Lignio Wierksai, I'll just call you Lignio. Shatana was dressed in a simple grey-white scholar's robe, with a windproof and warm blanket draped over her shoulders, her voice soft and pleasant. I am Shatananista, you can call me by my last name or first name. Encrypted star messages are generally derived from High Gothic. When you have time, come visit me more often, and I will teach you High Gothic and common knowledge about star message communication. Okay, madam. Shatana's words were concise, without superfluous phrases, and such a psyker would be respected wherever she went. Lin Yo and Tai Duo escorted Shitana to an independent mansion in the Wangting district. This place was specially prepared for Shitana, guarded by Shitana's own armed retainers, and the accompanying attendants would take care of her daily life. Ordinarily, when Lin Yo needed to send and receive star messages, he could communicate with Shitana using the encrypted communication network within the Wangting district. If the frequency of sending and receiving star messages was high, he would need to go to the site and communicate with Shitana in person. After settling Shitana, Lin Yo and Tai Duo temporarily left. The next day, after Shitana had rested well, Lin Yo visited alone to discuss expanding production capacity with her. Shitana had undergone very strict psyker training and was experienced in star message communication. Before officially helping Lin Yo contact other imperial worlds, Shitana suggested that Lin Yo first personally experience the star message communication network. Lin Yo put on a metal ring on his head, closed his eyes, and lay on the sofa, relaxing his mind. Sonic fluctuations emerged from Shitana, and an invisible rhythm spread along the pipeline to the ring. Star points quickly appeared in the dark field of vision, colorful and beautiful, like a vast star map. Many lines extended from these star points, connecting to one or more star points, or pointing into the deep darkness. The star points represent psychers, and the lines are the star messages they are currently transmitting. Try to touch a line with your mind, anyone will do. Shitana's gentle voice lingered in his ears. Lin Yo followed the guidance, focusing his attention on a dark blue line. The metal ring on his head vibrated slightly, and a passage of text written in Low Gothic appeared on the screen before him. Source: Dim Star Region, Niwenlowen Star District Governor's Office. Target: Ministry of Military Affairs, Terra. Authorization level: War Council Gamma level. Star message code: Helstros 18 Okixiang. Star message text: Rebellion has occurred in the nest capital Nigdi in this star district. The planetary defense force is almost annihilated, and strong Sonic fluctuations have appeared on the planet. The situation is critical, requesting Imperial Army support. For the Emperor. Star message appendix: Sonic fluctuation characteristic code detected by Augur Matrix. Lin Yo read the star message once, and let out a soft exclamation. Madam, why can we view star messages from other regions? This is normal, Lin Yo. Imperial Psychers form a public information network. The information we send can also be seen by others. If you don't want your information to be understood, you must use your own unique encryption method. This is why I specifically reminded you to learn High Gothic. Lin Yo nodded slowly, so that's how it is. It seems I'll have to spend more time on High Gothic. Yes. However, learning High Gothic is only the first step. You also need to devise an encryption method. Let me give you an example. The star message screen Shitana transmitted to Lin Yo's eyes flickered, and another line glowed brighter, condensing into several lines of text. The whispers of stardust echo among the sleeping megaliths. Silver rivers winding, but that is not water, but time itself. When they in the shadows crave your name, remember, some secrets are best left to sleep forever. Shitana said. This psyker concealed her star message code and only sent a mysterious text written in High Gothic. This is a typical encrypted communication. Unless we have the corresponding codebook, we won't know what it's saying. Shitana stopped her psychic power. The star message communication screen in front of Lin Yo disappeared. Take off the head ring. Tell me, do you have any preferred collaborators now? Lin Yo removed the head ring, sat up straight, and replied thoughtfully. Yes. I have selected 5 imperial worlds, all of which are mining worlds with industrial space stations for refining promethium ore, and ample promethium refining residue production. Mining worlds bury the residue on the planet. They don't have dedicated cargo ships for transporting the residue. For this, I might have to hire cargo ships to transport the residue for me. Shitana picked up her teacup, warming her hands with the hot tea, and smiled apologetically. Sorry, I'm not very familiar with the local situation. Are there enough cargo ships available for you to choose from here in Epimedius? Yes, but there are hidden dangers. Lin Yo pulled out his agent data pad and opened the document authorized to him by Delton. The confidentiality level of private psychers is the same as that of their service recipients. Encrypted documents that Lin Yo could see, Shitana could also see. This encrypted document was related to the local shipping magnate, the Paynes family. This family owned 18 cargo ships. After deducting those destroyed by pirates, 17 remained. 15 of them were under the names of the top 5 heirs in the family, constantly engaged in trading. The remaining 2 cargo ships were currently idle, controlled by H.A. Kasi Bennies, the lowest ranked in the family. This guy outwardly appeared to be a cynical second-generation rich kid, but after careful investigation, Lin Yo discovered that he had a long list of misdeeds. Kasi had previously helped Ozgis spread the Bone Drinker's pathogenic strain, which was one of his misdeeds. Secondly, it was also Kasi who introduced Ozgis to cold trade merchants. It was still Kasi who discussed the corpse starch trade plan with Necromunda. This guy had been assisting Ozgis from beginning to end, and Ozgis was targeting him, suspected of plotting a rebellion. How could Lin Yo entrust the work of transporting promethium refining residue to H.A. Kasi? Absolutely impossible. But apart from the 2 cargo ships under H.A. Kasi's name, there really weren't any other local shipping resources available. The Fugai's family had 27 cargo ships, all of which were transporting materials for the Fugai's family's factories, with no excess capacity to help him. Lin Yo planned to find a way to break the deadlock from outside the nest capital. Madam, do you have any good suggestions regarding the transportation of the residue? Of course. In fact, when you brought up this issue, I thought of someone. Shatana put down her teacup and stood up, walking towards a nearby bookshelf. The bookshelf was piled with parchment scrolls and hard-covered books, which Shatana had brought with her, a large portion of which were her memoranda. Shatana pulled out a parchment scroll and spread it on the table. On the yellowed surface, a portrait of a man emerged. This man had abundant hair, a large beard, and fluffy, thick hair, looking like a lion overall. His clothes were distinctive, pieced together from different materials and styles of fabric, colorful, adorned with numerous gems, pearls, diamonds, and gold ornaments, exuding an air of nobility. This is Sander von Radiagia, a rogue trader. The last time I met him was 5 years ago. The capital of the Radiagia dynasty held a king selection council, choosing one from 3 heirs to inherit the rogue trader status and title. Sander ultimately emerged victorious, becoming the current rogue trader of the Radiagia dynasty. He owes me a small favor, and should be willing to help you transport promethium refining residue for a fee. A favor. Listening to Shatana, she intended to use someone else's debt to her to help solve the residue transportation problem. This wasn't impossible. But would he, in turn, owe Shatana and the rogue trader a favor? As a research dog, Linio was not very skilled in social etiquette, and owing favors always felt a bit awkward. Relax, Linio. Shatana pursed her lips and chuckled, sitting down on the sofa. I read your file before I came. Your real file. A young man born in the lower nest of the Nest capital, who was noticed by the governor's special agent department due to his excellent performance, and then received cultivation. While you excelled at your special agent tasks, you also didn't give up researching your preferred field. Ultimately, you discovered a new technology for preparing synthetic starch. You look like an adult now, but I know you are still 2 months shy of 16. Shatana's smile was gentle, as if she were carefully guiding a junior she favored. In my opinion, you are a young man devoted to scientific research, with a simple heart. You feel uncomfortable about owing favors because, in your eyes, what you owe to others must be repaid. This is your simple belief. Am I right? Linio had to admit that she had read his mind. Yes, madam, that's exactly what I think. Linio, favors don't always have to be repaid. In fact, from my life experience, most favors never get a chance to be repaid, they won't become a burden to you. The small number of favors that do need to be repaid are all within our capabilities and won't cause a burden either. Owing someone a favor means they have high regard for you, they are investing in you with that favor. You should be happy about it. Linio understood this after a moment of contemplation, finally grasping the concept. No wonder there was a saying before he transmigrated, it's not scary to owe favors, what's scary is no one being willing to let you owe them favors. Treating favors as an investment tool, everything made sense. Thank you for your guidance, madam. Linio nodded in thanks. Please contact Sander von Radiagia. Alright, I'll send a star message. Shatana's gaze towards Linio was filled with satisfaction. She closed her eyes, leaned back in the sofa, and said no more. Linio remained quiet, not disturbing her, and silently checked his data pad. While he was talking to Shatana, a communication message appeared on the screen. It was from Taiduo. Linio, Hakasi of the Panies family just contacted me, asking if we want to lease freighters, and the price is negotiable. It's really strange, how did he know we plan to buy promethium refining residue from other imperial worlds? Linio narrowed his eyes, recalling Ozja's psychic abilities. That guy's psychic ability was like a search box in a search engine, whatever answer he wanted, he'd type in the question, wait a moment, and get a response. Last time at the auction, when he used vibration sensing to eavesdrop on the secret conversation in the lounge, he personally heard the process of Ozja's praying to his psychic ability for answers, and it didn't feel like a legitimate psychic ability. Perhaps, Hakasi's initiative offer to lend freighters was at Ozja's instigation, and Ozja had received the revelation from his psychic ability. Those two definitely weren't up to any good. Linio moved his fingers and sent a message to Taiduo, telling her to keep Hakasi waiting. It wouldn't be too late to refuse Hakasi after Shatana had connected with the rogue trader. After the message was sent, Taiduo's reply came. Okay, then I won't bother with Hakasi for now. I'll have my assistant tell him that I'm very busy right now and don't have time to reply, and I'll get back to him in a couple of days. Linio closed his data pad with satisfaction, quietly waiting for Shatana to finish her star message communication. He now deeply understood something Taiduo had said earlier. Psychers are like fine wine, the older they are, the more mellow and fragrant. Young psychers either die in warp storms or miss the chance for a desperate comeback by not speaking intelligibly, ultimately dying in battle. Psychers who manage to live to the elderly stage have all mastered the art of concise speech and are skilled at managing their interpersonal networks. Shatana Nista was a typical example. With such a lady around, the speed at which he expanded his production capacity would probably exceed his imagination. Ozja's residence. Hakasi slumped on the sofa with his data pad, his feet propped on the table, shaking. Ozja stood with his back to the room, by the window, gazing at the beautiful garden outside. At this moment, the sun was setting, and golden rays poured down from the artificial sun above the Wangting district, brilliant and refreshing. But Ozja had no mind to appreciate such beauty. His chief bodyguard, Beijite, and several other bodyguards were dead. These bodyguards had died in the Wangting district, reportedly shot on sight by governor's special agents, the reason being an attempted kidnapping of the deputy governor. Ozja had spent a lot of effort to distance himself from this kidnapping case. When the words deputy governor appeared in his mind, Ozja clenched his fists tightly, a surge of anger rising in his heart. This position should have belonged to him, but now it had fallen to a young noble who had appeared out of nowhere. Ozges was sleepless over this, constantly thinking about a plan to turn the tables. His psychic ability told him that WarHammer40k desperately needed freighters to transport more promethium refining residue. Based on this information, Ozges devised a sinister plan and specifically asked his good brother Hakasi for help. I've got it, Ozges. Tai-Duo's assistant said Tai-Duo is handling official business and will reply to me within 2 days. Don't worry, buddy, I'll definitely give that kid Linyo a low price, guarantee he'll use my freighters to transport the promethium refining residue. Hakasi threw down his datapad, sprang up from the sofa, and chuckled lowly, once the first batch of promethium refining residue is transported back, I'll follow your plan and add some high-octane fuel to the promethium refining residue, blowing up all his synthetic starch factories. Then we'll see how he cleans up that mess. Just the casualties in the lower nest will be enough to give him a headache. Hakasi came to Ozges' side and hooked his arm over his shoulder. How about it, am I a good brother? When you become governor. Mid-sentence, Ozges slammed his fist against the window frame, cutting off the rest of his words. Let's talk about it after I become governor. I received news that a psyker from Terra appeared at the spaceport this morning, and she was picked up by Linyo and Tai-Duo. This psyker didn't go to the Nest Capital Star Language Court but went to the Wangting district instead. I suspect she will become WarHammer40k's personal psyker, which makes me uneasy. I just want to get rid of Linyo as soon as possible, the sooner, the better. Do you have any good ideas? Hakasi shrugged. Why ask me? You should ask your psychic ability. Oh right, I should ask my psychic ability. Ozges straightened up, adjusted his clothes. You go out for a moment, Hakasi. I prefer to be alone when I'm activating my psychic ability. All right, I'll wait in the lounge next door. Call me if you need anything. Hakasi waved his hand, picked up his datapad, and left the room. Ozges drew the curtains, turned off the lights in the room, and chanted strange syllables in the thick darkness. Gradually, a faint blue-purple light illuminated the dim room. At the same time, in the lounge next door, Hakasi looked towards Ozges' direction, as if he could see through the wall. He chuckled twice, the meaning unclear. It was as if he was mocking his brother Ozges for believing in psychic abilities. Or like a cunning old fox who had been plotting for a long time and was about to succeed, secretly gloating when no one was around. How are things? A lazy and sweet female voice sounded from beside him. In the shadows where moonlight and curtains intertwined, a seductive figure emerged. The smile on Hakasi's lips went from almost imperceptible to radiant. My dear, we are about to succeed. The seductive figure walked with a cat-like grace, her curves swaying, captivating to the eye. It was indeed Ruth, who preferred wearing tight clothing. The indescribable actions that followed between the two were separated from Ozges by only a wall. Yet, Ozges was completely unaware of this, fully immersed in the blue-purple light. Chapter 122 Overturning the Table. Half an hour later, Ozges ended his psychic ability, his face beaming with joy. His psychic ability had given him all the information he desired, he knew what to do now. Hakasi, come to my room, Ozges sent a message via data slate. Scuffling footsteps sounded outside the door. Hakasi, holding 2 bottles of wine, kicked Ozges' door open with a bang and walked in, reeking of alcohol. Hiccup a long, drawn-out burp. The scent of strong liquor quickly filled the room, perfectly masking the faint, lingering feminine fragrance on Hakasi. You've been drinking. Ozges frowned. Yeah, buddy. I knew you'd get the answers from your psychic ability, so I opened 2 bottles early to celebrate, hehe. Want some? Hakasi leaned lazily against the desk, turned, picked up a glass, and poured Ozges an alcoholic drink mixed with 2 fine wines. Ozges himself enjoyed good wine, and coupled with his good mood, he took the glass and drank with the other party, not minding the door kicking at all. Listen to me, Hakasi, I found a way. Ozges drained the wine in his glass, took out his data slate, and initiated a communication request. I know a member of the 8th Governor's Guard. He might be able to help. Hakasi slumped onto the sofa, eyes narrowed, cheeks flushed, and mumbled, the 8th Governor's Guard? Are you referring to the guard responsible for overseeing the Planetary Defense Force? How can they help? They can help a lot. You might not know this, but the captain of the 8th Guard is named Shikaf. He's a typical brute, born from a branch of the Wang's family. I'll find an opportunity to host a banquet, invite Shikaf and Linyo to attend, and let them engage in a noble duel. In a duel, it's perfectly reasonable for a brute to accidentally kill his opponent, isn't it? Ozges chuckled proudly. The call connected, but it wasn't Shikaf who answered, but someone claiming to be a member of the 8th Guard named Madsen. Madsen, put your superior, Shikaf, on the line, Ozges ordered in an unquestionable tone, not treating himself as an outsider at all. Madsen paused. Young Master Ozges, Captain Shikaf is currently on an external mission and probably can't be reached for a while. You know, there's no communication signal in rebel territory, it's been like this before. Can't reach him at all. Ozges was unwilling. Yes, young master, there's indeed no signal in the rebel area. At least until Shikaf enters the Planetary Defense Force's communication range, we can't reach him. Is there anything you need? Nothing, I was just asking. Ozges let out a muffled sigh and ended the communication. He threw his data slate onto the sofa, pointed at Hakasi, and instructed, use your family's channels to send an encrypted psyker message to the Cold Trade Group, asking them to send a mud man to kill Linyo. Price is negotiable. Mud man? What's that? Hakasi pulled out his data slate, editing the encrypted message, and casually asked. I don't know what a mudman is either, but my psychic ability tells me that a mudman is a bio-assassin created by the Cold Trade Group. It has never failed and can definitely kill Linyo. Ozjas rubbed his head, a confused expression on his face. Strange. Why does my psychic ability know about the existence of a mudman but not that Shikaf is currently out of contact? A hint of unease flashed in Hakasi's eyes. He buried his head, editing the message, and said without looking up, who knows? Perhaps it's because your psychic ability still needs to grow. The more you use it, the faster it grows, just like exercising. Oh, that makes some sense, Ozjas nodded as if enlightened, then turned his head to look at Hakasi. You must have injected the ghost potion too, right? What was your psychic ability again? Why haven't I heard you mention it? Hakasi sent the message, then lifted his head, his expression a mix of struggle and difficulty. Can I not say? My psychic ability is not as good as yours, it's truly too embarrassing. Ozjas chuckled, not taking it to heart, and waved his hand to let the matter go. The Cold Trade Group had its own means of interstellar communication. They had a way to receive encrypted psyker messages and then reply to Hakasi using the same encryption methods. The two waited for a moment in the room, and the encrypted message from the Cold Trade Group arrived. The decoded message content was simply one line. You send 400,000 physical throne coins to the transit space station. Within 60 days of receiving the money, the mudman will arrive at your nest capital. 400,000 throne coins, these guys really dare to ask for a price, Ozjas's face showed determination. Tell them I'll give 500,000 throne coins, but with one condition, the mudman must arrive at the nest capital within 7 days. Hakasi edited and sent the encrypted message again. This time, the reply came even faster, and its content was. We are evading the Imperial Department of Law Enforcement's fleet. Do you want us to lead them to you? Within 60 days, once the Imperial Department of Law Enforcement's fleet leaves and we receive your money, the mudman will proceed to your nest capital. Understand? I don't want to repeat myself. The Imperial Department of Law Enforcement would periodically launch searches in the Dim Star region, where cold trade was rampant. In this situation, sending the mudman to the nest capital could indeed attract the Imperial Department of Law Enforcement's fleet. There was no other way, Ozjas could only choose to compromise. Seeing Ozjas agree, Hakasi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As he lowered his head to send the message, the corners of his mouth curved up, intentionally or unintentionally. Linyo, I have already contacted the Radiagia dynasty. Shitana, with her eyes still closed, slowly said, Sanders von Radiagia is communicating with me through his private psyker. He heard about your new technology 2 days ago and wanted to find someone to connect with you to see if he could participate in the new synthetic starch industry. Our proactive contact with him made him overjoyed. Linyo raised an eyebrow, not expecting that the rogue trader had already considered cooperating with him. It seemed that the new technology for preparing synthetic starch had indeed become a hot commodity. Everyone who recognized its importance wanted a piece of the pie. To show his sincerity, Sanders was the first to reveal his hand. The Radiagia dynasty had 2 logistics space stations in the solar system. One was newly built, having been in use for less than 3 years. The other was built by the previous rogue trader and had been in service for over 70 years. Both of these logistics space stations had a large number of unarmed cargo ships available for lease, and Linyo could choose freely. If he chose the new logistics space station, the total cost of transporting residue annually would be around 300,000 throne coins. If he chose the old logistics space station, he would only need to pay 30,000 throne coins annually. Such a generous discount was based on a small request, that Linyo and the Radiagia dynasty reach an agreement. The content of the agreement was that when the old space station underwent renovation in the future, Linyo would contribute a portion of the money. The amount of money he contributed would determine the percentage of shares he received in the old space station, and he would receive dividends from the old space station every financial month. Shitana knew that Linyo knew little about the operation and maintenance of space stations, so she proactively explained, a brand new space station costs at least 60 million throne coins and can serve continuously for 70 to 100 years. The renovation cost is usually 1/3 of the total cost, which is about 20 million throne coins. Sanders did not set a requirement for your future investment amount, you can invest tens of thousands of throne coins, or even millions. It's entirely up to you. Madam, if I only invest tens of thousands of throne coins in the future, wouldn't that mean I'm taking advantage of Sanders for free? Yes, Linyo, this is a test from the rogue trader. He wants to understand what kind of person you are through this transaction. Shitana said in a steady voice, Sanders has a basic psychological expectation for your future investment amount. If your investment amount is lower than his expectation, it means you are relatively stingy and like to seize every opportunity to make money. If your investment amount is higher than his expectation, it indicates that you are both wealthier than he imagined and know how to distribute your wealth. Rogue traders like to employ the former type of person as subordinates to open up new revenue streams and cut expenses for themselves, while the latter type of person is best suited to be their friend and partner. Linyo pondered and replied, I understand. Please tell Mr. Sanders that I choose the old logistics space station to transport my residue. All right, I will convey your exact words to him. Shitana was immersed in the psyker communication. Sanders approves of your decision. Within 5 days, his dynasty's special envoy will arrive at the nest capital. At that time, the envoy will visit your factory, witness your new technology, and sign a cooperation contract with you. Shitana ended the psyker communication, opened her eyes, and said with a faint smile, "How is it? Was communicating with the rogue trader simpler than you imagined? A problem that previously troubled you was resolved in just a few words between you and him. That is the charm of communication." "Madam, you are absolutely correct. I have never felt communicating with people could be so easy." Lienyo stood up and bowed slightly. "Thank you for helping me connect with Mr. Sanders. I need to prepare to welcome the Radiagia dynasty's special envoy." "Stay, Lienyo, I'll get you a book." Shatana took a thick, hard-covered book from the bookshelf. "Take this book with you and flip through it when you have nothing to do. I think you'll find some inspiration." "Okay, madam, thank you again." Lienyo hugged the heavy book and turned to leave. Outside the door, under the moonlight, Lienyo looked at the book's cover. Rogue Trader Essays, Travel Insights and Xeno's Dictionary. Opening to the book's table of contents, a dozen rogue trader titles from different dynasties came into view. These rogue traders had written their own autobiographies. The author of the essay collection extracted the essence from these autobiographies and compiled them into the essay collection Lienyo held. The contents included, but were not limited to, the rich experiences of various rogue traders, their exploration and summation of Xeno's civilization, and their research insights into Xeno's materials. It is worth noting that the earliest content in this book can be traced back to the early Great Expedition era. At that time, a large-scale outbreak of bone drinkers occurred at the border between the solar system and the dim star region. Under the guidance of the catalog, Lienyo found the rogue trader's notes related to the bone drinkers, which contained images, anatomical diagrams, and medicinal value analysis of the bone drinkers. A few lines of system text appeared. "You have touched an upgrade item. Appraisal technique and fungal analysis functions have received a temporary enhancement. Absorbing the collection of essays can permanently enhance these two functions, greatly enriching the content of appraisal and analysis results. Would you like to absorb it?" "No, not for now. This book looks very valuable at first glance. If he absorbed it, Shatana might just quit." "Who wrote such an amazing book?" Lienyo looked at the author section on the cover. There were two authors for the book, Agialia and Shatana. This means that Shatana is both his personal psyker and one of the authors of this book. She truly is a knowledgeable lady. Lienyo hugged the book tightly and quickened his steps back to his residence. He planned to set aside a special bookshelf for this book to prevent accidental damage. In the following days, Lienyo, Taiduo, and Isabel frequently traveled between the upper nest and lower nest, fully preparing for a larger-scale expansion of production. During the day, they were busy with work, and at night, they went online to refine Ling bones and train the Gangyang clan. This fulfilling life was put on hold 2 days before the arrival of the Radiagia dynasty's special envoy, due to a calculation result. After repeated calculations by Isabel, the supply of pure water for synthetic starch preparation encountered a bottleneck. It wasn't that there wasn't enough pure water in the nest capital, but as production capacity was released, the marginal cost of pure water rose sharply, almost completely eroding the profits from synthetic starch. To put it more bluntly, the water guild in the nest capital was exploiting the situation, attempting to indirectly encroach on the umbrella group's profits by raising the price of pure water. Their reasons for increasing pure water prices were abundant, nothing more than tiered water usage, which meant increasing water prices in tiers based on water consumption. The more water used, the more expensive the price. If the umbrella group wanted more pure water to prepare starch, it would have to bear higher water prices. If they didn't want to bear the high cost of purchasing water, then they should buy the water guild's industrial water purification equipment. Only by investing heavily in industrial water purification equipment and related infrastructure could their group purify wastewater themselves. At this critical juncture of production expansion, the water guild stabbed Lienyo in the back. There was no need to ask, this was definitely Ozja's causing trouble. The water guild was controlled by the water family, and the water family was Ozja's biggest supporter. Under the control of the water family, the water produced by the water guild should primarily be used for cultivating ghost mushrooms. The large-scale development of new synthetic starch would inevitably squeeze the development space of ghost mushrooms and seize the water originally used for cultivating mushrooms. This deep-seated conflict of interest directly led the water guild to raise the water price for the starch factory again and again. Such despicable actions gave Taiduo and Isabella a headache. Inside Lienyo's laboratory, Taiduo rested her chin on the table, analyzing with a serious expression. I can feel that Ozjas and the group behind him had already made ample preparations for cultivating ghost mushrooms long before the cleanup operation began. Benny's, the merchant family of the Coin Guild, is responsible for transporting the nutrients required for cultivating ghost mushrooms and selling the potions externally. The main controller of the Pharmacist Association is the Liwei family, responsible for preparing the plantations for cultivating ghost mushrooms and researching related pharmaceutical technologies. The Water family of the Water Guild is responsible for supplying the water for cultivating ghost mushrooms. This plan did not include the Moros family, who produce promethium, which is why the Moros family was the first to convey goodwill to us and choose to stand with us. Isabel sat beside Taiduo, thought for a moment, and asked. What about the Wang's family? This family has many factories producing weapons and equipment in the middle nest. What role did it play in the ghost mushroom cultivation plan? Taiduo's pretty face was taut, her expression deep, and although she had only recently come of age, she seemed somewhat world-weary. She knew clearly that the Wang's family's role was not honorable. Delton had already found sufficient evidence to prove that the Wang's family had long been secretly funding the rebels outside the city. If the ghost potion industry flourished, the Wang's family might collude with Ozja's group, allowing Ozjas to lead the planetary defense force to a great victory over the rebels, cheering him on to the position of governor. If ghost potion was deemed contraband by the Imperial Department of Law Enforcement, the Wang's family would not lose out, because their fundamental business was not ghost potion in the first place. These details could not be revealed to Isabel, she currently had no right to know such confidential matters. Tai Duo could only shake her head slightly and say, the role of the Wang's family is still unclear for now, so let's not worry about it. The current is, where can we find enough pure water? The water family has accurately calculated our synthetic starch profit margin. The price they quoted was carefully calculated to just about swallow our net profit for half a year. It's not impossible to buy their equipment, but I just feel unwilling. Swish, the pneumatic door behind the two women slid open. This door was connected to Linyo's private laboratory. The laboratory where Tai Duo and Isabel were located was specifically used to prepare catalysts needed for synthetic starch production. Linyo conducted all research related to genetics in his private laboratory. Of course, the so-called private laboratory was just for show. The system was the one truly conducting the research. At this moment, the system was performing an important automated simulation related to the first gene engineering project. Once the simulation was successful, Linyo would take a big step forward in the constraint plan. Before the simulation results came out, he was a bit nervous and decided to walk around to clear his head. As soon as he left his private laboratory, he saw Tai Duo and Isabel looking worried. They used to often meet in the Catalyst laboratory to plan starch expansion schemes or chat about upper nest news and women's gossip, and the atmosphere was lively. Today, Linyo rarely saw them looking so dejected, and he couldn't help but ask with a smile. Did you two run into trouble? Tai Duo walked over, hugged Linyo's arm, rested her head on his shoulder for a moment, and pouted, complaining. The water family is terrible. Knowing that our expansion needs a lot of water, they suddenly raised the price of pure water significantly, forcing us to buy their water purification equipment and facilities. Isabel and I calculated that the cost of buying these things accounts for 1/3 of our first year's net profit, which is ridiculously expensive. Linyo asked. How much is our umbrella group's net profit in the first year? About 3 million throne coins. The figure of 3 million was quite a bit less than Linyo's previous estimate, mainly because the expansion costs were astonishing. Tai Duo had leveraged her resources and connections to help Linyo acquire many cheap land plots and abandoned factories in the lower nest, saving a large amount of capital. If it were just Isabel alone, the initial investment for the expansion would have skyrocketed, and the first year would likely end in a loss. So, the water family's quote to us is around 1 million throne coins? Why is it so expensive? Linyo asked, puzzled. Tai Duo replied. According to Isabel's and my plan, we need to build 100 new liquid pipelines to collect rainwater from the nest capital's outer shell, and no less than 25 water purification plants to purify rainwater and lower nest domestic wastewater. The water family's price list includes the costs of excavating the liquid pipelines and constructing the new water purification plants. 25 water purification plants sounded like a lot, but in reality, it was still far from meeting future water demands. Once the residues from the 5 mining worlds began to be transported, another 100 water purification plants would need to be gradually built to fully meet the water demands for synthetic starch preparation. By then, 30% of the entire nest capital's domestic wastewater would be consumed by the starch industry. This domestic wastewater, after being treated by water purification plants, would become pure water. A portion of this pure water would then be converted into carbohydrates during the starch preparation process, while another portion would return to the nest capital's ecological environment in the form of water vapor. The pure water converted into carbohydrates would essentially not return to the nest capital's ecological environment. Therefore, as synthetic starch production increased, the overall water volume of the nest capital would show a downward trend. In the foreseeable future, perhaps within 5 years, or possibly within 10 years, Epimedius would gradually experience water shortages. Linyo would be the governor at that time. However, future matters could be put aside for now, let's first solve the current water problem. Linyo asked. If we don't buy water purification equipment, and only dig pipelines and build water purification plants, what would the cost be? Isabel quickly calculated on her data pad and came up with a preliminary conclusion. Without buying water purification equipment, the water family won't be willing to undertake the pipeline excavation and water purification plant construction projects. We'll have to organize our own workforce for the construction, and the project cost will be relatively high, estimated at 650,000 throne coins. Linyo pondered for a few seconds, then snapped his fingers. Then we won't use the Water Guild's pure water and water purification equipment anymore. The pure water currently used for starch preparation will also be gradually separated from the Water Guild. Tai Duo tilted her head. Don't use the Water Guild's water and equipment? Then where will we find so much water? Do you intend to buy it from outside the nest capital? Linyo smiled mysteriously. Since the water family won't make things easy for us, we'll just flip their table. I invented a highly efficient water purification device a long time ago. Because I was worried about retaliation from the water family, I never brought it out. Now is the perfect time to play this trump card. Tai Duo and Isabel were both startled, finding Linyo's invented water purification device somewhat unfathomable. Highly efficient? How high does efficiency need to be considered highly efficient? Can it be higher than existing mainstream water purification equipment? You two wait here for a bit, I'm going to the lower nest. Once you receive my message, come and meet me. Linyo quickly walked to his residence, changed into his disguised clothes and faux leather, and left the Wangting district through a secret door. Chapter 123 Castration of Orcs. Lower Nest, 8th District, Stillwater Street, Linyo's water purification plant. Inside the vacant workshop, Leia had set up a circular track and obstacles. The holographic equipment Lino bought for her was operating. The holographic projection rendered the circular track into a war zone filled with gunfire, while the obstacles in the factory building were rendered as tanks, monsters, bunkers and trenches, and mountains of corpses. Leia wore a vest and trousers, holding a water pipe that resembled a firearm. Beside her were a dozen Imperial Army soldiers created by the holographic device. Leia and these virtual figures moved through the war. Firing shots, providing covering fire, charging and defending in the trenches, Leia precisely executed every step according to the instructions in her earpiece. She and her virtual teammates were fighting against a type of tyrannid alien. This alien possessed a massive maw, sharp claw pincers, and powerful lower limbs. They were swift as the wind, killing indiscriminately, and even individually could contend with several Imperium of Man soldiers simultaneously. A tide of tyrannid aliens surged towards the trenches, their sharp chirps piercing the eardrums, yet Leia seemed accustomed to it, ignoring the noise. She deftly avoided the bugs lunging at her, using the trench walls as cover to block the claw pincers thrusting at her. Da-da-da bullets exploded in the bug's maw, splattering dark blood. Accompanied by a wail, the alien's head burst, and a line of virtual text popped up beside it. Killed one tyrannid, virtual battlefield score +10. Leia chuckled softly, preparing to rush to support her attack teammates. Just then, the projected virtual scene was paused by the holographic device, and a virtual communication interface popped up in front of Leia. Hello? Lino? Okay, come on in. After the brief communication, Leia instructed the holographic device to turn off the holographic projection. The virtual scene in the workshop disappeared accordingly. The holographic device stood in the corner. It was an expensive, large-scale device capable of creating virtual scenes covering thousands of square meters. Upper Nest nobles enjoyed using such equipment to create party atmospheres. For Leia, she preferred to use the holographic war games popular in the Upper Nest to train herself. Physical fitness, shooting feel, combat readiness, designated tactics, all aspects of training content could be found in holographic war games. Entertainment was only one function of the holographic device, its other use was to access the Upper Nest's public database. Since she could remember, Leia had never seen another person with purple eyes, even her parents did not have purple eyes. She was very curious about this phenomenon and searched for relevant content in the database. The search results pointed to a planet in the Dim Star region. 17 years ago, in the 966th year of the 30th millennium, the Imperial Expeditionary Fleet discovered a magnificent cosmic wonder at the edge of the Dim Star region, a colossal eye that seemed capable of devouring everything. It was named Giant Eye by Imperial scholars. There was an extremely strong magnetic field interference and radiation around the Giant Eye. Near it was a planet called Cadia, which had a human civilization in the Stone Age, very backward. The people there also had purple pupils. Imperial scholars believed that Cadia's eyes turned purple due to prolonged exposure to the Giant Eye's radiation, which was an acceptable neutral mutation. Leia breathed a sigh of relief. Now she understood why her pupils were purple. Presumably, when she was very young, an accident she didn't remember caused her eyes to undergo a neutral mutation. Therefore, she had a unique eye color. She just didn't know why. In her memory, her parents had never discussed her eye color with her. Leia couldn't help but fall into recollection, carefully searching for memories in this regard. Click. The factory door was pushed open. Lino walked in from the water purification plant's main workshop. So you're here. I was wondering why I walked around outside and didn't see you. What are you thinking about? So focused. You're here. Nothing, I was just reminiscing about my past life. Leia came back to her senses and asked. Are you planning to further increase the water purification volume? Then I'll clean this place up. No, I'm here for something else this time. Lino scanned the obstacles in the workshop and glanced at the game interface on the holographic device's screen, guessing that Leia was using this place to play holographic games. As of now, White Fruit Manor's water supply was normal, indicating that Leia had not neglected her duties for play. If she stayed alone in the water purification plant and didn't play games to pass the time, she might go crazy. Let her play, it's no big deal. Lino chatted with Leia for a few moments, asked her to help prepare tools and metal materials, and then took these items into the secret room alone. He was going to improve the water orb fungus bioreactor here. The current version of the bioreactor was made using orc mechanical witchcraft and required universal Shinnick material. To overturn the water family's table and break free from the water guild's water, Lino had to first find a way to produce a bioreactor without using Shinnick materials. He disassembled the production process, stopped at the step involving Shinnick materials, and deeply pondered this step. After an hour of research, Lino gained a new understanding of the relationship between mechanical witchcraft and Shinnick materials. It is well known that electrical appliances have the following important parameters when operating. Power, voltage, current, resistance. Power sources made from Shinnick materials and metal materials completely disregard these parameters, you just connect the wires and it's done. Voltage, resistance, current, power. The green-skinned big bosses never care about these things. We think if we connect it, it will work, so it must work. Automatically adjusting the parameters of electrical appliances is one of the functions of universal Shinnick material in mechanical witchcraft. With the involvement of this material, the electricity in the bioreactor will always be in a state compatible with the reactor. Lino dismantled the bioreactor's witchcraft power source and instead used a programmable power source produced by human technology. After multiple rounds of testing, a complete power solution compatible with the bioreactor was freshly developed. After importing this solution into the programmable power source, the bioreactor began to operate without the witchcraft power source. The operation process was smooth and fluid, no different from when using the witchcraft power source. With the emergence of the power solution, the work of improving the bioreactor was successfully completed. Now, Lianyo could mass-produce new bioreactors without water orb fungus by simply finding a contract factory. The matter was not over yet. To prevent ill-intentioned individuals from cracking the bioreactor, and also to prevent water orb fungus mycelia from falling into the hands of others, Lianyo specifically logged into Tech Priest Boy, Gujia's account and devised a safety device. Name, Cracker's Bane. Description: This item is a safety device used to counter cracking methods. Once installed, any attempt to crack the mechanical device will trigger a massive explosion. The production of the new bioreactors was handled by the contract factory. The installation of water orb fungus and Cracker's Bane in the bioreactors was completed independently by Leia. After Leia installed the water orb fungus and Cracker's Bane, she handed the bioreactors to Isabel, who then transported them to the newly built water purification plants. Thus, the problem of water purification equipment was solved. To improve Leia's work efficiency, Lianyo planned to custom build a set of mechanical arms for her, and at the same time, upgrade the bioreactor's specifications to giant size. If she has time to play games, then she certainly has time to work overtime. One giant bioreactor corresponds to one new water purification plant. Calculated at a rate of assembling one per day, Leia would only need to work hard for 100 days to prepare the water purification equipment for 100 water purification plants. It should still be very easy, right? Leia, I have good news for you. Lianyo walked out of the room with a satisfied smile, holding the hand-drawn assembly blueprint for the giant bioreactor. What good news? Leia's eyes darted, and the corners of her mouth curved upwards. Are you going to give me a raise? Yes, I'm going to give you a raise, and in the future, you might not have to guard this place every day. Lianyo chuckled, handing her the blueprint. Take this, and study it first. My fiancé and my assistant will be here soon, and when they arrive, I'll tell you what these blueprints are for. Oh, okay. No, wait, you have a fiancé. Leia was startled, her purple eyes wide and round. If I remember correctly, you're only 15, right? Leia had known Lianyo since he started selling mushrooms. Leia had personally watched a thin, small lower nest boy gradually grow into his current appearance and physique. Precisely because she knew his actual age was only 15, Leia had always treated Lianyo as a companion and had no other thoughts. As Leia's brain crashed, a doorbell rang at the water purification plant's front door. Lianyo went to open the door, leading Taiduo and Isabel inside. The two of them had known that Lianyo had a water purification plant in the lower nest, but this was their first visit to the place. The moment she saw Isabel, Leia let out a sharp shriek. Isabel Cram? Are you Isabel Cram? I've seen your poster on the counter at the Cram cigarette factory. I've been smoking your family's cigarettes recently. Oh my goodness, I can't believe Lianyo's fiancé is you. Lianyo raised a hand to his forehead, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Taiduo clutched her stomach and laughed wildly, almost losing her balance and falling into the water pool, but Lianyo managed to grab her arm. Isabel awkwardly waved her hands repeatedly. No, you misunderstood. I am indeed Isabel of the Cram family, but I am not Lianyo's fiancé. This person beside me is. Now it was Leia's turn to be embarrassed, her face flushed red, like a ripe apple. Lianyo stepped forward and said. Leia, Isabel is my assistant, and she will be your point of contact from now on. This is my fiancé, Taiduo Vogues. Leia gasped sharply, her entire body tensing up as if she had been electrocuted. The recent cleanup operation had caused quite a stir in the lower nest, with the names and images of various hunter lords posted on bulletin boards in the form of posters, proclaiming the upper nest nobles' contributions to the nest capital. In a sense, this was a measure to prevent riots from brewing in the lower nest. The resulting impact was that almost every lower nest resident knew that the current governor had only one descendant, and that was Taiduo Vogues. Oh, I can't take it, my head is a little dizzy. Leia was dizzy from the sudden news. Then you take a moment to recover. I'll take them both on a tour and come back for you later. Lianyo introduced Leia's identity and background to Taiduo and Isabel, not concealing how he had met Leia. Water orb fungus was of great significance, and only those truly on his side were qualified to know of its existence. Lianyo didn't need to say much, the intelligent Taiduo and the experienced Isabel could naturally figure this out. After witnessing the water purification efficiency of the water orb fungus bioreactor with their own eyes, they high-fived in celebration, and the gloom brought by the water family was swept away. Lianyo then described the plan for producing the bioreactor. Taiduo and Isabel fully supported it after listening, and also offered several suggestions. First was the security of this water purification plant. Leia alone certainly wouldn't be enough. Isabel suggested recruiting security personnel willing to undergo implant modifications to protect the water purification plant externally. These security personnel would be implanted with locators and behavior restrictors, requiring them to patrol or stand guard in designated locations during work hours and prohibiting them from approaching the water purification plant after work, or else an alarm would be triggered, or they would even suffer electric shock punishment. The security personnel at Cram Cigarette Factory had all undergone similar modifications. Lianyo approved Isabel's suggestion and entrusted her with the security matters. Taiduo's suggestion was for the Fugai's family's assembly plant to produce the bioreactor components. Firstly, it would save the cost of hiring a contract factory, and secondly, it would facilitate tracking the whereabouts of every component. If even one component went missing, Tai Duo would receive news immediately and dispatch people to search for it. This suggestion was also good, Li Niu had no reason to refuse. The work of assembling the bioreactor, installing the water orb fungus mycelium, and the breaker bane would still be done by Leia. After Li Niu's simplification, the assembly process was not complicated, it was basically a foolproof mechanical operation, so Leia would definitely have no problem. The three of them circled around the water purification plant and returned to Leia. By this time, Leia had recovered from the shock and reluctantly accepted the fact that the young man she knew had become a prominent figure. Tai Duo, Leia, and Isabel discussed the details. Li Niu was in the room, working on the mechanical arm that Leia would need in the future. Later that day, Li Niu and the two women bid farewell to Leia and returned to the upper nest. The three of them enjoyed the dinner prepared by Brandy at Li Niu's residence. After dinner, Tai Duo and Isabel continued discussing their plan in the laboratory. Li Niu entered the study and sat in his chair, quietly waiting for the simulation results. On the simulation interface, lines of system text refreshed, with old text quickly being covered by new text. Fungal gene simulation experiment. Day 73,194, you conducted the 42,515th experiment. In this experiment, you used an orc fungal gene fragment related to reproduction as the experimental object. The gene editing tool you used is the TDDIE1311 artificial nuclease technology. The expression vector you used is CVCPSEABB15 yeast. Gene editing work begins. After 3 ellipses, a large amount of information related to the operation steps appeared on the simulation interface. The gene editing operation steps were mechanized and could be skipped. After the operation was complete, one could directly check the results. The more crucial part was the expression vector for gene editing. The expression vector Li Niu chose was a yeast he created using the fungal cultivation simulation. Whether before or after crossing over, yeast has always been a commonly used host cell in the field of biotechnology. This single-celled eukaryote has a simple structure, grows quickly, and is easy to cultivate. A simple biological structure means that the yeast's own gene fragments have less impact on gene editing experiments. Fast growth means experimenters don't need to wait too long for the gene editing effects to be expressed in the yeast. If market-available yeast were used, it might take 10 days to see the gene editing effects, and if luck was bad, it could even take 30 or 40 days. The CVCPSEABB15 yeast used by Li Niu was different, its expression speed was very fast, generally not exceeding 10 days. Unconsciously, the efficiency of gene editing using this yeast increased several times over. In the short term, it was unlikely that a more superior gene editing expression vector than this yeast would appear. You treated yeast cells with lithium salt to increase the permeability of the cell membrane, thus facilitating the entry of the expression vector into the cells. Expression vector has been introduced into yeast. You quietly waited for the yeast to express the effects of gene editing. A holographic microscope image appeared on the system interface. In the image, a solitary yeast cell was growing and developing in the culture medium. Perhaps influenced by the tech boy's fungal gene fragments, the yeast's color changed from transparent to light green. After turning completely light green, the yeast began to reproduce asexually, its number growing from 1 to 2, then from 2 to 4. Gradually, the originally isolated yeast proliferated into a light green colony the size of a fingernail. The expansion speed of the colony visibly slowed down, eventually stopping. Li Niu's heart rate quickened by several beats. The colony in the holographic microscope image had stopped moving. It had stopped expanding. This was exactly the sight Li Niu had been dreaming of. Orcs have no gender, they are typically asexual reproducers. This reproductive ability is controlled by the orc's fungal gene fragments. Li Niu had been exploring methods to stop orcs from reproducing recently. After the colony reached a certain size, the yeast carrying the fungal gene fragments related to reproduction stopped asexual reproduction as expected. This meant that the gene editing operation just performed could cause orcs to stop spreading reproductive spores at a certain stage of their lives. After the simulated days increased by 3, the nutrients in the culture medium were depleted. The colony slowly retracted, eventually turning into nothing, with no trace of life remaining. At this point, the fungal gene simulation was declared complete. Simulation successful. Congratulations, you have discovered a gene modification plan to curb orc reproduction. Orcs modified by this plan will stop spreading reproductive spores after reaching a certain stage of growth and will no longer be capable of reproduction. Please name this modification plan. Since it's a gene modification plan to curb reproduction, let's call it the Orc Reproduction Regulation Plan. Or the Orc Sterilization Plan, Orc Castration Plan, Orc Emasculation Plan. Any name would work. The meaning is the same anyway. Li Niu silently mourned for his firstkind's taint for 1 second. To prevent it from randomly spreading reproductive spores, it was destined to have no offspring. At this moment, Li Niu seemed to understand a little why space marines and gene seed primarches couldn't reproduce. Neutered space marines and gene seed primarches were good tools, and the same applied to Gen's taint. On this point, Li Niu felt that he, the Emperor, and the scientists like Amar Astartes who created the Thunder Warriors and Space Marines for the Emperor, were in complete agreement. Note 0, Insectoid Xenos do not know Tyranids. Note 1, the Great Eye, later known as the Eye of Terror. During the Horus Heresy, the Great Eye expanded, devouring the surrounding star systems. After the rebellion ended, the Imperium of Man attached great importance to this, selecting Cadia as an outpost to monitor the Great Eye. Cadia thus became the later Fortress World, and the Great Eye was renamed the Eye of Terror. The residents of the Fortress World Cadia were not indigenous but migrated later. Chapter 124 Iron Warriors Technology Explosion. With the issue of orc reproduction resolved, the next step was to establish absolute loyalty. As of now, Lienyo had found 3 paths to make Gunstaint loyal to him. The first path was to use genetic modification to make Gunstaint develop absolute worship and emotional dependence on him. The inspiration for this path came from the Emperor. One of his bonds with the gene seed Primarchus was built on strong emotional dependence. The second path to achieving absolute loyalty was to leverage the orc's belief in Gork and Mork. By selecting the orc fungus genes of the Gangyang clan, and using gene fragments related to Gork and Mork as the editing target, he could replace Gork and Mork with himself. In this way, the orc's act of believing in Gork and Mork would transform into believing in him. In the future, when orcs exclaimed, they would no longer say Gork and Mork above, but rather brotherly above. Shaping loyalty through faith had both pros and cons. The advantage was that it was simple, fast, and more stable than emotional bonds, avoiding the bizarre phenomena of recognizing chaos as father due to lack of paternal love. The disadvantage was that in the warhammer world, it was a case of believe and it is so. Once the number of Gunstaint exploded in the future, with them constantly uttering brotherly, there was no telling when a warp entity of brotherly might appear. If this warp entity named brotherly became uncontrollable, wouldn't that be a complete disaster? His painstakingly created Gunstaint ending up as minions of a warp evil god called brotherly, the mere thought was tragic. Thus, the path of faith became the first one Lienyo rejected, and the emotional path was the second to be rejected. The hidden dangers of these 2 paths were too great. No matter how convenient they were, Lienyo had no intention of using them. The third path to obtaining absolute loyalty was the most secure, though it presented many technical difficulties. Its inspiration came from the Mechanicus's computorium. Computer EMs themselves lacked decision-making ability, they could only execute commands according to predetermined protocols. Computer data tech priests created protocol data cartridges through data programming. Different protocol data cartridges had different uses. Some would load defensive protocols for computer EMs to construct defensive positions on the spot, while others would make computer EMs actively attack and hunt enemies. By switching different protocol data, computer EMs played different roles. Before a protocol data cartridge was inserted, computer EMs would not open fire, let alone act on their own. The only thing that would make them lose control, and only that, was chaos code. Chaos code would corrupt their instruction sets, giving rise to electronic demons with evil consciousness, causing computer EMs to break free from control. This point was a bit tricky for both the Mechanikus and Lienyo. If a way could be found to prevent Gunstaint from being affected by chaos code, then the loyalty problem would be permanently solved. In the more than a month after signing cooperation agreements with the Radiagia dynasty and the 5 mining worlds, Lienyo pondered deeply, launching no less than 100 automatic simulations in I reckon power, finally finding a perfect method to deal with chaos code. Today was December 13th, 985 of the 30th millennium, 17 days before the new year. This was destined to be an extraordinary day. Over the past month, orc reproduction had been suppressed, a method to counter rebellions caused by chaos code had been found, and other sub-projects of genetic modification had also been settled under the system's operation. Lienyo decided to begin crafting the first generation of Gunstaint on this day. For safety, he chose the Gangyang clan as the experiment site. Zalger, go fetch me the materials on the list. Lienyo, possessing Mad Doctor Sack, walked out of the hovel, holding a stack of animal hide paper. During his time as the Mad Doctor's bodyguard, Zalger had learned a lot through observation. Facing the list on the animal hide paper, he frowned and carefully read through it, mostly understanding what the list referred to. All right, I'll go get you the materials now. What are you up to today? I feel like you're planning something big. Exactly. You're absolutely right, I'm doing something big today, something very, very big. If I succeed, our clan will have a batch of excellent boys who can rampage on the battlefield and are very obedient. Lienyo kicked Zalger's calf. Hurry up, don't dilly-dally. I have a lot to do today, no time to chat with you. All right. Zalger scratched his butt, which was covered by metal plates, and walked away with a clanking sound. The Mad Doctor was too short and could only kick his calf, not his butt, which made Zalger a bit regretful. Half an hour later, Zalger returned, followed by 3 motorbikes laden with materials. Behind the Mad Doctor's hovel was a large empty space. Lienyo had Zalger pile the materials there. After confirming all materials were present, Lienyo officially began making the first generation of Gunstaint. The manufacturing plan and process were extremely complex, requiring tens of millions of A4 pages if described in text and diagrams. Having personally participated in every research and development stage, Lienyo was intimately familiar with the manufacturing process. Without the guidance of paper documents, he could create the first generation of Gunstaint purely from memory. First, a genetically edited orc reproductive spore, taken by Lienyo from the fungus warehouse, was placed into a culture tank. This reproductive spore came from Tech Priest Boy, Gujia. It had been genetically edited to only grow into one Tech Boy, with no other products. Tech Boy was chosen because this type of orc was smarter than ordinary orc boys, and his behavior was not as eccentric as a Mad Doctor's, aligning more with human concepts of obedient and sensible. The culture tank used for cultivating the spore contained an accelerating agent for reproductive spore development, called Growth Spirit, an alchemical potion made with Mad Doctor witchcraft. While waiting for the orc reproductive spore to grow, Lienyo proceeded to the second step. The purpose of this step was to build the framework of Gunstaint. Lienyo decided to model the first generation of Gunstaint after the Mechanicus's computer EMs. Therefore, when building the framework, he needed to use metal materials to create Gunstaint's shell, pipelines, data instruction set storage components, and other items. But his current identity was a mad doctor. How could he process metal materials? At this moment, a reward option unlocked over a month ago came into play. Reward 5, gain 1 opportunity to retrieve a character's gene knowledge base without possessing that specific character. Abbreviated as offline retrieval opportunity. Exchange price, several simulation points. The amount of points consumed is linked to your final chosen retrieval result, being 10 times the learning cost of the retrieval result. Remaining simulation points, approximately 150,000. The next reward option will unlock when you gain 1 million points in a single simulation. Linyo previously thought that the 5th reward option could only be redeemed through a human identity. However, this was not the case. This reward could also be redeemed while possessing a mad doctor. To create Gen's taint, Linyo had previously experienced the process of a mad doctor contemplating mechanical witchcraft. He found the mechanical witchcraft needed to create Gen's taint. He logged into Guga's account to learn this mechanical witchcraft, then logged into the mad doctor's account to see if the mad doctor could perform this mechanical witchcraft. Unfortunately, no. To make the mad doctor perform mechanical witchcraft, he had to redeem the 5th reward option while in the mad doctor's identity. Could the tech boys of the Gangyang clan do it instead? Linyo tried to teach them the mechanical witchcraft he learned through Guga, but found it didn't work. Since the mad doctor hadn't learned mechanical witchcraft, the mechanical witchcraft displayed by Linyo controlling this body was severely distorted. The tech boys of the Gangyang clan couldn't understand what Linyo wanted them to do, only staring blankly as the mad doctor gesticulated wildly. Linyo then thought of a third method, which was to possess a tech boy from the Gangyang clan. An awkward situation arose. Since the character save for tech priest boy, Gujia was already in place, the system refused to let Linyo possess a second tech boy. Only by deleting Guga's character save could he possess a new tech boy. After careful consideration, Linyo decided to keep Guga's save and instead learn mechanical witchcraft by redeeming the reward. He operated on the interface, manually redeeming reward 5, and began to reckon. Offline retrieval of Guga's gene knowledge base in progress. Retrieval complete. Retrieval result, 1 item. Name, Suandongdong Device Framework. Learning cost, 100 skill points. Description: Suandongdong Device is computer in human language. Its framework includes circuits, witchcraft power sources, heat sinks, neural signal conduction components, and other parts crafted with mechanical witchcraft. Suandongdong Device can also be called a ticking box, because it makes ticking sounds when it operates. The central processor of the Suandongdong Device must use an orc's head. To learn this mechanical witchcraft offline, you need to pay an additional 10,000 simulation points. Linyo consumed 1,000 simulation points to exchange for 100 skill points. Using 100 skill points plus 10,000 points, he redeemed the blueprint for the Suandongdong Device framework. Under Zalger's frozen gaze, Linyo, in the mad doctor's identity, performed mechanical witchcraft, every operation smooth and fluid, making Zalger's eyes widen like copper bells. Oh Gork and Mork above. Our mad doctor actually knows a tech boy's tricks. Am I dreaming? Zalger's strange cries attracted the surrounding orcs and Gretchen. A group of bald, ignorant greenskins shrieked and screamed, shouting that Gork and Mork had manifested. The tech boys in the mechanical workshop were also drawn over, staring blankly as Mad Dr. Sack fiddled with the welding torch and angle grinder. His movements, his demeanor, his elegant drifting, and his operations were more agile and more Wadaik than those of the tech boys. Amidst the crowd, someone howled, "Our Mad Dr. Sack has become a tech boss." This statement caused an uproar. For a time, the debate over whether Sack was a mad doctor or a tech boss rose and fell, buzzing in Linyo's ears, nearly causing him to lose focus. Quiet. Everyone, quiet down. Linyo turned and shouted at the crowd, "I'm going to be a weird boy in the future. It's perfectly reasonable for a weird boy to know many different types of witchcraft, isn't it? So, there's nothing to argue about. I am who I am still Sack, your mad doctor, and a future weird boy. Now, everyone, be quiet. Don't disturb me while I'm creating a magnificent masterpiece." A Long pushed through the crowd and walked over, raising his arms and waving them, roaring, "Did you all hear that? Our future witch doctor is telling you to be quiet. Anyone who keeps jabbering, I'll hang him up and beat him." A Long's height had skyrocketed over the past month, and his metal armor and metal skin had also expanded, making him look like a steel behemoth, full of oppressive power. As soon as he appeared, the scene became silent, and no one dared to shout anymore. Linyo nodded in satisfaction, casting a grateful look at A Long, who bowed slightly to him in respect. The clan traditions Linyo established a month ago had elevated the overall combat power of the Gangyang clan by more than just one level. Now, whenever there was a clan war, the Gangyang clan's boys would fight like madmen, hacking and shooting, with every boy scrambling to get the enemy's teeth. This brutal act of pulling out the enemy's teeth after killing them left behind countless corpses with bloody, mangled mouths, terrifying the other clans. Some clans regarded the Gangyang clan as a dangerous enemy and took strict precautions. Other clans developed admiration for the Gangyang clan. As of now, an orc clan called Bloodhand has pledged allegiance to Gangyang, willing to follow the Gangyang clan in attacking other clans. The surrender of the Bloodhand clan brought Linyo one step closer to becoming a weird boy. After the debut of the first Gen's taint, more clans would submit to the Gangyang clan's fierce combat power. There was no doubt about this, as could be seen from the changing expressions of the onlookers. At first, the orcs were surprised that the mad doctor could perform the tricks of a tech boy. When Linyo took a rapidly grown orc boy out of the cultivation tank and placed him on the dissection table to operate, the orcs finally realized that the mad doctor was still the same mad doctor. Once he started operating, the mad doctor displayed almost insane surgical techniques. The surgical scene was cruel and ruthless, and the surgical process was ruthless and cruel. Even A Long couldn't help but swallow, and the other orc boys were so scared they kept retreating. This surgery, which connected the orc neural network to electrical conduits and data cables, was something Linyo had already exchanged for, costing him a full 3,000 skill points or 30,000 simulation points. While expensive, it was also well worth the money. In the future, when Linyo modified human bodies, he wouldn't need someone else to operate, he could complete the neural regulation by himself. A moment later, the surgery was over. The orc brain, serving as the central processor, was placed into the frame of the Suandongdong device, along with the neural bundles of that brain, which Linyo also placed inside. After 3 hours of neural connection and adjustment, an orc computer with data analysis capabilities made its grand debut. It received external signals and commands through sensors and cartridge readers. The neural signals it transmitted externally would be converted into binary language by the Suandongdong device, which would then control the mechanical equipment and devices connected to the Suandongdong device. The Suandongdong device was the core of the constraint. With it, the constraint's transmission device, firepower device, shield device, and scanning device gained their backbone. Because an orc head was used as the central processor, chaos code could do nothing to the Suandongdong device, not even contaminate its instruction set. The uses of the Suandongdong device were not limited to this. Upon seeing the Suandongdong device crafted by the mad doctor, the tech boys in the crowd suddenly shrieked. Holy moly! I know why the blue flame furnace always breaks down. Me too. I seem to have suddenly understood many principles. I'm going to the workshop right now to try out my new ideas. The tech boys pushed through the crowd and ran off, casually grabbing a few Gretchen to use as experimental consumables. Linyo glanced in the direction the tech boys had gone and nodded to himself. Today was destined to be a day of technological explosion for the Gangyong clan. By demonstrating the manufacturing process of the Suandongdong device, he had indirectly taught this mechanical witchcraft, successfully enabling the tech boys to grasp the key points of Suandongdong device production. The blue flame furnace they spoke of was a plasma furnace, named for the blue light it emitted. After the last big explosion, the plasma furnace had not exploded again, but it often broke down, which was a major headache for the tech boys. Actually, this was because the Suandongdong device was missing. Through his identity as Guga, Linyo had thoroughly observed the plasma furnaces of the orc pirate fleet and confirmed that the equipment packages with them was indeed the Suandongdong device. Only by using the Suandongdong device to predict changes in the plasma furnace's magnetic field and radiation, and by making pre-adjustments to the plasma fuel input and magnetic field strength, could the plasma furnace operate stably for a long time. Making the constraint in the Gangyong clan today not only produced a prototype of the first constraint but also solved the difficult problems of the plasma furnace for the clan, which could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Linyo composed himself and walked into his shack. When he reappeared in everyone's sight, he held a pile of crystal-clear granular material. These were single crystals of warp energy obtained from grinding the nether bone. The adhesive, cutting fluid, forging table, and tool kit required for warp crystal forging had already been prepared a few days ago. Linyo rolled up his sleeves and got to work, using the adhesive to form the single crystals into blocks and hammering them with a clang. After 4 hours of this, dusk arrived for the Gangyong clan. Under the blood-red sunset, a humanoid weapon, over 2 meters tall, with shoulders 1.5 meters wide, and entirely covered in single crystal warp energy armor, made its dazzling debut. The single crystal armor, due to its material properties, appeared milky white, shimmering in the sunset's light, making it difficult to open one's eyes. The limbs and torso of the humanoid weapon were designed and crafted according to the golden ratio, containing a sense of beauty that even the orcs couldn't help but praise with a shiny big baby, I like it. Overall, the humanoid weapon resembled Bimax from a certain animated movie, except its belly didn't protrude. Linyo stood before the humanoid weapon, took a deep breath, and calmed his agitated heart. He reached into his pocket, pretending to retrieve an item, but actually taking out a yeast cartridge with a chitinous shell from the fungus warehouse. Every material of this cartridge was directly related to fungi, allowing it to be stored in the fungus warehouse. Its chitinous shell came from Ascomycetes, making it waterproof, fireproof, and electrically resistant, as well as hard and resistant to oxidation, ensuring its durability. The combat protocol data stored internally used yeast gene fragments as the data carrier. The humanoid weapon had built-in gene analysis tools that could obtain the yeast gene fragments and quickly read the protocol data on them. Linyo inserted the yeast cartridge into the slot under the humanoid weapon's armpit, connected the power cord to the humanoid weapon, and pressed the start button. Buzz. A low hum made everyone present freeze, followed by a ticking sound that indicated the Suandongdong device was entering operation. All orc eyes were focused on the humanoid weapon. After a series of electrophoresis and ticking sounds, the noisy box in the humanoid weapon's head, which was the sound array device in human civilization, emitted an orc voice. I've finished starting up, Master. The unnamed combat unit reports to you. I am currently performing a self-check according to the protocol data instructions. The self-check results are as follows. Tick-tock box, steady as a rock. Noisy box, loud and clear. Hard armor, all in order. Bang bang stuff, not installed yet. The humanoid weapon took 2 steps forward, then jumped back to its original position, performed a few gymnastics moves, and finally stood straight, saying, click clack legs and clang clang arms, flexible like a nimble dog in the mountains. Report, Master. Self-check complete, all my functions are normal. Linio clenched his fists nervously, opened the system interface, and tried to possess the humanoid weapon in front of him. Only a humanoid weapon that he could possess would be a qualified gun's taint. If he couldn't possess it, the humanoid weapon would just be a ticking time bomb that could go out of control at any time. Linio would rather destroy it than see it cause trouble, or even defect to chaos. The Gangyang clan's population had now approached 50,000, and the production of magic spores had risen to 15 per day. The stored quantity of magic spores should be sufficient to cover the cost of possession. Now, it depended on whether the system classified the humanoid weapon as an orc. A system message popped up. Linio held his breath, checking line by line, his heart beating uncontrollably faster. Chapter 125, Orcs in the Light Water Problem. You are redeeming the second reward. Details are as follows. Reward 2, precisely match and simulate the orc you specify. Redemption price, 100 points and some magic spores. The specified simulation target has been found. Calculating simulation price. The simulation target is an orc tech boy. The starting price for simulation is 10 magic spores. The simulation target has undergone genetic modification. Its genetic purity is only 25% compared to a normal tech boy, increasing the simulation price by 400%. The simulation target has undergone mechanization. Its mechanization level has reached 90%, increasing the simulation price by 1000%. The final simulation price is 10 * 1 plus 400% plus 1000%, equals 150 magic spores. Current magic spores inventory is 266. Do you want to start a new WarHammer simulation immediately? The humanoid weapon was determined by the system to be an orc. He could possess it. Oh yeah. Linio raised his arms, letting out a hoarse cheer. I succeeded. I built an orc mech boy. Ah! Oh yes, I can help you with that. Can you please provide me with the text you would like me to translate? I remember him. He's Elena's father. Godwin and Elena, that father-daughter pair of water guild merchants, helped me replace the water in the lower nest water purification plant with irrigation water for White Fruit Manor. Godwin knows about water orb fungus. Did he reveal the water orb fungus to the water family? No, Godwin has been tight-lipped about the water orb fungus. This man might be key to our control over the water family. Tai-Duo put down her cutlery, wiped her mouth, and said seriously. Before the clean-up operation against the Church of Amalgamation began, Godwin made a request to the water family's patriarch. He hoped his daughter, Elena, could have a set of Hunter Lord equipment to participate in the clean-up operation, thereby moving her inheritance priority up a bit. Godwin's move displeased some members of the water family. These people murdered Godwin's wife and crippled his leg. Elena was also supposed to suffer the same fate, but she was favored by Kadori of the Liwei family at the time, and thus escaped harm. Hearing Tai-Duo's account, Linio truly hadn't expected so many stories hidden within and couldn't help but sit up straight and listen attentively. Elena's experience truly echoed an old saying from before his transmigration. Misfortune is what fortune leans on, fortune is what misfortune hides beneath. If she hadn't been favored by Kadori of the Liwei family, she might have suffered the same fate as her mother, or even worse. Tai-Duo said. After we began constructing new rainwater collection pipelines and water purification plants, the water family secretly investigated where we purchased the water purification equipment. The water family discovered that Godwin and Elena had dealings with the Umbrella Group. The water family convened a special internal family meeting to force Godwin and Elena to reveal the truth. Linio imagined the scene at the meeting, his brows slightly furrowed. They shouldn't have succumbed, right? Yes, they didn't succumb. The hatred for their deceased wife and mother allowed this father-daughter pair to persevere to the end. Furthermore, Godwin, relying on his intellect and experience, helped us convey a message at that meeting. Linio asked, what message? Tai-Duo took a slight breath and said with a faint smile. The message is that whether they oppose the current governor or a future governor, the water family has only one path, death. As long as the governor wishes, the water family's foundation will turn to dust overnight, and the entire family will completely fall from being high-ranking nobles to stray dogs on the street. Linio raised an eyebrow. It seems this Godwin is quite unyielding, daring to speak like that in front of so many family members. Isn't he afraid we won't support him? Tai-Duo's smile remained, her eyes sparkling, awaiting Linio's response. Linio spread his hands. All right, Godwin gambled correctly. When can he see me? Tomorrow. In fact, Isabel and I have already met with them. All cooperation proposals have been drafted by Isabel and me, now we just await your final approval. Tai-Duo opened the document on her datapad and handed it to Linio. Linio took it and chuckled. You two are truly capable, settling things for me without a sound. Of course. The more diligently we handle trivial matters, the more energy and time you can dedicate to scientific research, and the better the future of Nest Capital will be. I am very clear on this point. Tai-Duo tilted her head proudly, smiling broadly, and picked up her cutlery to continue eating. Linio flipped through the document on the datapad and saw the plan drafted by Tai-Duo and Isabel. I have one point to add. Linio brought up the potential future water shortage issue in Nest Capital. After listening, Tai-Duo gradually realized the hidden danger caused by the rapid development of synthetic starch. This was something she and Isabel had not thought of before. According to Linio's deduction. After all the promethium refining residue from 6 imperial worlds is transported to Epimedeus for processing, the total water volume of Nest capital will steadily decline in about 5 to 10 years. After another 10 years, Nest capital will experience widespread water shortages and will have to rely on external imports. Once the water shortage problem becomes a trend, it will become deeply entrenched and beyond remedy. Therefore, countermeasures must be taken before the problem arises. When I meet Godwin tomorrow, I hope you, Isabel, and Godwin's daughter are all present. We will work together to solve the future water shortage problem. If Godwin and the water family behind him can solve this problem, then the water family will have a reason to exist, otherwise. Linio didn't finish his sentence, but Taiduo understood his meaning. The two looked at each other and nodded, reaching a tacit agreement. After dinner, Taiduo rested for a while at Linio's residence, then went to her office to handle official business. Linio entered his private laboratory to prepare for building the first generation of Ginstaint. The next day, in the morning, in the small reception room of the Wangting district, Godwin and Elena arrived as scheduled. Elena looked a bit haggard, a result of that interrogation-like family meeting, but she had also matured a lot because of it, no longer as naive as a rookie just entering the business world. When she saw Linio, Elena's expression was a bit conflicted. The person her father painstakingly tried to set her up with had become an unreachable figure to her. Anyone facing such a huge change would be at a loss. Taiduo noticed Elena's unusual expression and cast an inquiring glance at Linio. Linio dared not show any abnormality at this moment, otherwise he would enter a surer field. He welcomed the Water Guild father and daughter with a frank expression, appearing completely open and honest. Godwin wisely did not mention setting up his daughter with Linio, acting as if the matter had never happened. Influenced by her father, Elena quickly calmed down, casting the embarrassing incident out of her mind. Everyone took their seats in the reception room. Taiduo cut straight to the chase, asking if there was a way to solve the future water shortage problem. This question clearly exceeded Godwin's prepared plan, catching him off guard, so much so that his composed demeanor was broken, revealing a hint of surprise and confusion. But soon, Godwin calmed down and entered a state of thought. Food shortages and water resource scarcity are common ailments throughout the Imperium of Man, only a few agricultural worlds, garden worlds, and paradise worlds are spared. To a large extent, water scarcity is one of the internal drivers of the Great Expedition. Every time a planet with abundant water resources is found, the existing Imperial worlds can extend their lifespan for a period, pushing back the outbreak window of drought for a few years. If Godwin had a way to solve the future water shortage problem, he would have already soared to success, he wouldn't have had his leg broken. I'm sorry, I can only offer a direction of thought, I cannot guarantee that this direction will work. Godwin said apologetically. The water family actually noticed the potential water shortage problem a long time ago. Our internal solution to this problem is to purify radiated water. When it came to professional issues, the right to speak naturally fell to Linio. Radiated water? Are you referring to the light water coolant of the plasma reactor? Yes, my lord, that's what I mean. There are two types of coolant for plasma reactors, light water and heavy water. The main component of light water is H2O, and the component of heavy water is D2O. Theoretically, only light water can be purified and consumed after being affected by radiation. The radiated water they were discussing was precisely the radioactive light water coolant. Godwin opened his datapad and displayed a table. According to our water family's statistics, the total amount of radiated water produced by the Imperium each year reaches an astonishing 1,800 trillion cubic meters, roughly equivalent to the total water volume of an ocean planet the size of Terra. Such a vast amount of radiated water has no further use other than being discharged onto junk planets. Linio pondered and asked. So, the Imperium now has to discover a new ocean planet every year to maintain the supply of light water coolant? Yes, my lord. Linio asked again. Then has your water family found a solution for purifying radiated water? Godwin's expression was a bit awkward. We have, but the cost is exorbitant, to the point of being unprofitable. The value of the raw materials consumed far exceeds that of the water itself. Okay, I understand. Linio cast a glance at Taiduo. Taiduo understood and took over the conversation, discussing the water supply for the starch factory with Godwin, while Isabel took meeting notes. The rainwater collection pipelines and water purification plants wouldn't be built that quickly, but the matter of increasing synthetic starch production couldn't be stopped. For at least 3 months, it would be best to buy water from the water family, otherwise, they would have to import it from other imperial worlds at a higher price. Within these 3 months, stabilizing the water family and giving them hope was crucial to avoid backlash and unrest from them. After these 3 months passed, the fate of the water family would depend entirely on whether they sought their own demise. Linio hoped they would seek their own demise. This way, he could legitimately take control of Nest Capital's water guild, controlling almost all water-related facilities and pipelines. The meeting concluded, Linio saw them off, returned to his laboratory, and began creating the first generation of Ginstaint. The radiated water Godwin mentioned was an excellent research direction, perfectly aligning with Linio's own needs. Once the first generation of Ginstaint, used to protect the human body, was created, he would then research methods for purifying radiated water. There are quite a few things today, so the thank you for the monthly votes will be temporarily moved to tomorrow. Thank you for subscribing. Chapter 126 Linio's head is paid for by the young masters. Godwin, how are things on your end? What did our deputy governor say to you? In Ozja's reception room, a young man dressed in water guild attire was communicating with Godwin. This person was named Farmar Water, the second in line to inherit the water family, the eldest son and only descendant of the family head. Farmar's attire was extremely luxurious, a deep blue velvet grey-collared trench coat, paired with necklaces, shoulder straps, and satchels woven from diamonds, gems, crystals, and gold. From head to toe, he exuded a rich aura of money, making no secret of his extremely substantial family fortune. As the only eldest son of the family head, Farmar would never allow anyone to challenge his order of succession. Godwin was the most typical example. The person who previously harmed Godwin and his wife was Farmar. In the eyes of this eldest young master of the Water family, if Godwin hadn't been on good terms with the so-called deputy governor, he and his daughter wouldn't be alive now, nor would they be qualified to communicate directly with him. In the communication screen projected by the holographic device, Godwin and Elena were sitting in a transport vehicle, just driving out of the Wangting district. Young Master Farmar, the deputy governor has promised to continue purchasing water bodies and water purification equipment from the Water family. But the precondition is that we maintain the selling price of water bodies at the current level. Farmar crossed his legs, lit a cigarette for himself, and squinted his eyes, exhaling white smoke as he asked. Besides this promise, is there anything else? Not for now. The deputy governor hopes to discuss other cooperation projects after the contract for purchasing water bodies and water purification equipment is concluded. All right, I understand. Send over the recording of your meeting. Farmar snapped his fingers, and the communication ended. The holographic device received the recording file and automatically played it. The holographic screen projected by the device disappeared, and several figures sitting around the device became prominent. Their identities were the owner of this reception room, Ozjas Gyaming Fugues. The second son of the Liwei family, the Nest Capital's pharmaceutical giant, Spike Lo. The eldest daughter of the Bruton family, the dominant force in the Nest Capital's rejuvenation field, Ruth Bruton. The youngest heir of the Panies family, the controller of the Coin Guild, the Nest Capital's foremost merchant family, Hakasi Bennies. The eldest son of the Wang's family, the Nest Capital's arms dealer, Visborg Wanzer. Including Farmar, there were a total of 6 people in this reception room. Farmar and the others were Ozjas's strongest supporters. Their fathers worked for the current governor, and they themselves supported the person most likely to become the next governor. This was a consistent style of action for nobles, considered a tradition that had existed since the establishment of the Nest Capital. Now, this tradition was being challenged. An obscure, reclusive family, the sole descendant of that family, a miner who was dedicated to scientific research and had outmaneuvered others with his research results, suddenly became the deputy governor, stepping on Ozjas's head. Such an odd situation appeared too abruptly, leaving Ozjas and his 5 companions caught off guard. They could only continue to advance their own side's plan for the ghost potion while trying every means to curb the deputy governor's momentum. As the leader of the group, Ozjas had to guard against the deputy governor dismantling his group from behind. For example, by using secret talks with Godwin and his daughter, the deputy governor secretly promised generous gifts and offered lucrative conditions to the Water family. Ozjas had no doubt that the Water family might leave his camp because of the deputy governor's empty promises. Thus, there was this scene of Farmar communicating live with Godwin and playing the recording under everyone's gaze. Not long after, the recording of the deputy governor's meeting and conversation with Godwin finished playing, and the reception room fell silent. Hakasi, the merchant's son, slumped lazily on the soft sofa, idly fiddling with his data pad. Ruth crossed one leg, slowly swinging her high-heeled shoe with her toes, which were wrapped in light pink stockings. The other 4 each lit a cigarette, puffing smoke into the room as they pondered the content of the recording. After a long while, Ozjas exhaled a turbid breath and said in a deep voice. Farmar, I advise you not to take Leonio's promise too seriously. His willingness to continue purchasing your family's water bodies and water purification equipment is purely to stabilize you. Farmar stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, shrugged, and leaned back against the sofa's backrest. Our deputy governor said nothing about halting the construction of rainwater pipelines and water purification plants, which means he has decided to use his own purified water. Once the rainwater pipelines and water purification plants are built, he will kick our Water family aside. I am very clear about this, you don't need to remind me. Farmar spread his arms, resting both elbows on the top of the sofa's backrest, and looked at Hakasi, who had been playing games with his head down. Hey, kid from the Panies family, tell me, where are the assassins Ozjas hired? Hakasi was having so much fun playing that he ignored Farmar's call. Ruth kicked Hakasi's shin with her raised foot, and only then did Hakasi come to his senses. What? What's wrong? Is there something for me? Farmar showed impatience and repeated his question. I'm asking you, Hakasi. Where are the assassins Ozjas hired? Hakasi opened the communication log on his datapad, flipping through it as he spoke. The Cold Trade Group people said that the Empire Justice Department fleet left earlier today. We need to send the money to the transit space station. Once they receive the money, the Mudman will depart. Farmar asked. Mudman? What is that? Can it kill the deputy governor? I don't know about that. Ozjas's psychic ability told him to hire a Mudman as an assassin. Hakasi looked at Ozjas. Ozjas nodded. Yes. My psychic ability told me that the Mudman possesses the ability to freely transform into various things, is skilled in stealth and infiltration, and has never failed in the assassin profession. I have prepared 400,000 throne coins to hire one Mudman to kill our deputy governor. You don't have to pay for this, I will bear it alone. Farmar Tut shook his head, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. 400,000 throne coins? One assassin? That's too little. I'll pay 2 million to have the cold trade group send 5 more mud men. The generosity of the Water family's eldest son stunned everyone present. 2 million throne coins were more than enough to buy an unarmed transport ship, and a brand new one at that. Farmar was actually using this money just to hire assassins, which was outrageously extravagant. Ozges thought for a moment and suddenly realized. You want Linio's water purification technology, Farmar? Alright, no problem. After Linio dies, I promise I will find a way to get his water purification technology into your hands. Farmar snapped his fingers. Very good, it's easy to talk to you, that's exactly what I was thinking. So, it's settled then. I'll pay 2 million, you pay 400,000, and we'll hire 5 assassins to ensure Linio has no burial place. Since you two are so generous, wouldn't it be a bit unseemly for me not to participate? Spike Low, who had been silent for a long time, stood up and poured himself a glass of red wine. I'll pay 800,000 throne coins to hire 2 assassins. My condition is that after it's done, I want to see the data on the starch preparation technology invented by Linio. I know this technology has been included in the Mechanicus's sacred database, and cracking it would only bring me trouble. So, I just want to find inspiration from it to use in the pharmaceutical field. Do you have any objections? Farmar shrugged, whatever, as long as you don't interfere with the Water Guild's work. The others all shook their heads. Spike sat down with his wine glass, then it's settled. I'll pay 800,000. Anyone else joining in? Ruth raised her right hand and said with a smile. I'll also pay 800,000, with the same condition as Spike. Very good. Ozges gestured to H.A. Kasi. Kasi scratched his head, how about I pay 1,200,000? I have no conditions, as long as everyone is happy. Yes, as long as we're happy. The deputy governor's death is the best news. Ozges adjusted his clothes, closed his open trench coat, and said, crossing one leg. I'll raise my commission to 2 million, matching Farmar. Visborg, what do you think? Visborg Wanzer, the eldest son of the Wong's family, was bloodthirsty and had a notorious reputation. He was always the most flamboyant at every gathering, liking to show off his muscles and physique. But today, he was unusually silent. Gentlemen, I must first tell you a piece of news that is neither good nor bad. Visborg Wanzer intertwined his fingers on his lap, his face somewhat dim, and he sighed softly. Recently, there have been some personnel changes in the Planetary Defense Force. The company commanders and regimental commanders who were previously on good terms with our Wong's family have retired from the Planetary Defense Force for various reasons. They have been replaced by a group of Terrans, said to be elites from the Skola Progenium. After the new commanders took office, the rebel forces suffered heavy losses. This news caused the atmosphere in the room to solidify, and everyone frowned, even the usually nonchalant Hakasi was no exception. Ozges asked with his arms crossed. Are you saying that the Planetary Defense Force and the rebels are breaking free from our control? Exactly, that's what I mean. Why didn't you say something so important sooner? Ozges's anger surged, and he questioned sharply. Visborg Wanzer spread his hands. My apologies, I saw you all discussing so enthusiastically earlier, I didn't have the heart to interrupt you. However, there's no need to rush, our family has already made a decision. Wisabaj paused, then held up 4 fingers on his left hand. Our Wong's family can allow the Planetary Defense Force and the rebels to break free from control, but the object of the Planetary Defense Force's loyalty and protection must be one of our own, which is Ozges. Therefore, 4.8 million throne coins. Our Wong's family will contribute 4.8 million to hire 12 assassins, striving to eliminate the deputy governor. Hiss. A collective gasp echoed in the room. After 2 seconds, Ozges clapped his hands, the anger on his face completely vanished, replaced by admiration and affirmation. Good, good, good. The decisiveness and generosity of the Wong's family impress me. Ozges stood up, fetched a wine bottle and glasses, poured a drink for everyone, and said excitedly. The Wong's family will contribute 4.8 million throne coins, Famar and I will each contribute 2 million throne coins, Hakasi will contribute 1.2 million, Spike Low and Ruth Bruton will each contribute 800,000, totaling 11.8 million throne coins, to hire 29 mudman assassins. We will definitely make Linio shatter into a million pieces. Everyone raised their glasses and gathered in a circle, toasting each other. Hakasi suddenly joked. What if that still doesn't take down Linio? Ozges was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, if that still doesn't take down Linio, I am willing to serve Linio just as my father served Lord Vogues. Famar also laughed. Ha, I agree with Ozges. A person whom 29 assassins cannot kill is indeed worth following. At that time, I, on behalf of the Water family, will have no problem giving the Water Guild and water purification equipment to Linio. The others deeply agreed, echoing Ozges's and Famar's statements. With a total expenditure exceeding 10 million throne coins, let alone a deputy governor, even Lord Vogues would have to die. The promises made by Ozges and Famar contained an element of jest, but they also represented a genuine thought. A deputy governor who survives being hunted by 29 assassins is indeed worth following and pledging allegiance to. But they seem to have forgotten a crucial matter due to their overly high spirits and inflated desires. If the deputy governor did not die, whether they, this group of people, could serve him was not up to them. The secret meeting of the 6 concluded with a shared drink of fine wine. The more than 10 million throne coins would be paid in 3 installments, 4 million first, then 4 million when the assassins were in place, and the remaining balance would be paid after the assassination, regardless of success or failure. Hakasi contacted the Cold Trade Group, and the two parties reached an oral agreement. An armed cargo ship loaded with 4 million physical throne coins would depart tomorrow, transporting the first payment to the transit space station. If all went well, the assassination could be carried out on the evening of the first day of the new year. Everyone was not worried that the Cold Trade Group would take the money and do nothing. Their side and the other party had cooperated many times, having long established deep-rooted ties. Moreover, after Ozges became the governor, it would only benefit the Cold Trade Group, not harm it. Before the meeting adjourned, Visborg Wanzer raised a concern from his family. Everyone, have you considered this? After the deputy governor's death, Lord Voges might lose his mind and use the artificial sun to fire a light spear, killing Ozges, who directly benefits from the deputy governor's death. The probability of this happening is extremely low, but it cannot be denied that it is indeed possible. Before Ozges could offer his opinion, Ruth Bruden quipped. Do you think firing a light spear with the artificial sun is something the governor alone can decide? Control of the artificial sun is in the hands of the Mechanikus in the Nest capital. Firing a light spear requires the consent of the Nest capital administrator of the Mechanikus. Ozges also laughed. Ruth Bruden is absolutely correct. Besides, I won't face the light spear alone, I'll have so many innocent people around me, and possibly even other branch members of the Fugais family. How irrational do you think the governor would have to be to force the Mechanikus to take the lives of innocent people and members of the Fugais family with a light spear? Weissabich was rendered speechless by the rebuttal and could only raise his glass to signal a toast. All right, I was overthinking it. Even if that old man Voges had 10 times the guts, he wouldn't dare to seize the right to fire the light from the Nest capital administrator. Cheers, everyone, I'll drink an extra glass for my earlier rambling. Cheers. To our shared future. Glasses clinked. Followed by the gurgling sound of large gulps of wine. After the meeting, the 6 people, content and satisfied, departed one after another. Hakasi returned to his residence and entered the bedroom. There, he saw Ruth Bruden, who had arrived earlier. The two embraced under the artificial moonlight, and Ruth Bruden used her slightly pink-tinted hair to caress Hakasi's cheek, murmuring. It's not enough, Hakasi, I feel it's not enough. We need to add a few more people to the assassination list, and use their money to do our bidding. Hakasi and Ruth Bruden exchanged a smile. Yes, my dear, you reminded me. I foresee a possibility, more chaos brings more spoils. I need to make some changes to Ozges's assassination plan. Devious and brilliant, only through constant change can I draw more wisdom from my psychic powers. Ruth Bruden's eyes were like silk, and she pushed Hakasi down. Let me feel your warmth and passion, my dear. Your psychic powers are making you stronger and stronger, stronger in all aspects, I can feel it deeply. Lienyo was completely unaware that the bounty on his head had reached over 10 million throne coins. At this moment, he was staying up late in his private laboratory, manufacturing Gunstaint. The frame of the tick-tock box was completed and ready to house the orc brain at any time. It only needed to be powered on, and the tick-tock box could operate. The noisy box, bang-bang gadget, click-clack leg, clang-clang arm, and the miniature plasma reactor disassembled from the Hunter Duke equipment were all displayed on the shelves by the wall. Gunstaint's bang-bang gadgets were specially made weapons, all crafted according to Gunstaint's hand dimensions. The materials used were mainly warp energy monocrystals, with a small portion being metal objects that could not be replaced by monocrystals. To further enhance Gunstaint's mobility, Lienyo specifically logged into Guga's account and pondered over a dozen different types of mechanical witchcraft. He used the newly learned mechanical witchcraft to create different styles of mecha endoskeletons, servo motors, hydraulic transmission devices, electronic muscle bundles, optical imaging components, automatic sensors, breathing grills, temperature control components, silent magnetic boots, and other parts. After multiple installations, tests, and disassemblies, the first generation Gunstaint, with its excellent performance, began to take shape at midnight on this day. After equipping all modules except the flight backpack and nutritional supplement components, the total mass of the first generation Gunstaint reached 550 kilograms. Lienyo was applying paint to the first generation Gunstaint. At the same time, he was also contemplating Gunstaint's formal designation, establishing his own original Gunstaint warrior. Chapter 127, Grey Knights Black Fans. The Grey Knights are the Imperium's future armed force specifically designed to counter chaos. The gene seed of the Grey Knights has a mysterious origin, said to come from the Emperor himself, and it grants every Grey Knight extremely powerful chaos resistance. Even a Grey Knight recruit can cause weak chaos demons to disintegrate simply by looking at them. Every member of the Grey Knights is an etheric nullifiers. They undergo extremely rigorous etheric nullifiers training, enabling them to completely isolate the negative effects of the warp when casting etheric nullifiers. Therefore, chaos demons cannot corrupt them when they draw energy from the warp. Additionally, the Grey Knights' specialized armor and their faith in the God Emperor ensure that even when facing powerful demons directly, they will not be easily corrupted. With multiple factors working together, the Grey Knights' chaos resistance is nearly 100%. Gunstaint is vastly different from the Grey Knights. Gunstaint's chaos resistance comes from the etheric nullifier's shield inherent in the warp energy monocrystal. So, which is higher, Gunstaint's chaos resistance or the Grey Knights? Currently, considering that Gunstaint has many exposed sensors, Gunstaint and the Grey Knights have roughly the same level of chaos resistance. However, in the foreseeable future, Gunstaint's chaos resistance is bound to comprehensively surpass the Grey Knights. Firstly, Gunstaint currently lacks a specialized gene seed, and thus, the chaos resistance provided by 1. Secondly, Constraint does not utilize any faith-based items related to the God Emperor, such as purity seals. Once the Emperor starts selling hooks on his golden toilet in the future, Constraint will be able to leverage the God Emperor to further enhance his chaos resistance. In summary, Constraint's chaos resistance will comprehensively overwhelm the Grey Knights, ultimately evolving into a mutated Grey Knight wearing warp energy monocrystal armor. Based on the fact that his chaos resistance is higher than the Grey Knights, Lienyo named his first original Constraint army Black Knights. On December 30th, 985th year of the 30th millennium, at midnight. Inside the private laboratory, a pure black humanoid sculpture stood on the power armor modification workbench. It was like an indescribable black shadow. Onlookers could only confirm that it possessed a head, limbs, and torso, while all other surface details were hidden in darkness that even light could not illuminate. Strong light shone upon it, yet there was not a single reflection. The coating, created by mechanical witchcraft, swallowed all light. In the eyes of orcs, Gork is skilled in frontal combat, while Mork is superior in sneak attacks. Therefore, the coating that could absorb all light was named Mao Ji's black hair. Whether it was visible light, infrared light, or ultraviolet light, no feedback could be obtained from the coating. This is the first characteristic of the Black Knights. Cannot be detected, cannot be perceived, cannot be spied upon, cannot be tracked. Not only can optical sensors not capture the Black Knight's traces, but electromagnetic sensors, odor sniffers, metal detectors, gravitational wave detectors, and a series of other detection methods that use electromagnetic waves as a medium also cannot detect the Black Knight's existence. On optical instruments, the Black Knights are merely a black shadow. In the sensing results of other instruments, the Black Knights simply do not exist. This is the stealth characteristic granted to the Black Knights by the Mao Ji's black hair coating. The mechanical witchcraft used to create this coating was extremely expensive, costing a full 50,000 simulation points. The only possible way for traces to be exposed is through the heat sinks. After more than 10 minutes of high-intensity combat, the temperature of the heat sinks and the expelled airflow will noticeably increase, subsequently being detected by thermal sensors. Mechanical witchcraft cannot solve this drawback, nor can human technology. Lienyo placed his hopes on fungibility. Only when a fungibility capable of cooling the medium appears will the Black Knights possess perfect stealth characteristics. The powerful characteristics brought by Orc Tech Boy witchcraft do not stop there. The second characteristic of the Black Knights is silent and imperceptible. A force field generator named Mao Ji quietly is constantly in operation. The learning cost of this generator is also high, at 50,000 simulation points. The force field it creates covers the surface of the Black Knights, containing all sounds emitted by the Black Knights within the force field's range, preventing them from being detected by sensors outside the force field. The third characteristic of the Black Knights is chaos must die. It cannot make minor demons disintegrate upon seeing it, unlike the Grey Knights. However, the specialized weapons equipped by the Black Knights theoretically have an overwhelming effect on chaos demons. Lienyo also specifically exchanged for and learned the blueprints for the finder, and created 2 miniature finders. One he carries on himself, sensing any non-human creatures around him 24/7. The other is installed on the Black Knights, constantly monitoring the laboratory. Due to a lack of test subjects, Lienyo currently has no way to confirm whether the specialized weapons in the finder can be effective against chaos demons and various xenos. However, for now, the Black Knight's panel parameters are already enough to satisfy him. He clicked on the system interface and looked at the fungus warehouse. Magic spores quantity, 338. A few days ago, the number of magic spores was insufficient, and Lienyo was unable to possess the Black Knights, but now the quantity is sufficient. He selected reward 2 and redeemed the reward. You have specified a simulation target. Calculating simulation price. Simulation target, Orc Tech Boy. Starting simulation price is 10 magic spores. Simulation target has undergone genetic modification, its genetic purity is only 10% compared to a normal Tech Boy. Simulation price increased by 1000%. Simulation target has undergone mechanization modification, its mechanization level reached 90%. Simulation price increased by 1000%. Final simulation price, 10 asterisk, 1 plus 1000% plus 1000%, equals 210 magic spores. Current magic spore inventory, 338. Do you wish to immediately possess your designated target and start WAOX simulation? The genetic purity of the Black Knights was only 10% of that of a normal Tech Boy. Such low genetic purity caused the price of the first simulation to increase significantly. Fortunately, the final simulation price did not exceed the budget, and Lienyo breathed a sigh of relief. Lienyo sat in his chair, silently thinking. Confirm possession. Lienyo's consciousness left his body and shot into the Black Knights. At this moment, he was the Black Knights, and the Black Knights was he. Lienyo raised his hands, feeling the strength and weight brought by the genetic and mechanical modifications. Click, click, click. He clenched his fists tightly, and the matte leather on the gloves made a series of crisp sounds, showing faint signs of being torn by the immense force. Lienyo loosened his hands in time, so as not to break the Black Knight's skin right after it was built. Looking up at his human body by the table, Lienyo felt that he only needed to use 20% of his strength to kill his own human body. The rumored "who killed me? I killed me" could be achieved with just a thought. Killing himself? How absurd. Lienyo shook his head slightly, abandoning the impractical thoughts, and calmly checked every parameter of the Black Knights. The finished Black Knights still adopted the dual insurance design concept of Orc Brain and Intelligent Control Protocol data. The currently loaded protocol data is Alert Protocol. The Black Knights can move within the laboratory, maintaining constant vigilance and automatically reacting to illegal intrusions. During possession, Lienyo could use Vibration Art to eject the current protocol data cartridge and replace it with a new one for the Black Knights. Outside of possession, only Lienyo himself could change the Black Knights protocol. In the most extreme circumstances, such as chaos demons breaking through layers of defenses and about to uncover the Black Knight's essence, or if the Mechanikus captured the Black Knights. At this point, the blast all buried within the Black Knights would automatically activate. This item was a miniature positron pulse bomb crafted with mechanical witchcraft. A localized positron explosion, confined to a 3-meter radius, would destroy all orc tech creations within the Black Knights, burying the Black Knight's secrets forever. The learning cost of this bomb was also very high, a full 10,000 points. It is worth mentioning the raw materials for the positron pulse bomb. It is the fuel for plasma reactors, called plasma reactants by the Imperium of Man, and blue coal in orc slang. The Steel Tribe's blue coal is produced through an extremely complex concentration process. Lienyo had a sudden idea and used ancient crystal fungus on the orc fuel produced by the oil guzzler squig. The result made him ecstatic. After a simulation duration of 1 day, blue coal in monocrystalline form appeared. This material could both power plasma reactors and be processed by mechanical witchcraft into raw materials for positron pulse bombs. In other words, as long as promethium ore was abundant, Lienyo could use ancient refined fuel fungus to obtain sufficient orc fuel, and then use ancient crystal fungus to purify the orc fuel, obtaining the raw materials for positron pulse bombs. To put it simply, approximately 100 tons of solid promethium ore could produce one medium-sized positron bomb capable of destroying a guardsman. Upon discovering this production chain, Lienyo's fear of insufficient firepower vanished, replaced by a craving for promethium ore. Mao Ji's black hair, Mao Ji quietly blast all, and Finder. These 4 mechanical witchcrafts together cost a total of 130,000 points. Adding in the learning costs for other components, Lienyo spent points like water. As of now, he only had a fraction of his simulation points left. Remaining simulation points, 6154. It's okay, points can be earned again. If my life is gone, then it's truly gone. Trading simulation points for life insurance, this deal is a win no matter how you look at it. While testing the Black Knights, Lienyo planned for the future. Thump, thump, thump. A faint knock sounded at the door, followed by Brandy's voice. Master, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. You should go to sleep. All right, Brandy, I'm coming now. Lienyo ended his possession and replied in his human form. To avoid disturbing the New Year's Day celebration parade, Lienyo specifically asked Brandy to remind him to go to bed at 1 a.m. He saved the test data, officially ending the day's work. Lienyo opened the gate of his private laboratory and turned off the lights inside. Darkness filled the laboratory, with only the indicator lights of the experimental equipment emitting faint glows. On the power armor modification platform, Black Knights merged with the shadows, as if it had become darkness itself. Lienyo gazed in the direction of Black Knights, nodded slightly, becoming more satisfied with the concealment of the first-generation Gun's taint, and turned to rest. The Wangting district welcomed a quiet night. Servants moved through the governor's mansion and buildings in the Wangting district, softly wiping every floor tile until they sparkled. Brightly colored ribbons, bells, festive ornaments and other decorations were placed in corridors and rooms, and carefully prepared bouquets were arranged on tabletops, awaiting tomorrow's feast. Outside the Wangting district, in the urban area, street cleaning and festive decorating were underway. Overnight, a strong festive atmosphere filled the air. As the dawn light of the artificial sun pierced through the night, the last day of the 985th year of the 30th millennium arrived. The grand celebration of bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new would begin in the afternoon of this day and continue until the 3rd day of the new year. In the afternoon, the governor's parade motorcade departed from the Wangting district. Before officially entering the urban area, the motorcade welcomed the parade vehicles of various families. The motorcade grew in size, including not only the governor's daughter, and the newly appointed deputy governor, but also representatives from various families. Regardless of how much resentment, grievances, or deep-seated hatred they had accumulated over the past year, they had to hide all negative emotions beneath polite smiles during this grand parade, appearing dignified, yet it was something they had to do. The motorcade formed a long line and entered the urban area, with deafening cheers rising and falling, and ribbons fluttering everywhere. The nobles wore brilliant smiles, waving their arms to the crowds along the road, as if wearing exquisite masks, concealing all undercurrents beneath their glamorous attire and etiquette. Ozjaz. Hakasi stood on the float, lowering his voice to Ozjaz's ear, "They're here. The ship just arrived at the spaceport 10 minutes ago. We'd better go and meet them for the trade as soon as possible to avoid any trouble." Ozjaz's arm-waving motion paused slightly, and he turned his head with the smallest possible movement, whispering in response, "You find a chance to slip away, and I'll cover for you. Give them the assassination plan I drafted. Once they confirm the plan is fine, you give them the second payment." Hakasi's sloppy image perfectly suited his sneaking away behavior. After all, as the youngest son in the family, he probably didn't have much presence. The more mistakes he made, the more favorably the other family heirs would view him, and they might even proactively help him explain to his father. Ozjaz's arrangement for Hakasi to meet the assassins alone was perfectly reasonable. "All right, then I'm off. Wait for my news." Hakasi slowly retreated, leaving the float's railing and moving to the first level of the float, standing by the rear door. As the motorcade entered an underpass, Hakase's chance to leave the motorcade arrived. There were no onlookers in the underpass, and the motorcade would pause here for 1 minute before starting the next leg of the parade. While the motorcade was stopped, Hakase quickly changed into his casual clothes, covered his face, slipped out of the float, and ran into the underpass's emergency exit. A transport vehicle, which had received his message in advance, was waiting for him at the end of the emergency exit tunnel. Moments later, Hakase arrived at the spaceport. He took the orbital elevator to the space dock and met the main party in an ordinary civilian freighter. The other party consisted of 3 trading representatives from the Cold Trade Group. These 3 individuals were precisely the illicit merchants who had appeared at the Ghost Mushroom auction, and then, under the encirclement of the 7th Governor's Guard, used etheric nullifiers to escape the cordon. Their disguised identities this time were still merchants, and the 3 disguised identities came from 3 different imperial worlds, which showed how powerful the Cold Trade Group's network was. Did you bring the throne coin? The speaker was the leader of the 3, his voice and appearance vastly different from when he last appeared, only his indifferent eyes, which regarded human life as expendable, remained unchanged. When he last met Ozjas, he frankly told Ozjas that his Cold Trade Group would slaughter a weak human planet to obtain corpses for cultivating ghost mushrooms. After Ozjas was confined, the corpse trade was forced to stop, but this did not mean that the Cold Trade Group would let go of that planet. The Imperium of Man did not allow the sale of corpses, but Xeno's civilization was different. The same corpses, selling them to a Xeno civilization was much safer than selling them to Epimedius. Hakase was accompanied by his chief guard, who carried a money box. At Hakase's signal, the chief guard opened the money box, revealing a pile of large denomination physical throne coins, their golden glint dazzling and making people's throats bob. The freighter where everyone was located primarily transported stone products. Aside from a few hundred unprocessed, unpolished high-grade stones, there were no other people in the cabin. Hakase closed the money box, one hand in his pocket, the other resting on the lid of the money box, his gaze sweeping across every corner of the cabin as he slowly asked. I brought the money, but where are those 29 mud men? Where are they? Also, what should I call you? I can't just give you a random name, can I? My oversight, I forgot to tell you my code name last time we met. You can call me Black Scythe 1, the one on my left is Black Scythe 2, and the one on my right is Black Scythe 3. Black Scythe 1 spread his arms and shrugged. Those 29 mud men are right here. I'll have them come out now. Black Scythe 1 snapped his fingers a few times. Under the stunned gaze of Hakase and the chief guard, 29 rocks squirmed, transforming into dusty humanoids in a few breaths. These 29 humanoids approached with light, cat-like steps. Their bodies changed as they walked, ripples appearing on their surfaces, and layers of circular patterns quickly swept over their entire bodies. Fabric, silk, human hair, and skin emerged in the undulating waves of texture. When they stopped beside the Black Sickle trio, 29 men and women, identical to real people, appeared on the scene. These people ranged in age from old to young, some alluring, some robust, and every movement was indistinguishable from a real person. Hakase picked up his data pad and scanned these people, surprised to find that they all possessed human biological characteristics. From pulse, heartbeat, body temperature, to breathing rate, every point matched human characteristics. Without scanning their genetic samples, their shape-shifting ability completely reached a level of being indistinguishable from reality. Let me introduce them to you. Black Scythe 1 raised his hands and placed them on the shoulders of the figures on his left and right. These mudmen are disposable biochemical assassins, modified by Arceus. As you've seen, the mudmen's shape-shifting ability is incredibly powerful. More importantly, killing them isn't easy. Watch closely. Black Scythe 1 pulled out a dagger and plunged it into the mudman's eye socket with a whoosh. The blade churned inside the mudman's head like an egg beater, but no blood or tissue fluid flowed out from beginning to end. When the dagger was pulled out, the wound in the mudman's eye socket squirmed a few times, quickly recovering as before. Black Scythe 1 switched weapons and furiously strafed the mudman with a bolter. The mudman endured the hail of bullets but recovered to its original state in a few breaths, though it looked a bit haggard. After Black Scythe 1 injected it with a dose of medicine, the haggardness on the mudman's face disappeared, and it became radiant again. Hakase and his chief guard watched with their mouths agape throughout, completely awestruck by the mudman's abilities. Chapter 128 Everyone is in the plan. With their incredibly refined shape-shifting abilities and unimaginable resilience, the mudmen's assassination performance was absolutely dazzling. Black Scythe 1 claimed that some mudmen had even mastered exquisite psychic abilities. These assassins would find suitable weapons themselves, becoming unstoppable killers without the buyer needing to worry. Hakase's heart pounded as he listened, his eyes filled with a longing light, as if he saw his assassination targets being torn to pieces by the mudmen. He waved his hand, signaling his chief bodyguard to hand over the money box, while he took out his day top hat. Take the money. I'll send you the operational plan. Black Scythe 2 caught the money box and immediately counted the physical throne coins inside. Black Scythe 1 received the operational plan sent by Hakaze on his day top hat. When he saw the assassination targets listed in the plan, he paused slightly, then scoffed. This isn't right, is it? Weren't your original assassination targets only the deputy governor? How come this plan has several more people? Hakase, with his hands in his pockets and his chin slightly raised, said calmly. Mudmen are disposable biochemical assassins. Those were your exact words. If there are any left after killing the deputy governor, let them take out the others on the list. Don't you charge based on the number of mudmen? One mudman is 400,000 throne coins, so 29 of them is 11,600,000. You won't be shortchanged. Who the mudmen kill is up to me. Hakasi gestured to his chief bodyguard. The chief bodyguard unslung another encrypted briefcase from his back. When opened, it contained another sum of physical throne coins. The chief bodyguard handed the case to Black Scythe 3, who quickly counted the money. The amount in the case was exactly 3,600,000 throne coins, equivalent to the third payment that was supposed to be made after the assassination. Ha ha ha, your Nest Capital Noble's ways truly open my eyes. I like straightforward collaborators. Black Scythe 1 tucked the day top hat under his arm and clapped his hands forcefully. You're right, we charge based on the number of mudmen. Since we've received all the money, the mudmen's assassination targets are for you to decide. Have your bodyguards step outside, I will now tell you how to control the mudmen. Hakasi had brought 8 fully armed bodyguards, his trump card to prevent the Black Scythe trio from double-crossing him. If all the bodyguards left, Hakasi wouldn't dare stay there. Transmit the control method to me via day top hat. Heh, are you joking, fella? These are biochemical assassins, not mechanical assassins. Controlling them requires your blood, voice print, and scent, not a few binary signal pulses. If you're not afraid of your bodyguards using the mudmen to kill you, then let them stay here. We've already received the money anyway. Black Scythe 1's words made some sense. The 3 of them had already received the money, so there was no need for a double cross. Rather than letting the bodyguards get involved with 29 biochemical assassins, it was better to keep them all to himself. Hakasi's mind raced, and he snapped his fingers at his subordinates. Everyone out, wait in the corridor. Yes, young master. The chief bodyguard bowed slightly, shot a warning glance at the Black Scythe trio, and led the bodyguard team away. After the 8 bodyguards left, a hiss came from the cargo bay door as the hydraulic transmission pushed the gate shut. The atmosphere inside the cargo bay became oppressive, making Hakasi feel uncomfortable. Black Scythe 2 and Black Scythe 3 stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right. One took out a metal syringe for drawing blood, while the other held a scanner for collecting voice print and scent information. Black Scythe 1 stood in front of Hakasi, raising his hands and pressing them down in a calming gesture. Relax, fella. We'll be done with this very quickly. By the way, was changing the plan your own idea? Aren't you afraid Ozjas will come looking for trouble afterward? Black Scythe 1 seized the opportunity to make small talk, to help Hakasi relax. Hakasi extended his right arm under Black Scythe 2's guidance, rolled up his sleeve, and prepared for the syringe to pierce his skin. Facing the needle, his body stiffened slightly, but he still feigned composure. Heh, I am a merchant. I believe the essence of business lies in adaptability. Constantly adjusting one's plans to maximize profits, that is the mark of a qualified merchant. Oh, I like your perspective. Only by maximizing profits can one be a qualified merchant. Coincidentally, I am also a merchant. Black Scythe 1 laughed meaningfully. The laugh sent shivers down Hakasi's spine, as if a furry paw had reached into his chest, about to grasp his heart. Hiss. The metal syringe changed direction mid-air, from piercing his arm to piercing his neck. Before Hakasi could scream, Black Scythe 3 covered his mouth and nose, silencing him, while the surrounding mudmen held his limbs, pinning him firmly in place. The plunger of the metal syringe was pushed, and a cold liquid surged into Hakasi's carotid artery, flowing throughout his body with the rushing blood. Hakasi's eyes widened in terror, and numerous blue-purple clouds appeared before him. Black Scythe 1's voice seemed to possess a soul-snatching magic, lingering and circling in Hakasi's ears. When Ozjas sought answers from psychic energy, it was actually you responding to him, wasn't it, Hakasi? Hakasi's pupils constricted sharply. This was a secret buried deep within him, unknown even to Rose, yet how could Black Scythe 1 in front of him know it so clearly? Then have you ever considered where the answers you received from your own psychic energy came from? Black Scythe 1's smile became exaggerated, his lips curving upward in a wide arc, his mouth shaped like a crescent moon. You guessed right, it was me. It was I who was responding to you. You. MMM. MMMMMM. Hakasi's mouth was tightly covered, forcing him to endure the impact of the drug. He felt himself losing control of his body, his brain becoming incredibly sluggish, almost unable to think. A faint prickling sensation came from his shoulder joint, no different from a mosquito bite, making Hakasi feel both numb and tingly. He instinctively looked over and almost peed himself at what he saw. His right arm had been dismembered by a mudman, and so had his left arm and both thighs. A mudman frantically gnawed at his limbs, gradually transforming into his likeness. Strangely, the blood gushing from his body was not red, but an eerie blue-purple, like countless fully feathered plumes. The Lord tells us that contemplation is the beginning of change, and change is the genesis of advancement. Black Scythe 1's appearance underwent a drastic change, with a pair of blue-purple wings vaguely growing from his back. Hakasi, you are also a part of the plan and the change. Every betrayal and scheme will transform into a gift we prepare for the Lord. Embrace the destiny I have woven for you. First being torn apart by mudmen, and now witnessing non-human creatures, Hakasi's will completely collapsed. In an extremely shrill scream, he fell into endless darkness, while his bodyguards remained unaware of anything unusual in the cargo bay the entire time. A long time later, a brand new Hakasi appeared in the cargo bay. The number of mudmen had decreased from 29 to 28. When Hakasi dressed and walked out of the cargo bay, his every move was indistinguishable from the real son of the merchant magnate. Hakasi called his bodyguards into the cargo bay one by one. When the 8 bodyguards left the cargo bay, the number of mudmen inside decreased from 28 to 20. These 20 mudmen transformed into stones, hiding among the mountainous piles of stone materials. Hakasi helped the freighter complete its customs inspection, and the loading and unloading team boarded the ship to transport the stone materials. A full cargo bay of stone materials was sent to the warehouse in the first district, destined for the construction of a stone sculpture. This construction project was precisely overseen by the Pani's family. Helping the stone materials pass the airport inspection was within Hakasi's authority. In the stone material warehouse, a large batch of pre-prepared disguise clothing, passes, and data pads were stockpiled. 20 mudmen transformed into human appearances, donned the disguise clothing, and took data pads and passes with legitimate identity markings. Finally, Hakasi and the bodyguards led the mudmen, disguised as Wangting district servants, onto a transport vehicle, perfectly blending into the festive atmosphere. Ozjas, they are ready. Hakasi returned to the parade float and whispered to Ozjas. By 5 o'clock this afternoon, the Wangting district servants will change shifts, and our people will enter the Wangting district to execute the plan. If all goes well, we'll have results by 9 o'clock tonight. Very good, you've done well. You've been so undisciplined for so long, but you've finally done something proper. Ozjas smiled slightly, unaware that the Hakasi beside him had long since become a different person. Recalling Hakasi's past laxity, Ozjas felt uneasy and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Are you sure everything is going according to plan? Did you expose anything?" "Of course, it's all according to plan, don't worry. When we gather at your manor tonight, we're sure to receive good news from Wangting district." That's good. The smile on Ozjas's face grew more sincere, and he waved his arms at the crowd by the roadside with even more effort, as if these people were about to become his subjects. According to the traditional custom of the first district, New Year's Eve is to be spent with one's closest relatives. At that time, the governor's family and the core direct bloodline members of the Fugai's family will have dinner together in Wangting district. His own Jiaming branch and other branch members will hold banquets in their respective manors. Ozjas had made full preparations to be the first to step forward after the deputy governor's assassination. Tonight, not only all members of the Jiaming branch will be present at his manor, but also members of other Fugai's branches with whom he is on good terms, as well as all his partners who are in the same camp. Members of the Liwei family, Bruton family, Wang's family, Water family, and other families, big and small, will all appear together at his manor. When the bad news of the deputy governor's assassination spreads, Ozjas will lead a large group of people to Wangting district. A passionate speech, a denunciation of the assassination, a tearful performance, all these will pave the way for him to ascend to the position of governor. The will found on the deputy governor will be the final word. This will was forced out of the deputy governor by the assassin using a hallucinogenic potion before he died. The contents of the will benefit everyone present. Whether it's the wealthy nobles who followed him to Wangting district or other families not present, everyone will profit from this will. Even if people know it's fake, it must be real. Ozjas slowly curved his lips into a smile. Everything is going according to plan. Just waiting for 9 p.m. tonight. The parade convoy returned, splitting up as it approached Wangting district, with the governor's vehicle continuing towards Wangting district, and the other families' vehicles departing separately. After the car stopped, Vogues got out of the transport vehicle, and Delton was standing at the entrance of the mansion. Vogues activated his communication bead and quietly asked in an encrypted channel. "Delton, is the plan going smoothly?" Delton remained calm, holding a data pad and a document bag, pretending to have something to report. He followed slightly behind Vogues, first nodding to Linyo and Taiduo, then activating his communication bead and saying in an encrypted channel, "Sir, as of now, the plan is proceeding normally." "Good, stay vigilant. Don't let your guard down until the plan succeeds." "Yes, sir." "What are you two mumbling about?" Taiduo blinked in confusion, scanning her father and Delton, whose lips were trembling slightly. Vogues ended the encrypted communication, turned and stopped, his gaze benevolent. "I've prepared a New Year's gift for you. Please allow me to keep it a secret for now. You'll find out tonight." "Thank you for the gift, Papa." Taiduo thanked him with a smile. "A gift? Is there a tradition of giving gifts on the first district?" "No one told me." Linyo followed Taiduo in thanking him. After entering the mansion, Vogues and Delton went to the office. Linyo and Taiduo went to the lounge near the banquet hall to rest, preparing for the evening banquet. Halfway there, Linyo whispered, "Should we prepare a gift for Papa?" "No need. Gifts on the first district are given by elders to juniors. The better a junior performs in the past year, the more generous the gift." Taiduo raised her head, meeting Linyo's gaze, who was half a head taller than her. "Everyone attending the banquet tonight has been carefully selected by Papa for you. They are currently nominally Papa's subordinates, but in fact, they are working for you. The core of their work is to pay material taxes with synthetic starch and meet the food supply needs of the Ministry of Military Affairs. After we get married, these people will leave the Fugai's family with me and merge into your WarHammer40k family, becoming a branch of the WarHammer40k family. When you become governor, they will become your subordinates until you find other suitable candidates to replace them. So, you'd best not leave early tonight. I will accompany you throughout the necessary social work." The current starch industry is divided into two parts, one responsible for profit, and the other responsible for paying the tithe. Isabel is in charge of the profit-making projects of the starch industry. Taiduo and the direct members of the Fugai's family selected by Vogues are responsible for the tax payment projects. This top-level planning was made by Linio after receiving Malkador's letter. Separating profit projects from tax payment projects clarifies responsibilities, allowing those responsible for making money to focus on earning, and those responsible for preparing the tithe to wholeheartedly prepare taxes, with no interference between the two. As governor, the most important responsibility is paying taxes. The people at tonight's banquet are essentially his future confidants. In the coming period, there will be no more suitable candidates than them. Through their interactions over the past 2 months, Tai Duo had basically figured out what kind of person her fiancé was. Rational, intelligent, decisive, astute, these were all his strengths. His only weakness was not the social anxiety common among researchers, but the mistaken belief that others were as rational as him. When facing effective social interactions, he could get along with people using appropriate methods. When facing ineffective social interactions, he would decisively discard them. This was his rational side. But in fact, after becoming governor, he would have to face many ineffective, and even negative, social interactions. Rationality told him to discard such social interactions. But in reality, he could not avoid them, or rather, simply avoiding ineffective and negative social interactions would only cause more trouble. Tonight's banquet is a typical example. As subordinates of the governor, those attending the banquet should fulfill their duty and responsibility to complete tax payment work for the governor. But they are not machines, nor are they servo-automata. They have their own desires and aspirations for the future. Furthermore, they are not rational enough to actively discard unrealistic extravagant hopes like Linio. Helping them recognize the gap between reality and dreams is precisely what the governor needs to do. To reprimand them, remind them, and make them put away any improper thoughts, only then can they become as rational as Linio. Tai Duo slowly articulated the thoughts she had accumulated during this time. Linio was deeply moved. What Tai Duo said was entirely correct. His past approach was to actively distance himself from irrational people and quickly sever ties with them. For example, the stevedores he encountered when he first transmigrated. But in fact, such irrational people constitute the majority of the world. After becoming governor, he could no longer treat such people in his previous manner, otherwise, he would only isolate himself invisibly. Linio raised both hands, cupped Tai Duo's cheeks, and gently rubbed her face. Thank you, Tai Duo. I've come to my senses. I'll stay at the banquet tonight and follow your lead throughout. Hehe, very good. In terms of social matters, you can't go wrong listening to me. I've been educated in this area since I was little. The two whispered in a corner. A figure dressed as a servant passed by, pushing a cleaning cart. This servant, taking advantage of the opportunity to clean the floor, lingered near Linio and Tai Duo, catching snippets of their conversation. A smile played on his lips as he pushed the cleaning cart away, met up with another servant, and quickly exchanged words. I have confirmed the target. Received. For my lord. For my lord. The two servants went their separate ways, whispering to over 20 other servants. These people were completely unaware that Linio's expression had subtly changed. Simply because when that servant passed by him, the miniature finder Linio carried with him reacted. The finder vibrated slightly, sending a warning message to the data pad. Linio excused himself to the restroom to check the details of the message. Damn it. That scoundrel just now is a mud man. Kill it quickly. Otherwise, it'll bash your brains in. Chapter 129 Burning Golden Moon Shadow. AI Model, Gemini 2.5 Flash. The finder needs to load a database to identify targets. Linio loaded 3 databases into the finder. The first is the database published by the Empire Justice Department, the Imperial Threat Screening List. The second is the Rogue Traders Miscellany. The third is the Orc Pirate Fleet's database, which Linio covertly copied using his fungi ability, optical stealth, after possessing Guga. Once these 3 databases are imported into the finder, it can automatically identify Xenos within a 10-meter radius. As long as the Xenos' biological characteristics are meticulously recorded and it is not cloaked, the finder will definitely identify it. Since the finder is an Orc technological product, it uses Orc slang when reporting information. This is not the main point. The main point is, what exactly is a mudman? Linio quickly located the mudman's information by checking the finder's database via a data slate. This information contained 2 different types of intelligence. The first piece of intelligence came from the Orc Pirate Fleet, including a description and a biological identification code. Dirty mudman, we hate it. It turns into us and steals the shiny things from the ship. Remember, to deal with mudman, use the most poisonous and stinky water. Biological identification code, a string of binary numbers. The second piece of intelligence came from the Rogue Traders Miscellany. Name Archus. Type Evil Xeno. Threat level high. Brief description of first contact. 622.M30, border region of the Dim Star region. 3 vessels of the Bobanmi dynasty suffered infiltration and destruction by the Archus civilization. When the Empire Justice Department and Imperial Army arrived, no one survived, and the bodies were used for desecration rituals. Characteristics. Free metamorphosis. Through contact with a target, it can transform into the target's appearance, provided the target's volume is not greater than its own. If it devours a living creature, it can inherit the living creature's knowledge and memories. Mud-like body. The Archos' body is composed of a large amount of activated slime. When attacked by physical means, its body will soften itself under the action of external force, neutralizing physical attacks. Therefore, the Archos is immune to physical damage in most cases, but it can still be burned to death, poisoned to death, etc. Biological identification code none yet. Value due to the lack of experimental samples, the value of the Archos cannot be determined for now. Archos, a shape-shifting creature with physical resistance. The biological identification code of this Xeno has not been mastered by the Imperium of Man, but it appeared in the Orc Pirate Fleet's database instead. No wonder they say Xenos protect the Empire. The Orc Pirate Fleet's database is truly excellent. While it's not too late, let's do something quickly. Linio carefully considered his words, ensuring no mistakes, before calling Vogues. Father, I found some suspicious servants in the banquet hall. They seem to be plotting something. I'll send you their employee ID numbers. Inside Vogues' office, Linio's voice came from the communicator. Vogues sat at the table, while Delton stood in front of it. When the call came in, the two were discussing some matters. Linio's words slightly changed the expressions on their faces. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat solemn, but Vogues and Delton did not show surprise at the uninvited arrival. My child, your keenness and prudence gladden me. I will arrange for a thorough search of the Wangting district. You don't need to worry about this. It will not disrupt tonight's banquet. Yes, father. The communication ended. Vogues lit his pipe, took a deep puff, and slowly exhaled smoke. Osges and his people will indeed take action tonight. This is within your and my expectations. I just didn't expect them to send so many people at once. Delton nodded slightly, this indicates that their hatred for Linio exceeds our imagination. Tonight is destined to be an unpeaceful night. Vogues deeply agreed, smoking heavily, his eyes flickering rapidly. More than a month ago, after Linio was appointed deputy governor, the first district began to experience undercurrents. As the head of intelligence, Delton promptly noticed the turbulent currents hidden beneath the surface. The most obvious problem was in the flow of funds. The Golden Rose Bank in the first district, the Oshigan Bank in the second district, and the Palep Phi Bank in the third district. The headquarters of these three banks are located in Terra, and their local daily operations are handled by Terrans and servo-automata. The nobles thought their money stored there could avoid the governor's scrutiny. But what they didn't know was that Delton had obtained authorization from the Terra High Lord to inspect the flow of every single fund. He had long discovered something was amiss. A cumulative sum of over 15 million throne coins had been withdrawn by Osges and others. These funds changed from book money to physical currency and never re-entered a bank account. Hiring assassins became a logical conjecture. Linio's method of becoming governor was not accepted by the nobles, so his assassination was quite normal, and the unusual flow of funds provided corroboration for this. Since discovering the abnormal fund flow, Delton had been secretly monitoring Osges and others. This morning, Delton's informants saw Hakasi secretly leaving the motorcade. Delton witnessed Hakasi and his guards delivering the stone materials to the warehouse. The number of people who came out of the warehouse far exceeded those who went in, such an extraordinary scene was certainly not missed by Delton. The 20 people who appeared out of nowhere became the target of continuous tracking by the governor's agents and surveillance network. In fact, just before Linio's call came in, Delton had just reported the tracking results to Vogues. At 5 o'clock this afternoon, these 20 people disguised themselves as servants of the Wangting district and entered the mansion through the shift change passage. From Linio's description, he and I are talking about the same group of people. Delton sent the surveillance screenshots to Vogues, who reviewed them one by one on his communicator. After half a minute, Vogues extinguished his pipe, dug out the burnt tobacco with a small spoon and discarded it, then stood up and tidied his clothes. Keep a close eye on these 20 people. Once Osges' people are all assembled, execute the next step of the plan, and then eliminate these 20 assassins after that is complete. Yes, sir. Vogues looked up at the artificial moon outside the window, then left his office and headed to the banquet hall. Delton followed him out of the room, walking in another direction. In the banquet hall, all the guests were present, and servants quietly served appetizers. The rectangular banquet table was filled with plates, wine glasses, cutlery, and magnificent candelabras. Vogues took his seat directly opposite the main entrance. To his right were Linio, Taiduo, and a dozen or so young people under 20 years old. To Vogues' left sat several stern-faced middle-aged people, and the rest were also between 30 and 40 years old, both men and women. From their attire and expressions, it was not difficult to discern their backgrounds. Those with serious, unsmiling expressions, wearing dark formal wear with minimal decorations, sat in the seats closer to Vogues on the left. They were Linio's future ministers. The others wore light-colored and bright formal wear, with festive smiles on their faces. They were the ministers' families, with the older ones sitting on the left, and those under 20 years old sitting alongside Linio. Clap clap. Vogues clapped his hands twice. The servants quickly moved away from the table, and the chatter and laughter subsided. The guests all turned their gaze towards Vogues. Vogues extended his hand towards Linio. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce him once more, this is my successor, Linio Wierxai. Linio had received emergency training from Taiduo before the banquet began. He did not stand up flustered, raising his glass and gesturing around, but instead sat steadily in his chair, scanning the crowd with a faint smile. Everyone his gaze swept over voluntarily nodded in greeting. Vogues raised his left hand and pointed to the first person on his left. This is Marku, the head of the Department of Taxation Affairs, a dedicated and astute accountant who will meticulously calculate every tax payment for you. Linio and Marku nodded to each other in greeting. To Marku's left was Bor, the head of the Department of Quartermaster Affairs. His main job was to prepare military supplies and personnel for the Imperial Army, and the Planetary Defense Force had to send at least 1 million trained soldiers to the Imperial Army each year. To Bohr's left were three more ministers: Harper, the commander of the Planetary Defense Force; Kaida, the head of the Metropolis Justice Department; and Olawan, the head of the Metropolis Engineering Department. These five ministers had deep blood ties with Vogues. Their fathers were Vogues' brothers, they were Vogues' nephews, sharing a direct uncle-nephew relationship with Vogues. If Vogues had no descendants, the position of governor would be inherited by one of these five people. It's quite peculiar, but none of these five people wanted to be governor. They absolutely did not want it, this was the genuine truth. It was these five people who repeatedly urged Vogues to have an heir. When Taiduo told Linyo about this, Linyo was stunned. Why didn't they want to be governor? Taiduo's explanation was simple. His father had managed the Nest capital too well. The Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs would not easily lower a world's tax level. If an unqualified governor took office and the Nest capital's total industrial and agricultural output decreased, it did not mean that the tithe amount would also decrease accordingly. For example, if the current material tax rate is 20% of the total industrial and agricultural output value. If the total output value shrinks the following year, and the tax rate remains at 20%, the actual tax amount to be paid must never be lower than the previous year, otherwise, it would only prove the incompetence of the new governor. Once the actual tax amount paid falls below the previous years, the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs will relentlessly squeeze the Nest capital, forcing it to collect the tithe. If the Nest capital consecutively defaults on its tithe for 2 years, the governor will be hanged, the taxes will be collected in full through forced levies, and the tax rate for the next governor will be lowered by 1 level. Those not directly involved with the governor's affairs thought the governor lived a life of luxury. Only those directly managing the governor's taxes knew that this position was a tiger bench, an incapable person sitting on it faced certain death. The five nephews with inheritance rights all knew they couldn't outmaneuver Vogues, so they urged him to have an heir, lest the governorship fall to them. This absurd scene was inextricably linked to the imperium of man's tithe, and Linyo listened, dumbfounded. Wouldn't the tithe increase year after year once he took office? At that rate, he might just be outmaneuvered to death by himself. That was not the case. The tithe for a Nest capital has an upper limit, with the highest being first grade high, where the material tax accounts for 30% of the total annual industrial and agricultural output. Once first grade high is reached, the tax rate will no longer increase, and the annual tax amount will remain fixed, otherwise, high-grade Nest capital like Necromunda would have no way to survive. After catching up on tax common sense, Linyo breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, lowered his guard against the five ministers. To these five people, he was a big tree they could shelter under, protecting him was their priority, so how could they possibly act against him? Understanding this, Linyo's smile became much more genuine. Vogues announced the start of the banquet, and servo-automata brought out the main dishes one by one. With clinking glasses and toasts, the atmosphere gradually grew lively, and Linyo's interactions with the ministers and their families increased. He was extra careful, searching for any servo-automata acting suspiciously. Perhaps Vogues had ordered Delton to secretly deal with them, for Linyo did not see any trace of them at the scene, nor were there any toxins found in the food, wine, or desserts. On the other side, Vogues received an encrypted communication from Delton. Sir, Osjus's manor has begun its banquet, and everyone on the list has arrived. Delton paused, then continued. Additionally, 20 assassins in the Wangting district just destroyed the surveillance in the mansion's inner courtyard garden, the vegetation there is too dense, and we have temporarily lost track of these assassins. Agents are currently searching for their whereabouts. Vogues raised his wine glass, and using the act of drinking, he issued a coded message. Escort Linyo and Taiduo to my office, and raise the security level there to the highest. Once they are inside, you can explain the situation to them. Yes, sir. Vogues put down his wine glass, wiped his mouth, and leaned forward to speak to Linyo. Take Taiduo to my office, there's a gift I've prepared for both of you there. Okay, Dad. Linyo didn't understand why, but he didn't ask further. He and Taiduo stood up, nodded to the guests, and walked into the corridor accompanied by the governor's personal guards. Vogues watched his daughter and son-in-law depart, a hint of nervousness appearing in his eyes, fearing that the 20 assassins might ambush them midway. Thankfully, perhaps the governor's personal guards deterred the assassins, as Linyo and Taiduo safely entered the office. Vogues confirmed their safety through Delton, then finally relaxed and continued to drink and chat with the guests. Inside the governor's office, Linyo once again saw the massive floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the entire city. The last time he was here, he was a rookie agent about to be promoted. Now, he had become the deputy governor, just 2 short years away from officially becoming the governor. The vast difference in his status made him quite emotional. A servo-automata skull floated over, carrying a tray with hot towels for wiping hands. Linyo and Taiduo used the towels to wipe away the scent of food from the banquet, then sat embracing each other on the sofa facing the giant floor-to-ceiling window. The servo-automata skull placed high-stemmed glasses and drinks on the table in front of them. Taiduo looked around curiously. Where's the gift Dad prepared? Linyo also scanned the surroundings, not seeing any boxes tied with ribbons or similar items. Just then, a communication incoming alert sounded from the office desk. A servo-automata skull floated over, holding the communication button. Linyo casually pressed the switch, connecting the communication. Delton's voice came through. Ladies and gentlemen, Lord Vogues' gift for you is about to arrive. Before this gift is delivered, please allow me to explain the current situation to you. Over the past 2 months, Lord Vogues has undertaken drastic reforms in the Nest capital's key departments, which has caused dissatisfaction among the nobles who previously benefited from them. Mr. Wilsey's appointment as deputy governor became the fuse that ignited the nobles' anger. We have ample evidence that an assassination plot targeting Mr. Wilsey is underway. The presence of at least 20 assassins at today's banquet serves as strong corroboration. Tai Duo gasped, covering her mouth, forcing herself not to interrupt Delton. Governor's agents and other guard members are currently hunting these assassins. The banquet hall where Lord Vogues and the guests are located has activated its protective force field, so you two need not worry about the assassin's appearance. Tai Duo let out a long breath, but her tightly clasped hands on Li Nio's arm indicated that she hadn't fully let go of her worries. In 3 minutes, the gift will arrive. Please pay attention to the moon's movement. Delton's voice disappeared, and the communication automatically ended. Li Nio and Tai Duo gazed at the moon outside the window, gradually discerning something unusual about its outline. This artificial moon, composed of an artificial sun and a moonlight mask, was burning. The moon's shadow was hazy, and its light and shadow boiled. The moon's color was changing from a cool silvery white to a dazzling golden, as if a colossal, world-destroying power was rapidly brewing. Inside the Jiaming branch of the Fugai's family manor. Strange, why are there so many retired planetary defense force personnel here? I really don't know what young Master Osges is thinking, why would he allow these useless people into the banquet? The banquet entered the free-flowing conversation and dancing segment, with guests gathered in small groups in corners, quietly exchanging their thoughts. All the guests present were supporters of Osges. The appearance of a certain group of people made the attending guests uneasy. These people had retired from the planetary defense force and no longer held any influence whatsoever. Everyone present was well aware of the planetary defense force's reputation in recent years, so they naturally didn't show these people any goodwill. Osges had no choice but to bring Visborg Wanzer and explain to every guest the purpose of inviting these people. Everyone, they are only temporarily retired. After tonight, they will return to the planetary defense force with my support and the Wang's family's support. After Osges finished speaking, Visborg of the Wang's family immediately followed up. Yes, you can completely trust Osges. Our Wang's family will fully support their return. Look. What's wrong with the moon? A startled cry interrupted the lively banquet. Everyone collectively looked up at the glass dome of the banquet hall. The artificial moon was burning, the surrounding light and shadows twisting and shifting, and the silvery white disk became as striking as the midday sun, filled with golden radiance. Osges's face instantly turned ashen. Impossible. No. Impossible. How dare he? How dare he use the artificial sun as a weapon? I have so many people here. Isn't he afraid of our retaliation? Why didn't my psychic abilities warn me? Why? Hakasi and his 8 guards rushed towards the banquet hall windows, firing shots at the glass, attempting to escape from there. Others followed suit, and although they didn't understand why the moon was burning, they frantically searched for an exit. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boundless light and heat descended from the sky, pushing the atmosphere of the banquet to an unparalleled climax. Core members of the Liwei family, Wang's family, Bruton family, Water family, and Paine's family, 3 branches of the Fugai's family, a large number of key members from the Merchant Guild, many senior managers from the Middle Nest factory clusters, and retired planetary defense force personnel colluding with the Wang's family. On the first day of the New Year festival, they answered Osges's call and gathered together. They were reduced to dust in the explosive bombardment of the Golden Spear of Light, accompanying Osges to eternal rest here. Out with the old, in with the new. A brand new nest capital pattern was thus established. This was the New Year's gift Lord Vogues prepared for his 2 children. Boom. Chapter 130 Black Knight explodes. 18 years ago, Tai Duo was born. To commemorate his daughter's arrival, Vogues built charity academies in various districts of the lower nest. His daughter's companionship brought Vogues warmth but also made him complacent. In the past 18 years, he had pardoned many transgressions by the nobles, who thought Vogues had grown old, transforming from a fierce and ruthless governor into an old wolf with no front teeth. But facts proved the nobles were wrong. When all the rebellious individuals gathered, and Vogues happened to have the ability to bring them destruction, he would not hesitate to kill them all. The light descending from the sky transformed into a golden waterfall, hanging from high above like a ribbon, dazzlingly beautiful yet extremely dangerous. As soon as this ribbon of flashing strong light touched the ground, it caused an earthquake. When the first light spear disappeared, the place where the manor had stood became a scorched ruin. Then came the second, third, and fourth light spears. Under 4 consecutive bombardments, the manor was completely leveled, and charred particles flew everywhere. The servo skull opened the holographic device, and the first-hand holographic audio-visual image of the scene appeared before Li Nio and Tai Duo. The footage came from the first company of the Planetary Defense Force veterans. The soldiers, armed with firearms and equipped with scanners, meticulously searched the area where the manor had once been. The destructive power of the light spears was beyond doubt. There were no survivors at the scene, not even a single corpse could be found. Everyone and everything had evaporated and sublimated in the light spears, transforming directly from solid to gas. Only a giant crater over 1,000 meters in diameter, and the solid foundation within the crater, could prove that a beautiful noble manor had once existed there. Report, no survivors confirmed. Osges Gyaming Fugues, Famal Water, Hakasi Bennies, Ruth Bruton, Visborg Wanzer, and Spike Low, these 6 primary individuals are all confirmed dead. All members of the 3 branch families of the Fugai's family, all main branch members of the Water family except Godwin and his daughter, all main branch members of the Paine's family, all main branch members of the Bruton family, all members of the Wang's family, and all members of the Liwei family have been eliminated. In the name of the governor, the above search results are true. Report complete. Accompanying the report from the first company of the Planetary Defense Force veterans, the gift from Lord Vogues was fully presented. The holographic device closed. Tai Duo excitedly jumped up from the sofa, and Lin Yo also showed a heartfelt smile. As the governor, how could he allow those below him to ride on his neck? Anyone who hindered his collection of the tithe, one by one, would die. On this point, every governor held the same view and style. Lin Yo also thought so. Now, with all the audacious nobles executed, the expansion of new synthetic starch production would proceed more smoothly than ever before. Just as Lin Yo and Tai Duo were cheering for this, several lines of system text refreshed in Lin Yo's vision. Please note, character Save 4 has encountered a situation. Save 4, Black Knights. Save briefing. The Black Knights finder has detected the presence of mudmen. At least 5 ill-intentioned mudmen are approaching your laboratory. These individuals are about to make contact with the agents guarding the laboratory. Please pay attention to the Black Knight's movements in time to prevent this simulated character from dying. Lin Yo raised an eyebrow. The 20 assassins had come to his laboratory. Were they trying to destroy the catalyst production equipment in the laboratory, or steal the production formula? With a thought, Lin Yo smiled at Tai Duo. I want to take a nap here. Once the assassins are eliminated, we'll return to the banquet hall. Okay, I'm a bit tired too. Tai Duo instructed the servo skull to bring 2 blankets. Lin Yo got up and went to the washroom, put a few magic spores in his mouth, hiding them under his tongue, and then returned to sit on the sofa. He covered himself with the blanket, embraced Tai Duo's soft waist, closed his eyes, opened the system interface, and loaded the save, performing a quick sleep trick for Tai Duo. Save 4 loaded. The system message flashed across his vision, and Lin Yo's perspective instantly switched to the Black Knights. The private laboratory was pitch black, with the indicator lights of the experimental equipment faintly flickering. The Black Knight's finder was issuing warnings to the Suindongdong device. Lines of green warning messages appeared on the Black Knight's holographic vision. Grab your gear. There are 5 mudmen nearby. Before they smash your brains in, beat the hell out of them. Lin Yo felt the Black Knight's heavy presence and explosive power, eager for the upcoming battle. Theory is shallow, the true strength of the Black Knights could only be known through actual combat. Lin Yo took out a yeast cassette from the fungus warehouse. This cassette was loaded with an unrestricted data protocol. Lin Yo activated fungi ability, vibration art, shaking the cassette out of the slot, while his right hand, holding the unrestricted cassette, slapped it towards the slot. After the cassette in the slot was vibrated out, the Black Knights lost the ability to move. But his right hand, under the effect of inertia, steadily inserted the new cassette into the slot. Buzz buzz buzz. After a burst of electrophoresis, the new cassette was loaded, the data protocol took effect, and the Black Knight's unrestricted movement mode was activated. Lin Yo casually waved his hand, returning the yeast cassette that had fallen to the ground to the fungus warehouse. Under the effect of the Mao-Ge quietly force field, the Black Knights silently stepped off the power armor modification platform, without making a sound, like a tranquil hunter lurking in the darkness. Arriving at the private laboratory door, Lin Yo used the security identification code preloaded into the Black Knight's database to unlock the door's safety and security locks. Hiss, the pneumatic gate slid open, revealing the brightly lit catalyst laboratory. To the left, there was movement from the gate leading to the living quarters. The surveillance camera on the gate quickly moved, pointing towards Lin Yo's direction. Brandy, who was on night watch, noticed the anomaly in the private laboratory and was checking this strange, pure black humanoid through the monitor. Lin Yo activated the internal communication of the living quarters, reported a string of identification codes, and then said, Brandy, it's me. Master? How did you turn into a strange black mass? Don't be nervous. This is a small invention of mine, I can control it remotely. Yes, Master, I understand. But I apologize, my sensors couldn't obtain the scan results of the black mass, so I can't add its identification code to the whitelist. Next time you turn into a black mass, please broadcast your identification code to me again. Okay, I'll remember that. Lin Yo was satisfied with the Black Knight's stealth characteristics and instructed. Stay inside and lock the doors and windows. A battle will happen soon. Understood, Master. The internal communication with the living quarters ended. Lin Yo turned his head to look at the catalyst laboratory door. 5 dirt yellow outlines, marked by the finder, were moving in the corridor outside the door, about to make contact with Wick and Mona, who were guarding the door. There were many secrets in this catalyst laboratory, and it was related to the production work of the starch factory, so it was best not to start a battle here. With this thought, Lin Yo decided to take the initiative and fix the battlefield outside the laboratory. Wick's voice came from outside the door. Hey? Aren't you patrolling Sector B412? How did you end up here? A strange voice replied. Didn't you receive the message? Assassins appeared in the Wangting district. The officer told us to concentrate our defense on the laboratory. How are things here? Mona sternly shouted. Stop, don't come closer. We haven't received any reinforcement notice from the officer. Don't approach until we verify with the officer. Mona's vigilance was quite high, she didn't fall for the 5 mudmen's trick. Lin Yo accessed the corridor's surveillance and saw the scene outside the door. The 5 mudmen had transformed into the appearance of Governor's Guard agents. The leader was guiding them, seemingly familiar with the area. This indicated that at least one Governor's Guard agent had become the contents of their stomach. For these mudmen, the stomach is in bag. The leading mudman had devoured a Governor's Guard agent, inheriting the other's memory, which was why he was so familiar with the Deputy Governor's laboratory's security layout. Seeing that Wick and Mona were suspicious, the 5 mudmen simply stopped pretending. The leader opened his mouth and let out a silent howl. Dense electrical sparks erupted from inside the walls, various pipelines overloaded instantly, and surveillance cameras exploded into fireballs, becoming scrap. Mona and Wick clutched their heads in pain, and sparks and black smoke burst from the sensors on their agent gear. In Linyo's holographic vision, the psychic readings surged. In the laboratory, several instruments near the corridor shot out sparks, and their fault indicator lights flashed red. The mudmen used psychic power to destroy sensors within a certain range. But the warp energy monocrystal armor's built-in psychic protection field could not only restrain Chaos Daemon but also perfectly block the psychic power that destroyed the sensors. Very good, excellent. It truly lived up to its name as a warp energy monocrystal purified from Ling Bone. It was indeed trustworthy and worth more than its price, not in vain of his hard work logging in every night to grind Ling Bone. Wick, remove the safety limits on your weapons and take them out. Mona aimed her gun, exchanging fire with the 5 uninvited guests. In a 2-on-5 situation, Wick and Mona were completely at a disadvantage. Their imitation mirror shields had been destroyed by the previous Chinook Shriek, and now they could only rely on their carapace armor to withstand the enemy's laser storm. Both of them had dense scorch marks all over their bodies, and their armor, made of ceramite particles, was about to be burned through by the lasers. Screech! The laboratory door of the catalyst was opened. This sudden noise made both sides of the battle freeze. Wick and Mona suddenly stiffened, their minds blank. Their arms dropped naturally, their laser rifles fell to the ground, and they slumped against the wall. Linyo used the brain freeze technique to control Mona and Wick. They would remain in a brain freeze state, losing all perception of the outside world until this battle ended. Facing Mona and Wick, who had suddenly collapsed, the 5 mudmen were all stunned for a moment, not understanding what was happening. Before they could react, Linyo burst out of the door like a whirlwind-like black shadow. The mudman closest to the door couldn't dodge in time and was roughly pressed against the wall by the black shadow. Bang! The mudman's carapace armor was forcibly crushed and exploded, leaving a human-shaped indentation on the wall, with cracks spreading from the edges of the indentation, and fine dust rustling down to the ground. The battlefield fell into a deathly silence at this moment. The mudman pressed against the wall died on the spot, and foul-smelling dark blue blood seeped out from its ruptured armor. This scene was perfectly normal to humans, anyone crushed to such a state would die instantly. But the other 4 mudmen felt nothing but extreme horror. Their bodies were made of sludge, which could easily cope with physical attacks. Yet, merely being roughly pressed against the wall by the black shadow, one of their companions was crushed into slag. How was this possible? Their companion should have drilled out of the armor the moment it was squeezed, perfectly dissipating the force of the compression. But why did it die? Why are there so many whys in this world? The black shadow turned around, leaving streaks of after-images, and charged like lightning towards the remaining 4 mudmen. Bang! 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 3 mudmen were smashed in the head by the black shadow's iron fist, splattering dark blue alien blood everywhere, leaving 3 headless corpses on the ground. Only the leading mudman survived. When the black shadow's hard fist approached its face, the mudman suddenly realized. It knew why its companions had been killed by the immense force. It knew why its clan's proud sludge bodies had not worked. The moment the fist lunged at it, its carapace armor seemed to turn into a hydraulic press, locking it in place 360 degrees, frantically squeezing its body inward. Even if its body softened and turned into sludge, it would immediately be rapidly compacted by pressure from all directions. Finally, at the moment the fist impacted its face, its body, through continuous softening and compacting, became a solid hard object. The softest does not break, but when the soft is forced to become hard, the overly rigid breaks easily. Bang! The last mudman's head was smashed by the iron fist, and it fell to the ground with a thud. The fierce and swift black shadow stood amidst the corpses and blood, a purge atmosphere filling the corridor. Hiss, exhale. Linyo let out a long breath in his heart, feeling thoroughly satisfied. After learning that Arceus possessed the ability to liquefy their bodies into sludge, he thought of using the vibration art to compress them, hardening their softened bodies. The carapace armor became a mold for the Arceus, and compressing the carapace armor would allow the Arceus to be set, providing him with an opportunity for a one-hit kill. Through practical testing, this idea was correct. Of course, it also couldn't be separated from his own control over fungi ability. Linyo had discovered a long time ago that his use of fungi ability could be described as effortless. When vibration art was combined with exquisite control, it was essentially equivalent to psychic abilities. Pate 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 pate. Footsteps echoed simultaneously from both ends of the corridor, as 2 groups of people rushed over. Predatory instincts triggered, indicating hostile intent. The finder also sent an alert. Damn it! More mudmen are coming. This time there are 15. Quickly polish your gear and pray it doesn't jam. Otherwise, you're finished. 15 yellowish-brown outlines appeared in the holographic vision. The people running from both ends of the corridor were all mudmen. Some maintained the appearance of servants, some transformed into other members of the governor's guard, and some even took on the appearance of the governor's personal guards. Regardless of their transformed appearance, they all held weapons in their hands. There was no cover in the corridor. When the finder discovered the mudmen also noticed the black shadow standing by the corpses. The death of their kind prompted the mudmen to open fire, and a massacre began. Bolter rounds whistled, and crimson laser beams swept across the corridor horizontally. Clang 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 clang. Buzz 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 buzz. Under the sharp offensive, ripples of force fields appeared around the black shadow. Bolter rounds were deflected by the light green force field and exploded on the wall, while the energy of the laser beams was nullified by the force field. The black shadow stood firm amidst the barrage, startling the 15 mudmen. We'll hold this guy back. You guys go into the lab and grab the catalyst precursor and formula. Hurry. The mudman on the right shouted anxiously, pulled out a melta grenade, removed the safety pin, and threw it with a swing of its arm. Within half a second of the melta grenade leaving its hand, the air in front of the grenade rippled, bouncing the grenade back. The melta grenade struck the mudman's astonished face and exploded with a roar. Boom. A wave of heat erupted, instantly engulfing the 8 mudmen in the right corridor. Crimson heat enveloped their bodies. The mudmen without carapace armor were instantly burned to charcoal, while those wearing carapace armor still had some power to resist. Lienyo pulled out the special weapon on his leg, switched to laser emitter mode, aimed at the weapon's energy magazine, and activated fungi ability, light technique. 5 million lux of white light concentrated within the energy magazine. This intense light could last for 1 minute. It flowed along the optical conduits of the energy magazine towards the focuser. The focuser's working principle was similar to a magnifying glass under sunlight. As it passed through the focuser, the white light of light technique was focused to a single point, and the light energy per unit area dramatically increased, transforming ordinary white light into a deadly laser beam. Buzz. A white laser nearly 10 centimeters thick erupted from the muzzle, burning straight through a mudman wearing carapace armor. Its armor was like paper, completely unable to withstand the white laser's bombardment. Lienyo nodded slightly, satisfied with the combined effect of the special weapon and light technique. He pulled the trigger, firing continuously. Buzz 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 buzz. A storm of white lasers swept across the enemies on the right. 4 lightly armored enemies were burned to death by the melta grenade, and 3 enemies wearing carapace armor were instantly reduced to dust by the white laser. The mudmen on the other side of the corridor were horrified, screaming in fear. Abandon the plan to steal the catalyst formula and precursor. Let's quickly go and kill Lienyo Wierxai. The 8 mudmen turned and ran without a moment's hesitation. First steal the formula and precursor, then assassinate the deputy governor. These were the orders Black Scythe 1 had given them. Black Scythe 1 chose to use the Noble's Throne coin to achieve its goals, aiming to seize the secret of the new synthetic starch at no cost. Now, with the appearance of a strange black shadow, all of that was going to fall apart. The 8 mudmen fled frantically, completely unaware that the black shadow behind them had entered an invisible state. When the black shadow reappeared, he was already behind the 8 mudmen, his special melee weapon glowing with intense white light. This white light also originated from light technique. A full 10 million lux of light was stored in the grip of the melee weapon. It was guided by optical conduits into the focuser, and through the focuser, it transformed into an intensely hot white laser. This laser, in turn, was warped and shaped by the force field of mechanical witchcraft, becoming the white blade of a lightsaber. White light flashed, sword wind howled, and the pure white blade cut through the mudmen's bodies, cauterizing wounds and vaporizing foul blood. 8 corpses, cut into several pieces, covered the ground, yet not a single trace of blood was visible. The pure white blade retracted into the hilt, and the lingering heat of the laser in the air quickly dissipated. Lienyo looked around, confirmed that all surrounding surveillance routes had long been destroyed, then extracted genetic samples from the mudmen, and walked contentedly towards the laboratory. Half a minute later, Delton arrived at the scene with his team, finding only a ground covered in corpses, 2 unconscious agents, and the tightly shut laboratory door. Chapter 131 The best time to plant seeds is now. Why did the veteran agent fall unconscious during the battle? Why did all the assassins, skilled in shape-shifting and resisting physical attacks, die violently? What exactly happened after the deputy governor's laboratory door was opened? Did the assassins have a change of heart and commit suicide, or did the unconscious agent kill the enemies in his sleep? Welcome to the grand documentary, The Missing Surveillance Footage. Ahem, back to the main topic. 20 assassins were dismembered, their deaths and the agent's unconsciousness left behind a puzzling and intriguing mystery. However, when Lienyo explained that he had made controllable intelligent modifications to his Hunter-Lord equipment out of concern for illegal intrusion into the laboratory, everything suddenly became reasonable. A deputy governor renowned for his inventions, strengthening the security of his laboratory for self-preservation, that's perfectly reasonable, isn't it? And so, this chapter of history, written by greedy nobles and shadowy assassins, was turned over that night. After an entire night of sweeping by the Planetary Defense Force veteran regiments, many from various families were sent to reunite with Ozjas. Those who were fortunate enough to survive had no time to mourn the dead, because what awaited them on the second morning was an industrial explosion brought about by the new synthetic starch. The ghost mushroom industry, led by the old nobles, was overthrown. Estates, factories, pipelines, and various production facilities were all unconditionally transferred to the deputy governor's umbrella group. All existing ghost potion and ghost mushroom were sold to other nest capital worlds. Under the deputy governor's orders, Epimedius would no longer be involved in the ghost mushroom-related industry from then on. Within 3 months after the New Year's Day festival, an industrial network centered on synthetic starch was officially rolled out. The process of preparing the new synthetic starch produced a large amount of byproducts, which had not yet been utilized. Now, it was time for them to shine. Under the action of a catalyst, 10 kilograms of residue turned into 2 kilograms of synthetic starch, 1 kilogram of concentrated toxic substances, and 7 kilograms of carbon dioxide, nitric oxide, and water. Of the 7 kilograms of byproducts, water would be consumed during the process of making starch paste, leaving less than 1 kilogram of carbon dioxide, with the rest being nitric oxide. The recycling and reuse of nitric oxide held great potential. Directly discharging it outside the nest capital would cause severe atmospheric pollution. Before long, the rainwater on Epimedius would turn into acid rain, and the local water quality would be beyond saving. To prevent nitric oxide pollution and waste, an industry for preparing nitric acid from nitric oxide quickly emerged. The chemical plants in the lower nest underwent large-scale renovation, connecting with the starch factory established by the deputy governor in the lower nest. Nitric oxide oxidizes at room temperature, turning into nitrogen dioxide. Nitrogen dioxide reacts with water, with nitric acid as the main product and nitric oxide as a byproduct, which then continues to undergo oxidation. Through such a cycle, all the nitric oxide produced daily by the starch factory was transformed into nitric acid. Nitric acid has a wide range of uses, which remain true both before and after the crossing. Agricultural worlds need nitric acid to produce nitrogen fertilizer. Fortress worlds need nitric acid to make high explosives. The industrial system of nest capital worlds is complete, allowing nitric acid to be processed into disinfectants, preservatives, pigments, dyes, and etching solutions needed for metal processing. The nitric acid produced in the lower nest is a pure liquid, which reaches the middle nest through liquid pipelines and is processed into various products by factories in the middle nest. 1/3 of these products are used to pay material taxes, 1/3 flow back into the nest capital's industrial system to supplement daily consumption, and the remaining 1/3 is used to exchange for water with various imperial worlds. When the entire industrial chain was fully established, the water consumption for preparing the new starch and the net water volume of the nest capital were perfectly balanced. Before the Horus Heresy broke out, interstellar trade was unimpeded, and Epimedius had no worries about water shortages for 15 years. To prevent carbon dioxide from accumulating in the nest capital, Lienio specifically allocated a small portion of the annual profits to continuously improve the ecological environment of the lower nest and bottom nest. Just by adding more greenery to the nest capital, the carbon dioxide produced by preparing the new starch would be nothing to fear. To prevent Nurgle corruption from reappearing in the bottom nest, Lienio mobilized the Planetary Defense Force and an engineering team from the nest capital's engineering department to make significant changes to the bottom nest. A large number of sensors were placed in the bottom nest, and most rooms were semi-permanently sealed with engineering foam, with only 2 floors near the ground being retained. These 2 floors would be transformed into purification plants for processing carbon dioxide, heavily polluted wastewater, and solid pollutants. The Planetary Defense Force's new recruits guarded here, also conducting their post-enlistment training. The reconstruction and renovation of the 7th District began simultaneously. This area would become a highly integrated starch manufacturing zone, with the entire district producing only new synthetic starch and nitric acid. To expedite the reconstruction and renovation of the 7th District, Lienio signed another contract with Forge World Demos, which was responsible for the reconstruction work. The contract term was 30 years. During these 30 years, 10% of the synthetic starch produced in the 7th District would be supplied to Demos free of charge. How many years Demos could receive free synthetic starch depended entirely on how quickly its engineering team could rebuild the 7th District. Within 1 month of the contract's establishment, ships from Demos frequently docked at the nest capital's spaceport. 50 walking meshs for lifting operations, 2 million hard-working servo-automata, and a large number of tech priests entered the 7th District, working day and night on reconstruction and renovation. The nest capital's engineering department was also busy. All 5 engineering construction teams previously controlled by Vogues were handed over to Lienio. Under Lienio's arrangement, 1 engineering construction team was responsible for renovating the bottom nest, and the other 4 were responsible for renovating the ecological environment of the middle nest and lower nest. They first undertook the renovation and expansion of the Vogues Charity Academy, which Vogues had built 19 years ago to celebrate the birth of his daughter, Tai Duo. The academy was greatly expanded, with its annual enrollment scale increasing from less than 1,000 people to tens of thousands. At the same time, a scholarship named after the Weirsi family was officially established. Academies in the upper nest, middle nest, and lower nest all received a share. This scholarship would benefit all who aspire to change their destiny through effort and struggle, even if they are just the most ordinary commoners of the lower nest. Mr. Wilsey, in the nest capital worlds I've visited, lower nest people are usually treated as tools working 15 hours a day, or used to pay the imperial poll tax. In the reception room near the laboratory in the Wangting district, Leonie Balog, a journalist from Terra, met the main subject of her trip Lienio Weirxai, the successor to the Epimedius governor and deputy governor. Upon hearing that Mr. Wilsey, who was about to become governor, was willing to share his throne coin with the nest residents of the lower nest, Leonie, who came from an upper nest family in the Terra nest capital, immediately raised her question. May I ask why you would establish a scholarship for the lower nest people? Even the most outstanding among them would find it difficult to compare with middle nest people, wouldn't they? Is your action meant to demonstrate your benevolence, or for some other reason? Miss Leonie, you should know that I used to be a lower nest person, right? Lienio sat in a single armchair, with the servo skull floating beside him, holding his data slate. Yes, I am well aware of that. I visited this nest capital precisely because of your legendary life experience. Is it some part of your life in the lower nest that prompted you to decide to establish this scholarship? You could say that, Lienio nodded slightly and said. Most lower nest people are born in a state of confusion, they don't know what they want or what they can do, and can only be driven by hunger to work to make a living. A small portion of lower nest people will gradually understand the world they live in through life and work, knowing that there are also the middle nest and upper nest above them. I am the second type of person. Leonie wore a dark red mesh long dress, adorned with a small round hat and scarf that exuded the aura of an artist. She placed her data slate on her lap, recording Leonio's remarks, nodding appropriately in response, allowing him to continue speaking. I know very well what people like me fear most. I fear that I won't see any hope of upward mobility. Because of this, I would pray for power from the wrong sources, such as the Church of Amalgamation, which was prevalent in the bottom nest when I was studying. Leonio raised his index finger and said in a deep voice. Imagine with me. Lord Vogues did not open a charity academy, and I longed to climb upwards. At this point, people from the Church of Amalgamation approach me. They promise that as long as I help them overthrow the governor and fight our way up from the lower nest, I will have a place in the upper nest after this grand campaign ends. Do you think I would accept the Church of Amalgamation's incitement? Leonie subconsciously nodded. Yes, I think you would accept. After all, besides joining the Church of Amalgamation, you seem to have no other choice. Whether being drafted into the Planetary Defense Force or being used to pay the poll tax, both would be a near-death experience for you. Leonio smiled and spread his hands. You are absolutely correct. I know how important hope is to people like me. That's why I established the scholarship, to help people like me stay on the right path and not be misled by the wrong forces. Leonie, thinking deeply from a journalist's perspective, discovered a potentially interesting question. Mr. Wearsey, suppose your scholarship cultivated a rebel who, through continuous effort, climbed upwards in the nest capital and finally stood before you, firing a sinful bullet at you. Have you ever envisioned such a scenario? If it really happened, how would you feel? Of course, I've envisioned that. As for my feelings. Leonio shrugged slightly, stood up to tidy his clothes, and joked with a smile. My feeling is, there are too many people who want to kill me, he's not the only one. He'd have to queue up outside the Wangting district, take a number, and wait until everyone ahead of him is dead before it's his turn. Alright, Ms. Reporter, your interview time is over. Stay for lunch before you go back. I'll have the kitchen prepare local delicacies for you, mainly mushroom soup, mushroom jam sandwiches, mushroom paste, and roasted mushroom slices. I hope you like them. Leonio opened the door and nodded to Leonie. Excuse me, I have something else to do, so I'll be leaving first. A hint of reluctance flashed across Leonie's face. She wanted to chase after him to continue the interview but was stopped by two armed guards outside the door. Only after Leonio had gone far did the armed guards lower their arms, allowing Leonie to leave. Leonie sighed softly in her heart, embraced her datapad, and left the reception room to go to the lounge for lunch and to organize her interview materials. The 16-year-old governor's successor, born from a declining bottom nest family, the only descendant of the Wearsey family, climbed to the position of governor through his own scientific inventions. Such a legendary figure if only she had been allowed to interview him a little longer. She still had many explosive questions she hadn't asked. Leonie finished her mushroom-themed lunch and edited the draft on her datapad. She came up with 3 styles of headlines for the news article, which were: The young governor boasts shamelessly, those who want to kill me must queue. The legendary governor's unrevealed secrets to success. From ordinary to extraordinary, a look into the growth path of the legendary governor Wilsey. Considering that her news article would be submitted to the deputy governor for review, Leonie wisely chose the 3rd headline. Meanwhile, Leonio entered the office located next to the laboratory. The servo-automata by his side was directly controlled by Brandy. Brandy controlled the servo-automata through the Wangting district's internal network, handling trivial matters for Leonio such as communications and meeting minutes. Master, a governor's agent has requested communication with your channel. Brandy's voice came from the servo-automata. Leonio responded, connect it. The servo-automata floated in front of him, holding a datapad, and connected the holographic call for him. A holographic screen popped up, showing Leia in military attire. After the gigantic water orb fungus bioreactor was assembled, Leia had nothing to do. Seeing her interest in fighting and killing, Leonio arranged for her to join the governor's agent team. Although the origin of her biological armor was unknown, it did not prevent her from undergoing the governor's guard's genetic modification project. Earlier today, the tech priest responsible for rebuilding the scrapyard zone discovered an underground cavity in a certain part of the scrapyard zone, where traces of rat-skin people appeared. Leia was currently following Wick and Mona, among other agents, to explore this underground area. Through Leia's perspective, it could be seen that the rats had been transformed into monsters by fertilizer-carrying Nurgle strains. The governor's agents' firepower annihilated all of them, with flames and disinfectant spray covering the entire area. When the communication connected, the disinfection work was nearing its end. My lord, the threat has been completely eliminated. Leia spread her right hand towards the camera, revealing 2 tiny rat teeth in her palm. These 2 teeth were pulled from Dezhuang and Xiaochuang. I confirm they do not carry any pathogens or other hidden dangers. I request to keep them. Leonio glanced at the mountain of corpse ashes, took a slight breath, and smoothed out a hint of sadness in his heart. All right, Leia. I grant you special permission to keep these 2 souvenirs. When you return, give one to me. Okay, I'll bring it to you when I'm on patrol. The communication ended, and the servo-automata disconnected. With the death of all members of the Liwei family, only one of the 2 remaining sets of biological armor in the nest capital was left, which was the one on Leia. The other set of biological armor belonged to Kadora Liwei, who was escorted to Terra for trial last year and should still be less than a month into his sentence. Liu had been too busy lately to research biological armor, so he would find an opportunity to do so later. In contrast, the situation with the orcs made Liu much more at ease. The Gangyang clan reached a population of 100,000 a few days ago. Liu controlled Mad Dr. Sak to host an unprecedented celebration. During a ritual to pray for Gork and Mork, the cheers and psyker field on site resonated, and the strong psyker fluctuations caused Sak to be promoted to Weird Boy. While Liu gained a badge of points, he also witnessed the glorious moment of the Gangyang clan evolving into the Steel Brave tribe. Now, the Steel Brave tribe occupied a spacecraft wreck and was building the tribe's first spacecraft from scrap materials. The orc pirate fleet that Guga was part of was also building spacecraft, and their progress was faster than the Steel Brave tribe. Liu controlled Guga, taking on the task of making more shiny trinkets. When the fleet's lingbone inventory was depleted, he had stored about 3 tons of warp energy monocrystals in the fungus warehouse. It was estimated that in at most half a month, new pirate ships would be launched. At that time, Big Black Tooth would surely lead a large group of orc pirates to plunder everywhere again. He hoped they would go trouble the Eldar then, so he could acquire more monocrystals. After finishing lunch in the office, Liu waited a moment, and Leonie's news draft appeared on the data pad. Confirming that the female reporter had not used inappropriate wording or phrases, Liu then approved her to send it to the Terra Day newspaper's editorial department. In the previous interview, when faced with the female reporter Leonie's questions, Liu's answers were often only half of his true thoughts. His establishment of the scholarship and the signing of a 30-year contract with Demos were more about planting a seed that could save himself and the nest capital. It was currently the 3rd month of 986.m30, and there were approximately 18 years until the official outbreak of the Horus Heresy in 004.m31. The seeds he sowed today would bear a rich harvest 18 years later. Demos's reliance on Epimedius for food supply made it highly likely that it would actively protect Epimedius, helping the nest capital resist the invasion of the rebel army. Additionally, the talents cultivated by the scholarship would gradually enter the middle and upper echelons of the nest capital over these 18 years, becoming reserve talents that could be called upon at any time. The Horus Heresy was bound to cause severe damage to the nest capital, and the current department heads and key personnel operating the nest capital might all be killed. At that time, the reserve talents cultivated by the scholarship would immediately fill the vacancies, ensuring the normal operation of the nest capital and its rapid reconstruction after the disaster. If the seeds of hope were not sown now, where would so many people come from to rebuild the nest capital later? Seeing this, Liu took the initiative to make arrangements to ensure foolproof safety. After finishing reading today's report in the office, he prepared to visit Ms. Shatana, the private psyker. Over the past 3 months, he had often gone to Ms. Shatana's place for afternoon tea, to learn High Gothic, to develop codebooks for encrypted psyker communications, or to listen to her recount her life experiences. Taiduo would also go along if she was free. Spending time with such an experienced psyker always allowed Liu and Taiduo to learn a lot of useful knowledge and experience. Call Taiduo. Yes, master. Veeb. The communication connected. Taiduo's voice came first. Liu, I'm already at Ms. Shatana's place. I just happen to have something I want to discuss with her, so you should come over too. This matter is quite important. Liu walked towards the door, casually asking, what exactly is it? Taiduo's voice carried a hint of worry. Just now, the Star Language Court sent me a psyker broadcast from the Needlehaven Star Zone. At the border between the Dim Star region and the solar system, a contagious and secretive plague has appeared. The plague's origin is about 800 light-years from us, across 4 star zones, which isn't very far, and cargo ships from there frequently dock and transfer at our spaceport. I want to ask Ms. Shatana to inquire if there's more intelligence on the psyker communication network so we can take precautions early. Liu's steps slowed, and he looked at the date on his data pad. 986.m30. What was destined to come, had finally arrived. In the early stages of the Great Expedition, the 8th Legion and the Space Wolves Army, which had not yet welcomed their primarches, were ordered to exterminate the fungus Xenos AC Halat. The extermination was not successful, AC Halat only temporarily collapsed. In the later stages of the Great Expedition, starting from 986.m30 until 989.m30, the AC Halat civilization made a comeback, gradually growing stronger, and was finally completely eliminated by the Alpha Legion in 989.m30. This was the initial phase of the AC Halat civilization's resurgence. First, they had to overcome the fungus Xenos civilization before they could face the fear and chaos brought by the Horus Heresy. Alright, Taiduo, I'll be there right away. Chapter 132, Thicker than the Hive Wall. The Imperium's territory divisions are based on spatial scale. On the galaxy's flat map, the central region where Terra is located is called the Solar System. North of the Solar System is the Dim Star region, south is the Storm Starfield, west is the Taiping Star Territory, and east is the Far East Starfield. Below the Starfield are star districts. A star district is a cubic region with a side length of 200 light-years. Below star districts are substar districts, but substar districts generally do not border each other, which is different from the provinces of ancient Terra. The boundary of one province was often the boundary of another province. But in an interstellar context, between substar districts are idle zones measured in light-years, which may contain one or hundreds of undeveloped star systems. The Great Expedition incorporated lost human worlds into the territory, with each human world as the center, and a surrounding area of 10 to 20 light-years forming a substar district. Areas without human worlds either had no life or were alien territory. Therefore, although the Imperium of Man appears vast, it is actually riddled with holes, full of underutilized idle zones. Epimetheus is located in SS01-05 Sub-Star District, SS01 Star District, Solar System. The star district where the plague appeared is the Needle-Haven Star Zone, located at the southernmost tip of the dim star region, bordering the solar system. Why are some star district names letters and numbers, while others are specific words? This involves the promotion path of governors. Lenio will become the governor of Epimetheus in the future, meaning a planetary governor. Above a planetary governor are sub-star district governors and star district governors. If the total annual material tax submitted by a certain sub-star district exceeds 100 billion throne coins, the Ministry of Internal Affairs will establish the position of sub-star district governor in that sub-star district. If there is only one planetary governor in a sub-star district, that person will automatically be promoted to sub-star district governor. When there are multiple planetary governors, the one who pays the most tax gets the position. Similarly, to be promoted from sub-star district governor to star district governor, the individual must be responsible for at least half of the material tax in that star district. If someone in a star district successfully gets promoted to star district governor, his surname will replace the star district's original code name. The star district where Epimetheus is located has not yet produced a star district governor, so the star district's name is a code consisting of letters and numbers. The star district where the plague broke out is ruled by star district governor Needlehaven, hence it is named after his surname. The idea for a planetary governor to become a star district governor is very simple, summarized in one word: buy. Under the premise of ensuring normal tithe payment, purchase undeveloped planets within the star district with throne coins. Buy, continuously buy, and eventually acquire more than half of the valuable planets in the star district, and you can become a star district governor. This process is somewhat similar to land annexation from before my transmigration. In fact, in the context of the Warhammer world, it is even more barbaric than land annexation. The current star district governor of the Needle-Haven Star Zone is Needle-Haven 15. From the 1st to the 15th generation, the Needle-Haven family's expansion has relied entirely on processing radioactive waste. They charge a considerable fee to imperial worlds that produce radioactive waste, allowing them to launch the radioactive waste into their own stars. As stars consume radioactive waste, they gradually transform from healthy stars into toxic stars, and the Needle-Haven family's wallets swell and sink. They realized the true meaning of making money quickly through transactions involving radioactive waste disposal. The faster the radioactive waste is discharged, the faster they make money, and the faster their territory expands. As for the large number of toxic stars caused by this, it doesn't matter, don't worry, the outer shell of a nest capital is sufficient to block the radiation from toxic stars. After years of barbaric expansion, the Needle-Haven Star Zone was acquired by the Needle-Haven family, and the number of toxic stars in the star district increased by over 300, with hive worlds with extremely harsh ecological environments spread throughout the star systems containing toxic stars. The nest capital where Lenio is located also sells radioactive waste to the Needle-Haven Star Zone. Every few days, cargo ships come to transport the radioactive waste produced by the nest capital to the Needle-Haven Star Zone for processing. Warhammer world does not adhere to the theory that green waters and lush mountains are invaluable assets. A governor who can guarantee the tithe is a good governor. As for how the materials for his tax came about, the Ministry of Internal Affairs does not care. The Needle-Haven family is just a small microcosm of the vast imperium of man. Most planetary governors will eventually resort to launching radioactive waste into stars. When they are driven to desperation by the tithe and wish to quickly raise throne coins to cover it, sacrificing the health of a star becomes an option. The Needle-Haven family was able to become the masters of the star district so quickly by having a moral bottom line far below normal standards and a thick skin far above normal standards. What? Needle-Haven 15 actually wants us to give him 15 million tons of synthetic starch for free. Tai Duo read the Psyker communication record written by Ms. Shitana once, and its content left her dumbfounded. Lenio walked in through the door, and then saw Tai Duo with her beautiful eyes wide open. Tai Duo had received etiquette training since childhood and always maintained the demeanor of a dignified lady in front of outsiders. Only when she was alone with him would she reveal her true girlish nature. She was professional at managing her expressions, and it was the first time Lenio had seen her so flustered. What's wrong? What did Needle-Haven 15 say? Lenio gently stroked Tai Duo's back, asking soothingly. I don't know how to describe it. Needle-Haven 15's skin might be thicker than the outer wall of a nest capital. See for yourself. Tai Duo handed the communication record to Lenio, took a small fan from her pocket, and fanned herself, her face flushed, clearly very angry. Lenio greeted Ms. Shitana, took the communication record, sat beside Tai Duo, and read Needle-Haven 15's astonishing words line by line. To the Deputy Governor of Hive Apimite. I have heard of your independently developed new synthetic starch preparation technology. It is hard to imagine that someone can convert promethium refining residue into edible starch. But after research and inspection by my laboratory, I have approved your new technology and the synthetic starch prepared by it. This is a great invention that benefits all imperial worlds and should be shared by the entire imperium. Recently, I have been considering suggesting to the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs' director to shorten the protection period of your new technology by the Mechanicus' sacred database, from indefinite to 5 years. Before I make a formal decision, I hope you will provide at least 15 million tons of synthetic starch to the affected Needle-Haven Star Zone free of charge within 1 month. Your generous gift will prompt me to make the correct decision. Sincerely, Star District Governor Needle-Haven 15 of the Needle-Haven Star Zone. After reading the communication record, Lenio felt a wave of speechlessness, and what the F***ck similar to Lu Huaqiang's melon buying line almost slipped out. Needle-Haven 15 actually threatened him with forced disclosure of the patent? He had seen shameless people, but never one so utterly shameless. He truly lived up to his reputation as a ruthless individual who dared to use his own stars as radioactive waste landfills. Tai Duo's previous remark about his skin being as thick as the outer shell of a nest capital was absolutely spot on. Lin Yo took a deep breath, calmed down, placed the communication record on the table, and quickly analyzed. Needlehaven 15 has thoroughly researched the current state of synthetic starch. There might be his spies in our nest capital. Otherwise, he wouldn't have quoted the figure of 15 million tons. Tai Duo folded her fan and slowly nodded, resting the fan against her chin. Yes, you're right. According to the production plan, after deducting the portion used for material tax, we will have 15 million tons of synthetic starch available for sale this month. Needlehaven 15 is using insinuation to demonstrate his intelligence capabilities. Should Delton find his spy? Yes, have Delton find Needlehaven 15's spy, but don't act on it yet. We might need to use him to counter Needlehaven 15 later. Lin Yo leaned back against the sofa, his fingers tapping on his lap as he thought. The core issue now is that there may be quite a few Star District governors with the same idea as Needlehaven 15. The director of the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs holds an important position in the War Council. If the Star District governors' voices are loud enough, the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs director will inevitably consider their opinions. It might be 5 years from now, or 10 years, but the new starch preparation formula will, to some extent, fall out of our control. Then what should we do? Tai Duo muttered worriedly. Lin Yo smiled and comforted her. Don't worry, publicizing the formula isn't necessarily a bad thing. Just having the formula doesn't mean they can synthesize the precursor substances. At that time, we can sell production equipment for synthesizing precursor substances. The profit margin for selling equipment is much higher than selling starch. Tai Duo didn't understand much about technology, but since Lin Yo was so confident, she had nothing to worry about. In fact, when Lin Yo was developing the toxin-to-starch catalyst, he had already considered the forced disclosure of the formula. He specifically used automatic simulation to make the molecular structure of the precursor substance incredibly complex. It is no exaggeration to say that without his personal calibration of the reactor, over 90% of Imperial worlds would not be able to synthesize the precursor substance. At that time, the governors who obtained the formula would either buy equipment produced by Epimedius or spend money to hire the mechanic used to help calibrate the reactor. Given the grumpy nature of the oil boy, they would certainly empty the governor's pockets, so there would be no shortage of buyers for Epimedius's equipment. Once he understood this, there was nothing to panic about regarding the forced disclosure of the starch formula. Ms. Shitana, knitting, asked gently. Lin Yo, how do you plan to reply to Needlehaven? I plan to turn passive into active. Lin Yo picked up the communication record, glanced at it, drew a few horizontal lines on it with a pencil, and wrote a few sentences. Needlehaven 15 is eyeing the synthetic starch formula, isn't he? I can give it to him, but he'll have to pay for it. Madam, do you know how much the Needlehaven Star Zone's material tax from last year was, converted into throne coins? Ms. Shitana pushed up her reading glasses. If I remember correctly, the total value of the material tax should be around 96 billion throne coin, of which 64% comes from Imperial world controlled by Needlehaven 15, corresponding to a total material tax value of about 61.5 billion throne coin. Ms. Shitana said everything at once, revealing all the information Lin Yo wanted to know. Such a private psyker was like a treasure. Thank you, Ms. Lin Yo listed the formula on the communication record and calculated it, coming to a conclusion. I am willing to sell the formula for the new synthetic starch at a price of 500 million throne coin to anyone interested in purchasing it. I can accept payment in the form of a down payment and installments. The down payment ratio must not be less than 15%. Each installment must be transacted through banks in Terra and cannot be offset by physical materials or financial products. Tai Duo deeply pondered Lin Yo's intention. Ms. Shitana reacted extremely quickly. As soon as Lin Yo finished speaking, her eyes lit up slightly, and she understood Lin Yo's intention, with a look of affirmation and approval in her eyes. Lin Yo, your progress during this period is truly fast. Just a few days ago, I explained to you to reject someone's proposal with a proposal of your own, and today you've already used this method. Yes, Ms., thank you for your guidance. Lin Yo smiled and said. Instead of fighting on a battlefield opened by others, it is better to open your own battlefield and lead the opponent to fight on your own battlefield. I have now released the selling price of the formula, and those who want to buy it will naturally come to buy it. Even if the buyer of the formula only pays the first installment, he will unhesitatingly stand on my side and oppose the compulsory disclosure of the formula. After Lin Yo's explanation, Tai Duo suddenly understood, and then discovered a problem. What if someone defaults after you tell them the formula? Besides filing a complaint with the Empire Justice Department, you have almost no way to counteract their defaulting behavior, do you? Lin Yo laughed heartily and raised his index finger. This is the essence, Tai Duo. I didn't think about wanting their installments, all I want is their down payment. A total price of 500 million, a down payment ratio of 15%, equals 75 million throne coin. This amount of money is nothing to a Star District governor. Needlehaven 15 can afford it, and other Star District governor can also afford it. There are over 1,000 Star District governor in the entire Imperium of Man. If each person pays us 75 million throne coin, how much money is that? I understand what you mean. You are exchanging a low price for a high volume of transactions. 500 million is not something just any Star District governor has, but 75 million is different, Every star district governor can afford this amount. Tai Duo clapped her hands excitedly, and her clever mind quickly discovered another potential problem. What if a star district governor sells the formula at a low price privately? Linyo said. The formula is protected by the Mechanicus's sacred database, and private sales will be subject to investigation by the Mechanikus. But you and I both know that the Mechanikus members in the Star District are basically on very good terms with the Star District Governor. It's unlikely to counteract the Star District Governor through the Mechanikus. Tai Duo nodded, indicating, and then. Linyo continued. Therefore, the formula trading method I envisioned is to pay first, then give the formula. Whoever pays the down payment before the end of this year will receive the formula next year. Praise the developers before the crossing. Inspired by them, Linyo was able to formulate a trading plan that would deeply entangle others. Tai Duo was full of praise after hearing it and couldn't think of any loopholes for a while. After careful consideration, Ms. Shitana also approved Linyo's plan. However, based on her understanding of the Star District Governor, Ms. Shitana suggested that Linyo raise the price of the formula to 1 billion, with the down payment ratio remaining unchanged at 15%. Furthermore, the trading partner were not limited to Star District Governor. Ms. Shitana felt that Rogue Trader, Space Marine Legion, expeditionary fleets and other wealthy traders could also be included. The three discussed from that afternoon until evening, finally settling on the plan. One formula for 1 billion, with a 15% down payment. Any Imperial member who can prove the legitimacy of their funds can participate in the transaction. Those who pay the down payment before the end of this year will receive the formula on the first day of the following year. Those who purchase the formula thereafter will receive the formula on the same day they pay the down payment. Ms. Shitana was responsible for publishing the transaction information. Due to the extremely large transaction amount, this profit project, which should have been undertaken by Isabel, was instead handled by Tai Duo Vogues this time, and Isabel did not participate in the formula transaction. Before leaving Ms. Shitana's residence, Linyo did not forget to inquire about the plague. It was laughable. The plague appeared in the stellar radiation waste zone, and the pathogenic strain of the plague had not yet been identified. The stellar radiation waste zone was built near the star, specifically for packaging and launching radiation waste. Its main facilities were waste packaging space stations and cannons for launching waste. Its other purpose was to collect fees. Incoming cargo ships transported radiation waste to the waste zone, only after paying could the waste be unloaded. The stellar radiation waste zone had a large population, all laborers who risked their lives for money and criminals serving their sentences there. The plague turned these people into madmen, severely disrupting the stellar radiation waste zone's ability to earn money for the Needlehaven family. Needlehaven 15 had space marines. The fleet's ships must be cruisers or smaller, and could only be second-hand vessels discarded by the Imperial Army. The navigators of the ships were assigned by the Ministry of Military Affairs, restricted to sailing within the Star District, and forbidden from going elsewhere. All expenses of the fleet were borne by the Needlehaven family. Needlehaven 15 did not want his wings to be damaged, so he could not mobilize the Space Marines to deal with the plague. In order to freeload off the Imperial Army's garrison in the Star District, Needlehaven 15 used his authority to send a psyker broadcast, making the situation seem very serious. Would this method of using authority to force the Imperial Army to do things for him really not cause problems? Linyo and Tai Duo were speechless, once again refreshing their understanding of Needlehaven 15's thick skin. Leaving Ms. Shitana's residence, Linyo escorted Tai Duo to her residential area, then returned to his own residence. He turned off the servo skull's do not disturb mode, and Brandy's voice came from it. Master, as of now, you have 3 pending tasks. Miss Leia sent you a gift, which I received on your behalf and have placed in your study. Please check it in time. Delton suggested focusing on strengthening the Governor's Guard's ability to quickly respond to the plague. The detailed proposal has been saved in your data slate. Linyo opened Delton's proposal, feeling genuine admiration for this elite from Schola Progenium. Every proposal he submitted was incredibly precise and detailed, with expenditure amounts accurate to the single digit, time planning accurate to the day, and the measures in the proposal were indeed necessary to implement. Using delightful to describe Delton's proposal was very appropriate. Delton proposed strengthening the scanning precision and depth of routine inspections, including many Xenos that had not appeared in Epimedius but had negatively impacted the Imperium of Man. For example, Dark Eldar, Craft World Eldar, Orc, etc. This also included bone drinkers. This was a very good suggestion. Linyo had thought of it before, and this time he and Delton thought alike. He closed the proposal, planning to review it again tomorrow morning and sign it if there were no issues. Arriving at the main entrance of the laboratory, Linyo greeted the Governor's Guard agents guarding the door, returned to his residence, and found the small gift from Leia in his study. As he expected, inside was a rat-skin people incisor, and judging by its shape and color, it must have been pulled from Dezhuang's mouth. Linyo locked the incisor and its packaging box in the safe and asked, Brandy, what is the third pending task? 6 months ago, you set an alarm on your data slate that would ring only once after 180 days. You did not add a memo to this alarm. Therefore, I am not entirely sure of its purpose and require you to recall it yourself. Brandy opened the alarm interface of the data slate, and the alarm set 180 days ago appeared before Linyo's eyes. Linyo took the data slate and scrolled up and down the alarm interface. The memo was blank, which made him feel a bit confused. Why did he set this alarm 180 days ago? And why didn't he write down the purpose of the alarm in the memo? Linyo sat in the study chair, pondering over the alarm interface. What was he doing 180 days ago? I remember now. Lienyo jolted, recalling the scene at that time. After the cleanup operation against the Church of Amalgamation ended, the first district of Upper Nest held a banquet to auction ghost mushroom. He met 3 illegal merchants at the banquet. They were from the Cold Trade Group in the Dim Star region. During their secret meeting with Ozjas, they revealed that their faction had discovered a weak human civilization with a population of about 300 million. This human civilization had not yet been discovered by the Imperium of Man's expeditionary fleet and was in a lost state, having lost contact with Terra. The illegal merchants' faction planned to slaughter these people and occupy the mineral resources on that planet. At that time, Lienyo had a sudden idea and placed a growth-inhibited orc reproductive spore on these 3 individuals, intending to use it to uncover the secrets of the Cold Trade Group. The surface of this spore had a dense chitin membrane that could isolate air and moisture, preventing the spore from developing. Calculated in Terra time, the membrane's validity period was exactly 180 days. Now, the spores, free from the membrane's control, might have already started growing Squig, Gretchen, and Orc Boy. Brandy, I know the purpose of this alarm now. I will handle it. Yes, Master. Lienyo handed the data slate to the servo skull, quickly washed up, lay down on the bed, and tried to search for the orc that had grown from the growth-inhibited orc reproductive spores. Chapter 133, Chaos Corruption Trap? You are exchanging the second reward option. Reward 2, precisely match an orc you specify and conduct a simulation. Exchange price, 100 points and a certain amount of magic spores. Searching for orcs related to growth-stunted orc reproductive spores for you. Search complete. One simulation target found that meets the search criteria. There really is one. Lienyo suddenly felt wide awake. The system text continued to refresh. Calculating simulation price. The simulation target is a newly born orc boy. The starting price for simulation is 1 magic spores. The simulation target has not been modified, has not been corrupted by Chaos Daemon, has not been affected by other negative influences, and is not in combat. The final simulation price is 1 asterisk, 1 plus 0%, equals 1 magic spores. Current magic spores inventory, 884. Remaining simulation points, 560,000. Do you want to start the WAAC simulation immediately? Lienyo took out the magic spores, put them into his mouth, and silently thought, start simulation. His consciousness detached from his body and traveled through the vast starry sea. This journey was exceptionally long. Every time Lienyo thought he was nearing the end, his consciousness would maintain a high-speed traversal, constantly rushing forward. Just as he suspected he was about to leave the galaxy, the scene before him paused. A planet, with most of its surface covered by mountains and forests, filled his vision. The forest was burning, a sea of fire illuminating a small portion of the land, and thick smoke gathered into black clouds high in the sky. The forest was not ignited by natural lightning, but by several ships hovering in low orbital space. They continuously fired air-to-ground missiles at the settlements of a Stone Age civilization. As Lienyo's consciousness passed through the atmosphere and descended to the surface, many shuttles capable of atmospheric flight took off from the ships and flew towards the ground with him. The ships and shuttles bore no Imperium of Man insignia. The fleet destroying the primitive civilization here should belong to the Cold Trade Group. Lienyo plunged into the dense primitive jungle. Below, in the bushes, a scrawny orc appeared. He held a stone axe made of stone and wood and was fighting 2 armed individuals in camouflage armor. You have successfully possessed the orc kid. The moment the system message appeared, Lienyo took control of the orc's body, immediately activated the fungi ability, optical stealth, and rolled along the ground to avoid the laser beam aimed at his chest. The 2 armed individuals let out strange cries in distorted low Gothic. Damn it! Where did that green skin go? How did he suddenly disappear? Are our sensors broken? The armed individuals yelled, sweeping their laser beams horizontally, leaving scorched marks on the surrounding tree trunks. Lienyo narrowly avoided the lasers, climbing up a tree trunk, and soon reached the height of the canopy. His gaze passed through the gaps in the leaves to the ground, and Lienyo carefully examined the 2 men's attire. Their camouflage armor had no auxiliary energy systems or internal/external skeletons, so it should be made of bulletproof plastic. The laser rifles in their hands were not standard Imperium of Man weapons, the barrels were too thick, and the focusers were rather bulky. One of them had a communication backpack on his back, with an umbrella-shaped antenna extending from it. What was noteworthy was their exposed skin, which was an extremely rare purplish-brown color, with root-like patterns on the surface, looking quite bizarre. They don't seem to be human. They should be subhumans or xenos. After completing his assessment, Lienyo had a plan of action in mind. He weighed the stone axe in his hand, aimed at the figures below, activated brain freeze technique, and then leaped down. Bang! The stone axe accurately hit one person's back of the neck, the crude axe blade striking the most fragile part of the human body like a hammer. With a crisp crack, the neck bent backward, and fractured bone fragments pierced the neck's blood vessels. Dark purple blood sprayed on the inside of the goggles, and one person died on the spot. Lienyo pulled out the dagger from this person's leg, his fingers flipping, the dagger dancing like a butterfly at his fingertips. He swept it backhand, and the dagger with a blood groove plunged into the second person's chin. Cough, 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 gurgling bloody foam flowed inside the helmet. Lienyo twisted the dagger, pulled it out forcefully, bringing out a trail of blood, and the second corpse fell to the ground. After a swift search, Lienyo, holding a laser rifle and a backpack full of supplies, left the scene. He found a tree hollow covered by bushes and crawled into it, crouching. Broken sunlight cast mottled patterns from the tree canopy, and rumbling explosions and slight vibrations came from afar, with faint screams drifting through the forest wind. Li Niu activated vibration sensing, constantly monitoring the surrounding movements, and took out the logs, datapads, and communication records from his backpack to examine them one by one. A few minutes later, the situation became clear. This planet was located in the Midlook expansion area of the Dim Star region, at the furthest northeastern corner of the Dim Star region. The star beacon light of the expansion area was flickering, and contact with Terra was often interrupted, so it had not been incorporated into the Imperium's territory. This planet, due to its rich mineral deposits, had been targeted by the Cold Trade Group. From the acquired data, there were at least 2 Cold Trade Groups in the Dim Star region. The raiders here were the O'Neill Group, whose masters were the rulers of the O'Neill civilization, calling themselves the O'Neill Emperor. The ships in orbit around the planet came from the O'Neill Group's second plunder fleet, primarily composed of guardsmen capable of quickly jumping into the warp. The soldiers responsible for sweeping through primitive civilizations were precisely the O'Neill, whose skin was purplish-brown. Although they had 4 limbs and a brain like humans, O'Neill could eat anything. Wood, corpses, and dirt were all on their diet list. Their chaotic mating philosophy allowed O'Neill to reproduce rapidly. Coupled with mass hormone modification, O'Neill could grow quickly and learn combat skills like poultry. Their objective when sent to the ground was only one: to control primitive settlements by any means and capture enough samples for research. If the primitive inhabitants of this planet were proven useless, the plunder fleet would eliminate all of them, leaving no one behind. That's truly the style of the Cold Trade Group. Everything is about money. Xenos, subhumans, and primitives who cannot generate profit will only find death in the hands of the Cold Trade Group. Li Niu shook his head, sighing with emotion. Sorry, humanoid life on this planet. I have my own world to take care of and manage, and I currently don't have the time, ability, or capacity to be your savior. Li Niu opened the system interface, activated automatic simulation, and created several growth-stunted orc reproductive spores. He put the spores into the O'Neill's communication backpack. If all went well, someone would come to retrieve the valuable communication equipment, and the spores would go onto the ship with that person. If his luck was good, then in 180 days, when the alarm rang again, he would be able to see the headquarters of the O'Neill Group. Li Niu hid the spores, ensuring they would not be discovered or lost. He returned to the previous battle site, arranging the backpack, weapons, and ammunition to look as if they had fallen during combat. Li Niu looked around, deciding to save the character and prepare for tomorrow's work as governor. He found a suitable place to log off, when noisy sounds came from the bushes not far away. Strange, meaningless sounds, sounding particularly miserable, emitted by a man and a woman, presumably the primitives of this planet. Li Niu scratched his head, wondering if he should save 2 people before logging off. Hold these 2 down. Ha ha ha, I'll go first, I've been holding it in for days. Ha ha ha. Lewd and vulgar low Gothic, with an O'Neill accent. The content made Li Niu think of some unpleasant things. Don't let them move. When I'm done, it's your turn. Li Niu sighed softly, bent down to pick up the firearm he had just put down, wishing for the first time that he didn't understand low Gothic, so he could avoid some trouble. Forget it. Since I'm already here, I might as well do some good deeds to accumulate virtue. Fungi ability, optical stealth, activated. Li Niu transformed into a transparent whirlwind and rushed towards the direction of the sound. After bypassing a patch of bushes, 6 O'Neill wearing bulletproof plastic armor appeared on the grassland ahead. They were holding 2 ragged primitives, tying both of them to tree trunks with ropes. The primitives' appearance leaned towards that of the Imperium of Man, with noticeable similarities, but their skin, bones, and other parts showed clear differences due to the primitive environment. 2 primitives, 1 male and 1 female. The O'Neill tied them separately, then unfastened their armor buckles while surrounding the male primitive. Wait! Why the male primitive? At this moment, Li Niu, observing from the shadows, and the 2 primitives were clearly stunned. Li Niu suddenly remembered the O'Neill's chaotic mating philosophy and couldn't help but feel a pang of discomfort. 6 O'Neill removed their helmets with lewd laughter, and Li Niu aimed at the backs of their heads, firing a volley of lasers. Buzz, 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 buzz. 6 crimson lasers took the lives of 6 enemies. The engagement was so swift and decisive that the 2 primitives didn't even react. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Several more laser beams struck, melting the ropes that bound the primitives. Li Niu slung the laser rifle over his shoulder, poked half his body out of the bushes, and waved, "Oi! Don't just stand there, follow me." The 2 primitive people broke free from their restraints and embraced each other, nervously sizing up the person who had saved them. The orc boy's green skin was different from the O'Neill, and perhaps it was this difference that helped Li Niu gain the trust of the primitive people. A man and a woman walked over, supporting each other. Halfway, the male primitive whispered something to the female primitive, then turned and ran towards the O'Neill's corpse, picking up a pile of laser rifles. He probably saw the O'Neill using these weapons and knew the destructive power of lasers. But his incorrect way of holding the gun almost caused a disaster. One laser rifle had its safety off, and the trigger was accidentally pulled. A crimson laser shot out with a hum, grazing past the male primitive's head. The male primitive shivered in fright, and the laser rifles in his arms scattered to the ground. The triggers were accidentally pulled again, and another series of lasers shot out. The female primitive screamed and rushed over, embracing the male primitive, nearly getting pierced by the lasers herself. Li Niu was speechless. He simply used vibration art to control the air, tapping the laser rifles from a distance to turn on their safeties, which finally quelled the chaotic scene. With a wave of his right hand, his palm turned over, and the air continuously vibrated. Laser rifles, energy magazines, and backpacks scattered on the ground all flew into Li Nyo's hands under the effect of vibration art. Hurry up! Follow me! Don't dawdle! Li Nyo slung everything onto his back and repeatedly waved to the primitive people. The two primitive people were stunned by the act of telekinesis. Their knees gave out, and they knelt before Li Nyo, repeatedly knocking their foreheads against the ground. Well, this time Li Nyo didn't have to guess, he knew he was being treated as the embodiment of some supernatural phenomenon by the primitive people. Li Nyo was helpless to explain. He snapped two fingers, vibrating the air behind them, lifting them off the ground, and pushing their bodies to follow him. The primitive people felt the force appearing out of thin air behind them, and the adoration in their eyes grew even thicker. They repeatedly looked back towards the settlement, babbling something behind Li Nyo, their words filled with pleading and longing. Li Nyo slowed his pace, looked at the area being bombarded by the ship, and waved his hand at the two primitive people. Follow me. Your place is beyond saving. I'm not some metal lump like A Long, how could I withstand cannon fire and lances? However, speaking of which, could vibration art shake down a ship? Li Nyo narrowed his eyes, the sky reflected in their depths, and he fell into thought. That being said, he had no intention of trying. The stock in the fungus warehouse was insufficient to support such a whimsical idea. He quickly led the two primitive people away from the troubled area, finally stopping by a winding small river. Li Nyo demonstrated how to use the laser rifle to them, then planned to log off. Before logging off, to prevent the orc boy from instinctively treating the primitive people as prey and rendering his rescue efforts useless, Li Nyo intended to put a significant distance between himself and the primitive people. The two primitive people hugged Li Nyo's legs, not letting him leave, repeating the same word over and over. Seeing Li Nyo's determination to leave, the man and woman frantically kowtowed, while pointing their arms in a certain direction. I told you, I can't save your settlement. Accept reality, if you're backward, you'll get beaten. Before Li Nyo could finish speaking, the female primitive dropped to her knees, caught up to him, and knelt before him. Li Nyo tried to walk around her, but his gaze inadvertently swept over the pendant on her neck, and his eyes narrowed slightly. These cuneiform characters on the pendant look so familiar. Li Nyo motioned for the female primitive to give him the pendant. After getting the pendant, he held it in front of him, examining it repeatedly, his pupils trembling slightly. The two primitive people frantically gesticulated, drawing circles one moment and squares the next, trying to convey some meaning to Li Nyo. Li Nyo composed himself and pointed in the direction the primitive people had indicated earlier. You want me to go there? The primitive people didn't care if he understood or not. They each grabbed one of Li Nyo's arms, pulling him in that direction. Li Nyo clutched the pendant in his hand and quickened his pace. The three walked across the small river and entered the forest on the other side. This journey was long and arduous, lasting from daytime until dusk. The setting sun was like blood in the sky, and night was about to fall. The two primitive people were exhausted and stopped in front of a stone building hidden deep underground. The primitive people walked panting towards the entrance of the building. The orc boy's advantage was revealed at this moment. As long as the nutrition kept up, there was no such thing as overwork for orcs. Li Nyo had been eating mushrooms from the fungus warehouse along the way. Besides breaking out in a sour sweat, he was fine. He did not immediately follow the primitive people into the building. He maintained a necessary vigilance, a vigilance born from knowing the horrors of Chaos Daemon. As a cloud hammer, he had followed many upstreamers who explained official WarHammer novels. A certain upstreamer once complained in a video that the routine for chaos corrupting Primarch was too formulaic. Using accidental events to pique the Primarch's curiosity, leading the Primarch to develop a desire to explore the unknown under the influence of curiosity. Once the Primarch stepped into the preset trap step by step, Chaos Daemon would descend into the physical universe through primitive and bloody rituals, showing the Primarch so-called miracles and the future of the Imperium. After such a formulaic deception, the Primarch actually believed the Daemon's lies. Li Nyo found his current situation somewhat similar to the Primarch in the official novels. Using the primitive's pendant to arouse his curiosity, leading him to follow the primitive into a strange stone building. Perhaps, this stone building was already ambushed with Daemon followers who worshipped chaos, just waiting for him to jump into the fire pit. Li Nyo vigilantly scanned the primitive people, repeatedly warning himself not to be curious. Curiosity is the beginning of downfall, exploration is the starting point of corruption. This Wadaik simulation ends here. The male primitive had already entered the stone building. The female primitive, lagging behind him, noticed Li Nyo stopping and his vigilant gaze. The female primitive quickly walked over, hugged Li Nyo's upper body, and repeatedly uttered the same syllables in a pleading tone. She used all her strength, trying to drag Li Nyo through the door, but only managed to make Li Nyo take a small step forward. It was this small step that caused the system to react. Important item usable for fungibility simulation function found. Please acquire it as soon as possible. 3 green dots appeared in Li Nyo's vision, all located in the space ahead and slightly below. Li Nyo's heart tensed. He opened his palm and looked at the cuneiform characters on the pendant. The writing on the pendant used the language of the Bone Drinker's civilization. In the treasury beneath Epimetheus's bottom nest, Li Nyo had seen many characters of the same type. Although he didn't know the specific meaning of these characters, he would never mistake this language style and writing method. Looking at the green dots in his vision, which symbolized upgrade items, an answer was on the tip of Li Nyo's tongue. There was a very high possibility that a Bone Drinker's treasury existed here. Lienyo narrowed his eyes, pushed away the female primitive's arm, and used brain freeze technique to freeze her. He rubbed his left index finger and thumb together, and a genetically modified orc spore appeared in his hand. His right palm faced upwards, and a chitinous medicine bottle appeared in his palm. Inside the bottle was a potion to accelerate the growth and development of spores. He soaked the spore in the potion and waited for 2 minutes. A light green mushroom grew out of the bottle, looking thin and small, somewhat underdeveloped. The mushroom cap was torn open from the inside by a pair of small hands, and a weak orc kid crawled out. Lienyo used brain freeze technique to freeze this orc, who was about as tall as his calf, and put the medicine bottle and potion back into the fungus warehouse. He opened the system interface, mentally locked onto the orc kid, and selected to redeem reward 2. This reward option had a small bug that could be exploited. When calculating the point consumption of the simulation target, it would dynamically refresh the simulation target status. If the simulation target entered combat, the point consumption would dynamically refresh, factoring in the combat elements, and increasing the point consumption. Similarly, when the simulation target suffered negative effects or chaos corruption, the point consumption would also change. This created an opportunity for Lienyo to use the orc kid as a scout. Go, kid, go in with her. I'll wait for you outside. In half an hour, come out and tell me what you saw. All right, boss. The orc kid rubbed his belly, grinned at Lienyo, and pointed to his mouth. I'm hungry, boss. Do you have anything to eat? Lienyo pointed at the orc kid and activated full stomach technique. The orc kid's belly visibly swelled up. Holy cow, that's awesome, boss. Gork and Mork are showing their power. Chapter 134, Heretical Technology, but really delicious. Holy moly, boss. Gork and Mork have shown themselves. A small orc kid has given you 10 likes, score plus 10. System text floated across his vision. When he had saved the primitive earlier, similar like notifications had popped up. Lienyo wasn't in the mood to think about using the primitive to farm simulation points. He raised a foot and kicked the orc kid on the butt. Get in there, you're full of rhymes, do you want to be a war boss? The brain freeze technique on the female primitive was lifted, and under Lienyo's urging, the person and the orc entered the stone building. Lienyo squatted in a hidden corner, closely monitoring the dynamic information on the system interface. Half an hour later, the orc kid scurried out of the building, his face flushed with excitement, as if he had discovered a pile of shiny gold. Boss. Boss. By Gork and Mork, I saw so many big cans with sparkling treasures inside, and lots of hard iron lumps. We can definitely hit it big here. Wait, don't come over yet. Lienyo used the brain freeze technique to freeze the orc kid and carefully checked the system interface. Selecting exchange reward 2, Lienyo used the orc kid as the simulation object. The system began calculating the I reckon power cost for the simulation. Simulation object is an almighty kid, starting I reckon power price is 100 magic spores. Simulation object has not undergone mechanical modification, has not been corrupted by chaos daemon, has not been affected by other negative influences, and is not in combat. Final simulation price is 100 asterisk, 1 plus 0%, equals 100 magic spores. The so-called almighty kid was a name Lienyo had given him. This orc had not yet reached the level of being almighty, he merely integrated a small portion of gene fragments from various orc units such as Tech Priest, Pain Boys, Mad Doctor, Luda Boy, Flyboy, Tank Busta, Word Boy, and Word Boy. These gene fragments from different orc units were still incomplete and required more coordination and refinement to allow the almighty kid to fully utilize the advantages of different orc units. This genetic engineering project was massive, involving plant, animal, and fungal genes simultaneously, and the system's assistance was limited. The current total research and development progress was only about 1%, with a long way to go. In Lienyo's vision, the final product of the almighty kid would be used to develop a new generation of Gen's taint. However, it was too early to talk about that now. The almighty kid in front of him was bait Lienyo had cast, intended to lure chaos daemon. Since the system determined that the almighty kid had not been corrupted by chaos, the stone building inside should be safe. Lienyo snapped his fingers, released the orc kid from the brain freeze technique, and officially stepped through the stone building's entrance. The orc kid followed alongside, excitedly gesticulating. Boss, I saw a big treasure with a propeller, I'll rub you a clunky big machine. There were also a lot of stinky things there, I reckon I could raise a dozen squig. The orc kid chattered on incessantly. Everything he saw triggered his I reckon power, allowing him to discover corresponding witchcraft in his genetic knowledge base. From Luda Boy witchcraft, Mad Doctor witchcraft, Mechanical witchcraft, to Word Boy witchcraft, and Word Boy witchcraft, this orc kid spoke eloquently about them all. The almighty kid's research and development progress was currently only 1%, it was hard to imagine what kind of existence would emerge when it reached 100%. I wouldn't accidentally create an ancient orc, would I? Lienyo narrowed his eyes, suddenly feeling that developing the almighty kid so early was not a good thing, his current strength was too weak, and he was very likely to suffer a backlash. Turning his head to look at the bouncing orc kid, Lienyo wondered whether he should send him on his way now, to avoid any unexpected trouble. Perhaps sensing the coldness in Lienyo's eyes, the orc kid shivered, then plopped to his knees, hugging his boss's leg and wailing, snot and tears streaming down his face. Boss, don't abandon me. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it. My life belongs to you. You eat squig meat, I'll eat squig poop, or you can even eat me, just don't drive me away. Alright, get up. Lienyo rolled his eyes, muttering to himself that he shouldn't have added the bum kid gene fragment to the almighty kid. This comical act of fawning was derived from the most unique unit among orcs, the bum kid. Bum kid are rare high emotional intelligence beings among orcs. They laugh when they should and cry when they should, providing great emotional value to other orcs and being very well liked by them. Therefore, among orcs, bum kid are generally treated as mascots. The Steel Brave tribe currently only had one bum kid. The relevant gene fragments in the orc kid's body were extracted from this bum kid. You said it yourself, whatever I tell you to do, you'll do it. From now on, if I ever find out you've done something you shouldn't have, I'll hang you from a propeller and beat you. The orc kid stopped crying and started smiling, instantly turning from gloomy to cheerful. He quickly stood up and wiped the snot from Leonio's leg. All right, boss. Boss is the best, boss is the strongest, boss is the most. Quiet, I'm thinking. Leonio made a fist with his right hand and tapped the orc kid on the forehead. Oh, oh, oh. The orc kid covered his mouth, wide-eyed, looking up at his boss with admiration. Leonio's gaze fell on something he was all too familiar with. It was a rocky passage that occupied the path ahead, spiraling downwards. The walls on both sides of the passage had numerous carvings resembling human tailbones. Without a doubt, this was a howling chasm. The same thing had appeared in the bottom nest of Epimedius. But the howling chasm in front of him was different. It did not emit the psychic fluctuations that caused auditory hallucinations. At this moment, it was as quiet as an ordinary Xeno civilization ruin, without a single trace of anything special. Leonio entered the spiraling passage and reached the end 10 minutes later. Upon seeing the scene at the end, the words as expected surfaced in his mind. This was a vast underground grotto with traces of artificial carving, estimated to cover over 10,000 square meters. Sculpted stone pillars stood here, emitting a faint white light, barely illuminating every corner of the grotto. The underground grotto had 5 levels, each with the same layout, spacious, quiet, filled with the dust of history, and containing many traces of human activity. At the end of the 5th underground level, 2 stone doors, over 20 meters high, appeared on the wall. The stone doors had already been opened, revealing a gap wide enough for 2 people to pass through side by side. Although the scene inside the door was within Leonio's expectations, his heart still uncontrollably quickened. Tall stone shelving units were arranged in the treasury, each level neatly displaying pottery jars, glass jars, and cultivation pods. Within the various containers, there were all sorts of items, jewelry, antique artifacts, safes, technical documents, and more. The outer shells of the containers were embedded with plagues-bearing cuneiform script. This was a treasury built by the Bone Drinkers civilization, its layout not much different from the treasury Leonio had previously seen in the Epimedius bottom nest, though there were significant differences in the items stored within. Was this a coincidence, or some kind of layout from the Bone Drinkers civilization? 2 primitive lay behind the treasury door, with food scraps on the ground nearby. The male primitive was fast asleep, while the female primitive brought Leonio a pile of canned goods and bottled purified water, then lay down next to the male primitive to sleep. The canned goods and assembled plastic water bottles were well preserved. The inner layer was metal packaging, covered by a vacuum bag, with no signs of air leakage or bulging. Leonio wasn't hungry at the moment. He told the orc kid to keep watch at the entrance while he went to collect upgrade items. Upon entering, deep within the 3rd shelf row from the left, a green cursor was marked by the system. That was the closest upgrade item to Leonio. Upon approaching, a cylindrical metal can appeared before him, its surface covered in a thick layer of dust. The green cursor hovered inside the can. He needed to find a way to open it. Leonio brushed away the dust from the can's surface and found a keyhole where a mechanical key could be inserted. He activated the mechanical witchcraft he had learned and fabricated a universal lockpick on the spot. After a series of clicks, the mechanical lock disengaged, and the curved outer shell of the can sprang open. The upgrade item indicated by the green cursor was a light green bead, larger than a magic spores, about the size of a ping-pong ball. Leonio held it in his hand, and system text appeared. Name, Magical Language Spore. Type, Old One Creation. Sole Purpose. Eat me. Description : This item carries the blueprints for Universal Translator and Speaking Spirit. These 2 blueprints have been lost and have not appeared in the existing Orc Gene knowledge base. They can only be unlocked by consuming this blueprint. The Universal Translator can automatically translate Xeno civilization languages. The Speaking Spirit can allow you to permanently learn a Xeno civilization language you wish to learn. This thing is for eating? Leonio stared at the spore on his fingertip for a moment, then swallowed it whole. Immediately, his body trembled, and a flood of information appeared in his mind, which he rapidly digested and memorized. This state was similar to when he activated his I Reckon power. Leonio effortlessly learned 2 orc technology blueprints. When the information surge in his mind receded, Leonio took out orc fungal materials from the fungus warehouse and immediately crafted a speaking spirit for himself. While drinking the speaking spirit, Leonio silently chanted, "I want to learn the Bone Drinker's language," then gulped it down. As the potion took effect, knowledge of the Bone Drinker's language appeared in his mind. Leonio looked around, his gaze falling on the massive stone tablet standing in the center of the treasury. After reading the text on the stone tablet, Leonio roughly understood the purpose of this treasure vault. This was not a place for the Bone Drinkers to hoard treasures, but a secret base for them to restart their civilization. Each row of shelves contained items that helped the person who opened the vault learn the Bone Drinker language. Crystal matrices sealed in exquisite crystal jars would attract Craft World Eldar. They contained psychic encodings written in Ildari and the Bone Drinker language. Psychic elixirs sealed in vacuum packaging could be consumed by any intelligent species, and the psychic effects of the elixir would imbue them with the Bone Drinker language. Various language carriers met the needs of different civilizations and races to quickly learn the Bone Drinker language. Among the numerous language carriers, there was also one specifically prepared for humans, a vacuum-packed data cartridge. These language carriers would not allow the user to be parasitized by the Bone Drinkers. While helping visitors learn the Bone Drinker language, they also conveyed a request from the Bone Drinker civilization. Visitors to the vault could freely use and possess any of its collections, including the Bone Drinker's parasitic spores. If a visitor was hostile to a certain civilization, they could release parasitic spores into the hostile civilization's territory. The Bone Drinkers would help the visitor infect the hostile civilization, thereby rebuilding their own civilization. Any visitor who released parasitic spores would gain the friendship of the Bone Drinkers, who promised not to actively infect the visitor's planet after the visitor met certain requirements. Of course, visitors to the vault could also choose not to help the Bone Drinkers rebuild their civilization. But remember, everything has a price. If a visitor only took treasures from the vault but did not help the Bone Drinkers rebuild their civilization, then when the Bone Drinker civilization revived in other corners of the galaxy, the planets that only took treasures and did not help rebuild the Bone Drinker civilization would be held accountable by the Bone Drinkers, who would surely make these greedy planets pay a heavy price. The Bone Drinkers were true to their word and capable of fulfilling it. Before being besieged by the Imperium of Man's 8th Legion and Space Wolves, they had secretly built no less than 100 vaults within the dim star region and solar system, each corresponding to a planet with a large number of intelligent life forms. As long as one visitor to a vault released parasitic spores, the Bone Drinker civilization would surely make a comeback and seek revenge on the greedy takers and the Imperium of Man. Imperium of Man planets that helped the Bone Drinkers rebuild their civilization could be excluded from the revenge plan after meeting the conditions. The Bone Drinkers' plan to rebuild their civilization had actually begun to show results. Needlehaven 15 Stellar Scrap Zone was an example. Perhaps one or more individuals or Xenos who disliked Needlehaven 15 unearthed a Bone Drinker vault, learned the Bone Drinker language, and became aware of the Bone Drinkers' plan to rebuild their civilization. These individuals or Xenos, out of hostile intent, released the Bone Drinkers' parasitic spores onto Needlehaven 15's territory. This way, Needlehaven 15 suffered misfortune, the Bone Drinker civilization began to rebuild, and their own territory received the Bone Drinkers' promise not to be actively infected by them, which could be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Lienyo had no doubt that someone or some Xenos would do this. After all, the Warhammer world never lacked ambitious individuals and deranged warmongers. Without further ado, after understanding the situation, Lienyo turned and ran towards the second upgrade item. This item was 13 magic spores in a ceramic jar, with the same use as the existing magic spores. The nameplate on the ceramic jar read Suspected Orc Reproductive Spores, Purpose Unknown. It seemed the Bone Drinkers had studied magic spores but had not figured out their purpose. Lienyo put the 13 magic spores into his bag and found the third upgrade item. This was somewhat unexpected. It was actually a gene editing device manufactured by the Bone Drinker civilization. The Bone Drinkers loved stone and bone, so this device extensively used these two materials. It covered an area of over 5 meters, was at least 10 meters high, and its main structure resembled a skeletal hand with its palm facing upwards. The 5 bony fingers of the skeletal hand had different functions, corresponding to a gene probe for acquiring gene samples, an emitter for firing mutagenic lasers, a force field scalpel for efficiently cutting experimental samples, a laser suturer for efficiently suturing samples, and a unique genetic device of the Bone Drinker civilization, the fungus gene recombination device. When he saw the appraisal result of this device, Lienyo was completely stunned, instantly experiencing the feeling of an oil boy seeing technological heresy. Xeno's technology was indeed technological heresy. In the name of the Omnissiah, it should be immediately destroyed, but it was truly too tempting. No wonder a portion of tech priests within the Mechanics were specifically responsible for archaeology. In the Warhammer world, archaeology could indeed lead to technological development. Were recovered technical data still called heretical technology? They were clearly lost human technology, weren't they? The more Lienyo looked at the gene editing device, the more he coveted it, almost drooling. The Bone Drinkers could parasitize any living organism. Such powerful parasitism originated from their unparalleled fungus gene recombination technology. Simply put, the Bone Drinkers added gene functions to themselves that could fuse with any living organism. If the parasitic target was human, the Bone Drinkers' gene fragments would spontaneously recombine and fuse with human gene fragments, forming a gene fragment with both fungal and human characteristics. Similarly, if the parasitic target was a plant or animal, the Bone Drinkers' gene fragments would fuse with plant or animal genes, producing gene fragments containing fungal characteristics. In the new gene fragments, gene encodings from the Bone Drinkers predominated, allowing the Bone Drinkers to control and dominate the infected host. Lienyo absorbed this uniquely styled gene editing device without a word, upgrading his system on the spot. Upgrade complete. Fungus simulation function now has an automated simulation option, fungus gene recombination. This function can convert gene fragments of non-fungal life forms into fungal gene fragments. The purity of the converted gene fragments will significantly decrease, but they can be used for fungus gene simulation. Lienyo's heart pounded, and he heard the roaring sound of blood rushing in his ears. From now on, he would be able to indirectly edit the gene fragments of non-fungal life forms. The significance of this upgrade was so profound that it would make any research assistant dizzy. But soon, Lienyo forced himself to calm down. As a legitimate university graduate student in microbiology, he held the necessary ethical and moral concepts. He knew what kind of research could be done and what could not. As Lienyo admonished himself, the system also sent a reminder. System prompt. Automated gene recombination may cause unexpected major disasters. Therefore, this function is restricted to use in simulation space and cannot be performed in the physical universe. Products created by this function will be sealed in the fungus warehouse, in a state of time stasis without thought or consciousness. Please be extremely cautious when using such products. Taking a deep breath, he calmed the agitation in his heart. Lienyo walked around the vault, stopping and looking at other collections. Many items seemed to have been damaged by primitives, but many were also perfectly intact. Mecha engines, power armor components, automated assembly stations for weapons and equipment, plasma furnaces, and other items were all available. Before building a vault, the bone drinkers would first survey the planet's condition and determine which life form on the planet had more development potential. On this particular planet, humanoid life forms were dominant, so most of the treasures in the vault were items that humanoid life forms could use and study. If the primitives had enough time to study these things, they might have experienced a technological explosion. Unfortunately, they were targeted by the cold trade group before they could touch the threshold of civilization's leap. Hey? What's this? A control device. Lienyo stopped at the very top layer of a certain shelf, his gaze falling on the only collection on that layer. It was a mechanical button placed on a circular pillar, with a stone tablet standing next to it. The cuneiform text on the stone tablet roughly meant, visitors who discover this vault can use this place as a temporary refuge. After pressing the button, the security facilities set up by the bone drinkers outside the vault will activate. The security facilities include a large protective force field and a rock passage that can swallow uninvited guests. After the rock passage and protective force field are activated, they will self-disintegrate after 9 to 10 years due to energy depletion. Other than that, there is no other way to close the rock passage and protective force field. The stone tablet showed the layout of the security facilities. The protective force field was spherical, covering a large area, and could encompass the vault in 5 layers of underground grottos. The howling chasm was at the edge of the force field, half inside and half outside the force field. Once the force field was activated, the howling chasm was the only access point, and the 5 layers of underground grottos were where the bone drinkers left for visitors to multiply and engage in production work. Overall, it looked pretty good. As long as the force field could be activated normally, the humans inside the force field would survive for 9 to 10 years without a problem. It must be said that the bone drinkers went to great lengths to incite visitors to help them rebuild their civilization. Chapter 135, the day the space beast was born, it was also present. Lienyo stopped to ponder, considering how to utilize the resources within this treasure trove. The O'Neill on the surface would discover this Xeno's ruin sooner or later, and the few ships had at least tens of thousands of armed personnel. After activating the protective force field and using the howling chasm as a defensive position, preparing for countermeasures against gas, fire, water, radiation, and other methods, how many orcs would he need to withstand the O'Neill's offensive? Lienyo used the Steel Brave tribe's combat effectiveness as a reference and came to a preliminary conclusion. 2,000 armed boom boy and orc boy, 50 tech boy responsible for maintaining the defense line and weapons, 20 pain boys responsible for treating the wounded, plus a number of Luda boy, Gretchen, and Gretchen slave drivers responsible for logistics, would be enough to keep the enemy out. Once an orc clan of this scale takes shape, what he needs to consider is no longer stopping the enemy, but how long it will take for this planet to be submerged by the greenskins. The ecological environment on the surface is very good, and it is estimated that in 3 years at most, orcs will appear in every corner of the globe. A brand new orc empire might even be born from this. Lienyo walked down the storage rack while pondering. There's no rush to activate the protective force field for now. Lienyo plans to first inventory how many high-value materials are in the treasure trove and whether it's worth his time and effort here. He has a nest capital to manage, after all. In addition, finding high-value materials does not mean he can take them away. It took the Steel Brave tribe about a year from its birth to now. Given sufficient scrap ship parts, they would need at least 2 months to build the first potentially flyable orc ship. Currently, there are no massive scrap ship parts on the planet he is on, no infrastructure for mass production of these parts, and even the underground mineral deposits have not been mined yet. To build a ship to transport high-value materials out, he might have to start from collecting raw materials. Or, seize the cold trade group's ships. If he can't seize them, then shoot the ships down and build new ones from the wreckage. Lienyo's eyes lit up as he discovered a new idea for a quick breakthrough. He counted his schedule on his fingers. In the next 5 days, he will work and do research during the day every day, and can only go online at night. After 5 days, with the current expansion project arranged, he will have 1 to 2 days of free time, allowing him to be online all day and command battles on site. 5 days is enough time to cultivate 2,000 orc units using growth-accelerating potions. The treasure trove contains weapons and ammunition, medicine, simple weapon assembly stations, and various raw materials. 5 days later, he will lead fully armed orcs to the surface to do a job. If this job succeeds, the O'Neill Group's ships will be in his pocket, and the mission will be accomplished. If it fails, then retreat underground, activate the protective force field, quickly develop and explode in numbers, and find another time to deal with them. How many divisions does the O'Neill Group have? Can it still contend with the Greenskin army? It's settled then. Lienyo clenched his fist and lightly pounded his palm, settling the plan. He searched for the items needed for rapid population growth in the fungus warehouse while returning the way he came. The orc kid, though a bit mischievous, was indeed very obedient. Lienyo told him to guard the door, and he stood motionless in the crack of the door, eyes wide and round, staring intently at the movements outside. Hey, you, come here. Lienyo waved to the orc kid, realizing he needed to give him a name to avoid management issues when there were more orcs later. Boss, I'm here. The orc kid ran over. Linio took out bottles and jars from the fungus warehouse and placed them in front of the orc kid. The bottles and jars were made from the chitinous membrane of sac fungi, directly related to fungi, and thus could be freely stored and retrieved in the fungus warehouse. Inside the jars were genetically modified orc reproductive spores, the growth-accelerating alchemical potion growth spirit, and concentrated nutrient solution rich in nutrients. Linio told the orc kid the usage and dosage of the spores and potions, and after repeatedly confirming that he understood, asked. I want to give you a name. What do you think would be a good name for you? The orc kid poked his head out from behind the mountain of bottles and jars, scratching his head in thought. I have an idea. The orc kid pointed to an animal specimen on the storage rack. Boss, just call me Beast. That name sounds super cool. Super cool? It is cool, but too common among orcs. In the Steel Brave tribe, at least 2,000 or 3,000 orcs named themselves Beast, and orcs often fought over names. Linio didn't care much, waved his hand and said. Alright, then I'll call you Beast. From today on, you are my first personal guard. Our clan will be called, Space Beast. Yeah. Space Beast. The orc kid cheered excitedly. The two primitive were startled by his shouts, muttering a few words in their sleep. The male primitive slept soundly, turning over and continuing to snore. The female primitive rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up, reaching out to grope the ground nearby, seemingly looking for something. As she searched, her consciousness gradually became clearer, her hands stopped fumbling, and she stared at the ground in a daze. A few seconds later, as if remembering that she was now underground and not sleeping in her dwelling in the settlement, tears welled up in the female primitive's eyes, and she covered her face, sobbing softly. Beast, go plant mushrooms. Okay, boss, I'm going right now. Beast picked up a few cans, ready to run to the corner of the treasure trove, where the boss had arranged the mushroom planting area. Linio stopped Beast before he left, pointing at the two primitive and instructing. Beast, don't provoke them actively, understand? And don't let other orcs provoke those two shrimp. Okay, boss. But why? Beast blinked in confusion. Linio tapped Beast's head with his fist. Only uncultured greenskins would actively provoke shrimp. We are Space Beast, we are cultured and well-mannered, we are more warhammer than ordinary greenskins. We don't do things like actively provoking shrimp. Did you hear me? Oh, I understand, we are cultured and well-mannered, we don't actively provoke shrimp. Beast responded loudly, running off with the cans. Linio had made some modifications to Beast's genes, as well as the genes of the orcs of the upcoming Space Beast clan. The orcs' living habits are determined by their fungal genes, which include their diet and hostility list. Linio had already removed humans from the diet of the Space Beast clan orcs and downgraded humans on the hostility list to normal threat level. However, this does not mean that the Space Beast orcs will absolutely not eat humans or actively attack humans. In situations of extreme hunger, the orcs' predatory instincts will take over, leading them to consider things they normally wouldn't eat as options, and humans are just one of them. Specifically reminding Beast not to harm the primitive, and not to let other orcs of the Space Beast clan harm the primitive, was more to prevent the orcs' combat instincts from causing trouble. For example, when orcs have nothing to do, they like to vent their energy by brawling. If the Space Beast clan and the primitive live together, they might treat the primitive as brawling targets, which would cause some casualties. In short, Linio hoped that the Space Wolves clan could get along friendly with the primitive. Hey, stop crying, I have something to ask you. Linio switched languages from orc to Bone Drinker's language, and snapped his fingers at the weeping female primitive. The female primitive was surprised that Linio could suddenly speak her race's language, looking over with tearful astonishment, sniffling. Linio walked over, squatted down, and asked. Do you have a name? My name is Xiao Xi. Xiao Xi, a small stream, good, this name has a lot of natural flavor. Linio sat cross-legged, tell me your story. This will help me settle you. As a primitive, Xiao Xi could only use short sentences composed of subject-verb-object. The words Linio used were more advanced, making it a bit difficult for Xiao Xi to understand. However, Xiao Xi's intelligence was not bad. After Linio explained the grammar to her once, she quickly grasped the essentials, not only understanding but also forming sentences. Xiao Xi spent an hour telling Linio all the information he wanted to know. She also drew the totems of her tribe and patterns from various historical artifacts on the dusty ground with a twig. Numerous clues indicated that the primitive on this planet indeed had some connection with the Imperium of Man. One day in the first 300 years of the 30th millennium, the Bone Drinkers civilization arrived on this planet, which at the time had a technological level in the Steam Age. The Bone Drinkers displayed the might of their civilization, forcing the humans on the planet to submit to them. Regular live sacrifices and active contribution of highly intelligent, highly educated talents would allow the planet to avoid being destroyed by the Bone Drinkers. After the strongest kingdoms on the planet were destroyed by the Bone Drinkers, the remaining kingdoms all submitted to the Bone Drinkers. One day between the 300th and 500th years of the 30th millennium, two space marine legions of the Imperium of Man, the 8th Legion and the Space Wolves, appeared in the planet's orbit. They swiftly destroyed the Bone Drinkers' fleet, orbital space stations, and ground structures. After confirming that the humans on the planet had submitted to the Bone Drinkers and were regularly performing life sacrifices, the 8th Legion and the Space Wolves carried out a cleansing operation on the human civilization on the planet. In this cleansing operation, only a very small number of humans survived by hiding underground. Protecting them was the Bone Drinkers' treasure trove, which is where Lienyo is now. The rock and soil near the treasure trove had been modified by the Bone Drinkers to block the Space Marine Legion's auger arrays, and thus the treasure trove and the humans within survived. Around the 550th year of the 30th millennium, the treasure trove opened, and the survivors of the previous civilization emerged from it. These people were Xiao Xi's ancestors. They built a large number of primitive settlements in the primeval forests on the surface, each led by one or two ancestors. The settlement Xiao Xi was in was called Deepwater River, named after a deep river nearby. About 101 years ago, the ancestor who built the Deepwater River settlement passed away, and the ancestors of other settlements also died one after another. Their names and numbers are difficult to verify. They left the various primitive settlements with methods to find and open the treasure trove, and designated the treasure trove as a sanctuary to escape the apocalypse. The location of the vault is known only to the chieftain and his wife of each primitive tribe. Yes, influenced by their ancestors, the primitive tribes practice strict monogamy. It's absurd, but that's how things are. The primitive in front of him not only practiced monogamy but also understood concepts like planet, civilization, xenos, imperium of man, and spaceship. These were secret knowledge passed down from generation to generation between the chieftain and his wife. Our ancestors warned us not to attempt to use the power of the Bone Drinkers. Other than the language of the Bone Drinkers, we must resolutely stay away from anything else related to them. We must not touch them unless absolutely necessary, especially the Bone Drinkers' parasitic spores. This thing can allow us to contact extraterrestrial civilizations, but we will also be infected by the Bone Drinkers and become their slaves. As the two communicated, Xiao Xi's expressive ability grew stronger, and long, complex sentences were no longer an issue for her. Okay, Xiao Xi, I understand your situation, Lienyo said, standing up from his contemplation and reassuring her. I regret what happened to your planet and settlement. You and your husband will stay here temporarily until I drive away the raiders outside. If other primitives appear later, you two will explain the situation to them and warn them not to disturb my soldiers. Drive away the raiders? Just the two of you. Xiao Xi's gaze moved back and forth between Lienyo and the orc kid, her eyes a little lost. We're just the vanguard, many more brothers will come to help later, Lienyo explained casually. The confusion on Xiao Xi's face dissipated, replaced by longing. She knelt down, her hands clasped together. Thank you, thank you. My ancestors told us that outsiders are cruel and brutal, but you are different. Although you are green-skinned, you are more benevolent than all the outsiders we and our ancestors have encountered. This sounds a bit strange. The Imperium of Man under the Emperor's name does act inhumanly many times, but we green-skinned big shots aren't exactly good guys either. Lienyo thought for a moment and said seriously. Xiao Xi, I need to correct something. Not all greenskins are as easy to talk to as us. Most greenskins are bloodthirsty and cruel. We are just an anomaly and an exception. If you encounter similar green-skinned creatures in the future, you must be very careful. Yes, I remember, Xiao Xi kowtowed again, clasping her hands and asking, may I know your names? Lienyo looked back at the corner not far away, the beast was happily wiggling his butt and planting mushrooms. We are the Space Beast clan. I am the clan leader, and my name is Space. That little guy is my assistant, and his name is Beast. Space Beast, Xiao Xi was stunned for a moment, memories and fear flashing in her eyes. This name was similar to the Space Marine Legion that destroyed the previous civilization. Lienyo noticed Xiao Xi's change in expression and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Don't misunderstand, we have no relation to the Space Wolves Legion. Our names just happen to be similar to the Space Wolves. Yes, Honored One. Xiao Xi came back to her senses and kowtowed again. This code of conduct is a tradition in primitive tribes, as is using Honored One to refer to a superior. Lienyo waved his hand. Don't keep kowtowing, go back to sleep. Oh, by the way, do you know where the Bone Drinkers' parasitic spores are? Have you privately touched any of them? No, we wouldn't dare touch them. Xiao Xi stood up. Honored One, I'll take you to the parasitic spores. Although this is my first time entering, I know where they are, every chieftain knows. Good, lead the way. Lienyo let Xiao Xi go ahead, then turned and called out to Beast in orc language, Oi, boy, watch the door. All right, boss, Beast replied, wiggling his butt. Lienyo followed Xiao Xi away. The male primitive lying on the ground turned over, his eyes slightly open, watching his woman and the green-skinned creature leave, wondering what he was thinking. After a while, Xiao Xi stopped in another corner of the vault. Honored One, this is where the Bone Drinkers' parasitic spores are stored. Look, these 9 boxes. Hey? Why is one box open? Lienyo quickly walked 2 steps and stopped in front of the 9 boxes. 8 of them were intact, but the leftmost one had been opened, and the parasitic spores inside were gone. First, rule out Beast. That boy doesn't even understand the Bone Drinkers' language, how could he open a metal box with such a high decryption difficulty? Lienyo frowned and asked. Were there any other people in the vault before you two came in? Honored One, when my husband and I arrived here, the vault door was closed, and it hasn't been opened since our ancestors came out of it. According to the rules set by our ancestors, every 6 months the chieftain and his wife from each settlement must come here together to confirm that the vault is closed. I remember clearly that 2 months ago, when we came with the other chieftains and their wives, there was no sign of the vault being opened. Xiao Xi was a bit flustered and at a loss when faced with the inexplicably opened box. She knew what was inside it was the fuse that led to the destruction of the previous civilization. Suddenly, Xiao Xi's expression stiffened, her pupils trembling violently as she remembered what her husband had told her. Honored one. It might have been my husband who opened this box. What? Lian gripped his laser rifle, his brows furrowed. Why would he do such a thing? Sadness appeared on Xiao Xi's face, and her eyes quickly reddened. When the raiders attacked our settlement, he told me that the only thing that could save us was the bone drinkers. He wanted to go to the vault and let the parasitic spores infect him so he could use the bone drinkers' spiritual network to contact other civilizations. Even if it meant losing his self-awareness and becoming a slave to the bone drinkers, he was determined to do it. What a big idiot, more harm than good. Lian expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but inwardly complain. The bone drinkers' civilization has a gestalt structure. Every individual possesses all the memories and knowledge of the entire civilization. Letting any one of them go is equivalent to letting the entire civilization go. Additionally, the bone drinkers possess a unique mental communication network. Every one of their individuals can achieve cross-interstellar, zero-latency communication, regardless of distance or physical obstruction. The gestalt structure, combined with the mental communication network, ensures that the bone drinkers' civilization has extremely tenacious vitality. Otherwise, such a Xeno civilization would not have been hunted by 2 Space Marine legions simultaneously in the early stages of the Great Expedition, especially when one of them was the Space Wolves, who fight like rabid dogs. The situation is urgent, there's no time for idle chatter. Lian raised the laser rifle in his hand and fired a series of scorching beams, sweeping across the remaining 9 boxes. The safety devices inside the boxes were triggered, and a series of glass-shattering sounds rang out. Acid was sprayed out by the safety devices, instantly killing the bone drinkers' parasitic spores inside the boxes. Following the instructions on the boxes, Lian chanted the incantation in the bone drinkers' language, opening all 9 boxes. After confirming that all the fungal strains in the boxes had been destroyed by the acid, Lian ordered Xiao Xi to follow him, then raised his gun and rushed towards the door, shouting in orc language. Beast, hold that shrimp down. Hey? What? What did you say, boss? Beast's voice came from a distant place. Due to the great distance between them, Beast couldn't hear Lian clearly. Lian knew that there was no time to lose, so he immediately called up the system interface, saved his current character, and then possessed Beast. You spent 2,000 simulation points to create the 5th save file. Orc boy, space saved successfully. He will act as the leader of the Space Wolves clan when you are offline and diligently carry out your instructions. You spent 100 points and 100 magic spores to initiate WAIAIC simulation on Almighty Kid, Beast. Simulation initiated. Lian ordered Space to rush to the scene as quickly as possible to help Beast control or kill the male primitive. After the new simulation began, the scene in front of Lian shifted, already cutting to Beast's perspective. He put down the bottle in his hand and turned to look in the direction of the male primitive. A figure was sneaking towards the door crack, hunched over. This person was none other than the male primitive, Xiao Xi's husband. Seeing that Beast had noticed him, the male primitive pulled out a laser rifle from behind his back. At this moment, his actions of holding, aiming, and firing the gun were incredibly skilled, showing no trace of awkwardness, completely different from his previous performance on the ground. Something was very, very wrong. Xiao Xi's husband must have been parasitized by the bone drinkers. Buzz 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 buzz. A volley of crimson lasers swept over. Lian rolled and rolled along the ground, then aimed and unleashed brain freeze technique at the male primitive. The laser storm abruptly ceased. Lian flipped upright, stood firm, and sprinted forward, kicking the gun out of the male primitive's hand. Then, using both hands and feet, he wrapped himself around the opponent's body, using his legs to perform a merciless scissor kick on the male primitive's neck. Crack! Crack! The fragile neck was snapped by Lian's legs, and the male primitive fell backward, swinging with Lian's body. The back of his head collided with the hard floor tiles, splattering blood. His neck was twisted, and the back of his head suffered a heavy blow, yet he strangely did not die on the spot. Gurgle, gurgle, the sound of frothing blood rose and fell in his throat. The male primitive uttered venomous words in a strange tone in the bone drinker's language. Damn! Space Beast Clan! We will find this planet. And when you are at your weakest, we'll kill you. Prepare for your doomsday. This vault is our legacy, you orcs don't even think about possessing it. Don't even think about it. Orc boy, Space arrived just in time. More than a dozen laser blasts shot out, piercing the man's body, burning away his abdomen and spine. The male primitive took his last breath, showing no more signs of life. On the day the Space Beast clan was born, the fungus Xeno civilization AC Hala was also present. Chapter 136, The Yellow Skin Man's Mouth, I'm not a god. The male primitive lay flat on his back, the malevolent expression on his face gradually solidifying, and the temperature of his body dropping. His abdomen was burned through by a laser beam, the cross-section of the wound charred black, and the remains of the bone drinkers could be seen on the exposed spine, which were the ashes of the fungal strain carbonized by high temperature. Xiao Xi cried inconsolably, sprawled on the man's corpse, yet she couldn't bring herself to hate the space beast that killed her man. In fact, as early as when the male primitive voluntarily allowed himself to be infected by the bone drinkers, he was no longer him. His body, his consciousness and even his soul had all become puppets of the bone drinkers, essentially an alien in human skin. Putting himself in their shoes, if he were Xiao Xi's husband, how would he break free when his vision was limited, his knowledge base narrow, and his technological level too backward? Lian shook his head slightly, not continuing to ponder. He disliked empathizing with people he had only recently met, nor did he have such a habit. Unconsciously putting himself in their shoes was merely a psychological rehearsal to prevent himself from panicking when facing a similar situation in the future. With this kind of psychological preparation, he wouldn't panic when encountering similar desperate situations in the future. Clicking the system interface, creating a character archive, Linyo possessed space. You consumed 3000 simulation points to create the 6th archive. Almighty Kid Beast has been successfully saved. He will serve as the second-in-command of the Space Wolves clan when you are offline, diligently carrying out your instructions. You consumed 1 magic spores to load the Orc Boy Space Archive. Loading successful. The scene before him shifted, and Linyo's consciousness transferred from Beast to space. Beast regained control of his body. This boy immediately leaped up and performed a front flip, landing with a thump in front of Linyo, prostrating himself. Boss, you are my god. You are so awesome. You can actually possess me. You are a god. Boss. You are my god. Linyo was stunned for a moment and asked. You can feel my consciousness descending into your body. Yes, boss, it's too yaaic. It's too cool and powerful. I reckon you're definitely my god. You received 100 acts of worship from Almighty Kid Beast, score plus 2000. Linyo nodded to himself, having already anticipated that Beast would be able to perceive his consciousness possessing him. Beast's body contained fragments of Bumkid and Weirdboy. These two are the only high EQ beings among the orcs. Bumkid's intelligence is very low, but in exchange, he has extremely high emotional intelligence, making him undoubtedly the best at observing others' emotional changes. When the Steel Brave tribe gave birth to Bumkid, Linyo tried to possess him and felt an extremely strong emotional fluctuation. Fortunately, Bumkid are extremely rare and protected by a psyker field, otherwise such emotional fluctuations would definitely cause ripples in the warp. It was precisely this unique emotional mechanism and extremely high emotional intelligence that allowed Bumkid to sense Linyo's presence. After Linyo finished possessing Bumkid, he returned to Weirdboy Sake, and Sake's demeanor and eyes underwent subtle changes. This subtle change would usually be ignored by orcs, but only Bumkid noticed it. Bumkid immediately realized that the mighty consciousness that had just possessed him had transferred to Sake, and he immediately prostrated himself before Sake, saying that Sake was his god. Now, the same phenomenon appeared in Beast. However, Beast carried the high EQ genetic fragments of Bumkid, but not the low IQ ones. Therefore, Beast possesses both high emotional intelligence and high intelligence, making him an anomaly among orcs. His current description made Linyo feel a hint of vigilance, fearing that he had created an uncontrollable monster. Stand up, I want to ask you something. Linyo lifted Beast from the ground. When I possessed you, how did you feel? I couldn't control my body, but it was very yaaic, just like I could command a whole bunch of kid. Beast wore a funning smile and hugged Linyo's thigh tightly. Linyo pried open Beast's arms, pulled the boy off his thigh, and placed him about a meter away. Let me ask you again, can you tell if I'm in this body or not? Yes, I can. Beast nodded repeatedly. When you're not here, space is a fool. When you're here, space is the coolest kid. Linyo had previously asked Bumkid of the Steel Brave tribe the same question when he possessed Weirdboy Sake, and the answer he received was similar to Beast's statement. It seems that Bumkid's genetic fragments contain a genetic code that can locate him. This is not good. If Bumkid can find him, Chaos Daemon might be able to too. After he returns, he will remove Bumkid's genetic fragments from Almighty Kid's genetic fragments, and try to avoid direct contact with Bumkid in the future. As for Beast, Linyo looked at the little guy who was full of admiration for him, and for now, he put aside the idea of removing Bumkid's genes from him. Having such a human-like orc subordinate to help him is quite convenient, so he should let him maintain his current state for now. Continue planting mushrooms. Linyo pointed to the cultivation area in the corner, then gestured towards the crying Xiao Xi, and instructed Beast. Keep an eye on this woman, don't let her cause trouble. If I hadn't possessed you in time just now, your butt would have been beaten to a pulp by shrimp. Yes, boss. I promise I will never make the same mistake twice. Beast straightened his head and chest, responding loudly. He picked up the laser gun from the ground and slung it over his back, watching Xiao Xi while walking backward towards the cultivation area. Once in the cultivation area, his left eye was used for lookout, while his right eye cooperated with his hands to plant mushrooms. This skill of multitasking also came from Bumkid. Linyo took away the firearms on sight, not giving Xiao Xi a chance to hold a gun. He ran all the way to the ground, hiding in the shadows of the cave entrance, looking up at the night sky. The male primitive had revealed his identity as a bone drinkers before his death. It gritted its teeth and said it would come to cause trouble for the Space Beast clan. At this time, no warships or shuttles appeared in the night sky, and no O'Neill voices were heard in the nearby jungle. This indicates that the O'Neill group's raiding fleet is not controlled by the bone drinkers. Perhaps tomorrow, or in 10 days, new ships will appear around the planet, and these new ships should be controlled by the bone drinkers. No matter when the bone drinkers' ships arrive at this planet, Linyo does not intend to change his plan. He turned and ran back to the treasury. As soon as he entered the door, the figures of more than a dozen Meatsquig and Gretchen came into view. Looking at the cultivation area again, 20 green mushrooms were growing vigorously, and the height of their caps had almost reached 1 meter. It is estimated that in at most 10 more minutes, 20 orc boy who can immediately enter battle will appear on the scene. Linyo took out different types of potions from the fungus warehouse and had Beast drink them all. Beast didn't care what the potions were for, guzzling them down, then his body trembled violently, and he kept gasping for air. Hold on, kid. The potions you just drank were made by me with the foulest and most awesome materials. They can make you bigger, stronger, and more warlike. While Linio was speaking, Beast's body grew wildly, from less than 1 meter tall to nearly 2 meters, his muscles bulging and as strong as an ox. Roar! Beast roared, his fangs standing on end, his face changing from its original ugly cuteness to ferocity. After a few seconds, the potion's effect ended. Beast stopped roaring and felt himself all over, only feeling incredible. Looking down at Linio, who only reached his chest, Beast knelt with a plop, the expression on his face switching from fierce to ugly cute and worshipful, his eyes overflowing with reverence, like a giant green bear wagging its tail begging for food. Boss, you are my... Stop. Linio raised his hand and said solemnly. Don't say I'm a god, I don't like that title. We are new generation orcs with culture and upbringing, we don't do that faith stuff. I'm not Gork and Mork either, I'm just a pioneer leading orcs towards civilization and extreme materialism. Before eliminating all gods, we can tolerate the existence of gods, but only good gods can survive. Evil gods will be completely destroyed by us. Orcs' worship of him is inevitable, Linio is well aware of this. To prevent a new god out of his control from appearing in the warp, he must now put an end to all behavior related to worshipping him. Otherwise, the subordinates he painstakingly cultivated might become minions of a new god. This is a perennial problem, which Linio had carefully considered when creating the first constraint. After Linio's verbal barrage, Beast's gaze transformed from worship to clarity, filled with admiration for Linio, no longer showing any signs of blindness or superstition. Beast, remember, you follow me not because I am a god, but because I can lead you to slaughter the chaos demons and punish those idiots who succumb to them. So, you can call me boss or pioneer, but never call me god. Yes, pioneer. I remember. All the boys of the Space Beast clan will treat you as a pioneer. No, 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 Beast, don't let them know I'm a pioneer, my existence cannot be exposed. Linio quickly stopped him, lowering his voice, I have many mortal enemies, they don't want me alive. Don't leak any news about me. From now on, you still call me boss. Beast realized his slip of the tongue, his face showing shame and self-reproach, and he nodded vigorously, understood, boss. Very good. Linio helped Beast up, raising his head to instruct, within 5 days, prepare a group of strong boys for me. 5 days from now, we will go and take down the orbital spaceship. When I'm not around, you are the boss of the Space Beast clan, and this body is your subordinate. Remember to send boys to stand guard on the ground. If any primitive come, hand them over to Xiao Xi to arrange. Linio clearly explained the next 5 days' events, and Beast listened with extreme focus. After repeatedly confirming that Beast had memorized the plan, Linio waved his hand, telling the other party to go to work, while he took out an alchemical potion to strengthen his current body. Heat and cold alternated within his body, which rapidly expanded under the effect of the medicine. In a short while, Orc Boy Space's body became as strong as Beast's. When the medicine's effect ended, Linio let out a long breath, preparing to check everything to ensure there were no omissions before logging off. Revered one. Xiao Xi walked over, carrying a cloth-wrapped corpse on her back, looking up at Linio, who was more than half a head taller than her, with a pleading look in her eyes, I want to find a place outside to bury my husband. Linio thought for a moment, took the corpse from her back, and motioned for Xiao Xi to follow, let's go, I'll accompany you. I have some questions for you, too. Thank you, revered one. Xiao Xi, looking dejected, pleaded, let me do it myself, I don't want to trouble you. Linio looked down at the female primitive walking beside him, honestly tell me, are you planning to commit suicide to join him in death? Xiao Xi's body trembled, and she lowered her head, remaining silent, following him quietly. No rebuttal meant silent agreement. Linio was not good at comforting people, he preferred to use distraction to help others escape mental exhaustion. He unclipped a laser pistol from his waist and placed it in Xiao Xi's arms. Everyone dies, some deaths are lighter than a bullet, some heavier than a spaceship. Take this gun. 5 days from now, our Space Beast clan will go to war with those scum. You'll fight with us. Don't let your death be worthless. Understand? Xiao Xi gripped the laser pistol tightly, her fingertips white, her body trembling slightly, her voice filled with sobs and determination, yes, revered one. Very good. Linio explained how to use the laser pistol several times, then changed the subject and asked, why was your husband controlled by the bone drinkers so quickly? Was there a problem with the parasitic spores in the treasury, or was there a problem with your husband? From being parasitized by a bone drinker to being fully controlled by one, it usually takes 24 hours. This stage is defined as the early infection stage. By all accounts, Xiao Xi's husband had only been parasitized for 2 hours. Yet within these 2 hours, he completely became a puppet of the bone drinkers, which was truly against common sense. Revered one, when the bone drinkers enslaved our previous civilization, they modified the humans of that civilization, making them easier to be parasitized by the bone drinkers. My ancestors in our current civilization are also very easily parasitized by the bone drinkers. Xiao Xi lacked knowledge of genetic modification, so her explanation was vague. Linio, however, understood that all primitive, including Xiao Xi, had some kind of genetic defect. For these people, dying at the hands of the O'Neill was a form of liberation, otherwise, they would sooner or later become puppets of the bone drinkers. Linio asked, is this one of the reasons you chose to end your own life? Yes, Revered one. Did you see the green-skinned creatures that beast cultivated? Lienyo asked again. I saw them. The Revered One's clan and power are mighty and mysterious, an existence beyond our reach. Lienyo asked again, between our clan and the Bone Drinkers, who is stronger? Xiao Xi pondered deeply, I feel the Revered One's power is stronger. Good. Since you understand this, then show me your value. Within 5 days, help beast inventory everything in the treasury and settle any other primitive who may appear. 5 days from now, follow me into battle. If you survive, I will help you break free from the shackles of fate. During his months as deputy governor, Lienyo didn't learn much else, but his skill at making promises skyrocketed. Regardless of the outcome in 5 days, he would make the promise first. But clearly, he underestimated the weight of this promise. Xiao Xi's knees went soft, and she made to kneel and kowtow, Revered one, you are simply. Don't kneel, and don't say I'm a god. Lienyo pulled Xiao Xi up and pushed her forward, I'll emphasize it one last time, I am not a god. If you say the wrong thing again, I'll leave you outside. Also, don't call me Revered one, call me sir. Yes, sir. Xiao Xi dared not resist. Lienyo sighed inwardly, asterisk my goodness, how many times have I said I am not a god today? I'm almost Huang Pitzi's mouthpiece asterisk. They walked in silence until they reached the surface. Lienyo quickly dug a shallow pit and helped Xiao Xi bury her husband. 3 orc boys and a few Gretchen emerged from the cave with weapons, kneeling on one knee to salute Lienyo. They had received orders from Beast to patrol and guard the surface, and the one knee salute was also taught to them by Beast. Well, that's fine, as long as they don't shout, you are my god. Lienyo waved his hand, telling the orcs and Gretchen to patrol, while he opened the system interface and ended the simulation. Space's body trembled slightly, then he turned and walked into the cave, ignoring Xiao Xi beside him. He was executing Lienyo's orders, rushing to develop the green-skinned army. Lienyo used Space's body when he learned the Bone Drinker language, so Space also knew the language. According to Lienyo's instructions, Space would only communicate with Xiao Xi when she needed translation. At other times, Space was solely focused on expanding the green-skinned army and would not interact much with Xiao Xi. Space's sudden silence did not make Xiao Xi uncomfortable. She found a spot near the cave entrance and sat down, familiarizing herself with the laser pistol while waiting for potential kin to arrive. She would follow Sir's instructions, settle her kin, and ensure they did not conflict with the Space Beast clan. Epimedius, Wangting District, Residence. Artificial sunlight streamed through the curtain gap, casting golden pillars of light into the bedroom. Lienyo sat up from the bed, completed his washing and dining at the fastest speed, and finally entered his office 1 second before his self-imposed work start time. Slumping into his office chair, Lienyo took a brief breath and plunged into work. From 8 AM that day until evening, Lienyo finally had time to rest. I have good news for you, Tai Duo said happily at the dinner table, we have already received several formal letters expressing interest in purchasing the starch formula. As soon as the trading contract is signed, they will immediately transfer the down payment to your account. Lienyo raised his eyebrows, a smile playing on his lips, I thought they would choose to wait and see for a while. I didn't expect someone to want to buy it on the first day the news was released. The news of selling the starch formula was released by Shatana through the Astropathic Communication Network. If the warp was stable enough, it would take at most half a year for the news of Lienyo selling the starch formula to spread throughout the Imperium of Man. Those who could receive the news now were mainly the various factions within the solar system. Who wants to buy the formula? Lienyo asked. Tai Duo put down her cutlery, wiped her mouth, and opened her data pad for Lienyo to view. There are 4 trading partners in total, all Space Marine Legions. All Space Marine Legions. Lienyo was greatly surprised. He had always believed that his first contact with the tin cans would likely be because he was deemed a heretic and needed to be purged. He never expected that a formula trade would become the first bridge of communication between himself and the Space Marine Legions. Chapter 137, The Virtues and Actions of the Primarch, and the Disappearance of Him. P.S. This is a key main story chapter, try not to skip it. Space Marines are cool, there's no doubt about that. In games and CGS, they wear heavy and hard armor, wield heavy bolters, act decisively, overcome obstacles, and leave no enemy standing. Especially in the fan animation Astartes, the fan author's original Bone Drinkers warband fully demonstrated the Space Marines' composure and swiftness. But unfortunately, what lay before Lienyo was not a game where he could control a Space Marine character to rampage and kill, nor was it a visually stunning CG. He had to be prudent in handling correspondence and could not be casual. As the top military class of the Imperium, most Space Marine legions were dissatisfied with the Emperor allowing mortals to rule the Imperium, but the army would never say so directly except during the Horus Heresy. This is an undeniable fact. During the Horus Heresy, those directly affected by chaos corruption were basically the Primarches and the most elite Space Marines under the Primarches. But why did so many Space Marines who were not directly corrupted by chaos join the rebellion? Because every Space Marine had a scale in his heart. 000.M31, the first year of the 31st millennium, the Alanar Orc Empire was disintegrated by the Imperium of Man, and the Great Expedition of the Imperium of Man achieved brilliant success. The Emperor transferred command of the Great Expedition to Horus, appointing him War Master and Chief of the War Council. At the same time, the Emperor did another thing. He returned to Terra and established the earliest Terra High Lords Council. The control of the Primarches and Space Marine legions remained with War Master Horus's War Council. The rule of other aspects of the Imperium was entirely transferred from the War Council to the Terra High Lords Council. This matter planted the seeds of rebellion in the hearts of many Primarches and Space Marines. Do you remember who held the power to appoint and dismiss Star District governors? Before the establishment of the Terra High Lords Council, the power to appoint and dismiss Star District governors of Imperial worlds was in the hands of the Expeditionary Fleet. Whoever discovered a world could decide the choice of its Star District governor. But with the establishment of the Terra High Lords Council, the power to appoint and dismiss Star District governors was transferred by the Emperor from the War Council to the mortal hands of the Terra High Lords Council. This action was tantamount to directly seizing the rule of Imperial worlds from the Primarches and Space Marine legions, handing all these worlds over to mortals excluding the Primarch's home worlds and the Space Marine legions' recruitment worlds. Who could tolerate this? Forget about the Primarches, even if Homelander came, he couldn't tolerate it. So, it's still that saying. When it comes to managing the Imperium, the Emperor knows nothing. Lienyo strongly suggested that the Emperor immediately pass the throne to the 13th Prince Robert Guillemot and then go sit on the Golden Throne, ready to sell hooks to demons. Of course, Lienyo didn't dare to voice these complaints. At this time, the relationship between most Primarches and the Emperor was excellent, and the Space Marine legions were immersed in the glory and satisfaction brought by the great expedition. Speaking one's mind would lead to being hit by a bolter. Writing it in a diary wouldn't work either, proper people don't keep diaries. Getting back to the main topic. 4 official letters from Space Marine legions perfectly showcase the working styles of these 4 legions. The first letter came from the 7th Army, the Imperial Fists. As a Space Marine army long stationed on Terra, the Imperial Fists received the news earliest and responded the fastest. The letter contained a large number of fervent words, fully demonstrating the army's enthusiasm and loyalty to the Emperor, which was very consistent with the Imperial Fist style as fanatical admirers of the Emperor. After finishing his meal, Lienyo signed his name on the data slate, indicating his acceptance of the Imperial Fist's trade invitation. The second letter came from the 16th Army, the Rogue Trader. This letter filled Lienyo with mixed emotions. The previous letter was written by a scribe of the Imperial Fists and then signed by the Imperial Fists Primarch, Rogaldorn. But this second letter was a personal letter from the Rogue Trader's Primarch, Horace Lupercal. After Horace wrote this letter, he had it sent by a private psyker, and the original letter would be delivered by a special person to the Nest capital. What Lienyo saw at the moment was a copy of the personal letter. He read this letter from beginning to end 5 times, his thoughts surging. All his feelings could be described in one sentence. If he hadn't known early on that Horace would rebel, Lienyo would definitely have followed him. Horace showed strong affinity in the letter. From the perspective of a partner, he genuinely considered Lienyo's difficulties and aspirations, and provided corresponding solutions. Horace praised Lienyo's scientific research spirit and spoke highly of the new synthetic starch. He was willing to pay the full amount in cash transfer, with the only requirement being immediate access to the formula. Not only that, he would also dispatch a human auxiliary army and a rogue trader squad to be permanently stationed on Epimedius, with the expenses for these 2 armies covered by the army itself. This action was both to protect Epimedius and to support Lienyo. Anyone who dared to cause trouble for Lienyo would be dealt with impolitely by the rogue trader, even a Star District governor would have to treat Lienyo with respect. Horace's corruption by chaos happened in 004.M31, which was still about 18 years from now. At this time, Horace embodied wisdom, decisiveness, courage, and conviction, making him the most brilliant among the many Primarches. The image he presented in the letter was that of a good elder brother hoping to welcome a new younger brother. It was just a pity that if he were to follow Horace, he would definitely meet a terrible end. With a conflicted expression, Lienyo wrote a line on the data slate to be discussed. Oh? I thought you'd agree to trade with the rogue trader. Lord Lupercal's terms are so generous, why are you hesitating? Taiduo sat beside him, resting her head on Lienyo's shoulder, and couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. Taiduo, I've heard this saying, everything that fate bestows has already been secretly marked with a price. Lord Lupercal's generosity and kindness fill me with admiration. But I believe there is no love without reason, nor hatred without cause. I'm worried that after I accept Lord Lupercal's generous terms, he will ask me to do things that go against my original intentions. Taiduo nodded in understanding. I understand what you mean. Are you worried that Lord Lupercal has other motives? Now that you've mentioned it, I have that feeling too. I'll discuss it with Dad tomorrow and see how best to reply to Lord Lupercal. Okay, then I'll leave it to you, Lienyo smiled, and turned to the 3rd letter. This letter came from the 13th Army, the Ultramarines, whose Primarch was Robert Guillemot. During the Horus Heresy, Guillemot lost contact with Terra and mistakenly believed the Emperor had died in battle, so he began to establish a second Imperium in his own territory. Just as it was about to be completed, news came from Terra that the Emperor had not died. Guillemot immediately abandoned the establishment of the Second Imperium, destroyed all documents and data, and set off to support the Emperor. Secretly establishing a Second Imperium did not mean Guillemot joined the rebels, nor did it mean he was corrupted by chaos. In fact, up to the 41st millennium, Guillemot still maintained an absolutely positive image, ruling the Imperium of Man as regent for the Emperor. The 3rd letter was also written by a scribe. The difference from the first was that this letter from the Ultramarines was filled with the embellishments characteristic of nobility. After removing all these exaggerated embellishments, the 50-odd lines of text were reduced to just 2. We accept your offer and hope to conclude the contract as soon as possible. It would be our great honor if we could acquire the formula early. Lienyo circled these 2 lines and signed his name. All right, only one last letter from a Space Marine army left. Let me see who sent it. Linio swiped the data slate screen. The fourth letter appeared on the paper, and Linio's eyes flickered slightly. This letter came from an unexpected Space Marine army. Its name was the Fifth Army, the White Scars. Linio stood up with the data slate, pacing back and forth under Taiduo's puzzled gaze, carefully reading every line of the letter, his mind racing. The Primarch of the White Scars was Kogaris. Just by the name, one could tell that this Primarch had a long-standing connection to Linio's cultural background before his transmigration. In the world before his transmigration, the cultural transformation of the Yuan dynasty was the process of nomadic peoples gradually being syncretized. This was also evident in Kogaris. To put it bluntly, Linio felt that his worldview was similar to Kogaris's, and it was highly likely that he and the other party would become friends, or even form an unbreakable alliance. The most direct reason was that Kogaris, during the Horus Heresy, once revealed a true thought of his. The Emperor is not good, but chaos is worse, and therefore he would choose to be loyal to the Emperor. Leaving Kogaris's other philosophies aside for now, just regarding this true thought of his, Linio agreed with both hands and feet. Linio mused that, including himself, quite a few casual players probably shared Kogaris's view. It was precisely because of this that Kogaris was evaluated as the enlightened one of the WarHammer40k era. Another reason why Linio valued Kogaris so much was Kogaris knew the true nature of the warp. Even before Kogaris was found by the Emperor, he knew that real gods existed within the warp. After being summoned by the Emperor, Kogaris joined the Imperium, but scoffed at the Imperial Truth promoted by the Emperor and Malkador. The Imperial Truth stated that the warp was empty, with no extraordinary powers or life, and the so-called gods and demons were merely Xenos. Due to his opposition to the Imperial Truth, Kogaris was often criticized by the Emperor face to face. Despite his criticisms, Kogaris never abandoned his judgment. He always felt that once the lie of Imperial Truth was exposed, it would be a disaster for the entire Imperium. This was indeed the case, and the Horus Heresy was the best example. After the Great Heresy ended, Kogaris became disillusioned with the Imperium for establishing the ecclesiarchy and decided to go his own way. He accepted Guilliman's Legion reorganization plan and split the White Scars Legion into warbands. After completing this step, Kogaris went out hunting Xenos and eventually, in a year in M34, pursued Dark Eldar into the webway, losing all contact thereafter. Linio mused that when he became strong enough, he would also abandon the Imperium and go his own way, just like Kogaris. As an extreme materialist, the Imperium, with its ecclesiarchy, was the greatest heresy in Linio's eyes. From the moment he transmigrated, Linio had been considering which gene seed Primarch to pledge allegiance to. The one he ultimately chose was Kogaris, whose views aligned with his own. Facts proved Linio's judgment to be correct. The White Scars letter, written by a scribe, contained 90% refined statements and 10% poetic phrases. In no more than 10 lines, it clearly articulated the matter, and even quoted 2 lines of poetry from ancient Terra's 0K to 2K era to express their anticipation for cooperation. This letter might not seem grand enough to some. But in Linio's eyes its gravitas and weight were just right, perfectly matching the taste and preference of him, an Eastern transmigrator. Taiduo, the White Scars Legion's trade contract will be personally signed by me, Linio said, signing his name on the data slate. Taiduo took the data slate, tilted her head slightly, and said with a hint of a smile. You seem most satisfied with the White Scars letter, your smile is almost uncontrollable. Is that so? Am I that obvious? Linio touched the corner of his mouth, trying to suppress the curve, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make the smile completely disappear from his face. Taiduo chuckled a few times, becoming curious. That truly surprises me. You were unwilling to trade with Lord Lupercal, and you didn't want to personally meet the envoys from Lord Guilliman and Lord Dorn, yet you care so much about Lord Khan. This Lord Kogaris is the most unconventional among the 17 Primarches. Why do you like him so much? I've read Lord Khan's works and learned a lot about their culture. I think it's excellent, and I've long wanted to meet and communicate with them. As Linio spoke, his expression suddenly froze. Wait, Taiduo, you just said, how many Primarches does the Emperor have? 17, why? Each Primarch has a Space Marine Legion, making a total of 17 legions. Linio's heart rate uncontrollably quickened. No. How could there be 17 Primarches? Excluding the Primarches of the 2nd Legion and 11th Legion, and Alpharius's brother Omega, there should be 18 gene seed Primarches displayed in the Imperium's public records. How could it be 17? Linio felt a bit dizzy, and slowly sat down, leaning on the back of the chair. Taiduo thought he was unwell and quickly asked Brandy to bring a medical scanner. No, I'm fine, Taiduo. I just ate a bit too much just now and got a carb coma. Linio gently rubbed his forehead, instructed Brandy not to bring the medical scanner, and instead asked her to retrieve data related to gene seed Primarches for him. The servitor skull operated on the data slate a few times, and a holographic table appeared before Linio, listing the gene seed Primarches and Space Marine legions released by the War Council. To prevent anyone from impersonating a gene seed Primarch or Space Marine for illicit activities, the War Council regularly updates identity codes, legion codes, and other information in the list to help various Imperial worlds identify friend from foe. Therefore, among groups at the Star District Governor level and above, the number of gene seed Primarches and Space Marines is no secret. No one knows the specific reasons why the 2nd Legion and 11th Legion were purged by the Emperor, and those who do would never speak of it publicly. Although the governors were puzzled as to why the information for these 2 legions was missing from the list, they wisely did not inquire, to avoid encountering troublesome information. In the list of primarches and legions released by the War Council, there were only 17 primarches in total. The missing primarch was Alfarius, who should have been discovered and recovered by Horus in the year 976. M30. Not only did this primarch not appear on the list, but his Space Marine Legion also did not appear. In normal Warhammer history, the Alpha Legion was established before the Great Expedition and should have been taken over by Primarch Alfarius in 981. M30. But now, Alfarius and the Alpha Legion are both gone. This phenomenon is exactly the same as the situation with the 2nd Legion and 11th Legion. A chill shot up to his head. Lienyo felt for the first time that the course of events was slipping out of his control. Without the Alpha Legion, who would annihilate the Bone Drinkers' civilization? If the Bone Drinkers' development momentum was not curbed, the Dim Star region might very likely see the bizarre phenomena of I am AC Halat, I am also AC Halat, we are all AC Halat. Note. Beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on Lienyo's forehead. Tai-Duo wiped his forehead with a handkerchief, her expression concerned and solemn. What's wrong? This is the first time I've seen you like this. I'm fine, I just realized there's a problem with my experiment. Lienyo held Tai-Duo's hand and patted it once, slowly stood up, and forced a smile. I'm going to the laboratory first, I'll explain after I'm done. Okay. Tai-Duo gently hugged Lienyo, if you encounter a problem you can't solve, you must tell me. Okay, I will. I'm leaving now. Lienyo quickly left his residence, entered his private laboratory, sat down in front of the communicator, and typed furiously on the keyboard. He searched for terms like Alpha and Alfarius in different databases. The search results were diverse, all unrelated to Legion or Primarch. Lienyo then found the Primarch list published by the War Council and confirmed again that there was no mention of Alpha. At this moment, he finally accepted the truth. For some reason, Alfarius and the Alpha Legion did not exist in the Warhammer world he was in. The legions announced by the Emperor to all humanity at the beginning of the Great Expedition were and only were 17. Hiss whoosh. Lienyo took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, calmed the agitation in his heart, and cast aside all useless emotions. Without the Alpha Legion, the Bone Drinkers' civilization could still be defeated, it just required the correct method. In Lienyo's impression, the Alpha Legion, in conjunction with the Mechanikus, developed a fungicidal virus that was only effective against the Bone Drinkers. The Alpha Legion spread this virus to all planets that might be invaded by the Bone Drinkers. The theoretical chance of this virus killing humans was 7%, but its chance of killing Bone Drinkers was 100%. Finally, at the end of 989. M30, at the cost of a 7% reduction in the total population within the virus's spread area, the Alpha Legion completely annihilated the Bone Drinkers' civilization, with the number of sacrifices possibly exceeding 100 billion. Lienyo planned to draw inspiration from this approach and begin developing a fungus to eradicate the Bone Drinkers. Additionally, if there was no Alpha Legion, then he would create a corresponding orc clan himself. This clan should preferably possess disguise capabilities comparable to the Alpha Legion, so they could delve into infected areas to investigate infection pathways and then prescribe the right remedy. Lost in thought, Lienyo looked towards the fungus warehouse, his gaze falling on the Mudman gene samples. Gene recombination technology could fuse the genes of two organisms. Could he extract the Mudman's shape-shifting genes and fuse them with orc gene fragments? A light appeared in Lienyo's eyes, he felt he had discovered a crucial point. Creating an orc clan that could freely change its appearance seemed not impossible. So now the focus was on the poison to eradicate the Bone Drinkers. Let me think. After the Space Beast clan destroys the O'Neill Group's fleet, I can wait for the Bone Drinkers' fleet to come to me. I must seize this opportunity to obtain Bone Drinker samples, and then, based on the Bone Drinkers' physiological characteristics and genetic defects, develop a targeted poison. Lienyo was immersed in planning. Buzz buzz. Delton's data slate vibrated, the head of the governor's agents was currently helping Amy with her homework. The two were in their residence in the 1st district. After the lower nest and bottom nest stabilized, Delton moved back to the upper nest with Amy, and Amy enrolled in another academy nearby. Delton picked up the data slate and glanced at the message on it, his gaze slightly narrowed. Detected search records related to Alfarius, search person name, Lienyo Wierksai. Search count, 65 times. Clear search records for him. Delton clicked clear, and all of Lienyo's search records for Alfarius disappeared. Delton's lips curved into a smile, and he proudly jiggled his leg. Oh, Daddy, I'm doing my homework, don't jiggle your leg. Amy made a fist and thumped her dad's thigh. Delton immediately stopped jiggling his leg, smiled apologetically, and closed the data slate, placing it aside. His leg stopped jiggling, but the smile on his lips grew even more smug. Retirement life, truly wonderful. Chapter 138 We are the Greenskins of the New Era. Tai-Duo and Vogues discussed how to reply to the 4 letters from the Space Marine Legions. The main idea was to respond in the same style as the Legion's letter. The Imperial Fist's letter exuded fervent worship for the Emperor, so their reply would also highly praise and glorify the Emperor. Similarly, since the Ultramarines army preferred ornate aristocratic prose, they could do the same. Vogues rummaged through her archives, pulling out old letters from nobles who had tried to curry favor with her, extracting a few paragraphs from different letters, slightly modifying and polishing them, and adding them to the reply for the Ultramarines army. Thus, the task was completed. The reply to the rogue trader army was the most troublesome. Horace Lupercal's conditions were too generous. To some extent, rejecting his conditions was equivalent to slapping him in the face. Although Horace would not say it directly, as a Primarch, his inherent arrogance would drive him to develop some negative emotions towards Epimetheus. Taiduo and Vogues invited Chitana to brainstorm, and after much deliberation, the three came to a conclusion. First, they would lavishly praise the rogue trader's achievements and glorify Horus's personal merits. Next, they would enthusiastically express in the letter their temptation by the generous conditions proposed by Horus. Then, they would naturally bring up their difficulties. Other Space Marine legions also wanted to obtain the formula immediately, and they were currently thinking about how to satisfy the needs of all legions and primarchs, asking Horus for more time. Finally, they promised Horus that the rogue trader army would have priority in purchasing synthetic starch. By focusing on these 4 key points: enthusiasm, politeness, giving the other party ample face, and maintaining humility before the primarch, the three collaboratively wrote an impeccable reply. After Linio read this reply, he made some modifications to the formula's trading plan. In the original plan, purchasers who paid the down payment by the end of this year could receive the formula on the first day of next year. Now, considering the significant pressure from the Space Marine legions, Linio decided to move the formula delivery time to the middle of this year. Before the end of June this year, all purchasers who paid the down payment would receive the formula on July 1st. Modifying the trading plan in this way would not affect the final revenue. Because at this stage within the Imperium of Man, no one dared to go against a Space Marine Legion. Imagine, after a Space Marine Legion receives the formula, what would they do if they discovered that certain Star District governors were privately reselling the formula? Linio would be responsible for initiating the charge, accusing the Star District governor of breaching the contract, and the remaining liquidation work could be left to the army. Considering that he might leverage the army's prestige to counteract resellers in the future, Linio decided to concede a portion of the benefits to the army to solidify their friendship. He added a new clause to the trading plan. Anyone who settles the full payment in a single cash transfer can enjoy a 40% discount. The price of the formula was 1 billion, so with a 40% discount, it would be 600 million throne coins. Linio's original plan was only to earn the down payment, which was 150 million throne coins from each trading partner. Now, not 1 billion, not 900 million, but only 600 million, and the formula for the new synthetic starch could be taken home. Gritting their teeth and making an effort, tightening their belts and living frugally for a short period, basically anyone at the level of Star District Governor and above could afford this sum. Once everyone started producing the new synthetic starch, promethium refining residue would become popular, even in short supply. At that time, he would then produce a new promethium refining process, purchase promethium raw ore, establish promethium refineries, and open up the upstream supply chain for synthetic starch, taking control of raw material production himself. With such an operation, he would definitely make a fortune. Such a vast prospect made Linio grin from ear to ear. Regrettably, existing mining worlds were all hot commodities, and no one would sell them. Linio needed to personally explore and construct new mining worlds. This meant that planets producing promethium ore generally could not be bought with throne coins. Linio could only explore unfamiliar star systems and discover mineral planets not yet incorporated into the Imperium's territory. The troublesome part, however, was that a Star District governor did not possess the authority to colonize unfamiliar planets. This was the prerogative of expedition fleets and rogue traders. Linio could only settle for the next best thing, actively foster good relations with the like-minded White Scar's army, subsidize them in developing mineral planets, and have the planets handed over to him for management and operation. At that time, the profits generated by the mineral planets would be fairly distributed, ensuring both parties were satisfied, thereby forming a virtuous cycle and strong positive feedback, continuously strengthening his friendship with the White Scars. Considering this point, the reply to the White Scars letter was personally written by Linio. The White Scars letter quoted 2 lines of poetry inherited from ancient Terra, and Linio's reply also contained 2 lines of poetry that perfectly followed on from the White Scars lines. On the day the 4 replies were sent out, several more letters requesting to purchase the formula arrived at Epimedius. Thereafter, no less than 10 letters appeared on the desk every day. The trading partners sending the letters became diverse, with Star District governors and rogue traders also appearing among them. Time passed by processing formula transactions and advancing the Bone Drinker's eradication plan. Every night during his sleep, Linio would log into his space account to produce the weapons and items needed for combat. 5 days later, in the evening, in the private laboratory, the single-molecule nucleic acid sequencer hummed, its working indicator light remained steadily on, and the sequencer's screen continuously refreshed pixel dot matrix diagrams. 15 types of mycophage viruses, carefully selected by Linio, were placed in the instrument and subjected to single-molecule sequencing one by one. The instrument extracted and purified the virus's gene samples, encapsulated them with alpha-hemolysin protein nanopores, forming gene templates that could be read by electric current-like chips. When current passed through the nanopore and encountered a base on the gene sample, the current's parameters would undergo a subtle change. The electrodes and the sequencer's logic circuits monitored the current changes in real time, converting these electrical signals into base information, thereby obtaining the gene encoding of the mycophage virus. After the mushroom farm system was upgraded, it could use gene recombination technology to convert non-fungal genes into fungal ones. There was a prerequisite for this, accurately obtaining the gene encoding of the non-fungus. Non-fungal genes could not undergo fungal gene simulation, their gene encoding collection work could only be carried out in the physical universe. Accompanied by a crisp beep, the single-molecule sequencer stopped operating, its working indicator light extinguished, and the work of obtaining the virus gene encoding was thus completed. Linio retrieved the virus gene encoding and took out a yeast cartridge, inserting it into the sequencer's slot. This slot had been modified to read yeast gene fragments and also to write information to yeast. After a short wait, the 15 virus gene encodings were written to the 15 yeast cartridges. Linio stacked these cartridges on the table and placed his right hand on them. A system message popped up. You are attempting to store yeast cartridges containing virus gene encoding. Please note, virus gene encoding can only be used as experimental subjects in gene recombination simulations. In other types of simulations, they cannot be experimental subjects, they can only be consumables. Confirm storing yeast cartridges carrying virus gene encoding into the fungus warehouse. Storing the virus gene encoding in the fungus warehouse did not conform to the system rules, but why would the system allow it? The reason was simple, the system regarded the virus gene encoding as contaminants. Wild fungi could carry pathogen contamination, which might be caused by viruses, bacteria, or fungi. Virus gene encoding was part of a virus. Viruses contaminating wild fungi could enter the fungus warehouse along with the fungi, so virus gene encoding naturally could too. This small detail was something Linio had discovered over the past few days. He mentally clicked confirm, the 15 yeast cartridges on the desktop disappeared, and the first step of the bone drinkers eradication plan was thus achieved. Next, Linio needed to obtain samples of the bone drinkers to see which mycophage virus could kill them. His idea was as follows. During subsequent battles with the bone drinkers, orcs and primitives would inevitably come into contact with parasitic spores. He could inoculate vaccines into the orcs and primitives beforehand. The vaccine would consist of mycophage viruses. When parasitic spores of the bone drinkers appeared in the body, the vaccine would release 15 types of mycophage viruses. As long as one of them could kill the bone drinkers' parasitic spores, then the task would be accomplished. Linio initiated a fungal simulation to quickly create the vaccine. An hour later, he obtained a creation called mycophage virus wart. After deep modification of this object, the virus wart would no longer be recognized as an antigen by the immune systems of orcs and primitives. This way, people inoculated with the virus wart would not experience severe immune reactions, and the viruses within the wart would not be destroyed by the immune system. After a single inoculation, the wart could exist for approximately 30 days. After 30 days, the viruses within the wart would spontaneously disintegrate due to lack of nutrients. Overall, the side effects were almost non-existent, so it could be safely and boldly administered to the Space Beast clan and primitives. Counting the time, it's almost time for me to go online and fight. Starting today, I'll gradually inoculate the orcs and trustworthy primitives. Linio quickly tidied up the laboratory. Returning to his residence, after enjoying dinner, Linio quickly washed up and entered his bedroom. After finding a comfortable position in bed, he clicked on the system interface to view the archive summary. Everything was normal in the Steel Brave tribe. Wuji Boisake diligently produced magic spores every day and spent the rest of his time helping Along manage the tribe. Their first spaceship was taking shape, roughly the size of an Imperium of Man cruiser, capable of holding the entire orc tribe. The process of building the spaceship was grand and could not escape the eyes of the orc warlords. Many warlord scouts appeared around the territory, likely coming to recruit the Steel Brave tribe. On the other side, the orc pirate fleet's new ship was about to be launched. This ship's appearance was not as good as the Steel Brave tribe's, but it embodied the unique wisdom of the orc pirate fleet. This wisdom was called expandability, or in the orc pirate slang, the new ship would grow itself. After a successful raid, Big Black Tooth would instruct the tech boys to expand the new ship, using the stolen metal materials to build more cabins, corridors, and armor plates. With each raid, the new ship expanded, eventually becoming an orc pirate ship comparable in scale to the other two ships. The Steel Brave tribe had not yet realized the necessity of leaving room for expansion on their ships. However, it didn't matter. After a few space battles, Linio believed the Steel Brave tribe would figure it out. His attention focused on the Space Beast clan. Space and Beast had worked exceptionally hard in the past 5 days, and the clan's overall scale and military readiness met Linio's expectations. A total of 3,000 orcs were ready for battle, each armed with a chopper and gear, with ample ammunition. In addition to the orcs, Linio provided necessary equipment to every primitive determined to seek revenge and assigned them special missions. Beast was not idle either. He took the time to carefully select 10 of the tallest orcs for the boss, to serve as the boss's personal guards. To commend Beast, Linio prepared a gift for Beast and each of his personal guards. This gift required Linio to craft it himself after logging in, and Beast was sure to like it. It's time. Let me see how much the O'Neill Group's fleet is truly worth. Linio pulled out a magic spores, put it in his mouth, and loaded the archive. His consciousness left his body, rapidly traversing the star sea, and Linio once again saw the planet that had been plundered by the Cold Trade Group. This time, the fleet in orbit around the planet had changed. The ships present had increased from 8 to 9, with the additional one being a cargo ship. Shuttles were shuttling between the cargo ship and the surface, seemingly transporting the primitive people onto the ship. Before his consciousness plunged underground, Linio carefully observed the situation above the treasury. 2 guardsman ships hovered in orbit directly above the treasury, and shuttles were transporting O'Neill people to the ground. Flashes of fire and smoke filled the air near the entrance to the treasury, as the Space Beast clan resisted the O'Neill people invading the cave. Linio nodded to himself, having anticipated this. Xiao Xi was not the only one who knew the location of the treasury, the chiefs of other primitive settlements also knew its whereabouts. After the O'Neill people captured these individuals, although they didn't understand the primitive language, it didn't prevent them from using more brutal methods to extract all secrets from the primitive people. It was inevitable that the treasury would be discovered by the O'Neill Group's fleet, and Linio hoped this would happen. Otherwise, the Space Beast clan would have to run to the primitive settlements to acquire shuttles. Now that the enemy had delivered the shuttles to their doorstep, why not take advantage? Linyo's consciousness entered Space's body. The place he was currently in was the cave outside the treasury, on the 5th underground level. This area had been transformed into the Space Beast clan's camp, where production and animal husbandry took place, and primitive survivors were gathered in a corner. Beast stood on a high platform made of stone bricks, holding a megaphone made by a tech boy, gesticulating wildly as he directed the orcs to fight on the surface. Boys! Polish your gear, hang your choppers securely on your waists, don't let them drop. Anyone who dares to disgrace the boss, I'll be the first to skin him. And the boss's stick boys, quickly put on your backpacks, as soon as the boss arrives, we'll set off. Stick boys referred to the clan boss's personal guards. Linyo planned to lead these 10 individuals on a big mission today, which required unique weapons, and these weapons were already in the personal guards' backpacks. Oh, Beast! Linyo called out. Beast jolted, turning sharply, his eyes sparkling with joy. Boss! You're here. We're all ready. We can beat those purple-skinned people until they're crawling on the ground anytime. Purple-skinned people was the nickname Beast gave the O'Neill people, inspired by the O'Neill people's purplish-brown skin. Beast scurried over, his burly physique showing both eagerness and a charming clumsiness. Linyo picked up the twin-linked heavy lumbering gun, slung it over his shoulder, and glanced at the orc personal guards who had come with Beast, nodding with satisfaction. Very good, there will be rewards for killing enemies, but those who flee from battle will be executed without mercy, and the same goes for you, understand? Understood. The personal guards roared in unison, their bodies surging with energy, their faces beaming with a thirst for battle. Follow me, I'm going to make each of you a green dam, I guarantee you'll be as hard as stone on the battlefield. Green dam was slang for a scrap shield generator, the shield's color was green, hence the name. This item had excellent defensive capabilities, but its drawback was its high consumption of scrap. Most orc technological creations used scrap as raw material. Widespread promotion of scrap shield generators could easily lead to scrap shortages, so Linyo currently only intended to provide this device to the personal guards. He handed the lumbering gun to Beast and, under the astonished gaze of the orcs, activated mechanical witchcraft. Gears, rods, oil, metal plates, all sorts of scrap seemed to come alive. They flew up and down in Linyo's hands, then were tightly connected together through precise welding. When universal Chinook material entered the shield's miniature cold fusion engine room, the bright light of nuclear fusion illuminated the orcs' faces, which were completely frozen in stunned expressions. An orc boy actually knew the craft of a tech boss. Waik. It was too Waik. As expected of the boss, as expected of the man above us, he is definitely the coolest and most arrogant among all the clan bosses. Alright, stick boys, attach the green dam to your belts. If it gets hungry, feed it some delicious scrap, and if it doesn't obey, pat it and stroke it. Oil boys like to massage their machine girls, and we should treat the green dam well too, it's a big treasure that can save your lives. Linyo distributed the green dams, demonstrated their use to Beast and 5 personal guards, then picked up the lumbering gun, raised it above his head, and let out a mighty roar. Don't just stand there. Grab your gear, take your choppers, and follow me. We're going to roll over all the purple-skinned people outside. Show them with our strength that we, the Space Beast, are the boss here. Waik. Waik. The orcs let out a thunderous roar. Linyo led the charge towards the treasury entrance, and the orcs instinctively parted to let their boss and personal guards pass, then followed closely behind. Outside the treasury gate, tens of thousands of primitive people sought refuge here, and Xiao Xi, relying on the prestige brought by the Space Beast, temporarily became the manager of this group of primitive people. The Space Beast poured out of the treasury, their momentum overwhelming, like wild horses charging towards the cave entrance above. Most of the primitive people retreated in fright, but a small number of primitive people were excited, their eyes filled with a strong desire for revenge. They wore crudely made armor and carried orc-style firearms, and although they knew they would die, they resolutely followed the Space Beast clan to the surface. Xiao Xi was among them. As these people brave enough to seek revenge on the enemy left, only a group of cowards who wouldn't even pick up weapons remained inside and outside the treasury. Of course, there were also many with ulterior motives among them. They hid in the crowd, eyeing the treasury with greedy gazes, but were horrified to see dozens of gun barrels extending from within. Bang 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 bang. The primitive people who managed to escape here were all strong and healthy, there were no elderly, weak, women, or children. The Space Beast clan respected every brave person, never mistreating any courageous warrior, and the same applied to the unfortunate. But cowards and villains did not deserve protection. Eliminate uncertain factors that could bring risk, let the fruits of victory be controlled by the brave, and don't let the fruits fall into the pockets of cowards and villains. This was a decision Linyo and Xiao Xi had made together over the past 5 days. Kill these shrimp, but don't eat their bodies. The boss said if we eat these shrimp, we'll become as cowardly as them. Do you all understand? Neng. The orc squad guarding the treasury gave follow-up shots to the cowards and villains who hadn't died, ensuring they wouldn't defile the glory of the brave. The squad leader waved his hand, telling the boys to send the bodies into the incinerator and burn them all. We are the green dam of the new era, cultured, well-mannered, disciplined, and we don't believe in ghosts and gods, we never eat shrimp, and we always listen to the boss. Ga ga ga.